Speedrunning Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. Hello and welcome back to the Amagi. Today we are going to be attempting a speedrun of Boruto, which means that we are going to be hitting every major plot point as quickly as humanly possible. I know, it sounds insane, but we're gonna get it done. We're going for the world record here. The Amagi's reach stretches beyond just this channel, so if you're a fan of us, please consider subscribing to our other channels and following us on all of our social media. Help us reach our goal of passing 100,000 followers on all of our accounts by the end of the year. And with that out of the way, let's hop right into it. 3, 2, 1, go. Academy Entrance Arc. In the future, an older Boruto fights Kawaki to destroy Konohagakure and argue about the end of the Age of Shinobi. Both activate seal-like powers. Boruto activates his dōjutsu in his right eye and both resume their fight. In the present, Boruto and Shikadai run through Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Naruto and Shikamaru go to his office, where Naruto bemoans the amount of paperwork due will keep him from going home that night. On top of a train, Boruto celebrates being able to buy a limited edition chili burger. As they eat, the two comment on the village's modernization, and Shikadai scoffs at the prospect of having to attend the academy. Shikadai tells Boruto to behave at the entrance ceremony since all reflects on him. Boruto leaps off the train after being spotted and spots Denki being picked on. Boruto attacks the bullies with shadow clones and makes a run with them as more arrive. Though they escape, Denki is worried the bullies will come after him harder the next day and comments on Boruto's ninjutsu. He learns that Boruto is set to start at the academy the following day like himself. Denki's father wants him to learn ninjutsu as well as academics if he wants to inherit his company, crediting his achievements in the last war for the success of his company. Boruto tells Denki to tell his father about his wishes. The two talk more about their fathers, and Boruto realizes he's late for dinner, fearing his mother's punishment. When Boruto gets home, he argues with his mother about his father's absence during dinner, while Denki confronts his father, who says he'll allow Denki to study whatever he wants if he proves he is strong. Denki is bitten and influenced by a chakra snake. The next day, Boruto is late for the entrance ceremony. Intending to take the train, he spots Denki and perceives a shadow over him, not noticing his own right eye changing. Denki lures his bullies into an old malfunctioning train. Denki shows the bullies that he put the train on a collision course with another defective train. Having followed Denki, Boruto shows himself and tells Denki to stop and again perceives the influence on him. Boruto's words loosen the influence on Denki, and when he needs his help in changing the track, the influence on Denki is broken, allowing him to help. The two are able to change the tracks and the bullies hold on to them when they almost fall off the train. They disconnect the wagon with the bullies, allowing them to stop safely. Still wanting to get to the academy, they derail the train and crash into the Hokage Rock. They arrive at the academy during roll call but damage Naruto's stone face. The other students are cleared out while Konohamaru gets Boruto. At the end of the day, Naruto receives word that Boruto took the blame, but Denki's father offers to pay for the damages. After his suspension is up, Boruto heads to the academy and sees Denki, who got into the ninjutsu program, hoping to one day merge ninjutsu with science. Boruto decides against asking Denki about the shadow that had come over him. Looking up at the stone face, he vows to walk his own path in life. Shino explains how the role of the academy has changed. In addition to Shinobi skills being taught as in the past, a broader curriculum of non-Shinobi related courses are available. Boruto returns from his 2-week suspension. Inojin notices him through a window. After Boruto arrives in his classroom, the other students begin gossiping about him, which Boruto ignores. Chocho and Sumire ask Sarada about Boruto. Sarada says she finds him annoying, and the other two gush over Naruto. Inojin bluntly says what everyone else is thinking about Boruto. Boruto extends his hand in friendship, but Inojin refuses, considering him to be untrustworthy. Sumire tries defusing the situation as Shino arrives in the classroom. During practice to assess everyone's strengths and weaknesses, Denki tells Boruto he got the second best time. The one with the best time, Iwabi, isn't there. Boruto tries joining the other students for lunch, but they hurry out of the classroom. Iwabi antagonizes Boruto over being the Hokage's son, saying the current state of the academy is being soft, despite having flunked twice. Denki speaks in Boruto's defense, and Iwabi targets him. Boruto stops Iwabi from hurting Denki. Despite promising himself he wouldn't fight, Boruto challenges Iwabi to a fight. The class watches nervously while Inojin is amused. After talking with Anko, Shino arrives at an empty classroom much to his confusion. As everyone ditch class to watch the fight. The class watches the two fighting, Iwabi saying he wouldn't even use his weapon. Boruto and Iwabi are both impressed with each other's skills. Iwabi is frustrated he can't graduate only with Shinobi-related subjects. After a solid strike on him, Iwabi begins using Earth Release, creating an Earth Hammer. Inojin takes the hammer out of his reach with his drawings and points out Iwabi broke his own rule about not using his weapon. Iwabi realizes his mistake. The atmosphere in the class improves, Boruto becomes more popular, and Iwabi decides to start attending class again. Shino then arrives to start class. Shino begins teaching Shuriken Jutsu to his class. Most of the class ignores his instructions. Sumire struggles while Inojin and Shikadai, who are made to practice at home by their parents, breeze through it. Metal Lee practices with ease at first, but when Inojin and Shikadai notice him, he becomes self-conscious, his performance suffering. Boruto throws a Fuma Shuriken at a target. Lee thinks he can deflect it, but with eyes on him he falters, instead getting his foot stuck in the shuriken and getting dragged by it. Shikadai asks Boruto where he got a Fuma Shuriken, as they're not supposed to be using that yet. Boruto says he got it in a locker, which turned out to be Iwabi's. Shino calls everyone involved to his office, where he commands the ones involved to do voluntary work. They're assigned to help repair Naruto's face with the Hokage Rock, which Boruto damaged. After a break, they notice only Lee's part is missing, and getting anxious, he messes up his carving, causing more damage to Naruto's face. At the end of the day, Shikadai points out to Lee it's obvious he makes mistakes when nervous, and that sometimes it makes things worse for others. At home, Shikadai is scolded by his mother for getting into trouble. Shikamaru isn't as concerned and considers getting into trouble as part of becoming a shinobi. Tamari scolds him as well. The next day, when Shikadai goes to apologize to Lee, Boruto notices the same darkness took up Denji over him with his right eye. Lee lures Shikadai away and begins attacking him. Boruto and Inojin find them, and Lee attacks them as well. Lee chases the three through the academy. Shikadai comes up with a strategy. Boruto distracts Lee with shadow clones, giving Shikadai an opening to pin his shadow, but Lee gets out of his range. Inojin distracts Lee with ink birds, and Lee gets paralyzed. Another shadow paralyzed him from another angle, revealing the real Shikadai. The previous one being a disguised Boruto, and the shadows he used actually ink snakes drawn by Inojin. Lee begins breaking free Shikadai's hold, who urges Boruto to knock him out. Lee breaks free by accident and knocks himself out, the darkness taking over him, dissipating. When Lee comes to, Shikadai apologizes for the day before, the forehead to class. At home, Boruto asks his mother about the Byakuya Gang, wondering about what he's seen. Naruto arrives exhausted and goes straight to bed. The next day, Boruto, Shikadai, and Itojin try to get Lee to play video games to get him less anxious, but he ends up breaking Boruto's game. Shino recruits the help of Konohamaru to teach his academy class about the summoning technique. Konohamaru summons Gamagoro, much to the amazement of most of the students except Boruto. When accused of jealousy by Chocho, Boruto tries and fails to summon a creature, since, as Shino explains to him in the class, he has signed no contract with a summoned creature. While they practice summoning sealed weapons instead, the class soon becomes divided as the girls argue with the boys over maturity. When Konohamaru and Shino ponder what to do about the constant outbreaks of infighting, the class breaks out into another boys versus girls battle at lunch. Shino intervenes just in time and instead gives the two sides the task of playing capture the flag within the academy while he assesses each one's strengths and weaknesses. Things come to a head as both teams make their way to the rooftop. Boruto, who has stolen a scroll from the academy once again, attempts the summoning technique intended to summon a small toad to scare the girls. Instead, an unknown creature appears and strikes at Chocho, throwing her off the building. Boruto and Itojin and Shikadai are able to catch her, but the beast sets its sights on them while they helplessly dangle from the roof. Konohamaru arrives in time to defeat the beast with his Rasengan, and Sumire silently seals the flag, winning the match for the girls. Later, Boruto apologizes for putting Chocho's life in danger, prompting the girls to put a rain check and collect in their favor. While they prepare to head home, Shino advises them that they first need to clean up the now crumbling academy building. While Konohamaru wonders how Boruto was able to summon such a large creature in the first place. While all this is taking place, a mysterious newcomer looms over them all. An expelled academy student causes a commotion in revenge. Boruto perceives the same dark aura in the student as he did in the others before. Iwobi covers Boruto up from the student's attack, allowing a hit to land. Being outnumbered, the student kicks up some dust for cover to escape. Boruto gives chase and finds the student knocked out by a young man who notes Konoha to be rather rowdy. Later, Shino introduces the class to Mitsuki, the new student from Hokagakure. The students discuss their new classmate among themselves. The boys about his skills and the girls about his looks. Sumire asks the students not to talk about Shino. Mitsuki insists by Boruto, striking up a conversation. During class, Boruto solves the problem on the board with ease, surprising Iwobi. Shino tells Boruto to solve the problem as instructed, but Boruto prefers doing it his way, and mockingly asks for something more advanced. Shino gives him a much tougher problem to solve, and Boruto accuses him of being a sore loser. Mitsuki solves the problem, impressing the others. He and Shino briefly discuss if students should help each other or learn to solve problems by themselves. During sparring, Iwobi and Boruto are paired off, and Iwobi manages to best him. Afterwards, Mitsuki asks to fight Iwobi. As they spar, Mitsuki gets carried away, seriously choking him despite Shino telling him to stop. Boruto manages to snap him out of it, berating him for going too far. Mitsuki apologizes to Iwobi. At night, Shino eats with Kurenai, airing his struggles as a teacher. Kurenai advises him to do things his way. Mitsuki talks to someone through a white snake. The next day, Shino throws a welcome party for Mitsuki. Sumire asks Shino about his efforts, and he explains his own difficulties having friends in the past. Shino's insects act up, ruining the party. Denki asks to get rid of them, and Mitsuki obliges, using wind release to clear the insects, but ends up damaging the academy even more. The students talk about Shino, unimpressed by him, which he overhears, getting him in a sullen mood. After first period, Shino asks for time off. A ruckus starts happening at the academy as one of the repairmen starts rampaging, destroying what's left of the academy under the influence of the Dark Spectre. Mitsuki comments on Boruto's ability to see it, piquing Shikadai's interest, who speculates that Mitsuki is the reason people are acting out. Sarada distracts the repairman, allowing Shikadai to pin him down for Iwobi to strike. However, he doesn't go down, so Boruto tackles him and the two fall over a balcony. Mitsuki cushions their fall with his wind release, and the Dark Spectre leaves the repairman. Boruto thanks Mitsuki for saving his life. Later, Shino gets frustrated over his students' disrespect, and the Dark Spectre takes him over. The next day, Shino asks Boruto, Shikadai, and Mitsuki for an extracurricular lesson. As they ponder why they were specifically called, Mitsuki notes Shino's arrival. Boruto moves to greet him, but the boys notice that something is off with their teacher. Shino declares that he will give them their final lesson. Boruto finds Shino to be odd. Shikadai scolds Boruto and apologizes for whatever they did to get out of trouble. Still angry, Shino attacks them with his insects. Mitsuki is impressed when the insects block his kunai with webs. Boruto sees the Shadow Spectre possessing Shino. Shino's insects begin devouring their surroundings. Shikadai tries to pin them down with his shadow, but there are too many, and begin overtaking Boruto, draining his chakra. Mitsuki blows them away with his wind release and stretches his arms to retrieve Boruto. They flee using a smoke bomb to cover their escape. Hidden, the three discuss their options, Shikadai noting Shino's skill in killing intent. Boruto suggests getting help from another teacher, but Mitsuki points out the insects have spread throughout the forest and will find them before they're able to leave. Shikadai asks Boruto about the shadow only he can see, getting Mitsuki's attention. At the academy, Yuriko wonders about Shino, and Anko tells him not to worry about him. Shino catches up with Boruto and Shikadai, who try to use an exploding tag to deal with the insects, but to no avail. Mitsuki watches from afar. As they escape again, Shikadai notices the insects avoid water when he runs through a stream. Mitsuki regroups with them, claiming to have gotten lost. He asks Boruto about the other people who went berserk after being possessed by the shadow that only he can see. Shikadai grows suspicious of Mitsuki. Mitsuki says they should kill Shino, as he wants to do the same to them. Shikadai points out Shino's been unconcerned with using chakra, saying that he can use that to their advantage, but it'll require some being bait. Shikadai wants it to be Mitsuki because he doesn't trust him and to expose other abilities he might have. Boruto wants to make up for driving Shino to snap in the first place and argues that he can still create shadow clones despite having had his chakra drained earlier. Boruto tries to get to Shino with shadow clones and makes use of the webs to place an exploding tag near him. Shino manages to avoid all of his attacks and immobilizes Boruto and Shikadai. Shino then tells him he realized their plan to get the water and get rid of his insects and notices Mitsuki in the distance. When Shikadai points out he's used most of his insects, and Mitsuki extends his arms underwater, dragging Shino down. Shino releases aquatic insects, and Mitsuki employs lightning release to stop them, forcing the Shadow Spectre out of Shino. Mitsuki puts Shino on land and begins drowning, having used too much chakra. Boruto dives after Mitsuki, and he begins drowning as well. Despite having depleted most of his chakra, Shino dives in after the two and manages to get them out by summoning a giant insect. Later, Shino apologizes for attacking them, and the students apologize for ridiculing him, acknowledging his strength. Shino reports the incident to Naruto. He and Shikamaru both agree that the matter needs to be investigated, and ask Shino to help them. Boruto eats with Shikadai and sketches what the possessing spectre looked like to him. The two speculate why it's possessing people, its purpose, and why only Boruto can see it. Sarada complains about the boys to Chocho and Sumire, but the conversation is cut short when Sumire gets a feeling that someone is spying on them. The three share the concerns of the other girls. The boys overhear them but don't think it's related to the Shadow Spectre. The girls take an alley after Chocho buys chips and manage to capture the stalker. The boys hear screaming and they rush there. Chocho recognizes their stalker as Magade Kakure Mino from another class. Shikadai checks Boruto if he's possessed, and Boruto confirms he's not. They question why he's following Chocho, but he reveals that Sumire is following because he has a crush on her. Chocho encourages Magade to confess his feelings to Sumire. He does, but Sumire rejects him, and he leaves him hurt. During class, someone leaves a message to Sumire on the blackboard. Mitsuki asks around and finds out Magade didn't go to class that day. Several notes for Sumire fall over the group, prompting them to watch over her. The boys and girls are separated by a metal wall in the academy. The girls hide in a storage room, but someone knocks over smoke bombs. Sumire opens the door to clear the smoke and gets separated from Chocho and Sarada. Denki arrives, asking if she's okay, and gets knocked up by Magade. The boys reach them and all of them get to Sumire and Magade on the roof. Boruto notices the shadow possessing Magade. Magade disguises himself and starts attacking. Chocho admonishes his way of getting attention from Sumire and tells him to better himself. She offers him chips. As he accepts them, the shadow leaves Magade, who breaks down crying. Magade gets gaunt and faints. The boys talk over food, speculating Magade got weaker due to chakra exhaustion. Shikamaru delivers Naruto a report suggesting the same. At night, Mitsuki communicates with someone about Boruto's findings. From the moon, a shadowy figure observes the stars, noting a constellation as a sign of a coming harvest. Boruto, Denki, Shikadai, and Ioya watch a movie about Kagemasa. The four discuss the movie at dinner and compare it to actual life as a shinobi. Riding the train, Boruto and Shikadai discuss the specter only Boruto can see. At home, Boruto creates a few shadow clones to overview the event so far. Boruto still doesn't want to tell Naruto about it. Boruto goes out to eat and meets Shikadai, who suggests maybe he's awakening the Byakugan. Mitsuki reveals himself, agreeing that Boruto should find out more about his Byakugan. That night, Boruto has a dream, where the stargazing figure tells him his eye will be important, with promises of an awesome fate. When he wakes up, remembering the dream, Boruto notices his sight is different, and manages to catch a glimpse of his eye in the mirror. Boruto gets excited about it. Shikamaru hands Naruto a report of the incident, and they wonder if Boruto, who is near everyone, is involved or a target. Tired, Naruto goes home. There, Boruto is confident he's wakened the Byakugan. The others are skeptical of it, angering Boruto. Hinata tells him to talk with his grandfather, who will know if Boruto really has the Byakugan. Shikadai, Denki, and Mitsuki discuss the possibility of Boruto having the Byakugan. Naruto takes Boruto and Himawari to the Hyuga compound, where Hiyashi and Hanabi are related to see them. Hiyashi explains the nature of the Byakugan to Boruto, confirming Naruto's earlier words about the training required to use it. Hiyashi calls Boruto to the courtyard, wanting to fight him and see if he does have it. Hiyashi explains to Boruto that if he has awakened the Byakugan, it will manifest itself in battle even if Boruto can't activate it at will. Something that both he and Hanabi will be able to tell. Hanabi decides to take her father's place, sure it will be all for nothing if he simply throws at his back in the fight. Boruto is up for it. Himawari asks Naruto if Boruto will be okay as they watch him and Hanabi sparring. Naruto assures her Boruto will be okay. Boruto tries making a distraction using shadow clones and a flash bomb, but Hanabi sees through it. Boruto goes at it once more, this time managing to surround Hanabi with the shadow clones, but she repels him with the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Hanabi tells Boruto there's no sign of the Byakugan having awakened him, but assures him it's still possible it will. Boruto tries disguising his disappointment. Hiyashi invites him to spend the night. During dinner, Hanabi plays with Boruto and Himawari. Hiyashi telling Naruto not to mind them as it's a special day. By themselves, Naruto and Hiyashi discuss Boruto. Naruto isn't disappointed in Boruto for not awakening the Byakugan, happy that despite it not happening, Boruto tried so hard to prove it did. Hiyashi tells him about Himawari, Naruto telling him that she hasn't manifested the Byakugan since it first awakened. Hiyashi asks Naruto to keep him updated and to bring her again if anything else happens. Hanabi talks to Boruto, sure something has happened, otherwise he wouldn't have claimed to have awakened the Byakugan, nor sparred so seriously to prove it. Boruto bumps into Sarada at night and the two briefly discuss Kagemasa from the movies. Boruto catches the glimpse of someone possessed by the specter and follows him to the academy. He recognizes him as the actor who plays Kagemasa, who has put on some weight. He attacks Boruto over his comments on his physique. When he has Boruto pinned down, Sarada deflects one of his attacks. Hidden, Boruto explains the actor's been possessed by a shadow that only can see. Boruto and Sarada defeat the actor using lines from the movie and a diversion with Boruto transformed into a Fumo Shuriken. Boruto watches the shadow dissipate. The next day, Boruto updates Mitsuki and Shikadai in his eyes, saying that he doesn't care if it's not the Byakugan, but he just has proof he has it. Boruto looks at the crowd trying to trigger his eye while accompanied by Shikadai and Mitsuki. They discuss how the incidents are not happening beyond the academy. Shikadai points out that their fathers have been investigating as well, making Boruto more determined to solve the issue before Naruto. The day ends without any progress. Boruto and Shikadai are confident they'll be able to continue investigating, Mitsuki having turned in their leave of absence in the academy. At home, Hinata questions Boruto about skipping classes, having been called by the academy. At the academy, Boruto insists to Hinata and Shino that he's an important duty. Hinata thinks Boruto's trying to get Naruto's attention. Shino advises her to tell Naruto what's going on. Shino's next lesson involves workplace experience, letting Boruto, Shikadai, and Mitsuki to go around the village working in the postal service. The three are put under Tayori's service, who takes them all around the village, making and receiving deliveries. Boruto notices Naruto in an opening ceremony. Naruto notices Boruto as well and approaches him. They talk briefly about what they're doing. After Naruto leaves, Boruto has the group split up to finish their duties faster. Upon regrouping, Mitsuki informs that he heard there was an incident at Senju Park. At the park, Sai investigates the scene and collects witness statements. By the time the three arrive at the park, the scene has already been processed. Sai reports to Naruto and Shikamaru that he's found evidence of someone using research on Hashirama's cells based on trace evidence of wood release used at the park, believing to be former root members. He believes they're harvesting chakra for military purposes. Sai and Shikamaru decide to go through Root's records for clues on who it might be. Naruto goes home for a change of clothes and talks to Hinata about seeing Boruto at the village. Naruto confesses that growing up without a father, he's unsure how to interact with Boruto. At the post office, there have been complaints about deliveries. Tayori's superior Komame assigning them inventory duty while Tayori fixes their mistakes from previous days. They hear on TV about another incident at the water purification plant where their classmates are working and rush there. The academy students visit Sumire at the hospital. Wasabi and Namida thank him for saving them, but Sumire credits Hokage for being nearby. Shino feels guilty as the work experience classes were his idea, though Chocho just tells him to learn from it. Iwabi points out the frequency of the attack, and Denki and Lee sharing their experience of how it felt. Boruto arrives and apologizes profusely to Sumire, feeling responsible for the situation. Shikadai tries talking to Boruto, who insists that if they had delivered the mail properly, they would have had the entire day to patrol, and might have seen something at the water purification plant. Naruto arrives, and when Boruto asks him to loop him in on the investigation, Naruto drags him to another room, showing Sumide's attacker nearly drained of all chakra. They discuss what Boruto should or shouldn't do. Shino claims responsibility for the workplace experience classes, suggesting that if treated as an adult, Boruto might be able to show them something they can't see, and that as Boruto's teacher, he knows what he can and can't do. Naruto leaves the decision with Shino. Shino doesn't give them a free pass, but as they've saved him before, he has respect for them. Boruto, Mitsuki, and Shikadai go back to the post office and are surprised when Komame tells them to deliver mail. Tayori intervened on their behalf. When looking at delivery routes, Boruto considers having shadow clones take all of them, but his own clones think it will put too much distance between them. The three deliver mail to the village. Sumide bids Wasabi and Namida goodbye and watches from the window as they leave with their parents. Mitsuki arrives with information on the latest attack. At the scene, Sai finds more trace evidence of wood release use. Sai wants to investigate possible root involvement as soon as he can, to make sure that if root is involved, whoever's behind it doesn't follow the same ideology as he once did. After they miss another attack, Boruto considers the possibility that the ghost knows their route. To cover all the mail routes at once, she can ask for the help of the classmates, and to notify them if anyone finds an incident, he has Iwabi bring fireworks from his workplace experience. After they leave, Komame just misses someone at the post office, is possessed by the ghost, and begins wrecking the post office. Boruto and the others arrive, having successfully tricked them into believing that all the routes would be watched, leaving the office unattended. Boruto prepares to fight Komame, while Mitsuki, Inojin, Chocho, and Lee chase the one controlling the ghost. Komame uses the mail to attack Boruto and Shikadai from a distance, which Iwabi blocks with Earth Release. Tayori protects one of the parcels from Komame's attack, and his dedication to it weakens the ghost's hold on Komame, allowing Boruto and Iwabi to knock him out. The ghost leaves Komame, and Boruto throws an explosive tag at it as it disappears. The masked man controlling the ghost loses the others. Mitsuki finds him, but the two don't attack each other, and Mitsuki lets him leave. Komame is taken away, and Boruto leads the others and reorganizes the post office. Something comments on the chakra being stolen being used to awaken Nue. At night, Mitsuki discusses the incidents with someone through a white snake, mentioning a root heirloom and a possible user. Mitsuki recalls waking up in a tank. The academy teachers have their students run an obstacle course to groups 3. Boruto and Mitsuki help Denki when he struggles midway at the cost of using up their time. Shino fails all students because the few who complete the course did so by leaving the teammates behind. Konohamaru and Moegi tell the students that they'll occasionally drop by for the purposes of seeing who might be under their command, and encourage them to see what formations work better. The boys discuss the recent lack of ghost incidents and whether they should continue investigating now that they know the adults are also looking into it. Mitsuki asks Shikadai why he helped Denki, and Shikadai suggests Boruto got him into it. Shino discusses the students with Moegi and Konohamaru. Moegi expresses interest in Iwabi and Boruto. Mitsuki notices Boruto helping Iwabi with arithmetic problems. Mitsuki asks him if he feels more included because of Boruto. After class, Inojin notes to Mitsuki he's been paying a lot of attention to Boruto. Inojin explains the lengths Boruto goes to not to be seen as just the Hokage's son. Mitsuki visits Sumide alone. He asks her how she feels about Boruto, and she echoes Inojin's statement of finding him fun. She asks if Mitsuki has a family. Sumide explains that all of her family is dead, and that her panicked behavior stems from her not being as skilled as her father was. Mitsuki questions her feelings about whoever injured her, and she just wants it to be over. Boruto has Mitsuki come to his home for dinner. In Boruto's bedroom, Mitsuki questions the exact nature of how Boruto feels about Naruto, but Hinata calls him to dinner before he can answer. Naruto and Mitsuki are introduced to one another. At the Hokage's office, Shikamaru informs Naruto's clone that a chakra signature linked to the incidents had been detected, and that Sai has been dispatched to investigate. Naruto's clone disperses, and Naruto leaves dinner, causing Boruto to storm out. Naruto and Mitsuki exchange words. Boruto resents Naruto because ever since becoming Hokage, he feels Naruto has neglected his family. Boruto explains that he's determined to never abandon those closest to him, as he perceives Naruto to have done, doing something he couldn't do. This sparks a memory in Mitsuki, hearing his parents say something similar. Understanding Boruto better, Mitsuki confesses he knows who's behind the ghost incidents. Sai investigates the hideout of Tanuki Shigaraki, a missing former root researcher who is an avid follower of Danzo, and in charge of developing a weapon based on Hashirama's cells, codenamed Gozu Tenno. Despite not finding him, Sai finds a picture of him with a little girl and realizes who the culprit is. Mitsuki reveals to Boruto that Sumide is the one behind the incidents. Shikamaru informs Naruto of Sai's discovery and the current search for Sumide. He also informs Naruto complaints are being filed that the attacks continue to happen because the police force performed insufficient vetting of those involved. Kakashi arrives at the Hokage's office, claiming responsibility for himself and Tsunade, having both decided not to expose the identities of everyone involved in root. Despite Mitsuki's explanation of Sumide having interacted with each victim, Boruto is not convinced of her guilt. As Mitsuki explains the goal of the attacks was to absorb chakra from his victims, a rumble comes from Senju Park. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kakashi discuss how to proceed, and how things would have happened if they'd acted differently. Kakashi says that his investigation led to the discovery that the Gozu Tenno had been embedded into Sumide's body. As Sai and company track Sumide down, he resolves not to let the incident be blamed on people attached to root. Knowing that she's been discovered, Sumide thinks back to her father's words of getting revenge for Danzo and prepares to launch her last attack. Before she can, Sai apprehends her at the park, but she summons Nue before he can restrain her. As Boruto and Mitsuki spot Nue from afar, Boruto decides to hear the truth from Sumide herself. After he leaves, Mitsuki's contacted through the white snake and is tasked with eliminating Sumide. Kakashi arrives and severs a portion of Nue's snake tail. Sai distracts Nue with an ink bird, allowing Kakashi and other shinobi to raise walls around it. From its severed tail, several others sprout, chasing the Konoha shinobi, draining the chakra of those it can catch. Mitsuki tells Boruto that Nue will drain everyone in the village and that it will only stop if the jutsu user dies. Boruto is determined to save both the village and Sumide. Mitsuki acknowledges that it's an answer he would never give and expresses interest in learning more about the differences. Mitsuki covertly creates a snake clone to restrain Boruto and leaves to kill Sumide. Boruto manages to create a clone himself and knocks out Mitsuki's clone. Boruto's eye activates, allowing him to track Sumide through a chakra trail. The shinobi further limit Nue's movements with a barrier and wires. Naruto arrives intending to finish Nue in one blow, but Kakashi warns him it'll just absorb Naruto's chakra and possibly detonate, as Nue was designed to be a suicide strategy. Mitsuki tracks Sumide, having put a white snake on her at the hospital. Though he manages to pin her, Boruto's rival lets her get out of Mitsuki's hole before he can enter. Sumide admits to being the culprit, having lived solely to carry out her father's revenge. Boruto stops Sumide and Mitsuki when they attack each other, and his eye lets off sparks. Nue transports itself out of the barrier to Sumide and absorbs her to take her chakra. As it vanishes, Boruto jumps after it. Kakashi determines Nue isn't summoned like other animals. Naruto tries sensing it with Sage Mode, but to no avail. Naruto, Sai, and Kakashi discuss finding the Jutsu caster, who must be in another dimension as well. Denki, Shikadai, and Inojin look for Boruto. Shikadai notices something strange in the sky. In Nue's home dimension, Boruto follows a strand of dark chakra into a stump tree when Nue attacks him. Boruto strikes back, managing to stab Nue in the face. Boruto can suddenly see Nue's chakra network, a spot at the base of its tail standing out. Nue attacks while Boruto is confused by what he sees, but Mitsuki saves him and tells him that Nue is attacking on Sumide's orders. Boruto has Mitsuki stall Nue and prepares many explosive tag kunai. He stabs Nue at the base of his tail and sets up the explosive tags, causing thick ropes above to fall on Nue. Mitsuki strikes the down Nue with lightning release, but Sumide blocks it with a water release. Boruto and Mitsuki ask her if there's any chance she'll back down willingly. Sumide is baffled at them and she explains that despite her father serving the village after the war, he was deemed a criminal for being involved with the root. All of the fear and anxiety of living in hiding made her mother die of illness. Sumide exchanges attacks with Mitsuki. Boruto puts himself between the two, telling him to stop, and is injured. He's unconvinced that Sumide fully faked all of her concern for her classmates since meeting her. Mitsuki is surprised by Boruto and adds Sumide did mention wanting to end things quickly while in the hospital. Boruto sees the dark chakras hold they're dissipating. Boruto deduces the reason why the ghost affected those who were troubled was because Sumide herself was troubled, making it easier to infect the like-minded people. Sumide orders Nue to extract what's left of her chakra and blow itself up. Nue simply nudges her gently, Boruto concluding that despite being raised by Sumide to be a weapon, it sees her as its parent. Boruto tells her that she doesn't have to use Nue as a weapon like her father used her. The Gozu Tenno on their back shatters, causing accumulated chakra to become unstable, and the place starts to cave in. The three rush to leave, and Nue protects them from the unstable chakra. Boruto manages to see where a rift is, and the three escape the dimension. Sai arrives with Konoha Shinobi. He sympathizes with Sumide and offers to help her. She accepts. Boruto sees there's still a connection between her and Nue. The five of them jump on the incoming train as they leave the academy. In the weeks following the end of the ghost incidents, Boruto wonders why his eyes stopped activating. Naruto, Sai, and Shikamaru stroll through the village, glad to see everything's back to normal. Sai informs of the role the academy students had in stopping Sumide. Shikamaru posits that letting Sumide stay in the academy might lead to problems. Shino informs his students they'll be assembled in new 3-person teams to see how well they fit after graduation. Sarada questions Sumide's prolonged absence. Mitsuki insists on partnering with Boruto again, but they lack a third member, as Iubi and Denki are already partners, as are Shikadai, Chocho, and Inojin. Iubi already asked Sarada to be on his team. Boruto considers asking leave, and Mitsuki wishes Sumide could be on theirs. Boruto shushes him as others won't know about Sumide's involvement in the incidents. Shino asks Iruka what will happen with Sumide and insists he will watch over her if she returns. Boruto is surprised to see Naruto home early. They discuss Sumide. Shino visits Sumide and offers to set up a place outside the village where she can figure herself out. Inojin tells Shikadai and Denki his father got files in the other village's academies and figures Sumide is being transferred. Shino has the students catch a flag again. He steps out when he receives word about Sumide. With Mitsuki's help, Boruto is able to get the flag. Sumide returns and is moved by everyone's reaction. Naruto sends a shadow clone to meet up with Sasuke and hands him a scroll about the Gozu Tenno, which Sasuke attributes to Kaguya and believes will make it easier to reach a dimension. When Naruto asks him to come to the village for a while, Sasuke asks Naruto to tell Sakura he's sorry and leaves. To narrate divines about the coming of gods. Kinshiki informs Momoshiki about abnormalities in Kaguya's world, and Momoshiki decides to prepare for departure. At the academy, Denki fails in an exercise for walking on vertical surfaces. His friends offer him advice. Denki is distressed as this is the first time he has been able to pass a test and fears repeating the academy like Iubi, leading to awkwardness when Iubi hears him. Denki keeps trying to climb the wall later and is approached by Metal, who offers to help him train. Metal takes him rock climbing. Denki loses his footing, but Rock Lee catches him when he falls. Iubi struggles with arithmetic, despite having help from Boruto. Inojin and Shikadai conclude Denki would be a better teacher, but find it unlikely Iubi would consider learning from him after his earlier comment. Denki spends the day failing a climb with Metal and Rock Lee. Iubi receives a low test score and notices Denki still trying to climb the wall. Iubi offers some advice on how to climb the wall, and Denki improves. Later, Denki asks why Iubi helped him despite his earlier comment. Iubi lost all his friends when they graduated without him, and he doesn't wish that on others. Denki offers to tutor him, but Iubi claims to be studying as well. Denki sees his low test score, and Iubi confesses he doesn't want Denki to tutor him if it will interfere with Denki's own training. Denki reveals that meeting Boruto has changed his opinion on ninjutsu, now wanting to be Shinobi just like them, and with Iubi as well. The two decide to help each other out. When Iubi struggles with studying, Denki decides to have him study while infusing chakra to stick to the ceiling, as his concentration improves when doing that. On the day of the test, Denki and Iubi come by a building on fire. Iubi goes in when he hears a woman despairing about her children being in the building. Denki figures a building like that should have a sprinkler system, but finds it unusual it's not activating. Iubi has to block an exit so the fire won't reach him, and the children starts working on a wire box. At the academy, Boruto worries about the two not showing up. Worried about Iubi, Denki climbs to the side of the building and enters through a window. He finds Iubi's earth release wall, just as Iubi finishes fixing the sprinkler system. The two take the children and climb down to the side of the building. Boruto asks Shino to wait for Denki and Iubi. The two arrive late. At Shino's office, they explain why they were late. Shino decides they won't take the test, as tests are used to make sure they have the skills and knowledge for when something real happens, which they just did, prioritizing human lives over a test. Shino passes the two, their friends congratulate them. Shino teaches the students how to walk on water, even stirring the water to simulate river and ocean currents. Later, Sarada walks home with groceries and spots Boruto, Inojin, Shikadai, and Denki jumping off a train. They invite her to go with them to teach Denki fishing. She declines having to prepare dinner, and chides them for riding the top of the train. At home, Sarada prepares soup as Sakura arrives. The following day, Sarada hands Sakura her vacation trip schedule as she finishes packing. Sakura asks if Sarada wants to bring anything, but Sarada tells her not to waste her money. Sakura notices a teddy bear that was supposed to have been picked up by one of her patients is still there. As she has no time to deliver it, Sarada offers to take it. At the train, Sarada gets distracted reading a note from her mother and forgets the teddy bear on the train when she gets off. Though she's desperate to catch the train, Sarada is mortified at the top of jumping across the roofs like Boruto. She's nice pauses and the two exchange words, and Sarada leaves. Meanwhile, the boys are unsuccessful catching any fish, and Boruto resolves to find a better fishing spot. Sarada rushes to the next station but has to help an old lady buy a ticket and misses it. Sarada jumps on top of the train before it gets away and is surprised that she enjoys it. Shikadai spots her for a moment, and she hides. Curious, Shikadai informs the other what he thinks he saw. Sarada hides from the boys, but they find her footprints. Sarada narrowly avoids them and jumps off the train. Chocho sees her and Sarada begs her not to tell anyone. Chocho takes her to Lost and Found where she collects a package, but they discover it's not the same package despite similar wrappings, and that the other package has already been claimed. Chocho takes her to a marketplace where they sell products from other villages, and as a shopkeeper identified the doll they have as a Takigakure doll, which they send down the river in a ceremony for their ancestors. As payment, Chocho gives up the rare flavored chips from her personal stash. As part of their trip, Ino takes Sakura to where she had her first date with Sasuke. Chocho and Sarada arrive at where the ceremony takes place, but the package is already put in the river. They return the package they collected, and Sarada shakily walks on the river to retrieve hers. The boys arrive to try fishing in the river, distracting Sarada, who tosses the package to Chocho before falling in the river. She emerges where the boys are fishing and claims to have gone for a swim, intimidating them. Sarada delivers a teddy bear and goes to eat with Chocho. When Sakura gets home, Sarada offers her soup, but having learned from her misadventure, tells her mother that she deviated from her usual recipe. Boruto looks after a bedridden Himawari while Hinata goes out to pick up her medicine. Boruto recalls a previous occasion Himawari had a rough time and recalls when Naruto became Hokage. Naruto had arrived drunk late from celebrating with his friends the night before his inauguration. The next morning, Boruto jumps on him to wake him up when Himawari is unable to do it. Hinata leaves to pick up Naruto's formal wear, as the seamstress, who made the formal attire of every previous Hokage, still isn't done with it. At the inauguration venue, Kakashi expresses relief at passing on the mantle of Hokage. Hinata arrives, but Naruto hasn't, so she goes back to check on him. At home, Boruto and Himawari fight over a teddy bear and end up tearing it apart. Himawari, angered beyond reason, awakens her Byakuya and moves in to attack Boruto. Seeing a terrified Boruto, Naruto puts himself between them, getting himself knocked out. At the inauguration, Kakashi and Shikamaru have Konohamaru transform into Naruto to get the event underway. Down in the crowd, only Iruka sees through the ruse. Hinata finds Naruto unconscious at home with his Tenketsu closed and wonders who might have done it. Upstairs, Himawari finds Boruto hidden in a closet. In the present, Boruto thinks about his resentment of Naruto for spending little time at home ever since becoming Hokage. He also fumes that he has not come back to check on Himawari, but Naruto ironically arrives just at that moment to see her. Boruto notices his Hokage cloak is inside out and he's secretly glad Naruto came home. Boruto and Naruto fight over what Himawari should eat, and Hinata puts them both outside. Naruto invites Boruto to eat with them and takes him to Ramen Ichiraku, where they're greeted by Ayame. As they wait for the ramen, the two look at a newscast about an upcoming 5 Kage meeting. Boruto asks if Naruto's going to be busy again, and he tells him not to worry. Choji and Chocho arrive for an eating competition, hoping to beat the record for the most bowls of ramen eaten, and Boruto envies their rapport. Before leaving, the two Uzumaki notice the Akimichi ending their contest in a draw, with neither beating the record holder's score. On the way out, Naruto is forced to reveal that the holder of the ramen eating contest is Hinata. At home, Hinata sees a picture of Naruto's inauguration and recalls the end of that day, when she discussed Himawari's Byakugan and Naruto's new dreams of them. Sarada Uchiha Arc. As Shino Aburame explains to his class that within 1 week they'll be going through graduation examinations for getting positions, the majority of the class voices their views on the opportunity. However, Sarada questions the meaning of Shinobi in her future, despite being told that she must be proud of being born to the Uchiha clan. Sarada walks home, jealous that her classmates are being trained by their fathers for the exams, with Chocho Akimichi eating with her father, Inuji Yamanaka getting drawing lessons from his father, and even Boruto playing an expensive game of hide and seek with his ever-busy father, the 7th Hokage, coupled with being given a lecture by Shikadai Nara and his father. Seeing all this, Sarada quietly admits that at her best recollection she has never seen her own father for as long as she can remember. Upon returning home and seeing a picture of her parents together, Sarada questions her mother about him. When Sakura can't give her satisfactory answers, Sarada openly questions the validity of her parents' marriage, causing Sakura to violently lash out. Collecting herself, Sakura apologizes to her daughter but realizes her outburst was destroyed their house, much to her horror, as apparently this is not the first time Sakura's destroyed it, and she cries about a loan she took before fainting. Dropping her mother off to Shizune, Sarada returns to the house's ruins to collect some valuables. However, as she picks up the picture from before, Sarada makes a shocking discovery. The family picture is fake. Pulling out the larger picture of her father, she sees him with the rest of his team and Taka, and to her horror, Karin, a girl with glasses similar to her, causing Sarada to further question her own parentage. All the while, Sasuke appears to be returning to Konohagakure. After encountering a mysterious boy possessing the Sharingan and wearing the crest of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke sends a hawk back to Konohagakure to contact Naruto with the matter. Meanwhile, Sarada's identity crisis continues as she reveals to Shizune that she knows that there's no record of her birth in the village, with Shizune's evasive demeanor on the topic not helping matters. In a restaurant, Chocho complains about her father's excessive eating habits, which her mother simply ignores. Annoyed that she's being ignored while trying to lose weight, she simply sighs as Sarada appears. Humorously, Chocho explains to her that she doubts her parents are her real parents. This is challenged by an eavesdropping Mitsuki, who simply states that it was normal for girls their age to start questioning their identity, angering Chocho. Sarada eventually decides to simply find her father herself or ask the 7th Hokage about her dilemma. In his office, Naruto sees Sasuke's hawk and realizes the situation that Sasuke is in and consults Kakashi. Together, they come to an agreement that the boy is not an Uchiha survivor, but more likely another one of Orochimaru's experiments. Naruto leaves a shadow clone to run the village with Shikamaru as he heads out to meet Sasuke and Yamato. Sarada, however, secretly hears this and tries to trail him until she realizes Chocho has invited herself along too, thinking Sarada is helping her find her real parents. Elsewhere, the mysterious boy meets a person cloaked in an Akatsuki mantle, informing him of his brief fight with Sasuke. They both declare they cannot forgive Sasuke for killing his older brother Itachi and promise to make him pay. Naruto asks Shikamaru to apologize to Boruto for him and heads off to meet with Sasuke. Just as Naruto leaves, Boruto arrives together with Mitsuki with the intent to bring Naruto his lunch. Sarada offers to bring the food to Naruto, and though he's hesitant at first, Boruto later hands it over to Sarada, and she heads off towards Naruto with Chocho. Unbeknownst to them, however, the two are being watched by a tiny creature with a single Sharingan. At a remote clearing, the mysterious boy Shin is ordered by his father to capture Sarada. Sarada and Chocho continue to pursue Naruto to deliver his lunch, which Naruto notices using Sage Mode and hurries back to them. Stopping momentarily as they catch their breath, Sarada and Chocho are intruded by Shin. Sarada remarks upon his Sharingan as her mother had told her that aside from Sasuke, they were the last one of the Uchiha. When Sarada refuses to go with him, Shin quickly engages and overwhelms the girl in a brief scuffle, which Naruto intervenes in the end to save them. Angered by Naruto's appearance, Shin activates his own Mangekyo Sharingan and uses the dōjutsu's abilities to attack through with the Kusarigama. Following the brief skirmish, the strange Sharingan creature appears and urges Shin to retreat, noting that they cannot defeat the 7th Hokage. Shin agrees, and the creature with the same Mangekyo pattern as Shin teleports them away. Deciding to be safer for the two young girls to stay with him, Naruto allows him to accompany him on his journey. As they stop for a break, Naruto tells Sarada that she's a combination of her parents, and Sarada feels at ease with Naruto. After traveling for an uncertain amount of time, they finally come within range of the rendezvous point and decide to take a break. Too excited to meet with her father, Sarada sneaks away from the group and continues onward. While imagining her first encounter with her father, Sarada's intense emotions allow her to awaken the Sharingan. Arriving at the temple, Sarada finally encounters Sasuke and is overwhelmed by her emotions. However, Sasuke, taking notice of her Sharingan, mistakes her for Shin's comrade and draws a sword, frightening Sarada. As Sasuke attacks, Sarada shouts "Daddy," and Sasuke ceases upon realizing that it's his daughter. While Sarada sulks at the fact that Sasuke didn't recognize her, Naruto and Chocho converge on the scene. Sasuke demands an explanation from Naruto as to why he brought along children, which prompts Sarada to reveal that she wanted to ask him about the identity of her biological mother, along with a slew of other questions regarding Karina in the photograph and the reason behind his absence. Sasuke refuses to answer any of her questions, and Sarada storms out of the temple in anger. As Naruto attempts to comfort her, he recalls when Sasuke held a meeting with the 5 Kage and Sakura where they discussed an issue revolving Kaguya, the Waitatsu army, and the possible emergence of a new threat. As Sasuke has taken it upon himself to investigate this matter, Naruto informs Sarada that her father is one of the greatest shinobi alive. Meanwhile, Shin's father meets with his son and several copies of him, proclaiming the revival of the Akatsuki. Teleporting to the temple via the Sharingan creature, Shin and his father launch an attack on Sarada, which Naruto counters. Sensing danger, Sasuke emerges from the temple and prepares to confront the enemy. Elsewhere, Sakura awakens and begins her journey towards the temple where her family resides. The mysterious man immediately guides weapons towards Sasuke, who easily counters with his sword and proceeds to attack. The enemy manages to block Sasuke's advance while his son attacks, prompting Sasuke to evade. When Sasuke releases a large fireball at the duo, the older man uses his son as a shield against the attack. Defeated, the older man commends Sasuke's skill and reveals himself as Shin Uchiha, possessing the same name as his son. While Naruto plans his escape with the children, he is stabbed in the abdomen with Sasuke's sword, which Shin manipulated during their earlier encounter. With Naruto weakened, Shin's blades hurl towards Sarada, leaving Sasuke with no choice but to jump in front and take the blades. As Shin starts to make his next move, Sakura arrives and pummels him to the ground. Reuniting with her family and her former teammates, she begins apologizing to Sarada for keeping secrets, to which Sasuke replies that the fault lays with him. While Sasuke does so, the Sharingan creature teleports Shin and his son back to their base, with Sakura caught in the middle and dragged with them. Recovering from the battle, Shin begins to surgically replace his liver with the son's, much to Sakura's disgust. During the surgery, Shin explains to Sakura that his son is just one of many clones of himself that he created with his own teeth and nerves. After revealing that he was once a test subject of Orochimaru's, he begins to explain his philosophy of how conflict is essential for human evolution and his views on the role of genetics, which Sakura vehemently refutes. Meanwhile, without any leads to go on after Sakura's capture, Naruto's group decides to meet with Orochimaru and ask him what he knows about the situation. After a briefing with Yamato, they enter the hideout and reunite with Orochimaru, Suigetsu, and Jūgo. Without wasting time, Orochimaru explains Shin's history. He was a former experiment whose unique body could accept anything transplanted into it without rejection, which made him the perfect test subject. This resulted in multiple Sharingan being implanted with his body and his right arm being harvested for Danzo Shimura. Eventually, Shin learned about and became fascinated with Itachi Uchiha, leading him to abandon Orochimaru and taking all but one clone with him. Orochimaru informs the group that the clones are unlike any standard shadow clone technique, and that they can only be stopped by being killed. Orochimaru's speech discusses Sarada, and Sasuke demands to know Shin's whereabouts, to which Orochimaru agrees to tell him so Sasuke can kill Shin for him. While changing rooms for more information on where to go to find Shin, Sarada gets Suigetsu's attention, so they sneak away from the rest of the group. In a private location, Sarada requests that Suigetsu do a DNA test with the use of an umbilical cord that Suigetsu thinks belongs to Karine, to confirm if Sakura or Karine are her birth mother. After comparing DNA from both Sarada and the umbilical cord, the test seemingly reveals that Karine is Sarada's real mother. Meanwhile, noticing Sarada and Suigetsu be gone, Naruto finds the location and eavesdrops on their conversation, becoming angry at the idea that Sasuke was unfaithful to Sakura and at Suigetsu's involvement. While Suigetsu awkwardly exits the situation, Naruto attempts to remind Sarada that they must save Sakura from Shin. However, a devastated Sarada with her Sharingan activated lashes out at Naruto for lying to her and denounces any relation to Sakura. After calming down from her tirade, Sarada explains to Naruto that since everything she knows has been a lie, she intends on leaving the village and continuing her journey alone. Naruto stops her and asks her to remember her memories of Sakura. In deep thought, Sarada remembers when her parents taught her how to walk and how Sakura loved her and comforted her as she missed her father. After reminiscing about their past, Sarada realizes that she does care about Sakura and decides to help in the mission to save her. Returning to the others, Sasuke reveals that he has learned the location of Shin's hideout. Activating his Tomoe Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan, which was previously weakened due to him traveling through Kaguya's dimensions, Sasuke manifests his Susanoo to transport everyone to Shin's location. Meanwhile, Shin has completed his surgery and notes that it is his job to eliminate peace lovers who are a menace to human evolution. Refuting his statement, Sakura prepares to take him on in combat, revealing she kept Shin alive this long so she can get information for Sasuke. When Naruto detects Sakura, Shin and his clones attack her, injuring her right arm. Sasuke and Naruto arrive in time to save her in battle. As Sasuke cares for Sakura's injuries, Sarada watches, realizing there is love between her parents. Later, Sasuke uses Susanoo to fight a giant Shin clone to protect everyone while Naruto takes on a herd of Shin clones. Sakura is about to join in the fight when Sarada decimates the area and several Shin clones, shocking everyone. With everything now under control, Sakura checks on Sarada and declares that she really is her biological mother. Sarada believes her and says that she's learned what's most important is the connection that they share. She asks her father if he believes this, to which he confirms, with him reasoning that he and Sakura have her as their daughter, moving Sarada to tears. Sasuke asks Naruto what they should do with the Shin clones, and Naruto decides to place them in a new orphanage in Konoha. After returning to the village, Chocho is relieved to know that she's not an adopted child after all. Sarada and her parents have their first family dinner before Sasuke returns to his traveling the next day. Before departing, he notices that Sarada is sad and comforts her by hugging her and poking her on the forehead, assuring her that he will come home soon. When Sakura attempts to receive affection from him, Sasuke teases her by walking away and bidding them farewell, much to her disappointment. The Shin clones are dropped off at the orphanage that is operated by Kabuto Yakushi and Urushi, and Kabuto tells the clones that he will be giving them their own names and he will be their new father. At the academy, Boruto thanks her for delivering the lunch to his father. However, she refutes him and thanks him instead because he helped her realize that it is her dream to be Hokage, which he brushes off. At Orochimaru's hideout, Karin yells at Suigetsu for his actions. The umbilical cord he used for the DNA test was between Sarada and Sakura. Karin reveals that Sakura traveled with Sasuke on his journey while she was pregnant and that it was Karin who helped with Sakura's delivery in the hideout. Even though she still has feelings for Sasuke, Karin says that all that matters to her is that Sasuke is happy and that she is friends with Sakura. Karin then orders Suigetsu to apologize to Sarada and give her a new pair of glasses. In the final scene, Sarada smiles at the family photo of her parents and herself. School trip arc. On Konoha TV, Ikkyu Madoka addresses the state of affairs of the Land of Waves, which Anko Mitarashi and Iruka Umino watch at the Konohagakure Academy. In Iruka's office, Naruto Uzumaki informs him that the academy field trips will be fancier from now onwards, starting with a visit to the Land of Water. The meeting is interrupted when Boruto Uzumaki attempts to pull a prank on Iruka. The next day, in Shino Aburami's classroom, Boruto is punished for his earlier prank and is tied up while suspending from the ceiling. Shino informs his students of the upcoming field trip to the Land of Water, and this is the class elect Boruto to be their class leader for their trip, much to Boruto's disapproval. On the day of the trip, Boruto packs for it and parts ways with his family before meeting his class and Anko at the village gate. The class takes a train followed by a boat to their destination. Docking at Kirigakure, the class is welcomed by their guide for the day, Kagura Karatachi. After meeting the teachers, Kagura introduces himself to Boruto, as he is the son of the 7th Hokage. Leading the class into the village, the students venture into the area and enjoy the atmosphere. As Iobi Ueno had an issue with the history of the village, he ventures off, prompting Boruto and Denki Kaminarimon following him and confronting him. After talking, Boruto bumps into Hasaku Onomichi, who Iobi aggressively confronts. As a fight breaks out between Boruto and Hasaku, Shizuma Hoshigaki stops the fight and exchanges words with Boruto before departing. Continuing their tour, Kagura escorts the class to the Mizukage's office, during which they encounter the 5th Mizukage. As they reach the office, Chocho introduces himself and gives a speech about the meaning of their field trip. After the class leaves, Chocho asks Kagura if he considers striving to succeed as Mizukage one day, which Kagura declines and continues his escort duties. While the class waits for Kagura to check them into their hotel, they discuss him being chosen as a successor for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and inherit Hiramikare. When he returns, Kagura takes the class to the Kirigakure Academy. Upon seeing the Kiri class training Kenjutsu, Chojuro has Kagura have a sparring session against Boruto. During the match, Kagura swiftly defeats Boruto, but afterwards exhibits anxiety from wielding a sword. Kagura later takes the class to the shore to take a break, and afterwards pay their respect to the Memorial Park. Iiwabi reveals to his peers that the 4th Mizukage killed his grandfather, to which Kagura apologizes for. Tsurushi Hachi approaches the group and attacks Boruto, but fails and retreats. Hachi's group reports the incident to Shizuma, who has them confront the class again. At night, the Kiri group kidnaps Denki, and informs the classmates that he's being held hostage. Kagura tells him the perpetrator is most likely his former classmate Tsurushi, and he wants to inform Chojuro of the situation, but Boruto convinces them that they'll handle it themselves. The two groups meet, leading to Tsurushi creating a barrier over the vicinity to conceal their presence. As fighting breaks out, Tsurushi dares Kagura to draw a sword, and reveals to Boruto that Kagura is the grandson of the 4th Mizukage, who killed his classmates at the academy. The Konoha students manage to defeat the Kiri Shinobi, as well as Kagura defeating Tsurushi. Hachi's group retreats, and Boruto frees Denki Kaminarimon. Later at the hotel, Kagura discusses with the group about being Kagura's grandson, and the struggle he's faced since accidentally killing his fellow academy classmates. Off Kiri's shore, Mei dines with Shino and Anko, while discussing a treaty between the Land of Fire, Water, Waves, and the Sea. Mei explains that Kirigakure wants the Land of Water to sign the treaty. However, the land itself is opposed, counting on the instability to amass influence, and fearful that the continued expansion of the neighboring nations will endanger them. If conflict ensues, the Land of Fire will also have to get involved. At the hotel, Boruto invites Kagura to play Shinobi bout with his friends, which he accepts. Kagura voices his struggles with his past and sins before winning the card game. Sarada comes in afterwards and tells him he has to do roll call. The next day, Kagura meets with Chojuro, while Tsurushi reports to Shizuma and in return is attacked. Kagura asks to take the candidacy test for Hiramikare, which Chojuro is glad to hear, and hands him the key to the vault the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mistblades are kept. Upon entering the vault and taking Hiramikare, Suigetsu Hozuki watches from afar. Afterwards, Kagura practices using it in the academy, and has Boruto pay him a visit. When he arrives, Kagura thanks him for helping him make up his mind. Their conversation is interrupted when Shizuma catches the two in his water prison technique. Planning to end Kiri's time of peace, Shizuma intends to start a war by killing Hokage's son. Claiming Chojuro and Mei are eliminating villagers who don't agree with their policies, Shizuma attempts to bring Kagura over to his side by bringing up his past, leading to Kagura recounting his time in the academy and being shunned. Continuing to deny Shizuma, he claims Kagura belongs with him, and shows Kagura the scar he gave him. Boruto begins to attack Shizuma. Dodging his attacks, Shizuma has Buntan Kurosuke intercept Boruto's attack, followed by the rest of his allies. Using Boruto's stream, he attempts to attack Shizuma again but is repelled. Coming to his aid, Kagura helps Boruto up, before learning that Shizuma wants him to become a member of the new 7 ninja swordsmen. Drawing Hiradakame, Kagura questions Shizuma and explains that he intends to make a just future. Shizuma tells Boruto to inform his father that war has begun. The group leaves Kagura before Boruto passes out. The group uses Kagura's key to enter the vault containing the rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen swords. As they each pick and equip their sword, it triggers the activation of several puppets, leading to the group swiftly defeating the puppets with their swords. When Kagura brings up the topic of being able to pull off a revolution, Shizuma explains that he has backers in connection with the Land of Water's daimyo, who would likely disagree with Chojoro's administration. He goes on saying that he plans on installing Kagura as Mizukage, so Yagura's blood would continue to rule in Kiri and the village would accept Kagura. When Mei and Chojoro discover the vault has been emptied, Chojoro suspects Shizuma coaxed Kagura into giving them the key. Resolving to have him execute if they attack villagers, Boruto and Sarada approach the pair. Boruto explains that Kagura only went along with Shizuma as doing so would spare his life, though it doesn't change Chojoro's mindset as he believes Shinobi should know the consequences for breaking the rules. Boruto suggests they downplay the crisis as an incident between two kids who don't know any better. While Mei disagrees with the solution, Boruto threatens to use the injury he received from Shizuma to stir a diplomatic incident between the two villages, leading to Chojoro agreeing on Boruto's suggestion only on the condition that he accompanies the pair of students in resolving the situation within a time limit. While Shizuma and Buntan discuss the upcoming conflict, Kagura dreads what he might have to do should Boruto interfere. Iwabi goes for a walk as he and Denki notice Boruto's absence during the day. Boruto and Sarada ask Denki to come up with an excuse that they'd be absent during roll call. Finding the matter sketchy, Shikadai, Nara, and Inajin Yamanaka decide not to ignore the matter. Iwabi overhears Tsurushi talking to himself about Boruto and Kagura, leading to Iwabi's pressing him for information. Noticing Suigetsu's presence, he approaches the student and tells Orochimaru wants Mitsuki not to get involved. Picking up that Suigetsu isn't fond of the delinquent swordsman, Mitsuki inquires about his presence in the village and decides to do as he pleases. Shikadai and Inajin watch the exchange from a rooftop where they're discovered by Suigetsu. The situation gives Mitsuki an idea on how to deal with Shizuma, and Suigetsu hands him a scroll. As the 7 swordsmen attempt to destroy the village's memorial stone, they're interrupted by Boruto and Sarada, who are accompanied by Chojuro. Wanting to kill the Mizukage, Shizuma erects a barrier around them all. Hibichiko halts Chojuro's movements with wire, followed by Ichiroto Oniyuzu decimating the ground below Sarada with Shibuki, resulting in her falling into a cavern below. Hasaku, Onimichi, and Hibichiko voice their grievances to Chojuro, who accepts some of their criticism but also discusses Kagura. The two and Kyoho Fuifuki attack him, during which Ichiroto becomes concerned that others will play for too long, allowing reinforcements to arrive. Boruto sees Kagura approaching him, Hiramikata in hand. Buntan attacks Sarada with lightning from Kiba. Sarada blocks her attack and activates Sharingan. Buntan continues throwing lightning balls at Sarada, who dodges them. Buntan comments on getting the face of Sharingan and lures Sarada into a trap. Kyoho misses his attack. Chojuro goads Hasaku into attacking him, using the attack to cut some of the wires holding him in place, allowing him to grab his own sword and cut their ass. Ichiroto watches and comments from afar. Sarada blocks another one of Buntan's attacks and causes her to retreat to avoid Genjutsu. Buntan remotely controls Kiba to attack Sarada. As she dodges the sword, Sarada notices water around. Creating a lightning fish, Buntan limits Sarada's mobility to small rocks in the water, and continues attacking from a distance so Sarada can't read her hand seals. Boruto tries talking Kagura down from fighting. Chojuro fights Hasaku, Kyoho, and Hibichiko. Buntan finally manages to cause Sarada to fall prey to her lightning fish, but it turns out only to be a shadow clone. Buntan tells Sarada how her father died by Naruto's hand without knowing of her existence. Sarada charges ahead with Buntan in sight, starts countering her with her own copied lightning release. Buntan uses Kiba to cover herself in lightning release and throws Sarada into the water in the path of the lightning fish. Shizuma moves in to kill Boruto himself, but Kagura steps forward to do it. Buntan and Sarada clash, and Buntan recalls her unhappy childhood. Chojuro defeats Hibichiko and Hasaku, causing Kyoho to surrender. Ichiroto prepares to attack Chojuro from afar, but is interrupted by Iwabi, who manages to cut him down. Ichiroto explodes Shibuki trying to take him down. Sarada notices Buntan's fish causes bubbles as it swims. Buntan decapitates Sarada only for it to be Genjutsu, which Sarada used since she got close enough to copy her jutsu. Sarada also points out that during all of her fight, her fish has been electrolyzing the water, building up hydrogen gas in the area. Sarada detonates it with an explosive tag, defeating Buntan before passing out from exhaustion. Kagura continues attacking Boruto, claiming how they grew up is completely different. Kagura tells Boruto he's never understood his upbringing and attacks. He seemingly bisects Boruto, but it's only a shadow clone. Kagura continues to attack Boruto with Shizua's approval, who tells him to use more of Hiramikari's power. Boruto reminds Kagura what he said about being the only one who decides how he lives, and Kagura responds that he's there because Shizuma acknowledged him. Boruto is unconvinced due to Kagura's expression. Boruto feints with 3 clones and attacks Kagura using his jacket, landing a hit. Boruto continues to dodge and block Kagura's attacks. Shizuma interrupts their fight and begins swaying Kagura again. But Boruto argues that Chojuro wouldn't have given him Hiramikare if he thought he was what Shizuma claims he is. Shizuma claims Chojuro has secretly assassinated all those opposing him, and then he'll create a just future by hiding nothing and exposing everything. Mitsuki arrives and shows everyone the scroll Suigetsu gave him, with intel revealing that his high echelon associates who have secretly been dealing with the Land of Waves have just confessed to having their opponents assassinated. Shizuma is unconcerned about it, as he just wants the return of the Bloody Mist regardless. Shizuma didn't expect Kagura to farm so far in his plans. When Mitsuki asks him about his motives, Shizuma reveals that he wants war because he finds it funny. Using his own blood and Samehara, Shizuma turns the mist around them red. Mitsuki and Boruto attack Shizuma, pushing him back slightly until Shizuma absorbs Mitsuki's water release with Samehara, causing his scales to rip through the bandages. They also learn that Samehara is also absorbing their chakra from their wounds to the red mist. Boruto attacks with clones, and Mitsuki manages to get close enough to cut Shizuma's throat, but it's only a water clone. This deception lets the real Shizuma pin Mitsuki down with water spikes. Mitsuki manages to avoid a fatal hit with wind release. Though alive, Mitsuki is exhausted, so Shizuma turns his attention to Boruto. Shizuma finds it a waste that Kagura won't kill Boruto. Mitsuki draws Samehara's attention with a shadow clone, while Boruto and his own clones propel him forward with wind release, landing a powerful hit and disarming him in the process. Shizuma comes at Boruto with a water sword, but Kagura blocks it, asking Shizuma to stop. Shizuma reconnects with Samehara, which begins turning him into a shark-like monster. Chojuro arrives after evacuating the others and explains Samehara's nature, saying it claims Shizuma because of his experience. Chojuro wants to finish him with Hiramikare, but Kagura convinces him to let him use it. Kagura engages Shizuma, but is weakened after having chakra drained. Boruto comes to his aid and takes half the weapon. Together they manage to separate Shizuma from Samehara, ending the fight. Iwabi arrives with Tsurushi, who is carrying Sarada, who warns Boruto to be late for roll call. Iwabi carries Boruto, and the Konoha students depart as the red mist dissipates. Boruto's class bids Kirigakure farewell. Chocho arrives late, having bought numerous souvenirs. Boruto notices Kagura's absence, unaware that he's watching the ship depart from afar. Boruto returns home and is confused by Himawari's sullen attitude as he recounts their excursion. At the academy, Boruto, Sarada, and Iwabi are called to Iriko's office. Boruto conjures a cover story, but it turns out that Chojuro sent the academy a notice praising the 3 for their actions, and the 3 are given detention. Suigetsu reports the events of Kirigakure to Orochimaru. Orochimaru implies to have facilitated the conflicts in order to make moving around easier. Suigetsu reports Shizuma and his accomplices have been silently arrested and put into rehabilitation facilities. Orochimaru comments on how Boruto managed to acquire evidence against Shizuma to Suigetsu's discomfort. Later, Kagura tries overcoming his fear of wielding swords. Boruto asks Hinata about Himawari's attitude, and is shocked when she reminds him he promised her souvenirs from his trip. Boruto tries confessing to Himawari that he forgot it, but he can't bring himself to do so he lies and said he got her sweets that were already mixed up in a friend's luggage. Boruto tries getting some from his classmates, but they've already eaten theirs. Mitsuki and Sarada find Boruto after he's asked everyone, and Sarada tells him about the store Chocho showed her. Boruto finds a store, and sees that it has the sweets. However, the shopkeeper refuses to sell them to him. When he sees the shopkeeper play Shinobi bout, they bet on it. Mitsuki points out to Boruto that he can see the shopkeeper's cards in reflection. Instead of cheating, he points it out to the shopkeeper, who asks to reshuffle. The shopkeeper asks them to leave and gives Boruto the sweets for free. On his way home, Boruto comes across Tayori, who delivers a message from Kagura where he apologizes to Boruto. Boruto gets home, gives Himawari his sweets, and confesses to having forgotten to buy them in the trip. In preparation for the academy graduation exams, Inojin decides to start making photocopies of his drawings in advance, instead of drawing them in battle, much to Sai's concern. Chocho and Shikadai spar against Choji. Inojin tries to use the copies made in advance, but they crumble before landing an attack. Inojin tries using his own drawing, but it crumbles in the same way, leaving him concerned that he's no longer able to use the jutsu. At the end of the day, Sai explains to her the jutsu failed because of the copies, but refuses to elaborate further, and suggests Inojin enter an art competition. Inojin deduces Sai knows why the jutsu is failing, but Sai is certain that just telling Inojin the reason won't fix it. Inojin is shocked when Himawari wins the contest, with a drawing Inojin deems inferior. He thinks she won because she's the Hokage's daughter. Sai is concerned Inojin won't be able to use Super Beast imitating drawing anymore, and suggests that he look at how Inojin and Himawari's drawings differ. Inojin tries, but is unable to come up with anything that will explain why his jutsu is failing. Sai goes to the academy as a guest lecturer, as during mission Shinobi are likely to need drawing maps and sketching persons of interest. Sai has the students sketch Chocho. Inojin is perplexed why Sai considers Boruto might be able to use Super Beast imitating drawing based on his drawing, which Inojin deems awful. Inojin tries performing the jutsu, but his drawings collapse quickly and even struggle to leave the paper. Chocho comments how unusual it is for Inojin to get worked up like that, but Inojin shrugs it off, saying he'll just focus on his mother's jutsu from now on instead. At the training hall, Shino has Inojin, Chocho, and Shikadai face against Metal Lee, Denki, and Iobi. Inojin takes over Iobi's body briefly, but his lack of practice allows Iobi to break free, allowing his team to counterattack. Chocho hands Inojin his drawing supplies, but his hesitation leaves him open to Lee's attack. Shino declares Team Iobi the leader. Sai and Ino discuss Inojin. Sai's Himawari teaches art lesson. She gets interested when she learns of Inojin's jutsu, but Inojin does nothing. At home, Inojin begins gathering his drawing supplies to throw them away. Ino questions his decision, and he finds one of his first drawings from when he was little. Inojin asks Himawari to teach him, but she has no idea what to do. When Inojin's jutsu fails again, it blows Himawari's drawing away. They chase after it, but it flies above the water. Inojin realizes that the difference between his recent drawings and Himawari's is that hers have motion put into it. Inojin is able to animate his drawing and saves Himawari's. At her request, Inojin animates her drawing. Inojin shows his parents his recovery, and Sai shows him his favorite drawing from Inojin, their family together. The next day, Inojin is sorry that Himawari's drawings disappeared from the paper after his jutsu, but she is unconcerned, deciding she'll just draw another and make her father even happier. Graduation Exams Arc. Boruto finds his classmates are generally concerned with the upcoming graduation exams, leaving them no time to hang out. Boruto finds Shikadai, Inojin, and Chocho, who are exhausted from training. He tries starting a conversation with the three to discuss their training. Mitsuki wonders why Boruto is asking like that and points out a thinner Ganguro Kamakura, Kagemasa's actor on TV, speaking about eating a famous carb. So good it said one never forgets the taste. Boruto proposes they eat it as well. Boruto invites other classmates. Shikadai asks Boruto about his commitment over camping for the carb, something he usually finds tedious. Boruto confides that he wants them to all do something together before going their separate ways after graduation. At home, Sakura notices Sarada's lack of excitement over going camping, and her complaints over Boruto remind her to her recalled amusement of her own complaints about Naruto during their academy days. Sarada finds the idea of treating the Hokage like that unimaginable, but her mom points out that to her, he's always just been Naruto. While they weren't that close at the academy, he's now a dear friend that's closer than family. She doesn't know if friendship is forever, but the friends she made are still her friends today. Boruto and his classmates set up at the camping site. They go fishing for the carp, but fail to catch anything. One of the caretakers says the rains have caused the carp to hide in the rocks, making them that much harder to catch. Boruto almost fishes one, but reels in too hard, causing the line to break. At night, they eat curry. Boruto goes fishing again. Sarada and Sumire follow him. Boruto and Sarada end up arguing. Sumire finds it amusing and thanks Boruto for helping her change. The carp catches on Boruto's line and starts pulling him in. Sarada helps Boruto pull the carp, and Sumire summons Nue using his chakra to strengthen the line so it won't break. Their classmates arrive and each use their ninjutsu to help reel the carp in. They all eat the carp, and Sumire points out the starry sky above them. At the moon, Toneri struggles to smooth over space-time distortions. During a parent-teacher conference, Shino informs Hinata that despite the occasional lack of commitment with classes, Boruto's performance is exceptional. When asked what type of shinobi he wants to be, he concerns with the lack of interest in anything particular, and confident that he'll figure out something by graduation. Shino shares his concerns about Boruto with Anko. Boruto and his friends discuss their parent-teacher conferences. Despite the examples his friends gave him, Boruto still hasn't found a compelling reason to become a shinobi. They discuss the structure of the graduation exams, proctors, and past exams. After class, Boruto is approached by Sukiya, who is writing a story about graduating students. Boruto takes Sukiya to interview his classmates. After interviewing them, Sukiya asks Boruto why he joined the academy, and Boruto mentions trying to be better than his father. At home, Boruto asks Hinata why she became a shinobi, and she tells him about how as a Hyuga, at the time it was simply expected of her and her late cousin Neji, and surprises Boruto by telling him how strict his grandfather was. Hinata is confident that both she and Naruto will support Boruto when he becomes a shinobi or not, though Boruto wonders if Naruto would really feel that way, noticing his absence once more. The next day, Boruto notices Namida and Wasabi discussing, and Sarada tells him that Namida decided not to be a shinobi. Sukiya tells Boruto that with declining demand for shinobi, skills developed in the academy become valuable in non-shinobi fields. Boruto tries to get Mitsuki to be interviewed by Sukiya, but he is late for his own parent-teacher conference. Orochimaru meets with Naruto. Shikamaru doesn't trust Orochimaru completely, but Naruto still thanks him for his analysis of Danzo's data, which was beneficial for Sasuke's investigation. Boruto finds Sarada hesitant to get involved in Namida and Wasabi's issue, until Boruto finds out that she's afraid to get involved in a matter like this. She'll never surpass Naruto's Hokage. Sarada thanks him for the advice and manages to talk Namida into admitting that she really does want to be a shinobi, despite her family issues. Boruto thanks Sukiya for allowing him to hear everyone's stories, asks them to meet when Sukiya covers the graduation exams. Sukiya hints they will and offers him advice going forward. Going home, Boruto asks Mitsuki about his conference, and Mitsuki says he wants to remain a shinobi in Konoha because of Boruto, pointing out how he changed those around him, like Denki, Iobi, Sumire, and Mitsuki himself. Boruto just wants to remain together and is fine with becoming a shinobi first and figuring it out from there. Talking to Iruka, Kakashi removes his Sukiya disguise. Iruka is glad Kakashi volunteered to proctor the graduation exams and asks him not to go too hard on them. Kakashi clarifies that even in peaceful times, they can't allow students with contemptuous attitudes to become shinobi, and that his graduation exam will be a bit challenging, wondering how many will succeed. Boruto's class take the written exam. Denki and Iubi celebrate successfully stealing the questions from the teacher's lounge. Boruto considers it cheating, but Sarada points out Shino telling them to check their questions to make a strategy beforehand, implying the test was their intelligence gathering skills. They wait for their practical exam. Shino grades the written exams and Boruto gets a perfect score. Kakashi notes this and finds Boruto to be a bit too confident. The next day, the class is greeted by Shino, Anko, and Konohamaru at a forest. They explain the rules for the exam, giving each student a white bandana and pointing out targets on themselves. If a student has their bandana taken, they fail, but if a teacher has the target destroyed, they can no longer fight the students. The exam lasts a day. Boruto is unconcerned and Kakashi arrives, revealing himself to be the exam's proctor, intending not to let any troublemaker become a shinobi. Kakashi has a single bell that the students have to take from him, implying only one of them will graduate. Kakashi gives him the signal, but Boruto attacks using kunai, and Kakashi reveals that it's wood. Kakashi remarks that Boruto is similar to Naruto, and they give the go. Various students take different approaches. Some go after Kakashi directly, others are staying back a bit to let others act as distractions. Shikadai planted a chakra on Kakashi, but Shino uses a bug to remove the tracker. Anko uses genjutsu to make a couple teams go around in circles and prepares to fight Shikadai, Inujin, and Chocho. Konohamaru knocks out Renga, Suru, and Hako along with Namida and Wasabi. Boruto doesn't want to waste time on Konohamaru, and Sarada allows him to go straight for Kakashi, believing there's a reason to go after Konohamaru first. Boruto and Mitsuki are blocked by Shino, who Mitsuki decides to deal with. Boruto searches for Kakashi from a giant tree, baits him with a shadow clone. Anko uses snakes against Shikadai, Inujin, and Chocho, but the students she had caught in genjutsu show up, having broken free. Mitsuki prepares to go all out against Shino. Sarada and Sumide use the Sharingan and Nue against Konohamaru. Boruto uses shadow clones against Kakashi. Mitsuki defeats Shino, who tells him to go ahead. Kakashi considers Boruto to be a cut above the rest, but still unsuitable to be a shinobi for lacking one decisive trait. Boruto baits Kakashi with a Boruto stream while coming from the ground below, but Kakashi considers Boruto to have tuning level skills and pins him down for sneaking behind him with a genjutsu, considering this to be the end of the line for Boruto. Kakashi has Boruto pinned down in a way that would require Boruto to break his own arm to break free. He admonishes Boruto's lack of resolve and motivation to change and reveals his Sukiya disguise. Kakashi believes Boruto's influence on his classmates have made them unsuitable to become shinobi. Mitsuki and Iubi attack Kakashi, forcing him to let go of Boruto to defend himself and counterattack, allowing Boruto to escape with Iubi's help. At night, several of the students gather, Wasabi healing Boruto and Boruto wishing she'd look after Mitsuki, who is injured by Kakashi. Boruto tells them of Kakashi's assessment of their class and Boruto's influence and apologizes. Iubi aggressively tells Boruto that he's made this far because of Boruto, something he intends on telling Kakashi. Denki and Sumide share Iubi's opinion. Mitsuki also tells Boruto that by watching him, he'll learn to do things for other people by his own volition. The group takes notice of the 24-hour time limit, and they still have their bandanas despite some of them being knocked out unconscious before, and that while injured, the teachers might get in pursuit. Boruto determines the exam to be a test of their resolve. The targets, bandanas, and the bell all hide the real test, namely how they choose to tackle the problem. Kakashi, Anko, and Konohamaru discuss the exams watching over the captured students, saying the class will fail if they don't come to rescue them. Boruto formulates a strategy. As the fastest in the class, Metal and Wasabi will distract Anko, while Sumide has Nue under the cover of several smoke bombs stealthily equip the captured students with earplugs as Namida also sneaks in. The Anko they fight turns out to be a clone, but the real one gets knocked out by a frightened Namida with a sonic scream. They finish freeing the captive students. Boruto distracts Konohamaru, allowing Denki, Iubi, and Mitsuki to lock them in place with Fuinjutsu, almost suffering a heavy hit from Sarada. Konohamaru stops a punch from Denki at his target, but he gets hit anyway. Sarada and Boruto had transformed into one another, allowing Sarada to get close enough to cast Sharingan Genjutsu on him not to notice Denki's kunai in his fist. Suru arrives, telling them only Kakashi remains. At sunrise, Boruto attacks Kakashi with shadow clones. His classmates are disguised as Boruto clones. Kakashi knocks him down as well, but when Boruto gets close enough and signals it, they all hold Kakashi down with Fuinjutsu as they do with Konohamaru. When Boruto gets too close to the bell, Kakashi uses lightning release against them, but they don't fall back. Boruto only manages to ring the bell before the 24 hours are up. Kakashi passes them all. They're all confused as they didn't get the bell. Kakashi explains that they wouldn't have been able to acquire the bell at all. He explains that in the shinobi world, those who break the rules are called scum, but those who don't value their comrades are worse, and when they all came together as a team, that's when they passed. Shino congratulates them and releases the transformation on the bandanas, which before had protectors all along. The students celebrate. Iruka scolds Kakashi for being too rough on the students. Boruto leaves home after breakfast with it wearing his forehead protector, putting it on only after being out of his parents' line of sight. Shikamaru drops by Naruto's house to inform him of his various duties for the day. At the academy, the Genin discuss and wonder how they'll be put into teams. When Namida warns everyone Shino's arriving, Iubi's sudden movement causes him to bump into Boruto, knocking him to Sarada, almost kissing her by accident, but she blocks him with her foot. Shino arrives after a brief explanation on a three-man teams. Shino begins informing the Genin of their teams. Denki, Metal, and Iubi are Team 5. Wasabi, Sumide, and Namida are Team 15. Hoki, Hako, and Renga are Team 25, Enko, Doshu, and Suru are Team 40, Inujin, Chocho, and Shikadai are Team 10, much like their parents were, leaving Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki as Team 3. Sarada questions being on the same team as Boruto, as while she acknowledges his skill, she doesn't feel they're compatible, putting their team's teamwork into question. Sarada feels she can't afford to take detours from her goal of becoming Hokage. Konohamaru informs that she can appeal her decision to the Hokage. After the Genin leave, Konohamaru and Shino discuss how requests for changing teams have never been approved. Boruto and Sarada arrive at the Hokage's office, but Shikamaru informs that Naruto is out on business, and he can't disclose the location. In the interest of finding Naruto, Boruto and Sarada call a truce. Mitsuki arrives with a copy of Naruto's schedule, having taken a look while Shikamaru is distracted with Boruto and Sarada. Elsewhere, Naruto tests some shinobi's ability to protect the village by having them restrain him with a barrier, which he easily overcomes. Shikamaru checks who the Hokage's escort is for the day to inform them of Boruto and Sarada, and is amused to learn who it is. Mirai is notified about Boruto and Sarada. She refuses to let the three through. Mirai cuts the support ropes to the bridge they're crossing, but Mitsuki uses snakes to secure it. While Boruto fights Mirai, Sarada observes her with a Sharingan, looking for a vulnerability. Mirai notices Sarada's Sharingan and traps her in Genjutsu, requiring Boruto to snap her out of it. Mirai successfully repels them. Boruto and Sarada argue. Konohamaru arrives and comments on Mirai's strength. Mitsuki tells Boruto and Sarada they're trying too hard to be compatible, and in doing so are not making the most of their individual skills. Boruto is too concerned with what Sarada will do, and Sarada is overlying on a Sharingan. Boruto goes at Mira with shadow clones, but keeps them hidden under the bridge. Sarada uses Shuriken to distract Mira and notices the damage done by Mira's chakra blades on the deflected Shuriken. She uses Shuriken to distract Mira, allowing Boruto to knock her off balance in a section of the bridge she damaged, where a hidden shadow clone pulls her off the bridge. Konohamaru compliments them after pointing out the value of hard-earned cooperation, and asks Sarada if she'd still like to request another team. Sarada changes her mind about the team, but would like to request Naruto something else. Naruto informs the Shinobi he's training that they must be prepared to protect Konoha from attacks at any moment. The Genin and Konohamaru arrive, and Sarada requests that they have the Team 7 designation, which Naruto grants. Sarada complains to Mitsuki about Boruto's lateness interfering with her achieving her goals. She asks Mitsuki about what missions he likes to do. He tells her he's happy doing whatever Boruto is doing, prompting her to ask if he does something of his own free will. He explains he chose that of his own will and thinks back to the past. He remembers waking up under Orochimaru's care and dropping a cup of medicine while taking it. Orochimaru instructs Suigetsu to escort him while he's fully awake. Mitsuki has no memory of who he was. Orochimaru comments to a hooded individual that this is the 6th time that something has happened. Mitsuki asks Suigetsu why he was in bed. Suigetsu answers he was injured in a mission with Orochimaru, figuring he doesn't remember the bad parts. Suigetsu suddenly attacks Mitsuki, who mobilizes him. Mitsuki almost stabs Suigetsu with the kunai taken from him, but blocks it with his arm when Suigetsu commends him. Suigetsu comments his body remembers he's a shinobi and breaks free of Mitsuki's hold by liquefying his arm. He explains Mitsuki was captured and had his memories erased, and that Orochimaru would have been disappointed had his abilities also been erased. Suigetsu takes Mitsuki to Orochimaru, who introduces himself as Mitsuki's parent. He explains a certain shinobi they call Log has stolen his memories, which they have to retrieve. Mitsuki asks why they were after him in the first place, and Orochimaru explains that he wants the intel Log has acquired, which is why he has to be taken alive. He dismisses Mitsuki's concern about his memories also being altered, and his question of which parent Orochimaru is. Mitsuki just wants to know who he is. They go after Log. Orochimaru has Mitsuki disrupt Log's barrier, which Log detects. They meet Log, who intended to go after them himself. He tries paralyzing them, but it only works Mitsuki. Log and Orochimaru battle, their speed impressing Mitsuki. Orochimaru attempts to use snakes to poison him, but his armor blocks their fangs. Log uses a jutsu to have his armor cover Orochimaru and hold him in place. Orochimaru tells Mitsuki he can use senjutsu. Log moves in to strike Mitsuki, but is paralyzed himself with the venom of a small snake. Orochimaru manages to slip through the gaps in his armor. Orochimaru tasks Mitsuki with watching over Log while he goes in search of something. Log asks Mitsuki to take off his mask and tells him Orochimaru is deceiving him. Mitsuki removes Log's mask, revealing him to be an older version of Mitsuki. Log explains they're both synthetic humans created by Orochimaru. He goes on to say the thing Orochimaru is after is the original source from which they were both cultured, and that he is stolen but couldn't destroy, as Orochimaru held the key to open his container. Log wanted to destroy it as it was created by Orochimaru's narcissism and greed, saying that when he escaped Orochimaru, he just created another. Log wants to destroy Orochimaru. Orochimaru returns and says the manner of their creation is irrelevant, and that he loves him the same. Orochimaru and Log each press their opinion on Mitsuki, causing him to snap and activate his stage transformation, stating that as a child he is not interested in what they, the adults, think. He takes the container and the key and leaves. Orochimaru comments on Mitsuki's achievement with Log, revealed to be the hooded individual Orochimaru talked to earlier. Orochimaru is glad that on the 6th try, Mitsuki was able to make his own decision, not wanting to erase his memory again for the 7th. Orochimaru hopes that by finding a sun who will show Mitsuki the light, Mitsuki himself can be a moon that illuminates the darkness. Inside the container, Mitsuki finds a photo of Boruto. In the present, Boruto arrives and the three leave for a mission. Genin Mission Arc. Boruto joins his team on the way to the Hokage's office, where they're to be assigned their first mission. When Konohamaru explains that as new shinobi fresh from the academy, they'll only receive low-rank missions at first, Boruto thinks they should get those missions over with, so they get high-rank missions. Naruto overhears him and says that no mission is something to just get over with. Their first mission is to expel bandits from a small village called Green Banks. Due to a drought, both Green Banks and neighboring farming villages have poor harvests, and Green Banks is having its food stolen from storehouses. Boruto still thinks the mission to be easy, and when Konohamaru says the team should take the assignment more seriously, angering Sarada for loving her Boruto, Naruto tells them that even as a D-rank mission, it's important that they should give their all. At home, Boruto asks Hinata about her first mission. She recalls being nervous back then as there were wars and missions were more dangerous. She tells him that his first mission isn't really something to be excited about. Team 7 departs for the mission. Naruto tells Shikamaru he has filled Konohamaru in on the details of the mission and remembers Shikadai as also having his first mission. His mission is to escort a rich lady around. Shikadai and Itajin carry her purchase while Chocho engages in conversation with her. On the way to Green Bank, Sarada tells Boruto to not do anything that would reflect poorly on her record, as to not hinder her path to becoming Hokage. As the two bicker, Mitsuki comments they get along well, angering both. Konohamaru stresses the importance of what Naruto told them and adds that they should not try resolving things on their own. A rustle nearby gets the Genin on edge, but it's just a wild boar, and Konohamaru comments they have a long way to go if they get startled so easily. They reach a suspended bridge to Green Banks and ring a bell to announce themselves. Kiri sees their children and doubts their skills, but lowers the bridge nonetheless. Team 7 is informed of the recent passing of the previous village leader around the time the attack started and that his daughter has taken over his position. They're introduced to Kiri, who informs them as they've been able to deal with the bandits on their own for a while, other villages have also hired shinobi. Konohamaru asks the Genin to speak with Kiri in private. Konohamaru tells Kiri that the conflict with other shinobi will make it at least a B-rank mission, which he believes the Genin are not prepared for. When the three discuss the implications of not completing the mission, they hear a commotion, find an enemy shinobi that has killed a villager, and Boruto engages in combat. Konohamaru interferes when Boruto is attacked, and Ashimaru is told to retreat. Konohamaru tells Kiri to be honest with them, as they can't make a strategy without knowing what the other village is really after. Kiri reveals they want the deed of the bridge. The enemy shinobi are informed about Konoha's involvement. At night, they attack again by setting one of the houses on fire. Boruto saves a villager from being attacked, and other villagers start attacking them. Konohamaru determines they're being controlled with genjutsu. The villager Boruto saved holds Kiri hostage. Sarada tries locating the genjutsu user with his Sharingan, but fails. Mitsuki uses his wind release to knock down the controlled villagers, figuring anyone strong enough to resist it should be the enemy shinobi. All the villagers are knocked down, and Boruto notices Kiri has been taken, determining that the one who got her must be working with the enemy. Konohamaru scolds Boruto for acting on his own without warning. Sarada attends to Boruto's injury. Konohamaru confirms the involvement of Pale Blue Valley hired shinobi when a ransom note demands the bridge's deed in exchange for Kiri's life. With Kiri in captivity, Iori confesses to be working with the Pale Blue Valley, having done so since killing her father. He was offered a lot of money for the bridge deed and counted on Kiri to fail by trying to resolve the issue all by herself, but didn't count on her hiring Konoha Shinobi. The Green Banks villagers offer Konohamaru the deed and ask the team to save Kiri. Team Konohamaru plans on how to rescue her. Iori delivers Kiri to Hidari and is killed by Ashimaru, telling him that they're former shinobi. Hidari proposes trading Kiri for the deed to Konohamaru. Konohamaru makes the trade, but Hidari tries disposing of him with the supposed tag left under Yuri's corpse. Hidari and Ashimaru attack Konohamaru, who tosses Kiri aside for Boruto to catch. Konohamaru insists the Genin take Kiri away while he deals with Hidari and Ashimaru. Hidari manages to immobilize Konohamaru with a trap and sends Ashimaru to deal with the Genin. They stop and set up traps so they can tend to Kiri's injury. Kiri explains how her need to do things alone stems from having to live up to her father's reputation. Ashimaru catches up to them and they decide to fight him. Hidari goes in to kill Konohamaru, who forcefully dispels his jutsu with a wind release, Rasengan. Konohamaru deliberately misses the attack, and Hidari feigns in disbelief of the damage. Mitsuki and Boruto engage Ashimaru while Sarada analyzes him with the Sharingan. She determines Ashimaru doesn't bother dodging attacks, just blocking them and counterattacking. Boruto and Mitsuki employ wind release to send Sarada towards Ashimaru at high speeds, her Sharingan allowing her to read his attacks, avoiding his counterattack and landing her on finishing blow. Konohamaru catches up with them, the deed in hand. They return Kiri and the deed to Greenbanks, where Kiri apologizes for trying to take everything on her own. Back at Konoha, Konohamaru reports to Naruto. Boruto talks with Shikadai, Iwabi, and Denki about their first missions. Team Konohamaru finishes a mission of capturing a runaway pet, much to Boruto's chagrin. They return the pet to its owner. Boruto voices his displeasure with the simple neighborhood-based missions they've been assigned so far. Sarada points out that those are missions usually assigned to Genin. At the mission assignment desk, Boruto requests a flashier mission. Konohamaru points out that Boruto probably got the wrong impression about missions, since missions with combat against other shinobi like his first mission are very rare in times of peace. Konohamaru points out that their former classmates are doing similarly low-key missions, and adds that through these missions they get to learn about the village. Boruto asks if Naruto fed him that line. A news report informs that an armed robbery was stopped by Kiba and Lee. Boruto buys a newly released game, a sequel to a game he really likes, and offers to teach Mitsuki so they can play together. Sarada informs Boruto and Mitsuki that they've been summoned by Konohamaru to deal with a bank robber, which sparks Boruto's interest. Boruto is disappointed by the scene at the bank. They're greeted by Captain Kotaro Fuma of the police force, who's in charge of the situation. There are no hostages, and their mission is to talk the robber out of exploding himself along with the bank. Despite being disappointed by the situation, Boruto is still committed to finish the mission. He goes inside the bank by himself, trying to act as a negotiator, and then as a hostage for the robber, all the while noting the robber's ineptitude. Boruto doesn't find Haguruma to be someone who would rob a bank, and Haguruma tells him that he was fired from his job. He was a game programmer, and after he and his team had to deal with an unforgiving schedule, they decided to file a complaint against their boss. The boss somehow learned of it and fabricated evidence that Haguruma was selling company secrets to rivals, leading to his firing. After being made an example by other employees, no other company would hire him, and with no income, his debts piled up. Boruto identifies with Haguruma when he mentions no longer caring about the job since others don't know what befell him. Haguruma feels better having told Boruto his story and activates the bomb. He feels blowing himself up the day the last game he worked on is released would be a good final protest against his boss. Boruto reveals he just bought the game and that he was a great fan of the first one. Boruto's passion from the game moves Haguruma, who gives up blowing himself up. When he can't deactivate the bomb because of his issues with the trigger, Boruto instead fries the device with lightning release. Boruto comes out of the bank with Haguruma. At the police station, the captain informs the team that after seeing that the device would not have caused any casualties and that Haguruma was under extreme emotional duress, the punishment was not likely to be severe. When Mitsuki asks what Haguruma will do now, Boruto asks Denki to find him a job at his family's company. Captain Kotaro informs Konohamaru that someone instigated Haguruma into barricading himself in the bank. Just then, a fellow officer gives him surprising news. Outside, masked individuals are on the move. Byakuya Gang Arc. Kotaro and Konohamaru inform Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki that the hostage situation was just a distraction, allowing noble thieves called the Byakuya Gang to steal jewels from the vault. Boruto insists on going in the vault with them, feeling cold from the security system. Considering the security measures in place, Kotaro suspects an inside job. Outside the vault, Sarada finds a frozen flower. 5 days go by without any new developments. Denki explains to Boruto that noble thieves steal from the rich and give to the poor. Boruto asks Shikadai his opinion on it, and is surprised to learn when Shikadai answers that they must have their reasons, as there is more to what they know than they learned in the academy. Their talk is keeping Shikadai from understanding a shogi strategy he's studying. Sarada makes a breakthrough in the case and informs Boruto and Mitsuki on her theory on an ice release user, who would have brought their body temperature down not to trigger the thermal sensors. At Boruto's suggestion, they don't report their findings so as to be kept in the loop on the investigation. Boruto takes him to Katasuke to find out more about ice release without alerting the investigation. Shikadai saves a child from injuring himself too seriously when playing with explosive tags, and a bystander picks up a shogi piece he drops. Katasuke confirms their ice release theory and shows them a more clandestine side of Konoha where they might find the Byakuya Gang. They find a posting about selling the stolen jewels. Shikadai still struggles with the shogi strategy, and the bystander returns the shogi piece. The two talk and play shogi for hours. Shikadai offers him the set, having more at home, hoping to play against him again the next day. Shikadai asks his father to teach him new tactics, and Shikamaru gets carried away, angering Tamari when he ignores her call for dinner. Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki meet with the thief, pretending to be a buyer. The thief they're meeting is a decoy rigged with explosive tags. The real thief questions their allegiance to the rich, considering them to be thieves themselves. He uses the jewel for a distraction to flee, but leaves them a trail of frozen footprints to follow. They follow the footprints to the water system by a mountainside and up the mountainside to an impoverished village. The thief traps him with ice and reveals the jewel was already sold, as profit used to fix the water system for the village. Boruto doesn't pursue the thief when he frees them and is later conflicted about the case. The thief reports to a partner who says another plan is already set up. The thief leaves for guard duty. Shikadai waits for his shogi partner. As usual, search procedures yielded no results. Kotaro drafts the recently graduated Genin into the search for the Byakuya Gang, instructing them to report anything unusual as they go about their regular missions, and not to engage them in battle. The Genin discuss what to do if they're attacked, and Iwabi is surprised by Boruto's reluctance to battle. The Byakuya Gang commits a robbery near where Team 5 is aiding a construction company. Iwabi pursues them as they flee, and blocks their escape with earth walls. However, they easily break free, and Metal is injured when protecting Denki from an icicle. At the hospital, Uran lectures Iwabi and tells him to stay home. as they watch news reports on the Byakuya Gang and see that they're well received by poorer populations. At home, Himawari asks Hinata about the gang, and while Boruto agrees with helping those in need, he disagrees with hurting others to do so, and considers Naruto responsible, seeing these social inequities in question to be due to his ineffectiveness. Later, the Genin discuss the gang, their merits and methods. The Byakuya Gang prepares the robbery of a pawn shop. Ryogi decides to go ahead, claiming he wants to memorize the area. The others are concerned that Ryogi will betray them, but Gekko doesn't share their opinion. Boruto goes to Kotasuke for more games. Spotting Shikadai in the park, Tamari tells him that she'll be busy because every Chunin and above is going on missions because of the Byakuya Gang. Shikadai and Ryogi play shogi. They discuss the village and recent attacks until Boruto arrives and shows Shikadai the limited edition games he got from Kotasuke. Shikadai introduces Boruto and Ryogi to one another. Boruto finds Ryogi to be familiar. A cold wind blows when Ryogi leaves. At the pawn shop, Ryogi arrives late and warns him not to flee towards the park to avoid coming across Genin. Sumire and Wasabi notice them robbing the pawn shop, but as they leave, the gang spots them and attacks. Tamari attacks the gang, Namida arriving with her. 3 of them escape, while Tamari chases the other back to the park, passing by Boruto and Shikadai. Tamari asks them for diversions, but he manages to escape. Tamari, having picked up on Shikadai's hesitation, tells him that it's okay to take risks sometimes, otherwise all the great things will pass him by. Ryogi regroups with the rest of the gang, and Gekko receives words of support from the other villages and decides to go ahead with the next phase of his plan. A protest against the Kaminarimon Company is held, over supposed exploitative practices. The Byakuya Gang is pleased with the growing turmoil in Konoha. Ryogi confirms to Gekko that this is all ultimately for justice. Sai and Shikamaru report to Naruto the latest developments, and they speculate possible reasons and outcomes. Boruto goes to check on the situation with his friends. Shikadai acts detached from the situation when asked about it, confusing the others. Ryogi thinks back to how he became part of the Byakuya Gang. One day his father returned home fatally injured from a mission. When Ryogi's mother tried to help, she was also killed in front of him. The assailant tried attacking Ryogi, who tapped into his ice release abilities to stop him before passing out. When he woke up, Gekko told him he killed the man who attacked him, and then the funeral for his parents was over. Gekko offered to teach Ryogi, who accepted the offer. Gekko introduced Ryogi to the Byakuya Gang, claiming to be the real job he and his father did, besides shinobi work. Gekko claimed that he and Ryogi's father began questioning their role as shinobi, tasked with only fulfilling missions as ordered by those above him, acting as pawns. Thinking back to his mother's words about his father helping people, Ryogi decided to join the Byakuya Gang. Gekko finds Ryogi reminiscing about the past and notices the shogi piece in his hand. Ryogi says it from a friend, and while Gekko outwardly encourages him, once out of earshot says it soon won't matter anyway. Ryogi meets with Shikadai to play shogi, and they play until after dusk, with Shikadai beating him. Shikadai asks Ryogi if he's with the Byakuya Gang, noting he knew the reputation of Katasuke's lab despite claiming to be a recent arrival, concluding that he had known that from casing the village. Ryogi tries deflecting, but Shikadai points out the lamp Ryogi brought with him to play after dark is on the list of stolen goods. Ryogi reacts to the claim and notices Shikadai tricked him into confirming his suspicion. Shikadai doesn't intend to turn him in, but wants him to stop. When Shikadai says he'll end up being someone else's pawn, Ryogi gets angry. He says Shikadai doesn't understand him at all, and accuses Shikadai of not bothering trying to surpass him in anything he does, not even trying to stop him from fleeing. Ryogi leaves and meets up with the rest of the Byakuya Gang. Gekko says it's time to implement the final part of their plan. After Ryogi leaves Shikadai, Chocho and Inojin arrive, telling him they've been requested due to the protests against the Kaminarimon Company. Gekko and Ryogi watch as protesters march against the Kaminarimon Company. Gekko praising Ryogi's strategy. One of the leading protesters has a mark on his neck. Ryogi mulls over what Shikadai might do. At the police station, the Genin are shown flyers that have been distributed inciting violence among the Kaminarimon Company. As the protesters are only ordinary citizens instead of shinobi, there's only so much a shinobi can do against them without using excessive force. Boruto feels conflicted having to go against citizens. Kotaro distributes the assignments. Team Moegi is assigned to spot near the company headquarters. At the hospital, Iobi is frustrated having to stay put, but Lee tells him that orders are absolute. Shikadai studies the distribution of protesters and security forces, recognizing it from somewhere. Chocho recognizes the patterns as shogi pieces, causing Shikadai to recognize the decoy strategy Ryogi used against him. Shikadai asks Inojin what the building located in the opening is, and Inojin explains it's Katasuke's lab. Realizing the Byakuya Gang's plan, Shikadai feels torn between obeying his orders and taking action to foil their plan. Shikadai leaves his post, followed by his teammates. Team Konohamaru spots Team Moegi moving, and Boruto goes to check it out. Mitsuki tells Sarada to trust Boruto. The Byakuya Gang invades the lab, going straight for the ninjutsu data with Katasuke. The protesters arrive at the Kaminarimon Company headquarters, and the police refrains from using ninjutsu against them. On the way to the lab, Shikadai explains to Boruto that the lab is the target. Inojin and Chocho find it uncharacteristic for Shikadai to act without proof, but support him nonetheless. Having analyzed their movements, Denki informs Sarada the protesters' actions don't match against what normal people would do. Using her Sharingan, Sarada spots a leading protester with a mark on his neck. At the research lab, they find downed personnel, and Shikadai and Boruto find Katasuke, who informs them of the stolen work. Katasuke planted a tracker on Gekko, and gives Boruto a terminal to follow the signal. Despite being suspended, Denki goes to the police and reports the cursed seal placed on many of the protesters, raising the possibility they're under genjutsu. Denki's father is proud of him. Gekko explains to the gang the nature of what they stole, and assages Ryogi when he asks if they'll help people. Chocho, Shikadai, Boruto, and Inojin catch up with them, and Shikadai knows it's Ryogi. The Byakuya Gang splits up so Gekko can get away with the stolen data. Shikadai and Boruto go after him while the others hold the rest of the gang back. At the protest, Konoha Shinobi begin breaking the genjutsu on the protesters. Chocho and Inojin make short work of most of the gang, but struggle against Oko. They're saved by Shikamaru. Naruto addresses the village through television and shadow clones, exposing the captured Byakuya Gang as the ones who place him under a genjutsu, and asks the villagers to help keep improving Konoha. Gekko and Ryogi hop onto a passing train. Boruto and Shikadai hop on as well and confront them. Shikadai asks Ryogi to snap out of it and accuses Gekko of manipulating him, who retorts that reality isn't simple and accuses Shikadai of being naive in return. Boruto is unimpressed with Gekko's reason and strikes him with a kunai, which Ryogi blocks, breaking his mask. Shikadai asks Ryogi why he protects Gekko, and Ryogi tells him of how Gekko saved him. Shikadai says that's no reason to become a thief, and Ryogi criticizes his belief of how life works, attributing it to living in a prosperous village. Shikadai says he's trying too hard to fit into a too tight mold, and asks if their shogi playing was a lie. Ryogi answers it was an act to get closer to him. Ryogi's head hurt, and Gekko orders him to trap Shikadai and Boruto with ice release. Shikadai warns Boruto it is an ordinary ice release, but Boruto seems to be in a trance. As they move through the train, Ryogi's head still hurts and his memories begin changing. Gekko shows Ryogi's reflection, restoring the cursed seal. Boruto sees Shikadai as a Byakuya Gang member and attacks him. Shikadai notices that Boruto was put into genjutsu by the ice mirrors and cracks him with kunai. Gekko notices the shogi pieces Shikadai gave Ryogi, who insists they mean nothing. Gekko tosses the pieces out of the train and orders Ryogi to prove it by finishing Shikadai. Under the guise of checking his wound, Gekko activates his jutsu. Shikadai manages to free Boruto from the genjutsu, crediting his own experience with it to being experimented on by Mirai. At the front of the train, Gekko kills one of his own gang members. Shikadai shares his suspicion that Ryogi is under a genjutsu with Boruto and warns him not to look at any mirrors. The two break through the ice and move ahead through the train. They try circumventing Ryogi by going out of the train to get to Gekko, but Ryogi blocks them. Boruto goes ahead to Gekko while Shikadai pins Ryogi with a shadow. Boruto stops Gekko from disconnecting his wagon from the rest of the train. Shikadai tries talking Ryogi out of serving Gekko in vain. The cursed seal on Ryogi activates and he attacks. The cursed seal spreads through Ryogi, who sees Shikadai as the one who killed his parents. Gekko fails to turn Boruto by offering to split the profits of selling ninjutsu data with him, and moves aside to show Boruto his reflection in the window, forcing him to close his eyes and give Gekko an opening. Ryogi closes in on Shikadai and Boruto while Gekko separates the wagon and admits to having tampered with Ryogi's memories. Shikadai tries getting through to Ryogi but can't get close to him. Boruto and his shadow clones propel Shikadai forward with wind release, allowing him to make physical contact with Ryogi and break him out of the genjutsu, who recalls that Gekko was the one who killed his parents. Shikadai sympathizes with him. The three are bummed that Gekko escaped when someone rushes past them. Naruto catches up to Gekko and defeats him. Later, Gekko is interrogated by the police, and Boruto returns to Katasuke's research, who is excited that scientific ninja tools are being considered valuable enough to steal. Ryogi is in prison but remains happy. Boruto and Shikadai discuss the mission, and Boruto asks Shikadai when he'll treat him like he promised. 1 week after the Byakuya Gang incident, Naruto gives an interview where he commends the Genin involved in conflict resolution, which frustrates Iwabi, who had been ordered to stay put. News of the upcoming Chunin exams exasperate him, now concerned he'll be a Genin repeater. Shikamaru and Naruto discuss recent developments and consider the shortage of Genin applicants for the exams. Udon comes by Naruto's office, where he lifts Team 5's suspension and gives them a mission. Iwabi discusses the exams with Lee and Denki, all determined not to be left behind. Team 7 receives a delivery mission as Team 5 arrives. Team 5 is to participate in a documentary, a PR attempt to increase the dwindling academy enrollments. As they begin filming, they all struggle with coming across naturally on camera. The director takes Udon aside and asks him if there's another team who can film, and Udon informs them that the Hokage personally picked that team. The director tells Udon he used to want to be a shinobi. He wants Team 5 to show him flashing ninjutsu, so Iwabi raises to the ground, Lee attacks it and throws shuriken at Denki, who substitutes out of their way. The director is pleased with the eye-catching footage, but Udon points out they're scaring the civilians, and withdraws Team 5 from the mission. Later, Iwabi tries throwing his forehead protector in frustration, but is stopped by Lee. Udon asks if they want to be suspended again, and Iwabi questions how someone cool like Udon could possibly understand them. Udon shares they failed to graduate several times, and he messed up on missions at Genin. Iwabi ponders Udon's earlier words of looking cool on film. That night, determined not to let their efforts go to waste, the filming crew decides to detonate some explosive tags they had set inside the condemned building and get some shots. Not satisfied with the shots, they go inside and the building starts to collapse on top of them. Lee saves them from falling debris, and Denki analyzes the situation. When the roof collapses, Iwabi protects him from falling crane, and Udon stops the debris with his snot-based jutsu. In the confusion, Iwabi loses his forehead protector, and the filming crew requests them to be the ones in the documentary again. Upon reporting to Naruto, he shares his past Academy Day struggles with the team, and Iwabi is moved to tears when he learns Naruto knows who he is, and gets his forehead protector back, his teammates having found it. Team 7 watches the documentary. At night, someone releases several animals at the fire park. Sumire finds Team Konohamaru arguing while on the way to receive their next mission. Team 15 is tasked with recapturing the zoo animals. Suika is pleased with their excitement for the mission. Hanabi thinks girls can perform the mission alone, as she determines there are no dangerous animals on the escaped animals list. Sai checks in with Hanabi about Sumire. They discuss Sumire and the fact Wasabi and Namida still don't know the whole story about Sumire and Nue. Sumire ponders telling Wasabi and Namida about it. The next day, Sumire provides their team with cloves to mask their scent, making it harder for animals to smell their approach. They capture several animals, but an argument begins after miscommunication between Wasabi and Namida. A monkey that they were supposed to retrieve steals their lunch and also has the keys to the animal enclosures. Wasabi chases it with her cat covering, but tires herself out before catching up with the monkey. Wasabi wants to try again and puts Namida's suggestion to come up with a strategy together down, causing her to cry. Hanabi makes her way to the team, having been made aware of another list of missing animals. Namida manages to catch the monkey on her own, but comes across a giant wolf. Sumire and Wasabi hear Namida scream, but only Sumire goes to help. Sumire protects Namida and tries having Nue absorb the wolf's chakra with little effect. Wasabi arrives and tells Namida she'll lure it so Namida can hit it with a jutsu. Wasabi plants explosive tags on the wolf, which are triggered by Namida's sonic jutsu, knocking the wolf out. Wasabi and Namida make up, and Sumire comes clean about Nue. They say they already knew and were just waiting for Sumire to tell them herself. Hanabi approaches them and congratulates them on their teamwork. Later, the three of them eat together and discuss the upcoming Chunin exams. Boruto and Mitsuki have heard of their mission. The monkey steals their food again, much to the girl's shock. Konohamaru delivers a mission report to Shikamaru, who is dealing with Naruto's paperwork while Naruto's away meeting with the daimyo. Konohamaru notices papers regarding the upcoming Chunin exams, and Shikamaru tells him to think about his Genin. Konohamaru discusses the subject with Moegi, Udon, and Shino, pointing out Shino's students who have caused their share of trouble will be participating. They go over all the incidents caused by that class and analyze their students' growth. They go out for drinks, and Konohamaru is unsure if he'll recommend Boruto to take the exam, worried that Boruto has relied too much on luck so far, and that failure in the exam will crush him. The others disagree. Hanabi joins them and gets drunk with Konohamaru. Hanabi accidentally gets Shino drunk, causing him to lose control over his insects. Naruto is called to resolve the situation. Versus Momoshiki Arc. Upon being tasked with capturing train robbers and finding out that all but one of them were killed in the abandoned mine, Team 7 ventures inside. Konohamaru is surprised to witness a white Zetsu, being under the impression that they were all killed in the Fourth Shinobi World War. As it uses attacks with elemental natures, Konohamaru struggles as well as the Genin. Boruto uses the scientific ninja tool he received earlier from Katasuki and the Zetsu, giving Konohamaru the opportunity to strike and forcing him to retreat. While Mitsuki tends to Konohamaru's injuries, Konohamaru informs him of what they're actually up against. Mitsuki discovers a room with a dead blossom and determines to be previously used to cultivate white Zetsu. As the flower is without a chakra supply, it can't incubate any more Zetsu before revealing that his parent taught him about the topic. While Konohamaru agrees with Boruto that they should destroy the location, he decides to handle the situation alone, while the three Genin report back to Konohagakure. Against the idea, Sarada argues that doing that would leave them vulnerable, leading to Konohamaru allowing him to assist him. After Konohamaru devises a strategy, the team locates the white Zetsu, and Sarada uses her Sharingan to analyze its attack patterns. As Mitsuki, Boruto, and Konohamaru cancel out its elemental attacks with their own, the Zetsu switches to Taijutsu, leading the Boruto clones engaging it as a distraction. Seeing an opportunity, Boruto stops following the strategy and attempts to attack it, which results in Zetsu pinning Boruto down until Mitsuki pulls him off. Then Konohamaru destroys it with his Rasengan. Investigating further, they find a cavern full of decomposed Zetsu cocoons. When they find another portion of the Otsutsuki clan ruins, they discover a deceased white Zetsu being incinerated by black flames, followed by dozens more in the same situation. Konohamaru explains that Sasuke was responsible and informs the Genin of his mission involving Kaguya. Learning that Sasuke's strength rivals Naruto's, Boruto becomes intrigued. Afterwards, the team contacts Konoha, leading to Naruto's shadow clone coming out with a shinobi. Meanwhile, as Sasuke arrives in Kaguya's ice dimension, he is watched from above by Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Discovering Toneri's location, Urashiki crashed into the moon. Urashiki told him that the Otsutsuki clan's main family observed everything over the millennium, including the humiliating incident. Noting Toneri betrayed the clan for his service to the earth, he revealed he knew Toneri did something to the son of the Byakuya Gang princess. Aggravated, Toneri charged towards Urashiki but was immobilized by his chakra rod, leading to the latter petrifying him, though he didn't have the authority to kill a fellow clan member before setting his eyes on earth and departing. On Konoha TV, Naruto was interviewed and notes the importance of teaching the current generation of shinobi how the era of peace was achieved due to the Fourth Shinobi World War. Elsewhere, Moegi hands Chunin exams application to her team. After Naruto denies the use of the Kote in the upcoming exams, Katasuki is approached by a hooded figure at the Ninjutsu Research Center. At Lightning Burger, Boruto, Inojin, and Shikadai play their electronic games together, during which they disapprove of Boruto cheating. Approached by Mitsuki and Sarada, they attempt to prompt Boruto into participating in the exams as a team, though Boruto was uninterested until Sarada convinces him that passing will show everyone how strong he is. Arriving home for Himawari's birthday, Boruto finds Naruto there to his surprise. As the celebration begins, Naruto disappears, revealing to his family that he was just a shadow clone, which infuriates Boruto. With the party being over, Boruto goes upstairs where he finds Naruto's old battered jacket, leading him to throwing it out the window. As someone rings the doorbell, Boruto runs over and prepares to punch Naruto, but discovers it's Sasuke who blocks his attack. Sasuke asks Hinata if Naruto's around, to which she informs that her husband's still at the office. Having met Sasuke thrills Boruto. Attempting to leave to confront his father, Boruto is stopped by Sasuke. On Sasuke's way to meeting Naruto, he discovers the jacket Boruto threw away. At the Hokage office, Shikamaru discovers Naruto exhausted, followed by Sasuke arriving with the scroll he obtained earlier, and recounts his encounter with Kinshiki and Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Leaving, Sasuke notices Boruto arriving and decides to block his path. Impressed, Boruto asks to become Sasuke's student. Asking if he can perform the Rasengan yet, Boruto says he'll learn it in order for Sasuke to accept him. Later, Boruto approaches Konohamaru at the Sarutobi clan compound, and asks him to be taught the Rasengan, which he agrees to. While struggling to grasp the first step to perform the Rasengan, Boruto gets hints from cooking with Himawari, leading him to going to the next step, the Jutsu. After managing to perform the Rasengan and demonstrating to Sasuke, the Uchiha notes that it's small, leading to Boruto throwing his Rasengan away in frustration before leaving. Sarada approaches her father, who says he's being too strict, leading to Sasuke correcting the pair's assumptions, which he revealed he was going to accept Boruto as a student. Venting to Katasuke, the scientist offers a kote to Boruto. Elsewhere, Mitsuki speaks with Orochimaru, who advises the Genin not to reveal his true strength during the exams. The next day, Boruto approaches Sasuke to show him his progression, leading to performing a normal-sized Rasengan secretly via his kote, which Sasuke notices. Training in Shuriken Jutsu, Sasuke informs Konohamaru that he's training Boruto and thanks him for teaching Sarada. During their training, Boruto asks about Naruto's weaknesses. Later, Tamari trains with Team 10 and informs them that Gaara's adopted son will soon be taking part in the exams. Struggling to train in Shuriken Jutsu, he uses kote to perform a technique, which amazed him and continued practicing. Later, the various Konoha Genin sign up for the Chunin exams. In Kaguya's lava dimension, Momoshiki and Kinshiki search through Kaguya's scrolls, during which Urashiki approaches them and informs them on Earth, prompting Momoshiki departing there. Followed by Kinshiki and Urashiki, the latter tells the pair of the tailed beast and the two Jinchuriki, Killer Bee and Naruto. Approaching Killer Bee, the Otsutsuki attack him, leading to Bee transforming into Gyuki. During the fight, Momoshiki absorbs Bee's tailed beast ball and fires an enhanced version of it back, which seemingly defeats him. Absorbing Gyuki into chakra pills, Urashiki notes Kaguya's history while on the planet to his superiors. As Kankuro escorts Shinki's team to the Chunin exams from Sunagakure, Gaara sees them off. Afterwards, Shukaku contacts the Kazekage and informs them that it lost contact with Gyuki. Later, after Hinata and Himawari wish Boruto good luck at the Chunin exams, his team depart to the village gate where all the competing Genin are. After all the Genin gather, Shikamaru addresses them at the entrance ceremony. Spending the remaining time before the exam starts at Lightning Burger, Boruto and Sarada get into an altercation with Yuroi, leading to Shinki intervening to break them up. At the exam venue, Chocho beats Boruto and thanks him for his assistance on his field trip in Kirigakure. He then informs Boruto that Kagura is looking forward to him becoming a Chunin. Sai begins the first exam, prompting the Genin to race towards the exam venue in time limit given. As the three Kage and their bodyguards watch the teams make their way there, traps and obstacles overwhelm some Genin, while others manage to overcome the hurdle, resulting in 10 summoning puppets to challenge them. Shiki instructs Yoro and Araya not to reveal their jutsu to other teams, leading to them defeating the puppets with physical attacks, while Yoroi deals with them using his bubblegum ninjutsu. The teams that make it to the exam venue are given a true or false question by Sai about the 5th volume of the Shinobi Handbook. He notes that those competing that turn black will fail. Standing on one of the two platforms to indicate their answer, all the Genin fall into a pit after the floor gives way, leading to them all falling into pits containing ink at the bottom. Various Genin use different methods to avoid their teams falling into the ink, including Yurai using floating bubblegum spheres, Sumire using Nue, the 3 Senka brothers standing on the ink, and Iobi creating platforms to stand on. The Genin that avoided falling into the ink passed the first round of the exams, during which Kosuke informs someone that Boruto hasn't used his Kote yet. Shikamaru later informs Naruto that Boruto passed the exam, followed by him emailing his son to congratulate him. Struggling to train in Shuriken Jutsu, Boruto excuses his performance due to it being a Uchiha specialty, leading to Sasuke creating shadow clones to dismiss Boruto's logic, as being Naruto's son would make the shadow clone technique a specialty. Swearing to play an active role in the second rounds of the Chunin exams, Boruto barely manages to create 4 clones. On the night Gaara arrives in Konoha, he organizes a meeting with Sasuke and Chojuro, during which he discusses being attacked by Urashiki earlier, who managed to steal Gaara's tailed beast chakra. Concluding it's probably an Otsutsuki clan member, the subject of postponing the exams is brought up. On the day of the second round of the Chunin exams, Tenten explains that it's structured to be a game to capture the flag against another team, with whoever's flag is captured being eliminated from the exams. Afterwards, Team 10 wins against Kitty Team, Team 15 loses to a Konohagakure team, and Shinki single-handedly defeats Denki, Iobi, and Metal of Team 5. In the final match, the 3 Senka brothers compete against Team 7, leading to the triplets facing Boruto, who is guarding his team's flag. Hearing Boruto in distress, Mitsuki departs back to his location while Sarada continues onward. As the brothers and the Shadow Clones defeat Boruto's clones, they all ran toward Boruto's flag. Refusing to lose, Boruto utilizes his Kote to protect his flag using water release, followed by electrocuting them with his own jutsu. As the brothers collapse, Mitsuki arrives to find them defeated. Sarada finds the enemy flag protected by Genjutsu, which he bypasses to obtain the flag, resulting in Team 7 passing. In the control room monitoring the event, Tenten determines the reason why they couldn't see Boruto use hand seals while he used water release bullet orca is due to him weaving them faster than the eye can see. Afterwards, Kosuke informs Katasuke that Boruto used the tool at last and that he captured footage of him using it. While worrying about Boruto, Shikamaru informs Naruto that he passed the round, which thrills Naruto. In the aftermath of the round, the Konoha Genin discuss the outcomes of their fights with each other. Arriving home, Boruto was congratulated by Himawari before heading up to his room to rest. While Sasuke waits for Kaguya's scroll to be translated, Naruto discusses Sasuke becoming Boruto's teacher and informs that his daughter passed the round. Boruto is later applauded by Naruto for passing before he returns to his office to work. As the third round of the exams start, the proctor Rock Lee explains how the round is structured, with it being a 1-1 tournament. For the first match, Boruto is pitted against Yoroi. While the two fight, Boruto relies on the Kote to defeat his opponent. For the second match, Yodo faces Shikadai. Managing to catch her with a shadow, she forfeits. Before Sarada participates in a match against Tarui, she determines she'll win it with 3 seconds. As the match between the two Kunoichi begins, Sarada dodges Tarui's lariat, leading to her punching the Kumo girl in the arena's wall within 3 seconds of the match beginning, which results in Sarada winning the match. The fourth match, Inojin uses his super piece imitating drawing to attack Araya. Unfazed by the attacks, Araya manages to defeat Inojin. For the fifth match, Mitsuki and Toroi are pitted against each other. Using lightning release to increase his reaction time, Toroi manages to slightly injure Mitsuki, leading to begin to activate Sage Mode. Remembering Orochimaru didn't want him to reveal his true power publicly, Mitsuki stops activating it and resorts to attacking Toroi with his snakes while pinning him down, leading to his opponent surrendering. For the final match of the first rounds, Chocho and Shinki face each other. Before the match begins, Shinki apologizes in advance for not holding back. While Chocho's team watches the match from the waiting room alongside Boruto and Sarada, they overhear Choji cheering on from the crowd beside Karui. As the match begins, Shinki talks down to his opponent while Moegi discusses Chocho's potential with Konohamaru and Udon. Provoking Chocho, she attacks him while using her partial multi-size technique. Blocking her enlarged fist with an iron sand hand, he overpowers Chocho with his own 2 hands. Listening to her father's suggestion, she puts distance between herself and Shinki, during which she changes tactics and attacks him from a distance while launching debris at him. Blocking the attack using his iron sand, Kurotsuchi comments on him being skilled and asks Gaara where he found the boy, prompting him to recall his first meeting with Shinki. Overpowered by his iron sand fists, Chocho results to using the multi-size technique which she hates using, leading to her performing the human bullet tank. Blocking her assault with his jutsu hands, Shinki is briefly pushed back until he lunges his arms more iron sand. The attack drains Chocho, resulting in her falling down in defeat, and Shinki progressing to the finals. With the end of the elimination matches, Rock Lee announces a 30-minute break before the next match, during which Shikadai and Boruto agree to fight fair and square during their match. While waiting, Boruto decides to take off his Kote and not use it during his upcoming match, until he overhears Shikadai's parents putting their faith in his son to win. As the match commences, Boruto and his clones dodge Shikadai's shadow but are ultimately freed by it. Forcing Boruto to give up, Boruto relies on his Kote to break free of his restraints and force Shikadai to surrender, which he does. On her way to entering the arena, Sarada's peers voice words of encouragement to her. As Sarada's match begins against Araya, he repels her attacks during which Sarada can't keep up with his movement despite having a Sharingan activated. Attempting to catch him in Genjutsu, Araya is unfazed before further injuring her. Contemplating why the Genjutsu wasn't effective, she notices the chakra threads leading to her attacking the arena's roofing. As the smoke clears from the attack, the real Araya emerges, who is revealed to be a puppeteer that's manipulating a lookalike puppet in the arena. After explaining how she discovered his strategy, Araya nervously attempts to flee the fight but is stopped by Shinki, who convinces him to remain there and fight. Continuing the match, Araya has his puppet charged towards Sarada, during which she incinerates it, resulting in Lee calling the match with Sarada as the winner. As the match between Mitsuki and Shinki begins, the latter withstands and defeats Mitsuki's techniques using his iron sand, prompting Mitsuki to attack Shinki from underneath him, resulting in Shinki being dragged underground. Reappearing after his clone is defeated, Shinki tricks Mitsuki into repelling away his iron sand cloak using lightning release, during which Mitsuki attempts to attack the opponent with taijutsu but is punched away. Having been marked with this technique to pressure Mitsuki into Sage Mode, he forfeits the match, as Mitsuki's desire to stay in Konoha outweighs his desire to win the match. With the finalists being decided, the three are informed the last match will be held during the next day. Afterwards, Moegi treats her team to dinner, while Sakura treats Sarada's injuries. Elsewhere, Sasuke demonstrates his Chidori to Boruto to motivate his student into polishing his skill with lightning release in the hopes that he would be able to use similar strong techniques in the future. The next day, the final match between Boruto, Sarada, and Shinki begins. Boruto and Sarada decide to team up in order to defeat Shinki. The two try multiple coordinated attacks on Shinki but to no avail. Eventually, Shinki managed to overpower them and defeat Sarada. Boruto decided to use Boruto's stream against Shinki's iron sand. With his power near its limit, Boruto uses purple electricity through his Kote, overpowering Shinki's iron sand to win. While everyone, including Boruto's friends, celebrate with him, Naruto arrives and exposes Boruto's use of the kote, disqualifying him for cheating and removing his forehead protector, much to the distraught of everyone, including Shikadai, who is disappointed to realize that his best friend had been cheating during their match. Naruto told Boruto that he'd lecture him later for that, which immediately angered Boruto, asking his father if he really does have time for him, saying that if he paid attention to him, he wouldn't be in this situation. Katasuke arrives and tries to make an announcement about his scientific ninja tech, calling Boruto his tester, which led the latter to realize that he had been used. Suddenly, they're interrupted by the arrival of Momoshiki and Kinshiki, the latter which assaults the arena. While everyone is evacuating the citizens, Momoshiki approaches Naruto, kicks him away. Boruto attacks him with his kote, but his techniques are all absorbed. Mitsuki decides to help Boruto using his sage mode, but he's ambushed by Oroshiki, who steals his power. Before he approaches Mitsuki, he's ambushed by Gaara and Chojuro. Back in the stadium, Sarada and Boruto get attacked by Momoshiki and Kinshiki, only to be saved by their fathers. The duo introduces themselves as members of the Otsutsuki clan and explain how they acquire power by absorbing Konohamaru's chakra within Naruto, that the frequent usage of pills. Boruto realizes that it's similar to the usage of his kote. Naruto doesn't consider what they have as true power. Elsewhere, Oroshiki pressures both the Kazekage and the Mizukage, with the power he stole from the others. Momoshiki uses Taka Mimu Subino Kami to unleash his assault on Naruto and the others, but Naruto and Sasuke respond back by using respectively the Tailed Beast and Susanoo to protect Boruto and Sarada. While Momoshiki fires a Tailed Beast Ball, Naruto asks Sasuke to take care of the two before using his full power to block the attack. At the same time, Gaara and Chojuro manage to defeat Oroshiki with their coordinated attacks, prompting the latter to use his Rinnegan to escape. Naruto tries to blow Momoshiki's attack away with his own attack, but hesitates. When Boruto asks Sasuke why his father isn't trying to blow it, Sasuke responds that citizens will get caught up as well if he counterattacks. While everyone is watching Naruto withstanding Momoshiki's attack, Boruto begins to reminisce the time he spent with his father and finally understand the job as Hokage, while at the same time watching his father give him a warm smile before being captured, leading Boruto to cry out at him. Boruto wakes up in the hospital. Seeing Sarada, he asks about his father. He hears Himawari calling for Hinata as Sakura tends to her. Sakura explains Hinata was injured trying to keep Momoshiki and Kinshiki from taking Naruto. Sarada informs him that Mitsuki is in critical condition after having his chakra stolen. Boruto sees how many others got injured despite Naruto's efforts and runs out of the hospital. Boruto notices he's still wearing a Shinobi gauntlet after tripping on a medical kit and angrily throws it away. Upon waking up, Hinata asks about Naruto and Sasuke assures he's fine, and to leave the rest to him. Boruto goes to Naruto's office thinking about all the times he complained to Naruto. He finds and wears Naruto's old clothes. Sasuke tells Boruto he's in a similar situation Naruto used to be in, scorned by others. He reveals he can still sense Naruto's chakra and that he intends to rescue him with Boruto's help. The other Kage arrive saying they'll help, so everyone pools all of their knowledge on each of the Otsutsuki's abilities. The Kage questions Sasuke's decision to bring Boruto along, but he assures him he has a reason. Sasuke hands Boruto his own forehead protector with Naruto's scratch on it and explains the history behind it. As Sasuke, Boruto, and the Kage prepare to leave, Sarada asks Sasuke to go with them. He instructs her to help Kakashi and Shikamaru protect the village, as she's the only other person with a Sharingan. Boruto tries apologizing to Shikadai, but he says they have more pressing matters and that he'll listen to what he has to say later. Sasuke opens a portal with his Rinnegan. Hinata arrives and is shocked to see Boruto and Naruto's old clothes. The sight reminds her of her husband when he was younger, and that moves Hinata to entrust Naruto's safety to her son. They then leave to rescue Naruto. In a wasteland where a god tree resides, Momoshiki drains Kurama's chakra from Naruto. Kinshiki explains that this god tree was created from a man who also harbored a tailed beast, which Naruto understands to be Killer Bee. Momoshiki complains about how long the process is taking, having absorbed only half the chakra in Naruto. Naruto says he won't make it easy for them, that as a shinobi, they've had to persevere to develop their abilities. Momoshiki explains how they're able to effortlessly acquire power, which Naruto links to the Shinobi Gauntlet, realizing his own lack of effort in trying to understand Boruto, which is what drove him to cheat with the Shinobi Gauntlet. Momoshiki resumes extracting his chakra. The four other Kage arrive, interrupting Momoshiki and cutting Naruto free from his restraints. The Kage fight Momoshiki and Kinshiki while Sasuke and Boruto check on Naruto. Naruto notices Boruto is wearing his old clothes. When he tried to apologize to Boruto for not being there for him, Naruto replied that it was alright and he just wants to hear more about Naruto's past. Boruto asks Naruto to tell him the story after they get back home. In Konoha, Shikamaru instructs other shinobi to make sure that no one is missing, and to be on the lookout for Oroshiki. Shikadai asks them if they shouldn't send reinforcements. Shikamaru sees his concern for Boruto as like his for Naruto. He explains the current situation using shogi analogies. Sasuke, Chojuro, and Kurotsuchi fight Kinshiki, which leads to Chojuro and Kurotsuchi pinning Kinshiki down. The others focus on Momoshiki, Gaara using his sand to offer others footing while pursuing him. Boruto warns Naruto of Momoshiki's ability to absorb and amplify any ninjutsu used against him. Momoshiki notices Kinshiki has been incapacitated, and upon checking Boruto with his Byakuya, notices that Naruto is unable to pass on his power to him, and offers to show him how his clan does it. He converts Kinshiki into a chakra edible and consumes it. Sasuke attempts to strike him but fails. Momoshiki's appearance changes, including manifesting a third Rinnegan on his forehead, and tells Naruto he's next. The shinobi are horrified by Momoshiki's consuming of Kinshiki for power, who replies it was the former's wish and the law within their clan. Momoshiki releases a pulse of energy that cuts clean through the god tree and pushes everyone back. Momoshiki proceeds to knock out Chojuro, Darui, Gaara, and Kurotsuchi. Momoshiki targets Naruto, and the two engage with taijutsu, and the latter gains the upper hand when he strikes Naruto's Sengetsu. Sasuke attacks Momoshiki, who evades his attack, counterattacks, and rams both Naruto and Sasuke under the ground, throwing them against the remains of the god tree. Naruto and Sasuke go on the offensive, activating their chakra mode and dōjutsu respectively, and Momoshiki manifests a weapon to counter them, leading to the trio to brawl. Eventually, Naruto manifests Kurama. Momoshiki coalesces the rocks around into a monkey in retaliation. Sasuke armors Naruto with Susanoo, and they cut through Momoshiki's monkey. Boruto watches the fight in awe. Naruto and Sasuke power down, and the other Kage ask if they're done. Katasuke arrives to Kosuke, and against the others' warnings, fires several ninjutsu at Momoshiki with the Shinobi Gauntlet. Momoshiki absorbs them, regains strength, and uses the absorbed jutsu against them. Gaara protects the group with the sand, but before they can strike back, Momoshiki paralyzes them with an absorbed Narashada ninjutsu, and for extra measure, pins Naruto down with the black receivers. Boruto remembers Sasuke's words from before, and on Sasuke's command throws his Rasengan. Naruto wonders when Boruto learned it, while Momoshiki thinks he should have stayed out of sight. He prepares to absorb it, but it vanishes before reaching him, so he turns his attention back to the shinobi. Boruto's attack connects, breaking Momoshiki's hold on the others. Sasuke explains to Naruto how he trained Boruto on the condition that he learned the Rasengan. Momoshiki consumes more chakra pills to power up for a decisive attack. Naruto tells Boruto to make another Rasengan and adds his chakra to enlarge it. Sasuke distracts Momoshiki, throwing his sword and switching places with it to get close. Sasuke's sword is a transformed Boruto who throws a kunai. Momoshiki catches it, and Sasuke switches it with his Chidori so Momoshiki strikes his own arm, while Sasuke uses the kunai to stab the Rinnegan on his hand, preventing him from using it to absorb jutsu. Boruto uses clones to distract Momoshiki, allowing his real self to attack with the Naruto-powered Rasengan. Momoshiki counters with a similar attack, but Boruto prevails. As his body is destroyed, Momoshiki's spirit talks to Boruto, recognizing that he strongly inherited Otsutsuki powers. He gives Boruto cryptic information about his future and warns him that his victory means he can't stay an ordinary human, grabbing his arm before disappearing. Katasuke is confused about recent events, unsure of what happened. Momoshiki's chakra receivers vanish. Sasuke and Naruto talk about their previous conversation about the nature of Shinobi. The 5 Kage, Sasuke, and Boruto return to Konoha. Hinata and Himawari embrace Naruto and Boruto, and Sakura and Sarada embrace Sasuke. The extensive damage caused by the attacks results in the Chunin exams being cancelled. Naruto continues to have a massive paperwork load, and Boruto's injured arm is bandaged. Boruto apologizes for his actions to Team Shinki. Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru discuss how they still targets the Otsutsuki as Urashiki escaped and they still don't know the true extent of his powers. Sasuke says he'll leave to track Urashiki. Naruto and Shikamaru discuss how they got to see the skills of the participants, requiring meeting with the other villagers to discuss the outcome. Shikamaru also points out Naruto has to deal with Katasuke and informs him that Killer Bee returns to Konohagakure. Naruto wants to take time off, but Shikamaru advises to finish handling his paperwork first. Boruto and Shikadai ride the train, the situation between them awkward. They both apologize to each other, Boruto for having cheated, Shikadai for making Boruto wait so long to talk to him when he said he would after the attack on the exam. They talk about the type of shinobi they want to be. On the train back to Sunagakure, Shinki thinks how Boruto, who he perceives as weak, went against a much stronger opponent and won. Gaara claims responsibility for telling him not to fight, but Shinki says that even if he had fought, he'd have lost. Gaara tells him to focus on his own path instead of the paths of others beside him. Sasuke talks to Boruto, who informs him he hasn't seen Momoshiki again, nor felt the same paralysis he felt before. Sasuke tells Boruto to keep him updated. A snake clone Orochimaru meets with Mitsuki in order to talk to him about using Senjutsu in public. Boruto is interviewed for his participation in the fight against the Otsutsuki. Sakura asks if Boruto intends to become Hokage, but he denies it, saying that is her dream, while he wants to become like Sasuke. After she and Mitsuki leave, he undoes his bandages, thinking back to Momoshiki's words, looking at the diamond-shaped mark upon his right hand. Boruto arrives home to find Naruto, who brought home a cake to make up for missing Himawari and Boruto's birthdays. Boruto punches him in the stomach to make sure he's not a shadow clone. When Himawari jumps in the 2, Hinata threatens to put the cake away. Naruto and Boruto both wake up late the next day and fist bump before they head to handle their respective duties. In the dimension where Momoshiki was defeated, Urashiki realizes Boruto is the one Toneri was observing, and notes he could pose a threat in the future, wondering if preventative measures should be taken, but sure it'll be interesting either way. Chocho Arc. During a training session, Choji demonstrates some of their clan secret techniques to Chocho, but she's distracted watching TV. Chocho asks her father to sign a scroll about a background check from an upcoming mission. In Otogakure, Mitsuki trains with Orochimaru and also asks him to sign a scroll. Choji and Katawi question Chocho's interest in soap operas. Later, Chocho complains about her father to Sarada. When Chocho says she needs to slim down, but she won't go on a diet, she shows Sarada her clan's butterfly mode, which slims her down. Boruto informs Mitsuki their joint mission with Team 10 is to bodyguard an actor. The two meet up with Sarada and Chocho outside the information receiving center, but Boruto doesn't recognize Chocho. On the way to receive their mission, they meet with Tomaru and Ashina from the soap opera Chocho watches, where the actors are supposed to bodyguard. At Naruto's office, Shikadai and Inajin recognize that Chocho uses a certain jutsu. Tomaru explains that he and Ashina had received death threats over shooting the soap opera. Naruto assigns Team 7 to bodyguard Ashina and Team 10 to bodyguard Tomaru. During shooting, Chocho tends to Tomaru's needs while acting like she's not interested, while Ashina just bosses Team 7 around. Chocho keeps pretending in front of Tomaru, which Sarada questions. Tomaru asks Chocho to take care of a prop ring, which makes her want to marry him. An Amegakure ninja attacks the studio, breaking through a wall. Boruto lands an attack, but it turns out to be a clone who drops a smoke screen device. He counters Inojin's attack, but Shikadai pins him down. Chocho returns to her normal way to attack, but she spots Tomaru. Afraid to show her true self, she slims back down, weakening her strike, letting the attacker get away. The producer is worried that because one of the actresses got injured, production will be delayed. Tomaru suggests Chocho take over the role. Chocho gets excited when she learns she'll be in a kissing scene. In her excitement about the kiss scene, Chocho briefly loses control of her jutsu, returning her to her true form for a moment. Sarada is impressed with Chocho when she's done with her hair and makeup. Chocho wants to deliver Tomaru the perfect kiss in their scene. At the set, Inojin and Shikadai notice Chocho is nervous, and Tomaru tells her to be herself. As they record the scene, Inojin quietly comments it doesn't look like true love, which the director agrees with and decides to cut the scene. Meanwhile, Konohamaru and Moegi investigate the scene of the first attack and find footprints. Sarada suggests Ashina they should postpone production, but she refuses. Between takes, Ashina makes suggestions for how Tomaru should deliver his lines, and it's revealed that the episode they're shooting will be a last. Boruto and Sarada comment on the strange atmosphere at the studio. Chocho gets flustered when Tomaru likes the food they're eating. Based on the escape route they found, Konohamaru and Moegi determine the attacker either studied the studio very carefully to find the least guarded routes, or they were given inside information. Tomaru's fans break through the studio gate, so Chocho takes them away while Shikadai and Inojin hold the fans off. Chocho hides with Tomaru in a locker, and they almost kiss before Sarada finds them. Sarada questions Chocho's focus on the mission. Tomaru asks Chocho for the ring he gave her and asks her to read a scene with him. They almost kiss again, but are interrupted when Mitsuki comes asking for a dress for Ashina, upsetting Chocho enough that she attacks him. Ashina asks why Chocho is wearing her dress. Tomaru takes Ashina aside to explain the situation when they criticize each other based on how different they are from their characters. Chocho continues attacking Mitsuki, and Shikadai has to stop her with a shadow. In her frustration, Chocho reverts to her usual weight, ripping Ashina's dress just as she comes for it. Ashina and Tomaru don't recognize Chocho, and Tomaru is rude to Chocho based on her weight. Sarada tries to tell Tomaru off, but Chocho stops her. Sarada later apologizes to Ashina for causing trouble, but she's still upset and reminds Sarada that the protection is very important to her. The Amegakure assailant contacts someone from the studio with the radio, confirming Tomaru and Ashina's position. As shooting continues, Chocho is still hurt by Tomaru's words, and discusses her self-image with Sarada. Tomaru and the director look through photos of Ashina's potential successors. Ashina refuses to have her mended dress back when Chocho offers it to her. On the set, Ashina wants her character to have a meaningful death scene, but Tamaru and the director dismiss her suggestions. Ashina orders Chocho to get her some water. The Omegakure assailant drops a flash bomb and kidnaps Tamaru. Konohamaru chases him but is stalled by one of his shadow clones. The assailant escapes through a route Chocho should have been covering, but wasn't because of Ashina's demand. Shikadai and Boruto find it strange the assailant mentioned a ransom when he previously issued a death threat. Konohamaru goes to report to the Hokage. The ransom note for the protection specifies Ashina is to deliver the money. Chocho offers to disguise herself as Ashina with the transformation technique, but Ashina refuses, determined to help save her co-star. The Shinobi agreed to it on the condition that Ashina follow Moegi's instructions with the Genin coverer. The press discovers the kidnapping, but Ashina handles them, impressing the crew with the dedication to production. The other Genin try to convince Chocho to return to her normal weight, arguing that she needs to be at full power for what's ahead, but she angrily refuses. Ashina takes the money to the exchange location. The Genin watch her, and Mitsuki makes a potato chip analogy for Chocho. The kidnapper arrives with Tamaru. Ashina comments on the irony of her saving him when she's supposed to die in the production. The kidnapper releases Tamaru, who Ashina instructs to leave. The kidnapper offers Ashina the money, who tells him it would be suspicious. Ashina says she'll be in the spotlight again, and the kidnapper takes off his mask, revealing himself as Konohamaru, who explains her partner has been captured. He was forced to put on the ruse because her partner wouldn't reveal who was working with him. Ashina was frustrated with Tamaru monopolizing the production because of his good looks, when she thinks he can't act. Ashina plans to kill herself with explosive tags, but Konohamaru knocks him off her hand, causing them to go off and cause rock slides. Tamaru falls and hurts his back. Moegi and the Genin protect the crew. Thinking about Mitsuki's potato chip lecture, Chocho exposes her chubby self to Tamaru and she protects him from falling rocks. Ashina is arrested and Tamaru becomes attracted to Chocho. She offers him chips but refuses his ring, saying that she wants to remain free and that he'll have plenty of other rivals to fight over her. Chocho gives Mitsuki a bag of chips, who later eats them with Orochimaru. Mitsuki tells him to disregard his earlier question about being his father or mother. Chocho eats with her parents. Suika Kanonji informs Team 5 of the next mission, transporting a plate that's considered a national treasure. Metal Lee is uncharacteristically confident, which he attributes to an anti-anxiety necklace he's wearing. Not long after receiving the plate, Team 5 breaks it, resulting in a failed mission. Team 7 says the necklace doesn't work at all and asks Lee where he got it. They're incredulous when Lee says he bought it online for upcoming training, during which he can't get nervous. Later, Rock Lee demonstrates the power of the first of the 8th gates to his son and explains the concept and consequences of using it. When he asks Metal about the necklace, Metal answers him and he postpones the training. Elsewhere, Metal wonders about his father's words and is approached by Mike Guy. Metal explains his situation and Guy invites him to tag along with him for the day. Metal takes Guy to his speaking session on the academy. On the way, Metal carries Guy in his wheelchair up several sets of stairs and gets nervous when others see him. He wonders if he should get another necklace. At the academy, Iubi is excited to hear Guy speak. Denki is interested because of his own lack of skill with taijutsu. Guy speaks to the students about using taijutsu during the war, but forgets the names of those he fought. He speaks about having no regrets and facing the truth instead of worrying about it. He offers to demonstrate his taijutsu and picks Iubi and Metal to participate in a sparring match, where he quickly defeats them both. Later, Metal is depressed because he can't even deal with his anxiety, when Guy was able to fight on one leg. Guy tells him to think about what he learned that day. Metal practices at night, still relying on the necklace. Rock Lee watches from afar and talks about it with Guy. The next day, Team 5 has another mission where they fail to capture a thief because Lee, now with 3 necklaces, made too much noise. Rock Lee challenges his son to a match and invites people to watch, saying that if he can't face that, he has no chance of learning the 8 gates. Guy questions Metal about his anxiety, finding that to be his true self. The next day, Metal shows up to the challenge and removes the necklaces, having learned from Guy to accept that he's anxious. Metal fights, and despite receiving several hits and being nervous from having an audience, he continues fighting. As his nervousness increases, Metal's movements become more erratic, making them harder for Rock Lee to read. Metal opens the first gate unconsciously, surprising his father and lands a hit on him, meeting the victory condition Rock set. Guy declares Metal the winner, and they explain to Metal that he managed to open the first gate. Team 5 meets with Team 7 when they receive another mission. They ask about the necklace, and Lee owns up to his anxiety. They're tasked with transporting a valuable vase. However, when Suika warns Metal not to break it, he begins to feel nervous, and his friends try to stop him breaking the vase. Mitsuki's disappearance arc. Mitsuki wakes up after dreaming of when Laga and Orochimaru both try to swim to join either one of them, surprising a dream. At the Lightning Burger, Mitsuki tells his friends about having his first dream and wondering what to eat. Boruto is surprised he's never had a dream, and Chocho complains about him taking too much time to place an order. When Boruto asks him, he confesses he never felt like rebelling against his parent. They're joined by Shikadai and Itajin, who has a chick on his shoulder. They explain it's from an egg that hatched the day before when they were fulfilling a mission in a poultry farm and got attached to him. When Sarada and Boruto explain it and print it on him, Mitsuki mentally compares it to first seeing Boruto after not deciding to choose either Laga or Orochimaru. Sarada reminds their team that they have security duty for the 5 Kage summit. At the summit, due to the topic being the Otsutsuki clan, they also invited the previous Kage, Kakashi, Mei, and A. Darui notices Onoki's absence, and Kurotsuchi says he came with her but gave it the slip. They surmise he's sightseeing. While keeping watch, Boruto is bored and asks Mitsuki to tell him something interesting. Mitsuki instead asks if he ever felt like his thoughts weren't his own. He wonders if his attachment to his friend is like the chick that imprinted on Itajin, like a genjutsu they can't break. Boruto dismisses the concern, saying they're not chickens, and Mitsuki asks if he has any fun stories. Boruto tells them about a question his father gave him this all the day before about the hardest rock in the world. They notice some shinobi by the location, and Mitsuki goes to ask what's happening. Sarada tells Boruto he should be more mindful of Mitsuki's troubles or he'll stop liking him. Boruto answers that they're good friends and that it'll never happen. Mitsuki informs them the shinobi are looking for Onoki, exciting Boruto, who is sure that as Tsuchikage he's bound to know the answer to the question. As they examine his drawing, Onoki passes by, taking it and commenting that it doesn't look like him. Onoki knows who Boruto and Sarada are, but not Mitsuki. They tell him he needs to go back to the summit, but he doesn't want to attend a boring meeting. He threatens them with dust release, but throws out his back. Boruto asks him about the hardest rock, and Onoki says he'll tell him if instead of taking him back to the summit, he shows him around the village. Boruto and Mitsuki agree to it. Sarada questions it, but Onoki tells her the summit will be boring. At the summit, they discuss the missing Urashiki, and Naruto says Sasuke is left to investigate. Kurotsuchi is exasperated by everyone's easygoing attitude. In the village, when a construct beam is about to fall on a civilian, Onoki protects the civilian with his dust release, impressing the Genin, but passes out from the effort. When he wakes up, he mistakes Boruto for someone called Kozuchi. Kozuchi. When asked about it, he explains Kozuchi was his grandchild who died at a young age. As promised, Onoki explains about the hardest rock, saying it's the unbreakable will of Shinobi. When Boruto and Sarada begin bickering, Onoki asks Mitsuki about his will, who finds it complicated and unsure. Onoki says if he keeps going at it, it must be the truth. Boruto asks Onoki not to let Naruto know he told him the answer, but Onoki reveals that he asked Naruto the question, who just asked Boruto without actually knowing the answer. Onoki tells him to visit them if they ever go to the land of Earth, and wants more dumplings before going back to the summit. After dropping off Onoki, Boruto thinks it was a trick question, but Mitsuki found the answer satisfying. Arriving home, Mitsuki becomes alert when he notices someone has been there, and sees a letter from him, which he burns. The next day, 2 shinobi on guard duty at the village's gate are attacked with lightning release. Uo and Sao are attacked by 4 shinobi while guarding one of Konoha's gates at night. In the morning, Sai checks in on the police investigation and finds a Konoha forehead protector at the site. Sarada notices Mitsuki is late and doubts Boruto when he says he's probably still at home. They decide to go tell Mitsuki their missions have been cancelled in person. When they arrive, they find his door open and they enter his empty apartment. Boruto finds it depressing, and 2 consider how Mitsuki never spoke to his parents at home village. They see a portrait of Boruto by his bed. Boruto asks the other Genin if they've seen Mitsuki. Inojin thinks Boruto would know where to find him. Chocho says that all the Jonin have been summoned by the Hokage, even when most missions were cancelled that day. Boruto and Sarada inform Konohamaru that Mitsuki is missing, and notice he's hiding something when he brushes them off. Boruto and Sarada eavesdrop on a high-level meeting where they speculate who might be behind the attack on the guards and why. Tsunade arrives, having heard of the attack. Sai hits Konohamaru, confirming the forehead protector he found is Mitsuki's. They consider Mitsuki might have been the target, while Tsunade is unaware who Mitsuki is. Because of the situation, they also call in Homura and Koharu. Ino checks the guard's memories of the attack and sees Mitsuki leaving with the assailants on his own. Boruto and Sarada don't know what to make of it. Konohamaru considers Mitsuki might have an ulterior motive and suggests contacting Mitsuki's guardian. Naruto reveals to those who don't know that Mitsuki is Orochimaru's son. Tsunade is angry and the advisors consider Mitsuki to be as dangerous as Orochimaru. Naruto says he's accepted Mitsuki as a shinobi, and Shikamaru adds that Orochimaru's research will be important when finding the Otsutsuki. Boruto and Sarada discuss Mitsuki's loyalty and how there's still much they don't know about him. Sarada says that as a shinobi they must consider every possibility. Boruto wonders if the Hokage Sarada wants to be just has amazing skills. He then admonishes her for not giving Mitsuki the benefit of the doubt before leaving. Shikadai informs Boruto the village is under increased security alert, that a tracking team is being assembled to look for Mitsuki, and warns Boruto not to do anything stupid. Near the attack site, Boruto finds one of Mitsuki's snakes being attacked by a remnant of one of the attackers. Boruto defeats the remnant, and the snake relays a recorded message to Boruto that is Mitsuki's will. At night, Boruto prepares to leave to find Mitsuki and confirm his message. Despite the danger, Sarada joins him and wants to take the snake to Orochimaru to get more information about it. While on the way to Orochimaru's lab, Sarada warns Boruto that it's guarded by Jonin, so they have to be careful not to get caught. Yamato informs Orochimaru of Mitsuki's escape and tells Orochimaru to inform Mitsuki's contact. At Konoha, the leadership discusses the merits of Naruto's decision to allow Mitsuki into the village and to proceed. Unan informs them that Boruto and Sarada have gone missing. As Shikadai is likely to know how Boruto will act, Shikamaru considers having his team go after them. Konohamaru asks to go as the missing Genin are his responsibility. He's conflicted about Mitsuki and asks Naruto why he placed him on the team. Naruto wanted Konohamaru to get to know Mitsuki without the possible bias of knowing he's Orochimaru's son getting in the way, but regrets that Konohamaru had to fight out like this. Shikamaru doesn't allow him to go. Inojin and Chocho wonder how Boruto and Sarada came to go after Mitsuki. Shikadai is more concerned with the village turning on them. Moegi arrives and they depart to retrieve Boruto and Sarada. Sarada disguises herself as Mitsuki and draws the Jonin away from Orochimaru's lair, allowing Boruto to slip in unnoticed. While looking for Orochimaru, Boruto finds a tank with a Mitsuki clone growing in it. Suigetsu finds him and Orochimaru introduces himself to Boruto. Orochimaru explains to Boruto that all the Mitsuki are his experiments. He isn't worried about Mitsuki's disappearance. As if anyone discovers Mitsuki's Acer as his experiment, a curse seal in him will activate, self-destructing Mitsuki so the secrets of his research will remain safe. Boruto is disconcerted about what Orochimaru is actually worried about. The Jonin traps Sarada in a barrier, but Karin rescues her, tells her that Boruto is waiting for her, and transforms into Mitsuki to draw the Jonin away. Boruto hands Orochimaru the snake Mitsuki left behind and relays the message he gave him. Sarada meets up with Boruto, who asks her if she knew about Mitsuki, having been to that lab before, and shows the Mitsuki clones. Orochimaru discusses Mitsuki with Log. Karin reveals her ruse to Yamato and escapes. Orochimaru informs Genin that the snake had no other messages, distressing Boruto, who fixates on Mitsuki. Orochimaru explains it was Mitsuki's decision to go to Konoha, and asks him what he'll do if it's also his decision to leave it. Boruto and Sarada discuss how they treated Mitsuki. Boruto confirms to Orochimaru who still trusts Mitsuki, so Orochimaru instructs him to take the snake to the White Snake Sage at Ryuchi Cave so they can learn from the snake's own thoughts. Yamato returns to Orochimaru's lab, asking him why he sent Karin. Orochimaru denies it, but also denies that Boruto and Sarada were there when Yamato asks. Team Moegi intercepts Boruto and Sarada. Boruto and Sarada question Team Nin's presence. They explain they've been sent to bring Boruto and Sarada back to the village or else they'll be considered missing Nin. They try arguing with the two but are unable to convince him to return, so they attack. Despite not fighting to kill, Team 10 manages to pressure the two. Inojin tries sealing Boruto while Chocho holds Sarada in place. Boruto destroys Inojin's sealing scroll with a vanishing Rasengan and Sarada frees herself with a flash bomb. Though they escape, Shikadai is confident he's discerned the pattern of their actions. In Konoha, Tamari takes lunch to Shikamaru at work and questions why Team 10 was assigned to retrieve Boruto and Sarada. Shikamaru says Shikadai has learned from the Byakuya Gang incident, so he'll act even if they're his friends. While Inojin does aerial reconnaissance, Moegi, Shikadai, and Chocho discuss Mitsuki and how Boruto and Sarada going after him reflects on everyone else. Shikadai ponders why Sarada, who's so level-headed, would also go after Mitsuki. Inojin reports that there are 2 sets of Boruto and Sarada. They split up and go after both sets. Moegi defeats the decoys, and the Genin catch up to them, having flown with Inojin's drawn beasts. Shikadai is able to predict their strategy, and through a ruse with Inojin is able to pin down Boruto and Sarada. Shikadai noticed Mitsuki's snake with them. Shikamaru elaborates to Tamari that he thinks that there's more to Mitsuki's disappearance, and that Boruto and Sarada may have found a clue, so he's counting on Shikadai to discover what it is and to make a decision based on it. Learning of the contents of Mitsuki's message and the circumstances of its discovery, Shikadai decides to join Boruto and Sarada, to everyone else's surprise. On the way to the Genin, Moegi is attacked by an unknown assailant and fights back. Shikadai explains how all the inconsistencies of Mitsuki's departure add up. Despite still not being convinced Mitsuki's innocent, he agrees that the best way to learn the truth is from Mitsuki himself. Chocho decides to join in so Moegi doesn't yell at her for failing to stop him. Well, Inojin does so he won't be the only one left behind. The assailant counters Moegi's water release with the very same jutsu and falls back, leading her to realize that it was just stalling for time. Moegi gets exasperated when she finds an apology from her Genin. Boruto and Sarada explain to the others where they're going and why. Moegi's assailant, Suigetsu, watches as the Genin go forward, wondering about Orochimaru's intent. By nightfall, they start approaching Ryuchi Cave. On their way to Ryuchi Cave, Chocho and Inojin complain about hunger and distance. Boruto reiterates the need to have the White Snake sage analyze the steak Mitsuki left them. Sarada explains to what Orochimaru told them about the Ryuchi Cave. She notices footprints in the ground, discerning that they're theirs, realizes they've been going in circles. Boruto says they have to keep going. They're watched by 3 ornately dressed women who, upon noting they're not simply lost, decide to check them out. The Genin arrive at a richly decorated gate to Ryuchi Cave, finding it not to be what they expected, and are greeted by a hostess. The hostess introduces herself as Togorohime, who welcomes them to relax. Boruto asks about the White Snake Sage, and Togorohime says he's in a temple and can arrange for Boruto to meet him. Inojin and Chocho begin to eat, despite Boruto's warnings about what kind of place Ryuchi Cave is supposed to be. Though not as eager, Sarada and Shikadai accept Togorohime's hospitality, while Boruto remains suspicious. When Togorohime mentions Mitsuki, Boruto notices they didn't mention his name to her, and alerts the others. Togorohime's face distorts to that of a snake and says they should have just eaten the food. The facade of their location dissolves. Togorohime laments missing out on eating the chakra of the children, and a voice in the fog speaks to her, reminding her that they didn't fail the test to weed out those searching for Ryuchi Cave. Togorohime retreats into the fog, telling them not to assume they'll survive until the end. They venture deeper into the fog towards the source of the light. They get separated in the fog, and Boruto follows another figure into the cave. A door closes behind him, and he notices that the door has grooves where stone bits in the room fit. Ichikishima Hime congratulates him. Always disappearing, and Boruto looks at her reappearing elsewhere. She explains that he'll only be able to leave if he fills out all the spaces on the boulder. Revealing her snake face, Ichikishima Hime explains she doesn't like fresh chakra and prefers faint, weak chakra she can drink. Boruto takes his time filling the wall, but there's one groove none of the stones fit into. Boruto doesn't want to waste time here, so he can search for Mitsuki. Ichikishima Hime asks if Boruto is there to acquire the sage's power, and he says he's only there to find Mitsuki. Boruto breaks a stone by accident and thinks to break other stones to make them fit into the last groove. Boruto passes the trial and is bitten by another snake woman, Togitsu Hime, who says she'll test his heart. Boruto begins to see visions of his friends berating her for being inconsiderate of others and endangering them. Boruto is resolute in finding Mitsuki and passes the trial. Togitsu Hime says he has earned the right to meet the White Snake Sage and that his friends are up ahead. He finds them unconscious but unharmed and wakes them up. They meet up with the White Snake Sage and explain Orochimaru pointed them in the direction. The sage comments on how Orochimaru has changed. The sage follows up explaining the trials he went through for learning Senjutsu, and Boruto reiterates his goal, something the sage is uninterested in helping with. However, the sage agrees to help in the condition of dealing with Garaga, a giant snake that has been troubling the sage, by bringing her Garaga's reverse scale. The group leaves to find Garaga, and Togitsu Hime asks the sage if it's wise to make that promise, but the sage doubts they'll survive facing Garaga at all. On the way to Garaga's next, the Genin explain to Chocho what a reverse scale is. Sarada thinks back to the lesson of the summoning technique in the academy. They find very large snake tracks in the ground and follow it to an open area that has seen damage. The Genin recall the snake's explanation of Garaga into going into frenzies and having lost an eye in the battle. They get startled while coming across some snake statues and find Garaga, who attacks them. Shikadai tries paralyzing him, but Garaga's too big for him and breaks through his jutsu. Boruto spots Garaga's reverse scale, but Garaga moves before he can attack. Sarada is thrown aside by Garaga's movement and is almost eaten, but another snake intervenes, biting Garaga, giving the Genin a chance to escape. At Konoha, Moegi arrives alone for her report, and gives Shikamaru the shogi piece left behind by Shikadai, which confirms his suspicions that something is amiss with Mitsuki's departure. Uo's condition is stabilizing, so Sakura has Yurito deliver Naruto a report. Tsunade discusses the situation with Naruto and Shikamaru. When Yurito delivers the report, Sarada thinks the blue snake was trying to protect her. The blue snake finds him and introduces herself as Auda, a summoning snake who has pledged loyalty to Sasuke. Garaga has a fit over Auda's interference. The Genin explain the situation to Auda. Shikadai notices Auda doesn't have a reverse scale and asks if Garaga is the only one who does. Auda explains most violent snakes have them and that they become milder once the reverse scale is removed. Auda wants to escort them back to Konoha, but Sarada insists on the task. Shikadai speculates on who would have knowledge to target Mitsuki. Teams 5 and 15 worry about Boruto and the others. Yurito steals something from a room where Uo is recovering. Hinata and Sakura meet on the office's entrance, where Hinata apologizes for Boruto taking Sarada with him, but Sakura says Sarada is responsible for her own decisions. Shikadai has devised a plan involving Boruto, Chocho, and Auda. An enlarged Chocho challenges Garaga, creating a distraction for Inojin to cover his reigning eye with ink. Shikadai pins Garaga with his shadow, aided by Auda and Chocho to hold him in place. Boruto and Sarada try to get the reverse scale, but Garaga manages to dodge them, and hits Chocho with a venom that petrifies her. Auda protects the Genin from Garaga's attacks. Auda asks Sarada to leave, but Boruto isn't willing to back down and lands a wind release on Garaga. Garaga leaves when he learns they want his reverse scale. Shikadai asks Auda about Garaga's retreat, and Auda explains Garaga moved to his feeding ground, where he has the advantage. Auda is exhausted and injured, and cautions them not to touch Garaga's reverse scale, which turns those who touch it into stone. In Konohagakure, Sakura leaves the room where Uo is recovering, and Yurito tries injecting him with something. Before he can, Uo is revealed to be a transformed Moegi. Joined by Sakura, they wonder why Yurito would turn traitor. He drops the syringe and escapes when the poison turns to gas. Yurito comes across Team 5 and tries to direct him to the medical unit, but Udon knows that's where Yurito is supposed to be stationed, exposing him. Yurito takes Denki hostage, but Denki frees him with a flash bomb. Medley and Iobi attack. Udon suspects something is amiss and confirms it when he breaks up the genjutsu on Yurito. Before Udon can question him, a centipede-like creature crawls up into Yurito's body and detonates. Sekie informs Kirada her genjutsu is broken and that is trapped to care of it. Kirada leaves to make his report. Kokuyo wants everyone to stay on schedule with the plan. Sekie continues Mitsuki. The Genin have trouble seeing Garaga's attacks because he camouflages himself in his feeding ground, which is also dark. Inojin tries scouting it with one of his drawings, but is attacked and retreats. He saved Boruto from another attack, who thanks him for his quick drawing. Inojin points out he didn't draw that fast, but used the drawing he was riding when he was attacked, which Garaga didn't destroy. This gives Shikadai an idea of how to counter Garaga. Shikadai deduces Gattaga is tracking them through heat, which Inujin's drawings don't emit. Using shadow clones to throw Gattaga off, Boruto is able to land a vanishing Rasengan on Gattaga's reverse scale, giving the others an opportunity to use explosive tags to collapse the ceiling on top of him. Gattaga emerges from the rubble, so Shikadai tries holding him with the shadow while Boruto propels himself to get the scale. Gattaga opens his blind eye. Boruto enters Gattaga's mind and learns how Gattaga lost his eye when he acted as a summoning stake from Shinobi. His summoner wanted to retreat during a battle, but he wanted to keep fighting, so his summoner used lightning release against him, costing him his eye. Boruto explains why they need his scale and the two argue about betrayal. Gattaga wanting to see how Mitsuki's betrayal will lead to Boruto's death. Boruto decides not to take Gattaga's scale by force, but decides to enter a summoning contract with him so he'll be able to see if Boruto fails to bring Mitsuki back. Gattaga agrees, adding that he'll eat Boruto if he fails. They return to the White Snake stage, Chocho restored, and when she asks him about the scale, Boruto summons Gattaga. The White Snake sage reveals her true form and shows them Mitsuki Snake's thoughts. Mitsuki had these snakes stop the hearts of the guards to convince the assailants they were dead. They told him he could find answers to his questions if he went with him to the Land of Earth. Boruto was glad Mitsuki saved the guard, but Shikadai points out he still went with the enemy. As the Genin leave the cave of the Land of Earth, the White Snake sage mulls over Boruto's strange and inescapable destiny. The Genin leave the foggy limits of the cave. Chocho feels tired and claims to have spotty memory on what happened. Boruto is relieved that Mitsuki isn't a traitor. Naruto and Shikamaru visit Uo at the medical unit where Sakura says he can't speak for long. Uo tells him that the assailants were Iwagakure shinobi who asked if Mitsuki wanted to go with them to the Land of Earth, and that one of them was puppet-like. Shikadai is still open to the possibility that Mitsuki is a traitor. Boruto points out Mitsuki wants to know the answer they spoke about. Shikadai wants Chocho and Inujin to return to Konohagakure to alert them of the discoveries. Yurito is alive but in critical condition, and Shikamaru blames himself for not noticing it sooner. Sai informs Naruto and Shikamaru that the jutsu that injured Yurito was explosive clay. Kokuyo, Sekiei, and Mitsuki approach the border of the Land of Earth. Sekiei points out that once Mitsuki enters the Land of Earth, he'll have betrayed Konohagakure, and asks what betrayal feels like. At Iwagakure, Kirara discusses the situation with Kako, who says Ku will pass judgment. Ku says they still have time, and he and a doctor enter the area with several of the puppet-like creatures. On the way back, Chocho and Inujin find paralyzed Jonin. Kokuyo kills one of the puppet-like creatures, struggling to keep up with them. Sekiei explains to Mitsuki that they're Akuta, created with Kinjutsu by Ku, so they can't live long like humans. Kokuyo tells Sekiei to stop telling Mitsuki things. Sekiei is taking a liking to Mitsuki. Shikadai, Boruto, and Sarada are catching up with them. Mirai tells Konohamaru she has learned about Mitsuki being Orochimaru's son, but Konohamaru assures her he doesn't hate Mitsuki. Naruto calls Kurotsuchi, informs her of the situation, and requests permission for his tracker to enter Iwagakure. He tells her Boruto and Sarada are tracking the assailants. Kurotsuchi denies permission for trackers to enter Iwagakure, at least until she's conducted her own investigation to make sure the targets are indeed Iwagakure shinobi. Konoha shinobi are attacked by Akuta. Boruto's group arrives at the destroyed Akuta, which Boruto recognizes. Kokuyo detects they're being pursued, and instructs Sekiei to go on ahead with Mitsuki while he and the remaining Akuta deal with the pursuers. Kokuyo deals with several Konoha trackers, the battle catching the attention of Boruto's group. They arrive to see Kokuyo victorious, and asks if they're also trackers. Kokuyo introduces himself to Boruto, Sarada, and Shikadai, who notice he defeated several shinobi. Despite the danger he poses, the Genin want to defeat him to get to Mitsuki. Kokuyo and his Akuta attack, surprising the Genin with their speed. Boruto uses shadow clones to distract Kokuyo from Shikadai's jutsu, but he dodges it regardless. He uses his Tonfa as a ranged weapon to finish off Boruto's remaining clone. Sarada blocks the Akuta's attack on her, and Kokuyo claims his powers don't come from jutsu, which he can't use, but from pure strength. Boruto manages to dodge Kokuyo's attack and uses wind release to throw him in the air, Sarada throwing the Akuta at him. Kokuyo knocks the Akuta aside, which Shikadai pins down upon landing, allowing Boruto to destroy it with her Rasengan. Kokuyo attacks Sarada faster than she can react with her Sharingan, and uses his Tonfa to cause a rock slide. Before Kokuyo can attack Sarada again, Chocho arrives and lands a hit on him, and then tosses a large rock on top of him. Joined by Inujin, they explain they turned back when they found defeated Konoha shinobi. Shikadai tells Boruto and Sarada to go on ahead while he, Chocho, and Inujin deal with Kokuyo. Sekiei notices Kokuyo is taking time to catch up and simply states he's strong when Mitsuki asks if he trusts Kokuyo. A couple Akuta manifest from the ground and update Sekiei on the situation. Sekiei doesn't allow Mitsuki to stay with them and has the Akuta guard him, while he goes to deal with Boruto and Sarada. The two narrowly avoid an explosive butterfly from Sekiei, who asks him how they got past Kokuyo. Sarada notices that he needs chakra into the clay to make it explode, and Sekiei explains that explosive clay was the jutsu implanted on him. Boruto summons Gattaga, much to Sekiei's excitement. Gattaga doesn't attack, instead throwing Boruto off and refusing to help him. Kokuyo exhausts Chocho, so Shikadai gives Inujin an opportunity to try sealing him. The Genin retreat when Kokuyo breaks through the seal, and when considering they're weak but wise, wonders if that's human strength. Gattaga laughs at Boruto as he struggles against Sekiei. When Boruto tells Sekiei he and Mitsuki are friends, he asks Boruto if that's something Boruto decided arbitrarily. Boruto confirms this, but decides that that's one more reason to reach Mitsuki to get to really know him. Gattaga tells Boruto that if he agrees to become his underling, he might help. Sekiei attacks Boruto, but Gattaga protects him. Angered that Boruto told him to leave, Gattaga rampages and attacks Sekiei, which suddenly feels ill. Boruto used the opportunity to strike, but his attack is blocked by Mitsuki. Mitsuki checks on Sekiei and reiterates to Boruto and Sarada his decision to go with the Iwagakure shinobi. Boruto offers Mitsuki's forehead protector back, and Mitsuki attacks him. Gattaga scoffs at Boruto. Kokuyo, having seen anything, declares Mitsuki to be trustworthy. Deciding that Boruto isn't worth killing in his current state, he and Mitsuki leave with Sekiei. Boruto calls out to Mitsuki but passes out. When Mitsuki leaves Konoha, he meets with Sekiei, Kokuyo, and Kirara. Mitsuki asks about the Akuta with him and if beating the creator would answer his question about one's will, and Kokuyo explains their provenance. Uo and Sao find them out, and Mitsuki attacks them so the others won't kill them, faking their deaths. Leaving behind a snake with a message for Boruto. In the present, Mitsuki coaches Sekiei in human mannerisms while on their way to the Land of Earth. Sekiei's body begins to break down, so Kokuyo leaves to get help, leaving Mitsuki to look after Sekiei. Kurotsuchi visits her grandfather, who is under Akatsuchi's care. Kontsuchi asks her how Onoki is, but Kurotsuchi says he's no condition to answer the questions he wants to ask. While discussing who should investigate the matter, Naruto warned her about Kurotsuchi's group is attacked by Ku and Kako, who demand she step down from position as Tsuchikage. As she attacks him, Kurotsuchi seemingly recognizes Ku and is shocked. As Sekiei's health deteriorates, Mitsuki gives him flowers to cheer him up. Mitsuki explains eating and brushing one's teeth to Sekiei, and the two end up talking about the creators, Orochimaru and Ku. They also discuss death, wondering what it would take for Mitsuki to cry. Sekiya ambushes Mitsuki, putting an explosive centipede around his neck, and questions him about faking the death of the Konoha shinobi and the snake he left behind. Mitsuki explains it was a message telling Boruto he left by his own volition and not to look for him. Sekiya asks more about Boruto, who still believed Mitsuki was his friend, and how Mitsuki feels about him. Mitsuki explains how Boruto was his son, how close friends share secrets, and how he's unsure whether his feeling is genuine or created by somebody else. Mitsuki helps Sekiya, and Kokyo returns with Kako and Kirara, who injects Sekiya with something that stabilizes him. They find it suspicious that Sekiya's health failed around Mitsuki and want to knock him unconscious before continuing. Mitsuki says he agreed to go with them, but not with being captured. Sekiya wakes up and vouches for Mitsuki, comparing his loneliness to theirs, and secretly telling Mitsuki they share a secret now, making them close friends. In Iwagakure, Kurotsuchi is being held captive while Ku creates more Akuta. The Konoha Genin look over an unconscious Boruto. Sarada watches in disbelief as Mitsuki attacks Boruto. Boruto loses consciousness and dreams Gene 7. Sarada updates Shikadai on what happened, while Inojin and Chocho look around for enemies, concerned about the enemy's strength. One of the defeated Akuta managed to reform itself. Sarada thinks they should return to Konoha despite the punishment for leaving, so they can report what they know. However, Shikadai wants to continue to the land of Earth, because the situation with the Akuta is something he believes will threaten the peace. The reformed Akuta takes a liking to Inojin, so Shikadai thinks to join them for the moment, as it's evidence of what has been happening, and it's not being aggressive towards them. Since it likes Inojin, he's picked to keep an eye on the Akuta. Boruto continues to dream of his friends, but Garaga intrudes on it to remind him of the agreement between them regarding Mitsuki. Garaga chases Boruto, who is taken away by Mitsuki. Inojin tries bonding with the Akuta, drawing birds for it to chase, but it has to intervene when it tries attacking a rabbit. In his dream, Boruto feels the pain where Mitsuki attacked him, and Mitsuki's words encouraging him to keep running away and make him realize he's dreaming. In his dream, Garaga berates Boruto for clinging to his friends and running away from betrayal without learning anything. Boruto realizes something, thanking Garaga for making him realize it, and wakes up. Shikadai asks for his opinion on the next step. Boruto still wants to go after Mitsuki. Boruto plans on asking Onoki for help, recalling his invitation to visit him if he's ever in the land of Earth. They continue on their way to the land of Earth. The Genin decide Inojin should stay behind because taking the Akuta with him would attract too much attention. If anything happens to the others, Inojin is to return to Konohagakure with the Akuta as evidence. They hope Onoki can help him find out more about the ones Mitsuki left with. Naruto, Sai, and Shikamaru discuss sending men to Iwagakure, since they can no longer contact Kurotsuchi, despite the risk of igniting a conflict. Konohamaru arrives and requests to be assigned to the mission, even after Naruto stresses the diplomatic implications. Konohamaru disguises himself as an envoy and departs. Boruto, Sarada, Shikadai, and Chocho notice no extra security on the main entrance, but decide to follow the water mains on the sides. In the cave where they were left, Inojin makes a grave for a dead animal that the Akuta finds. From the normal appearance of things in Iwagakure, Shikadai surmises that Kokyo is no ordinary shinobi and is likely affiliated with a clandestine group with no formal ties to Iwagakure. While discussing the next step, Chocho's stomach growls loudly, drawing attention from the crowd, including Akatsuchi. They draw the attention of a diner owner, and they get him to eat so Chocho will stop drawing attention. Their knowledge of Onoki impresses the diner owner, and they get him to tell them where Onoki lives. Akatsuchi follows him from a distance. Inojin has the Akuta pick a new name for itself and it picks Akun. The Genin arrive at Onoki's residence and are met by Akatsuchi, who informs them the Hokage told them that show up and that Kurotsuchi has disappeared while a cover story was released. He tells them Onoki is probably in the old part of Iwagakure and that he'll be happy to see somebody invited. Akatsuchi takes him to see Onoki, who is happy to see them but denies being able to help them. After he leaves, the Genin and Akatsuchi are attacked by a group of Akuta. Ku arrives and addresses Onoki as his father and superior, telling him that the test subject is ready, shocking everyone. Boruto asks Onoki for an explanation, but he gives none. Boruto begins to walk towards him, but Ku immobilizes him. The Genin are surprised by the turn of events. Onoki apologizes and tells Akatsuchi to stay out of it. Onoki claims it for the sake of peace. Naruto calls Kurotsuchi's office and Kontsuchi picks up, informing him that she still doesn't return and it might be a while before she does, and that there are no new developments that require immediate attention. Kontsuchi is being controlled by Kirara through Genjutsu. Naruto and Shikamaru suspect something is up and hope to hear from Konohamaru. On his way to Iwagakure, Konohamaru finds paralyzed Konoha shinobi. Akatsuchi demands explanations from Onoki. Onoki orders Ku to release Boruto, who asks what he meant by for the sake of peace. Onoki claims this to prevent the repeating of a tragedy. 5 years prior, Iwagakure was attacked by rogue ninja and many young shinobi lost their lives. He points out Konoha was also recently attacked by the Otsutsuki. He wants there to be someone to fight these threats instead of risking the lives of the youth, and that Mitsuki will help him with that. Sekiya meets up with Mitsuki, telling him he has to take him to Ku. He shows Mitsuki to his room and shows him how the Akuta were created. Mitsuki notices there are many, and Sekiya explains that they'll soon have more Akuta than there are shinobi in Iwagakure to protect young lives. Mitsuki asks if they'll die in their place. Kokyo and Kako arrive and are displeased with Sekiya showing Mitsuki around. Sekiya takes Mitsuki to see his room, and Kako volunteers to end Mitsuki already, while Kokyo wants to wait for further orders. Onoki says Mitsuki will help him at the final stage of their plans, but Shikadai points out that if it gets out that he harmed Konoha shinobi, the Hokage will take action. Onoki says he planned to do everything in secret and has no intention of hurting them. Boruto begins fighting Ku, who has the Akuta attack as well. They discover their masks are their weak spot when one of them collapses when Sarada destroys it. Ku imprisons Boruto with an earth barrier, which Akatsuchi breaks with his earth golem. Ku destroys Akatsuchi's golem with dust release. The Genin want to retreat to the rendezvous point. Ku exchanges blows with Akatsuchi, sending him flying towards a pillar which collapses on top of Onoki's vehicle. Boruto saves Onoki. One of the Akuta manages to capture Shikadai. Kokyo and Kako hurry past Sekiya and Mitsuki, who find it suspicious. Mitsuki asks about the drawings in Sekiya's room. Sekiya explains they're his and that his master created them to protect the people he cherishes. Sekiya wants to create friendships worth protecting so he can get stronger. He asks Mitsuki for confirmation that humans grow stronger when they have someone to protect. Mitsuki is surprised by the question but confirms it. Sekiya shows him a drawing of them. Shikadai is imprisoned in a cell next to Kurotsuchi. She recognizes him as Shikamaru's son and asks what he's doing there. Shikadai begins explaining. A doctor arrives for Mitsuki's examination. It reveals the jutsu that would destroy Mitsuki to prevent information about Orochimaru's experiments being discovered. Kurotsuchi explains to Shikadai it all started when she rejected one of Onoki's proposals in the wake of the attack 5 years prior. Onoki created a prototype Akuta to protect the village, but it misbehaved and attacked them. Kurotsuchi disavowed their development as the villages agreed to stand by each other in emergencies, and the Akuta development would jeopardize that. Onoki continued his Akuta development in secret, as well as the artificial humans. Kurotsuchi and Shikadai plan to break out. Ku grows impatient with the Akuta being unable to find Onoki. The Genin move through Iwagakure at night, avoiding the Akuta. Boruto moves around at night with Onoki, taking care to avoid the other Akuta, but triggers barrier tags. Onoki wakes up the next morning, wondering why Boruto saved him. Boruto presses him for further explanation of his plans. Onoki insists for the sake of peace and that young shinobi are now weak and unreliable. Boruto decides to leave him, but Onoki informs him they're in the Sanzu Plains, which is surrounded by a powerful barrier that makes it difficult to leave once they're inside. Onoki explains the plains are a shinobi training ground where one can only leave if they find their heartstone, a simple pebble that requires one to train intensely to find. Boruto tries using shadow clones to find it, but the barrier prevents them from using jutsu, and Onoki explains no one else comes to the plains anymore, so they're unlikely to be found by third parties. Kokuyo and Kako report to Ku that they have yet to find Onoki. Ku wants them to deploy more Akuta for the search, confident that Kidara will be able to keep the villagers from noticing their presence, and dismisses Kako's suggestion to eliminate witnesses, as that would go against Onoki's plan. Kidara shows Mitsuki her belongings. Kako passes on Ku's orders, and Seki explains to Mitsuki Konoha Shinobi came looking for him, but Ku chased him away. Mitsuki wants to meet with Ku. Inojin tries teaching Aku in the names of his teammates. Sarada and Chocho arrive, telling them there are many Akuta around, and are concerned when leaving that Boruto and Shikadai haven't arrived. Onoki gives Boruto food and water as thanks for saving him, and the two continue to forage for sustenance. Onoki wants Boruto to admit that book learning during times of peace and plenty have made young shinobi weaker, and Boruto asks if he truly believes they are better off during times of war. Onoki stresses that his point is about the value of experience and training, pointing out the presence of powerful enemies like the Otsutsuki Boruto once himself fought. Onoki explains this is why he created Ku and others. Ku in particular made for his own cells. He invited Mitsuki to Iwagakure because he was made with similar technology and could help him further develop synthetic humans to fight instead of risking young lives. Mitsuki meets Ku, who wants to analyze Mitsuki to learn more about how he's created. Mitsuki points out the Juinjutsu on his heart, but Ku explains that it's an old Juinjutsu that they can get around over time. Mitsuki asks Ku about the will of the synthetic individuals like themselves, and Ku advises him to ask who created him. The two continue to discuss the nature of will. The other synthetic humans discuss the human condition, but Kako and Kidara begin to break down. In the Sanzu Plains, Boruto and Onoki prepare for another night. Boruto is frustrated with being stuck in the Sanzu Plains, while Onoki reiterates that he can only leave if he finds his heartstone, which Onoki finds unlikely since Boruto entered the plains by accident instead of with the intent to train. Boruto is frustrated with being stuck in the Sanzu Plains, while Onoki reiterates they can only leave if he finds his heartstone, which Onoki finds unlikely since Boruto entered the plains by accident instead of with the intent to train. While walking through the plains, Boruto stumbles across Seki and Iwagakure Genin, who failed out early in the last training exams. Onoki asks what he's doing there, and Seki explains to be looking for his heartstone. Seki asks what Boruto's doing there with Onoki, but before he can explain Onoki's machinations, he assumes Onoki did something heroic. Onoki later asks Boruto why he didn't tell Seki the truth about him, and Boruto says it'd be no use. Onoki tells Seki Boruto will help him find his heartstone, telling Boruto under his breath that if he finds it, they'll be able to leave with Seki. Seki thanks Mitsuki for coming with the two of them to watch over Kidara and Kako. The doctor reports to Ku that the Juinjutsu on Mitsuki's heart is making analysis difficult, and that to make use of the technology behind it, they need human hearts for each of the synthetic humans. Ku ponders what to do as Onoki wouldn't approve sacrificing humans for them. Akatsuchi leaves Iwagakure to inform Naruto about what's happened, but struggles against pursuing Akuta. Konohamaru saves him. Boruto helps Seki look for his heartstone. The two end up discussing, and Seki attacks Boruto with his technique that doesn't require chakra. Boruto dodges easily, but later notices the damage caused by the rock Seki hit. When Onoki's back gives out, Seki gives him a back rub like he used to do for his grandmother. Something the plains watches the three. Konohamaru determines the area most heavily guarded by the Akuta. The doctor prepares Shikadai for a procedure, but he escapes using his shadow to stop him from inhaling knockout gas. Seki informs Ku that Kidara's genjutsu is failing. Konohamaru infiltrates Iwagakure. When Seki's resolve begins to falter, Onoki passes on words the first Uchikage said to him. Boruto and Seki get more water and are attacked by a giant wolf. Boruto has Seki use his technique and propels him to a Genelli and hit the wolf. The stone he was holding during the attack turns out to be his heartstone, its side looking like Seki's grandmother. His stone glows along with the others on the ground, pointing the way out of the plains. Seki reports to Ku that Kontsuchi is regaining consciousness, and Ku decides to take control of Iwagakure. Onoki stands by his plan to Boruto and says he has more to show him. Ku looks at his hand, which is beginning to crack down. Boruto asks Onoki where he's taking him. Onoki says it's a place that will make him understand the motivation behind his plan. They arrive at a location, and Onoki explains that this is where his grandson Kozuchi died. Kontsuchi is informed what transpired when he was under Genjutsu and moves to notify the other villages. But Ku and the other synthetic humans have already taken control of Iwagakure with the Akuta. Ku is disappointed by Iwagakure's situation under Kurotsuchi and leaves the Akuta under Kokuyo's command. Kokuyo informs him Shikadai's escape, but Ku is more concerned with finding Onoki. Onoki explains how after the 4th Shinobi World War, the villages suffered a massive loss of life, but Iwagakure managed to rebuild. Kozuchi was excited to become a Genin and wanted Onoki to live long and see him become Tsuchikage. Onoki told him one who is Tsuchikage must never run away and face every adversity. One day, when some shinobi tried to steal village secrets, Kozuchi tried to stop them and was fatally injured. When Kurotsuchi explained Kozuchi tried to stop them himself and reinforcements arrived, Onoki realized his words were the cause of that attitude and blamed himself for his death. Wanting to actualize Kozuchi's will, Onoki developed the Akuta to fight instead of risking the lives of young shinobi. One day, Onoki was approached by a doctor who shared his opinion and made a discovery that was a breakthrough for his plan. They created Ku and the other fabrications to lead the Akuta. Onoki explained he never intended them to be fighting, and will release the Konoha Genin after his plan is completed. Boruto asks him what the sample was, and the doctor showed him. Onoki reveals it was a Wazetsu. Boruto was incredulous that Onoki risked using something so dangerous, and Onoki agrees there's much they don't know, and that's why they needed Mitsuki to stabilize them. Onoki assures him that Mitsuki will be free to do as he pleases after they stabilize the synthetic humans. Ku is taking control of Iwagakure and imprison those who would try to interfere. 5 of the captured shinobi are to be used as sources for hearts for them if Onoki approves. Boruto understands Onoki's benevolent intentions, but points out that when he fought the synthetic humans that they had personalities and wonders if they're really different from humans. Onoki is confident that what Boruto sees as will as the fabrications are merely functions. Boruto asks if he truly believes that, pointing out how strongly Onoki's belief in will is, recalling their conversation in Konohagakure. Onoki is taken aback but assures him he doesn't know about the fabrications. Boruto counters that he knows Mitsuki and saw how they interacted, and knows Mitsuki has a will, pointing out Onoki has no real proof the fabrications lack a will of their own. He also asks how different it is from sacrificing real shinobi. The two can't reconcile their beliefs, and Kako arrives for Onoki. Kako informs Onoki their plan is at a standstill, requesting him to return immediately and asking if he can take Boruto into custody. Onoki agrees, not wanting Boruto to alert Konohagakure of his plans. Kako tries capturing Boruto, but Onoki stresses he must not be injured. Boruto attacks with a shuriken and a shadow clone. Kako is delighted to witness human fighting instinct. Inojin, Sarada, and Chocho are concerned by Boruto and Shikadai's continued absence and leave to look for them. They find an injured Akatsuchi and inform of the situation. Boruto continues to fight Kako, using clones to attack him with wired and electrified kunai and taijutsu. Kako destroys his clones with dust release. Keeping his distance, Boruto throws an explosive tag kunai. Its explosion attracting the attention of the Konoha Genin. Inojin takes Akatsuchi back to the cave, while Sarada and Chocho go to the explosion site. Boruto creates more clones to fight Kako, who finds the feeling exhilarating. Boruto manages to stab Kako, but it turns out to be a rock clone. Sarada and Chocho arrive just in time to prevent Kako from using dust release. Kako was excited to have more opponents. Ku commands the Akuta looking for Shikadai. Shikadai destroys an Akuta when approaching the Tsuchikage's office and is spotted by another and manages to make a call to the Hokage's office where Shikamaru picks up the phone. The two talk and Shikadai manages to escape before Ku arrives at Akuta. Boruto, Sarada, and Chocho struggle against Kako, having to keep the distance to avoid his dust release. Boruto notices he has an opportunity to attack them with it and he didn't, and wonders about why. Kidada finds Akun by the cave where the Genin are staying and uses her genjutsu against Inojin when he attempts to steal her. Shikamaru informs Naruto, Kakashi, and Tsunade of what Shikadai told them. Naruto and Shikamaru want Kakashi and Tsunade as former Hokage to explain the situation to other villages, while Naruto deals with the daimyo in getting permission to interfere with Iwakure's affairs. Sarada analyzes Kako while Boruto and Chocho attack him. She determines that after using dust release there's a window of 20 seconds where Kako can't use ninjutsu, and he uses the opportunity to attack him with fire release. Kako tries forcing more dust release attacks during the window, and the strain causes his body to begin to break down. Onoki watches from afar. Kako manages to corner Boruto, but the strain of a big dust release attack is too much for his body to handle and he dies. Boruto thanks Sarada and Chocho for their help. Onoki asks why Kako didn't obey him, and Boruto reiterates the fabrication have a will of their own. Inojin arrives and holds Boruto hostage, being under Kidada's genjutsu. She wants to take everyone to see Ku. Onoki escorts the captured Konoha Genin and Akatsuchi, keeping them from interfering with his plans. They arrive at Iwagakure when Onoki is shocked to see remnants of battles all over the village. He asks Kidada about what happened and she instructs him to go to Ku directly. Ku says all is going smoothly according to plan, but Onoki questions it, asking where the villagers are and why the Akuta are roaming the streets. Ku claims the situation has changed drastically in his absence, that the fabrication's lives already began to run out, and that he has secured humans from whom to harvest hearts. Boruto questions Onoki on what he claimed to have been the fabrication's objective. Onoki denounces Ku's actions as the opposite of his will, and he intends to sacrifice young lives instead of saving them. Ku shows him his deterioration, but Onoki orders him to release those in custody. Ku questions Onoki's commitment to his own plan and willingness to sacrifice the fabrications and knocks him out. The other fabrications question his action, but Ku rationalizes it as Onoki being temporarily not in his right mind. Ku takes Onoki inside and orders preparations for the transplants to begin, and allows the other fabrications to do as they please with the Genin. They briefly discuss the fabrication's purpose and nature, and just as the Akuta are about to attack the Genin, an explosive tag kunai is thrown at them. The smoke of the explosion giving them cover to escape. Shikadai calls them out and frees them, wanting to take the opportunity to leave the village when the Akuta are still watching over captured citizens. Kokyo catches up to them and blocks their path. Shikadai wants Boruto and Sarada to go after Mitsuki while they deal with Kokyo. Akun wakes up and remembers Inojin being taken and leaves to find him. Kidada intercepts Boruto and Sarada, who knows she uses genjutsu. Sarada activates a Sharingan. Team 10 struggles against Kokyo and Shikadai risks himself to let the others escape. The doctor is praying for the transplants and Sekiei thanks Mitsuki for what he's done for them. Shikadai lures Kokyo to a trap he and Inojin set up, hiding a source of light for after Kokyo destroyed the ones around it, noticing that it lacks jutsu and has no long range attacks. Kokyo tries forcing his way out of Shikadai's jutsu, but Chocho lands a hit first. Kokyo hits back but begins to crack down and deteriorate, and wishes to see how strong his opponents really are. Akun is getting near to them. Konohamaru finds the Akuta production site, and Mitsuki finds him. Shikadai wants Chocho to land another hit, but Inojin points out he's learned their strategy. Shikadai says there's another jutsu Inojin can use, but Inojin isn't sure it'll work on him. Shikadai says it's what they have. Shikadai uses himself as bait, and Inojin is able to take over Kokyo's body with mind-body switch technique. Kokyo is able to force Inojin out and dodge Chocho's human bullet tank. He moves to attack Inojin, but Akun obstructs his vision, giving him another shot. Kokyo destroys Akun's mask when dealing with him, but receives a heavy hit from Chocho. Kokyo can't understand how other humans endanger themselves to fight, and Shikadai explains that they make up with other kinds of strength, such as strength of heart. Kokyo denies having such strength as he lacks a heart, but Shikadai points out Inojin was able to take him over. Kokyo ponders it as he dies. Akun manages to say Inojin's name before perishing. Inojin tries to downplay Akun's death while crying. Kidada has paralyzed Boruto and Sarada with a genjutsu, intending on playing with them. Ku attends to Onoki, who tries to dissuade Ku from continuing his plans, but Ku continues to believe Onoki's weakness is clouding his judgment. Team 10 is exhausted after fighting Kokyo and wonder how Boruto and Sarada are faring. Caught in Kidada's genjutsu, she controls their movements like a puppeteer. Sarada tries breaking the genjutsu on Boruto with a Sharingan, but Kidada forces him to close his eyes. She wants to play them like their dolls, drawing out their injuries. Onoki ponders on Boruto's assessment of the fabrication's will and of Ku's own words and actions. He thinks back to first meeting and naming Ku, as well as the other 4 fabrications. Onoki tries leaving his room, but his path is blocked by Nakuta. The doctor attends to Sekiei's deterioration, and Sekiei asks him how their lives will be after receiving hearts. He's not concerned about being strong, but with protecting his friends. The doctor leaves Sekiei alone with Mitsuki. Sekiei tells Mitsuki he heard of Kokyo and Kako's deaths, and recounts feelings about it. He asks Mitsuki how that will change once he has a heart, and Mitsuki explains that having a heart doesn't make him a human. Mitsuki relays Ku's orders to the doctor. Having made back from the Senzu Plains, Seki has been avoiding the Akuta and runs into Akatsuchi, who updates him on what happened. As all other shinobi have been imprisoned, Akatsuchi tasks Seki with rescuing Onoki. Mitsuki shows Seki a completed artificial heart, and Akuta updates Kirara on their heart situation. Not wanting to miss it, she makes Boruto and Sarada stop holding back as she leaves. Sarada is able to put herself under a new genjutsu by looking at a Sharingan's reflection on Boruto's sword and then breaks the genjutsu on him. As Mitsuki is about to deliver Ku's heart, Boruto and Sarada arrive. Mitsuki holds him at bay with a lightning release, and Ku binds their movement with an earth release. Boruto tries appealing to Mitsuki not to help Ku. Mitsuki hands Ku the heart, and while he celebrates, Mitsuki strikes him from behind. Ku drops the heart, revealing these guys snakes. All are shocked by the betrayal. They hear explosions from afar, those being from Konohamaru destroying the Akuta production site as arranged with Mitsuki. Kurotsuchi frees the captured Iwagakure shinobi. Onoki manages to escape his room. Team 7 faces against the remaining fabrications. The damage Mitsuki inflicted causes Ku's body to begin to break down. Ku departs to get medical attention, but Sekie prevents Boruto from following him with explosive clay. Mitsuki wants Boruto and Sarada to go after Ku while he deals with Sekie, who is furious with him. Kirara blocks Boruto and Sarada with Akuta. Mitsuki tries to dissuade Sekie from fighting so his body doesn't break down any further. Sekie attacks Mitsuki, all while accusing him of pretending to be his friend. Boruto and Sarada destroy a few of Kirara's Akuta, whose body begins to break down as well. Kirara brings out a gigantic Akuta to kill Boruto and Sarada. Boruto summons Garaga to help. In between discussing with Boruto, Garaga fights the giant Akuta. Sarada moves against Kirara, managing to distract her with a Sharingan Genjutsu, leaving herself an opening to land a lightning release attack on her. Kirara orders the giant Akuta to save her, but Garaga constricts it till it breaks down, one of its chunks crushing her instead. Sekie continues to attack Mitsuki while throwing accusations at him, who denounces Ku's path and thinks Sekie can still be saved. Sekie manages to get Mitsuki to fight back by threatening to kill Boruto. Mitsuki disables Sekie's explosive clay with his lightning release. Seki finds Onoki sneaking out and explains he was sent by Akatsuchi. Ku reaches the doctor but is informed the donor's escaped, so he decides to get the doctor's heart. Mitsuki offers to take Sekie to Orochimaru, but Sekie is too damaged, and muses on how they are alike and how they're different, their feelings, motivations. Sekie dies. Kurotsuchi leads the Iwa Shinobi on taking back the sectors of Iwagakure. Mitsuki catches up with Boruto and Sarada at the old city, and they find Ku recovered with a new heart. Ku revels in his new power. The Konoha Genin consider him too dangerous to be left unchecked. On their way to the old city, Seki needs a break, but Onoki spots the recent damage to the old Tsuchikage office, and thinking of Kozuchi, says this is the moment he can't miss. Ku fights Mitsuki, trapping him with stone pillars, saying they should see eye to eye as they're both man-made. Sarada and Boruto disagree with him, Ku using a sword to knock Boruto back. While Boruto says Mitsuki never truly intended to join them, Ku claims that Mitsuki had many opportunities to ask for help while in Konoha but didn't, instead going to meet other artificial humans like himself. When Mitsuki hesitates in denying it, Ku takes it as proof, saying Boruto never noticed his struggle, and because of that he can't claim to be Mitsuki's friend. When Ku readies a dust release to use against Boruto, Mitsuki breaks free of the stone pillars with Sage Mode and goes on the offensive. The falling debris traps Boruto and Sarada inside. In Konoha, Shikamaru is stressed trying to get official permission to enter the land of Earth. Naruto notices Sai is also stressed, which he attributes Inojin also being there. Wasabi eavesdrops on them and informs teams 15 and 5. They want to go help their friends but have been ordered to stay put. Naruto prepares to depart, and teams 5 and 15 request permission to go with him. Naruto refuses to endanger their lives, but they're willing to face the consequences of going without his permission. Naruto appreciates their dedication, and Sai and Shikamaru don't stop them from going. Sarada works on clearing the debris. Boruto admits they should get to know more of Mitsuki, but Sarada says they've done enough. The rest of the debris gets cleared by Seki, who explains Onoki is with them. He asks Boruto to take him to Ku. Ku is impressed with Mitsuki's Sage Mode and wants to use his body to create more fabrications. Mitsuki constricts Ku with the snakes, but he creates a golem to wield his sword and cut through the snakes, which forces Mitsuki out of Sage Mode. Ku prepares to further weaken Mitsuki, but Onoki arrives with Boruto and Sarada. Onoki asks Ku when he's strayed from protecting the weak, and Ku says he's merely a vessel for the hatred Onoki passed down to him. Ku prepares to kill the others, but they escape in an underground stream. Onoki recalls Ishikawa's warning of his will of stone being replaced with hatred. He wakes up in that same room. Boruto asks Mitsuki if he found what he's looking for. Mitsuki explains what Onoki told him, that he's seen many things since living in the village, and that he's not sure if he's empty, he is sure of his will. Boruto says he and Sarada want to get to know the real him and gives him back his forehead protector. Mitsuki wants to lure Ku away when they take Onoki away, as there are clones of him, but Boruto says the one in front of him is Mitsuki. Ku arrives at the location. Ku takes control of the debris using it to destroy Boruto's clones. Sarada destroys a boulder coming at Boruto. The Genin struggle against Ku while Onoki despairs that young lives being at risk again. Sarada uses Sharingan to dodge Ku's boulders and he prepares a dust release attack. Sarada and Mitsuki attack her with their own ninjutsu, using its explosion as a smokescreen to get him, holding his arms apart so he can't weave hand seals. He throws them aside as Boruto throws himself at Ku, who punches them with a rock gauntlet, revealing it as a shadow clone, the real Boruto coming after him and landing a Rasengan on Ku's heart. A weakened Ku prepares a giant dust release to finish him off, but Onoki counters it with one of his own. Onoki admits he allowed his commitment to Kozuchi's will to be twisted, and then he must set it right, his dust release overpowering Ku's, killing him and taking a substantial part of the building with it. Seki finds them. Onoki gives them his final words and passes away. Kurotsuchi and Akatsuchi arrive with Naruto and other Konoha shinobi by sunset. Konohamaru says he'll give his report to Naruto and hugs Mitsuki. Mitsuki apologizes for giving them so much trouble, thinking he won't be allowed back in the village, but teams 5 and 15 arrive, all glad Mitsuki's okay. The Konoha Genin take the Thunder Train back to Konohagakure, while Naruto stays in Iwagakure longer to attend Onoki's funeral. Mitsuki is confined to a different railcar under supervision of Sai and Konohamaru. Boruto wishes he could have talked to Mitsuki before being separated. Shikadai tries to distract Inojin from Akun's death. Besides the 5 Kage and high-ranking Iwagakure officials, many villagers came to pay their respects. Boruto and Sarada return home to their worried families. Back in the village, Naruto wants to praise Boruto and Sarada for standing up for Mitsuki, but Sai and Shikamaru point out he can't, so as punishment, he means to remove their Genin rank. They ask about Mitsuki and are told he's still being debriefed, as there's lots of intel only he knows. Naruto has them leave their forehead protectors. Sai and Konohamaru debrief Mitsuki, ask him why he chose against informing anyone in the village of his plans. Sarada is concerned that Mitsuki will be blamed for the situation in Iwagakure and be forced to leave, or then he might have to leave on his own. Boruto has faith in Mitsuki. While asleep, he's mentally contacted by Garaga since Mitsuki being back in the village marks up the end of their contract. They exchange words and bid each other farewell. Sarada wakes him up and informs him Mitsuki's debriefing is over. The two look for him. Mitsuki makes small memorials for the fabrications. Boruto finds him and Mitsuki apologizes for the hurt he's caused. Boruto recalls Inoki's words and tells Mitsuki that there are many sides to his will, and that his questions are a natural part of it. Sarada arrives and they share a laugh. Orochimaru discusses Mitsuki's development with Log, who informs him the body of the scientist responsible for developing the fabrications has gone missing. They wonder who might be responsible. Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki walk through the village and hear the official account of the situation of Iwagakure in the news. Boruto thinks he spots a heartstone in the river, but cries when he remembers Inoki's teachings. As their sensei, Konohamaru wants to take responsibility for their actions, but before they can decide anything, Kurotsuchi and Akatsuchi arrive from Iwagakure, and want to personally thank the Konoha Genin for their actions, adding they'll always consider them shinobi at Iwagakure. Naruto understands what she means. Team 7 has their Genin status reinstated, and they prepare for the next mission. Parent and Child Day Arc. Naruto and Shikamaru watch the announcement of their Parent and Child Day holiday. The two discuss how shinobi life has changed their days. Shikamaru tends to free Naruto's schedule so he can spend it with the children, but several shopkeepers arrive at his office needing signature in several forms. Naruto confirms Shikamaru's commitment to freeing his schedule. The day before the holiday, Boruto and Himori wonder if Naruto will be able to make it, Hinata assuring them he will before leaving to visit her own father. Naruto only arrives in the morning. Boruto leaves the train and tells him Himori's been waiting. He finds her sleeping on the floor. After Naruto wakes her up, she says she'd like to go buy a Kurama plush toy with him. He wants to take a nap first, but sees the toy's limited edition sale for the holiday. Naruto chooses to go with her instead of sleeping. Himori explains how the toy works, and Naruto compares it to a baby. Kurama gives Naruto his own commentary. They find several people already waiting for the store to open, and they also find Kiba. Naruto explains he was Hinata's teammate, but Himori was too young to remember him for the first time they met. Kiba shows her Akamaru and Akamaru. She pets them both. Kiba is there to get the Kurama plush toy for his girlfriend. It sells out fast and Kiba isn't able to get it, and Naruto gets a Shukaku toy by mistake. Kiba decides to help them search for it in other parts of the village. He checks at Yamanaka Flowers, where Ino questions his logic looking for a toy there, but gives Himori 2 sunflowers as thanks for having helped Inogen. Walking through the village, Boruto finds Shino with a Kurama toy, who tries to pass it as research into better understanding his students. They check Tenten's shop next, where she guilt trips Naruto into buying a parent and child kunai set, and also a pink shuriken necklace for Himawari. Kiba arrives saying he managed to get the last Kurama toy from a kiosk, but when Akamaru gives him the package, it's a hamburger. They spot the person who took Kiba's package, and Naruto pursues them. Naruto catches up to him and recognizes him as something he's sent to investigate the state of affairs near the border. His son asks him if he's okay, and asks Naruto for forgiveness. Himori arrives and hands the toy to his son. Naruto removes him from his mission, and assigns him to the village gate so he'll stay closer to his son. At the end of the day, Himori is glad for the time she spent with Naruto, says she'll cherish the gifts he did get for her. Several cooks discuss an upcoming eating contest and wonder how to account for Choji Akimichi's participation. Choji watches the announcement on the Parent and Child Day holiday on TV, keeps flicking on through the channels and eating. Seeing her father, Chocho asks Karui why she married him. Karui doesn't quite remember and gets angry with him for having eaten the snacks that she bought for them to have together. Karui throws him out and then asks him to buy more chips, and she goes to replenish snacks. Choji and Chocho run into Boruto and explain the situation. Chocho spots an advert for a Parent and Child Day eating contest and wants to enter it with her father so she can prove to Karui he's a role model for their daughter. At the contest, they also find Sai and Inojin, Rock and Metal Lee, Shikamaru and Shikadai participating as well. Choji and Chocho advance to the second round and are surprised when another team ties with them. The Inara and Yamanaka also advance to the second round. The team tied with the Akimichi, the Dotonbori, introduce themselves and boast they'll win. The Akimichi, the Dotonbori, and the Nara advance to the semifinals. One of the cooks watches them and later conspires with the Dotonbori, afraid that Choji will make her go bankrupt if she wins. The Dotonbori and the Akimichi advance to the finals. Karui watches the contest, and Boruto spots Shino in the audience with the Kurama doll. While the Akimichi recover, Karui expresses her doubts over the value of the eating contest and the recklessness. Boruto wants to try the spicy burgers for the semi-final and manages to find leftovers of the Dotonbori, but finds them not to be spicy at all. During the final, the conspiring cook puts shallow bowls to the Dotonbori, giving them an advantage. Boruto brings them their meal in their regular bowls. Chocho struggles to finish the dish by herself and reminds Choji that delicious meals are meant to be eaten together, something Karui also shouts from the audience. With newfound determination, the Akimichi catch up with the Dotonbori. The cook interferes using ninjutsu to cause the dumplings to grow. Rock and Metal try to deal with it, but are ineffective. Karui uses lightning release to release her daughter, but it takes Choji growing in size to end the issue by eating them all and then burning the calories through converting them into chakra. The Akimichi win the contest. Sakura and Sarada hear Naruto's announcement of the Parent and Child Day holiday on TV, and Sakura apologizes for having to work that day. Sarada tells her not to worry as Sasuke isn't there either, and she promised to help Boruto with shuriken training. She wonders where Sasuke is, unaware that he's in Konohagakure. Boruto recognizes Sasuke on the street, who asks him about all the family activities. Boruto explains the new holiday. Sasuke asks about Naruto, and Boruto adds he's with Himori today, before telling Sasuke where Sarada will be, and suggesting he spend time with her. Waited by a stream, Sasuke thinks back to times he spent with his father, when he mastered Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. Sarada is surprised to see him. Sasuke explains that he just got to the village and that Boruto told him where she'd be, and invites her to go to the festivals. Sarada is happy that Sasuke came to the village, but he explains he dropped by because he had business to attend to near the village, cutting down on her excitement. Watching other parents with their children, Sasuke struggles to bond Sarada. The two spot Naruto carrying Himori as they search for a Kurama doll. Sarada envious of their bond. He thinks back to how he enjoyed being carried by Itachi and offers to carry her, but she finds it embarrassing and walks off. Kakashi approaches Sasuke, pointing out that all his time alone has dulled his social skills, and suggests that Sasuke take hints from the Icha books. Sasuke comes across Shino doting on his Kurama doll, and after an awkward silence, he asks about Sarada. Shino comments on her talent and the difficult path she has chosen. Sasuke asks about any parasites on her, which Shino misunderstands as a negative comment on insects. When he talks to Sarada again, he tries using Kakashi's advice from the books but ends up further antagonizing her. Boruto finds Sarada training by herself and asks her about Sasuke. She confesses she doesn't think her father knows about her at all, but Boruto surprises her asking if he knows about Sasuke at all, and that she should tell him if there's anything she wants to do. Sasuke complains to Kakashi about his advice, and the two come across Sakura. At home, the two talk about how Sarada perceives Sasuke, and Sakura explains Sarada wants to be Hokage. He finds her training with Shuriken and explains that he too once wanted to be Hokage, but his version of it was warped until Naruto set him on the right path. Sasuke helps her with the Shuriken training. On the way home, they come across Boruto, and Sarada gives him the same advice he gave her. At home, Naruto apologizes to Boruto for having spent the whole day with Himawari, and gives him the parent and child kunai set he bought at Tenten's shop. Boruto asks Naruto to train with him since it's technically still parent and child day. At his home, Shino continues doting on his Kurama doll. On a mission, Team 15 prepares to fight, Hanabi instructing Namida to stay back protecting the clients. A deflected shuriken cuts Namida, who asserts she can fight and begins to well up. Taking notice, her teammates cover their ears and Namida cries out, knocking out all their enemies and the merchants they're supposed to protect. The three praise her jutsu, but Namida gets flustered. In the Information and Receiving Center, Wasabi and Sumire inform Namida the doctors have cleared them, and Team 7 congratulates them for defeating the Garakura gang. When Wasabi and Sumire don't respond, Namida explains they lost their hearing because of her jutsu. Mitsuki points out that if this keeps happening, Namida might get her teammates killed, prompting her to decide training with new jutsu. Namida practices water release, surprising her teammates, but her jutsu lacks the power to even damage the target. Sumire suggests re-evaluating her calling on tears technique, but Namida insists on using new jutsu and asks Hanabi for help. Hanabi considers chakra control to be the issue and has Sumire use her own water release, which does destroy the target. Hanabi explains that when her emotions take over and she begins to cry, that disrupts her focus. She asks Hanabi to teach her. Hanabi has Namida try to mold her chakra while dodging her attacks, using her Byakuya to evaluate her chakra control, but Namida is unable to do it. Next, she has Namida try increasing the distance of her attack. Wasabi and Sumire is slightly scared of Hanabi. Hanabi explains how she can modify her jutsu and her water release's reach increases. Next, Hanabi wants Namida to knock over a thick log to train the power behind her jutsu. Sumire and Wasabi decide to train harder as well in solidarity with Namida. The next day, Namida spars against them and continues to improve. The next mission is once again to guard the same merchants who are now in possession of a historical document by the first Hokage. The Garakura gang members recognize Team 15, warning their leader about them. They fight, but Namida's water release has little effect on their water clones. One of the assailants pressures her into close quarters, but Sumire uses Nue, who grows bigger, to intervene. The rest of the group uses the distraction to flee with their merchandise. Hanabi orders the girls to stay behind while protecting the merchants, while she goes after the Garakura gang. Sumire sends Nue to aid her. Namida is frustrated that her water release was useless against them. One of the merchants reveals they still have the first Hokage's document, but the Garakura leader reveals himself, glad to have stuck around. Sumire wants the other two to run away with the merchants, but Namida intercepts a shuriken meant for her. The Garakura leader sinks them into the ground with an earth release. Namida blames himself for the situation, but her teammates point out that she's gotten stronger. The gang leader takes the document and considers it lucky Namida didn't cry. Namida decides to cry, so the gang leader runs away. Wasabi encourages her to cry, but remembering the focus of her training, and she applies it to her calling on tears technique, increasing its power and reach and narrowing its focus, managing to hit the Garakura leader. Free from his jutsu, Sumire summons Nue, whose disappearance alerts Hanabi of the fight. Wasabi and Nue attack the remnants of the gang who try to flee. Namida tries using her jutsu again, but having spent so much chakra, she's unable to focus again, knocking everyone out. Hanabi thinks Namida still has ways to go. Beating Team 7 again, they congratulate them again and question their most recent hearing loss, but Namida explains how she used her cry to protect them instead. Team 10 captures a bandit group at a wind power plant. One of the assailants drops an explosive tag when Shikadai hurries to catch him himself, damaging part of the structure. Inojin and Chocho comment on Shikadai being a bit off and impatient. A month prior, Tamari is invited to attend a banquet where important Land of Wind figures will meet. Enshu discusses politics and appearances with Shikamaru and presses on the need of Shikadai's improvement with Naru's shadow jutsu, which Shikadai overhears. As he leaves, Shikadai asks his father why he puts up with Enshu, who in turn explains they've been indebted to the clan leader since Shikaku's time. In the present, Shikadai's Genin friends discuss his struggles at Lightning Burger. Boruto questions why Shikadai doesn't use wind release anymore, and Shikadai and Denki relate to feeling under pressure due to family affairs. Team 10 is left on standby regarding an upcoming delegation from the Land of Wind to visit a power plant like the one they've defended. Later that day, Shikadai learns his team is put on standby because of the request put in by Enshu, who wants to prevent Shikadai from jeopardizing the clan's reputation, but instead counsels him to get into politics. Enshu agrees to stop meddling with Shikamaru if Shikadai agrees to his proposal. When Shikadai brings up his family, Tamari is surprised by it, but Shikamaru supports him on the condition that he's doing it for himself. Shikadai informs Moegi and his friends about his decision. Shikadai visits the wind power plant he protected with Denki, who helps maintain their systems. Shikadai informs Denki of his intended career change, but before they can discuss it, an issue arises with the batteries due to a structure damage. While Denki tries fixing the problem, he tells Shikadai how he tends to use the situation to improve the village. When Denki's solution doesn't work, he speculates there must be a cut wire. One of the windmill turbines connected to the affected battery can resolve the situation, so Shikadai uses wind release to turn it, allowing Denki to fix the issue. A part of the ceiling collapses, but Shikadai saves Denki with the shadow imitation technique. Shikadai decides he won't be a politician after all. He informs his parents and asks Tamari to teach him proper wind release. Enshu arrives with forms for Shikadai to sign, but he tells him he changed his mind. Enshu is done with them. Later at the Lightning Burger, Shikadai informs his friends about his change of mind for not becoming a politician, much to their surprise. Jūgo Arc. Mitsuki informs Boruto they'll be having a joint mission with Team 15. Boruto notices what appears to be a peeping Tom and startles him with a kunai, causing him to fall from a tree. They notice him holding a nest of eggs and apologize to him while tending his fall. Tosaka demonstrates his expertise, identifying the eggs by licking them. Tosaka returns the nest to the tree, and explains how genes determine species traits. When Boruto says he's more than just genes, Tosaka asks to lick him and again he leave. Konohamaru explains Hanabi is aiding with the border patrol due to an apparent infiltration, so he'll lead both teams. Suiga Kanonji tasks them with investigating bird attacks in the village near the forest in the outskirts of the Land of Fire. As they don't have experience with birds, Tosaka was assigned to provide assistance. On their way, Sarada is disgusted when Tosaka licks bird droppings to confirm their diet. Team 15 plans to leverage their experience from previous animal-related mission. The group spends the following day researching, with Wasabi using her cat cover and cover ground. Near the village, Tosaka notices a lack of bird chirping. They rescue a villager being attacked. Boruto is approached by a fully transformed berserk Jūgo. Jūgo pins him down near a ledge, but is pushed into a river by Nue. Boruto thanks Sumide to return to the group, who tended the village's injuries, and alert them of the monster they fought. Namida notices something with Sumide. They notice the village's breathing is getting shallower and its temperature is rising. They arrive at the village and Tosaka speculates it's bird-borne disease. A village elder explains that the birds began changing about a month ago, destroying crops and attacking people, and also beastly cries can be heard from the forest. They add the first to change were waterfowl, from the river that comes from the mountains that runs along the village and flows into the land of rivers. Konohamaru advises them to stay away from the river and only use well water for their needs. A pattern starts appearing where villagers were injured, and Konohamaru is shown by other villagers in the same spreading pattern. The villagers bring an unconscious Jūgo who was found by the river. Sarada and Mitsuki recognize him, and Jūgo claims he slipped in and fell into the river when he wakes up. Nue is apprehensive of him. One of the sick villagers wakes up and attacks Tosaka. Konohamaru has the Genin evacuate the village while he deals with Berserk villager. Jūgo lures the villager and knocks him out, concealing a partial transformation, and tells Boruto to stay away from the forest before leaving. Mitsuki notices the villager no longer has the pattern on him. Konohamaru explains the nature of cursed seals to the Genin and is suspicious of Jugo's involvement because of his association with Orochimaru, who uses cursed seals. The group splits up to cover more ground. Boruto throws a rock to confirm the suspicion he had based on the village's testimony, when the cries were echoes. They determine the source of the sound, a cave entrance to the door. They find Jūgo struggling to gain his transformation at the end of the cave, and Boruto recognizes him as a monster who attacked him, warning Sarada they need to flee. Jūgo turns around, announcing he'll kill them. Boruto and Sarada flee the cave and intend to warn Konohamaru. Konohamaru and Mitsuki arrive just in time to protect them from Jugo's attack. Konohamaru berates them for not contacting right away and explains that Jūgo is under complete cursed seal transformation and running on killing instinct. Konohamaru fights Jūgo with the Genin providing rage backup, but Jūgo shrugs off all attacks. He grabs Konohamaru and begins absorbing his chakra. Konohamaru lands a Rasengan on his face, which sends him into the ground. Jūgo's transformation partially recedes, and seeing Konohamaru drained on the ground, he walks away. The Genin follow Jūgo, discussing the appropriate course of action, while Jūgo tells him to stay away. They find Jūgo passed out by the body water with many birds, his transformation fully receded. Konohamaru arrives at Team 15 and Tosaka and notices an injection device near Jūgo. Tosaka examines Jūgo to compare his condition to what they saw happen to the birds, and comments on finding the natural habitat of an endangered bird species. Jūgo wakes up, and when an inflicted bird attacks them, he removes the cursed seal. Jūgo refuses to answer Boruto's question, handing them the kunai he used to kill birds earlier. They take an injured Konohamaru back to the village, but Boruto conceals the events until they have more information. Konohamaru says he should be good after 4 or 5 days of rest. Wasabi is concerned that he could have contracted the cursed seal through his wounds like the birds did, but Tosaka explains he took Jūgo's blood and discovered his cursed seal and the birds are different. Konohamaru asks Mitsuki about the device he found, and Mitsuki confirms it's from Orochimaru's research, with Tosaka adding it's a powerful tranquilizer, having licked it. Mitsuki speculates it's a drug to suppress the cursed seal. Konohamaru instructs Team 15 to report back to Konoha and request backup, and Team 7 to keep an eye on Jūgo from a distance and look out for more cursed seal suppressing drugs. Team 7 and Tosaka observe Jūgo by removing the bird's cursed seal, but struggles to keep it contained in his own body. Tosaka is touched by his love for birds. Jūgo ignores Boruto's apology and goes back to his cave, where he undergoes a transformation in a room he can't get out of while transformed. Jūgo insists they should leave despite their intent to help him, but relents when he sees they won't give up. He explains the birds infected with the cursed seal have red eyes before getting violent. They ask Tosaka about the cursed seal, and he says that because the species is very territorial, finding out where they come from should give him a hint. They come across Land of Rivers researchers who are also investigating the bird attacks. When they ask to share information, Boruto lies and says they've only just begun investigating, they have nothing to share. Jūgo asks him why he didn't tell the researchers about him, and Boruto says they can't save the birds without him. Jūgo senses another transformation coming and is unable to give himself the tranquilizer. Boruto administers it. After the episode passes, Boruto insists on helping him, as he's the only one who can help the birds. Jūgo trusts him with more doses of the tranquilizer. On their way back to Konoha, Team 15 is attacked by 2 siblings, who use some sort of device to activate cursed seals. Team 7, Jūgo, and Tosaka discuss their lack of progress and wonder if something else is afoot. They're spied on by Land of Rivers researchers who report on observing Jūgo. Jūgo removes the cursed seal from infected birds before they rampage and tags them. Boruto wishes they could do it as well to offer Jūgo some relief. Sarada and Mitsuki arrive, reporting the last places around they have to look for infected birds. They check on those while Boruto remains watching Jūgo. Sarada reminds Jūgo to take his injection and explains to Tosaka she convinced him to take it at regular intervals to avoid transformations. Jūgo adds that though it helps, it regularly dulls his senses, making it harder to remove the bird's cursed seals. Boruto spots what Tosaka identifies as a domesticated goose and probably wandered off, and Tosaka reminds him about the conversation on Jean, saying the species lost their ability to fly. Jūgo determines the goose isn't infected and compares its inability to fly with his inability to have a normal life because of the cursed seal. Jūgo is concerned with removing the cursed seals before the wild geese migrate, which would spread the infection. At the end of the day, Jūgo still goes back to his cave, as his body is building up a resistance to the injections which won't be useful for much longer. Boruto and Sarada look at how many shots they still have and wonder what they'll do when they run out. They're spied on by the Land of Rivers researchers. Their effort continues for the next couple of days. On the 3rd day, they're woken up by bird sounds and discover the infected birds have been set free. Tosaka claims the geese underwent transformation and escaped, with Jūgo going after them. They find Jūgo struggling to contain his transformation. Sarada goes back for his shots, but finds they're missing even in the cave. She arrives back to the group just in time for Jūgo's transformation complete. They dodge his first attack and he blocks Mitsuki's kunai. Boruto distracts him with the Rasengan while a clone gives them cover with a smoke bomb. Jūgo disappears in the smoke and they realize he's headed for the village. Jūgo destroys a village and almost kills a villager, but is hit with tranquilizer shots by the Land of Rivers research group. They restrain Jūgo, and the village headman thanks them. The headman explains he called them just in case. And as Jūgo's transformation recedes, he feels deceived because the Konoha shinobi knew his identity and withheld it. The researchers want to take over the situation and then explain their friends when to get back up. They show an unconscious Namida and Wasabi, both infected with the cursed seal. Sarada asks about Sumide, but Momo and Sasami claim they only found the two. Hidden in a tree with Nue on watch, Sumide thinks back to Team 15's battle. Momo and Sasami easily defeated Wasabi and Namida with their cursed seals and infected them. Sumide summoned Nue to help them, but instead he fled with Sumide. The Land of Rivers researchers begin to set up and request Tosaka to lend his expertise. Boruto wants to stay, but the village headman rescinds his request for help. Tosaka assures him he'll take care of Jūgo and the birds. Boruto feels frustrated. Boruto watches the birds and thinks about Jūgo being taken away. Sarada and Mitsuki try to reassure him and suggest focusing on finding Sumide. The Land of Rivers researchers prepare to begin experimenting on Jūgo. Sumide and Nue look for Namida and Wasabi, but run into Karin and Suigetsu. Nue attacks Suigetsu, who retaliates. Team 7 hears the ruckus of their confrontation. Suigetsu's counterattack is enough to cause Nue's summoning to end. Team 7 arrives, Mitsuki and Sarada recognizing Suigetsu and Karin before Boruto can attack. They tend to Sumide, and Suigetsu explains that they're late to take Jūgo back to Orochimaru. Team 7 explains Jūgo's situation, and Suigetsu decides to get him back from the researchers so as information on his cursed seal in connection to Orochimaru remain concealed. Suigetsu is unconcerned by Jūgo's efforts to save the birds, annoying Boruto, pointing out Boruto has just met him, while Suigetsu has known him for years. Boruto requests that they wait until Sumide wakes up so she can tell him what she knows about Wasabi and Namida's cursed seal infections. Karin and Sarada catch up with each other, and Karin wants Sumide to bite her for healing. Mitsuki teases Suigetsu. Jūgo wakes up, and Tosaka explains where they are. Suigetsu explains to Boruto that Jūgo has tried to overcome his destiny before and has come to accept it. Boruto counters he knows someone who is trying their hardest to live the way they want, and compares that to Jūgo's commitment to help the birds despite the risks. Mitsuki informs him Sumide is awake. Sumide tells him the twins with cursed seals wearing collars, who Boruto remembers as a part of the Land of Rivers research team. Sumide speculates they're doing something they don't want discovered. Suigetsu believes they're after Jūgo's cursed seal. Karin decides everyone should collaborate, lest unfavorable reports are made to Konoha, which would eventually reach Orochimaru due to their involvement. Sarada and Karin will lure the twins away so the others can go and rescue everyone else. Momo and Sasami boast about their cursed seals to a restrained Wasabi and Namida. The research leader tells them to clean up their mess and sends them after Sumide. They spot her, actually a transformed Sarada. Sumide will look for her teammates, Mitsuki will look for Konohamaru, Boruto and Suigetsu will look for Jūgo. Sasami finds Sumide's movement suspicious. Boruto and Suigetsu run into Tosaka. Sumide finds the girls, who inform her of the serum on the desk they'll remove their cursed seals. Boruto updates Tosaka and asks where Jūgo is. The Land of Rivers research leader tries to assassinate Konohamaru, but Mitsuki got to him in time. Sarada drops her disguise and is joined by Karin, but only Sasami reaches them. Momo doubles back and comes across Team 15. Tosaka takes Boruto and Suigetsu to where Jūgo is and uses tranquilizers on them as they try to free him, welcoming them into his research lab. Tosaka reveals the tranquilizer he used them is what he stole from Jūgo. Sasami and Momo activate their cursed seals to fight Karin and Sarada, and Team 15 respectively. Tosaka tells Boruto and Suigetsu their friends won't be coming to save them. He explains the mission was a lie from the start, he had no choice but to join them, the men he had sent before being captured at the border. Tosaka is glad to have been able to observe Jūgo up close, his goal being acquiring Jūgo's cursed seal. Boruto admonishes Tosaka for treating Jūgo like a research subject, who in turn retorts Boruto himself stressed the importance of dreams, his being creating the ultimate cursed seal weapon. Suigetsu covertly turns his arm into water while Tosaka was distracted. Tosaka explains he had to bait Jūgo out so he infected the birds. Suigetsu attempts to free Jūgo but is tasered by other Land of Rivers researchers before succeeding. The head researcher announces the preparations to leave with Jūgo. As a demonstration for Boruto, Tosaka injects Jūgo with a special drug. Sumide baits Momo with a water clone and attacks him from a distance. Momo points out she left her friends vulnerable, striking the ground and sends a lot of debris their way. Sumide protects them with a water wall, but a few rocks go through it. Momo criticizes their split focus and tells her to use her summon. Sumide summons Nue, but it's small due to her depleted chakra. Sarada warns Karin that Sasami's bite will infect her with a cursed seal and tracks Sasami's movements with her Sharingan. Sumide protects Nue from Momo, distracting him long enough for Namida to hit him with her improved calling on tears technique. Wasabi joins in the attack with her cat covering, exciting Momo with the prospect of a more interesting fight. Sarada struggles with depleting chakra, but Karin is able to lock on Sasami's chakra, showing them where they'll attack from. Sasami still knocks Sarada out, but Karin uses her chakra chains to restrain her. Karin wants Sarada to bite her for healing, reasoning that her chains won't hold forever, wanting Sarada to be able to fight. Karin reveals that long ago Sakura saved her life and uses Sarada's reaction to it to make her bite her arm, asking Sarada to tell Sasuke she has repaid her debt. Karin informs Sarada where Sasami will attack from, allowing Sarada to land a full hit on her, defeating her and destroying her cursed seal collar. Jūgo slowly transforms, and Tosaka explains the drug he used is meant to trigger his transformation, as he wants to witness his full powers, despite Boruto's warning that not even he will be safe. Mitsuki reports to Konohamaru, who decides against regrouping, and instead wants to go to the alleged researcher's boat downriver, where he believes he can find something to stop the infection. Momo defeats Namida and Wasabi, so Sumide distracts him with a water clone again to get him to safety. Despite Sumide's reservations, she agrees to let Namida and Wasabi have their chakra drained by Nue so it can grow big again, strong enough to defeat Momo. A restored Nue goes up against Momo with an assist from Sumide. They're able to defeat Momo and break his cursed seal collar. Sumide has to stop Nue from draining Momo's chakra. The other researchers check in on Tosaka and attempt to kill Jūgo to prevent his transformation. Tosaka kills him instead with his cursed seal. On the way to the village, Sarada notices Dawn is approaching and changes course, concerned the wild geese will start to migrate, spreading the infection. Boruto can move again and begins to free Jūgo. Tosaka attempts to stop him, but is stopped by Suigetsu's enlarged arm. Commenting on his jutsu, Tosaka lasers Suigetsu again. Jūgo tells Boruto to flee while his transformation proceeds and he breaks free of his bonds. Karine and Sarada observe the wild geese preparing to migrate as dawn approaches. Still infected birds approach them. Jūgo begs Boruto to flee while breaking free, while Tosaka yearns to witness Jūgo's full power. His transformation proceeding, Jūgo flees and Boruto follows. Sarada informs Karine the infected birds have red eyes, and the two begin trying to isolate them. Team 15 arrives by the lake, and Sarada requests their help. Boruto tries following Jūgo, but is still feeling the effects of the tranquilizer, so Tosaka overtakes him in the pursuit. Jūgo arrives at lakeshore, followed by Tosaka, who is ecstatic at the prospect of birds spreading the cursed seal, which would give him more samples to study. Boruto arrives as shadow clones, attacking Tosaka with explosive tag kunai, but he shrugs them off, fully transforming and capturing Boruto and his clones with extra arms and tail. Tosaka begins losing his patience, waiting for Jūgo to fight him, and dismisses Boruto's concerns about Jūgo. Jūgo fully transforms, making short work of Tosaka, and he absorbs his cursed seal before tossing him aside. Karine, Sarada, and Team 15 struggle to find all the infected birds, and Karine says they should consider just killing all the birds. Jūgo continues to rampage and attacks Boruto. Suigetsu drags himself to the lake, still weak from the tranquilizer and taser shocks, complaining that Jūgo should rampage closer by. Tosaka tells Boruto Jūgo will probably rampage until he dies. Nue saves Boruto from Jūgo's attack, and he keeps on attacking him against Suigetsu's orders. She tries to intervene, but Boruto warns her she'll get caught up in the attacks, and that they have to find a different way. Tosaka continues to muse of genetically determined fates, but Boruto ignores him. Karine is concerned Sarada can't bring herself to call the birds, but Sarada says she should be the one to do it as the mission was assigned to her team. Boruto tells Sumire that Konohamaru managed to revert Jūgo's transformation by inflicting significant damage with his Rasengan, and that he doesn't think that he can make one strong enough to cause enough damage. Boruto notices the speed Jūgo is charging in his attacks, and speculates that if he comes out of his speed, he might be able to damage him enough to revert the transformation. Jūgo tosses Nue aside, and Boruto draws his attention. Boruto builds up stream using one Boruto stream on top of another and lands a Rasengan, but Jūgo's transformation doesn't revert. The domesticated goose flies by at the last second, and Jūgo's transformation recedes. Tosaka passes out, considering it ridiculous. The sun comes up, and Sarada prepares to kill the birds. Mitsuki stops her, and Konohamaru arrives with Suigetsu, showing her the serum to neutralize the cursed seal they stole from the enemy's base. Suigetsu consumes the serum, merges with the lake's water, and rains it down upon the birds, curing them. The domesticated goose struggles and manages to fly with the wild ones. Sumire makes a decision and informs Nobita and Wasabi she intends to join the scientific ninja weapons team to find a better way to synergize with Nue through science, and asks them not to tell the others yet, want to do it herself. Konohamaru considers the mission a success, but is exasperated when Mitsuki informs him Karine and Suigetsu took Tosaka with them when they left. Suigetsu teases Karine about feeling maternal towards Sarada. Sarada tells Boruto he was reckless, and Boruto retorts that it worked. They wonder what Jūgo will do. Jūgo, seeing the domesticated goose fly, wonders if he'll fly someday. Walking around Konoha at night, Mitsuki passes by a cat. As he walks by, the kitten looks at him. Kotaro, Fuma, and the police pursue Nezumi, a jewel thief aided by Team 7. Nezumi disappears just as the two groups are about to corner him, leading him to a group of drunks. Thinking Nezumi is among them in disguise, Kotaro apprehends all of them to clear one by one. Team 7 believes the mission to be over and find a kitten lost and shaking. Sarada's building doesn't allow pets, and Boruto has to ask his mother's permission, so Mitsuki ends up responsible for the kitten. On his way home, a passerby tells Mitsuki to hold it in a gentlemanly manner. Sarada and Boruto discuss whether Mitsuki will know how to take care of it, Sarada wishing Boruto had taken it. He says he might convince their parents if Himawari supports him. At Mitsuki's home, the kitten quickly gets stuck in the window blind strings and not supports her down. It insists on sleeping with Mitsuki in his bed until he relents. The next day, Kotaro informs Konohamaru that none of the men they apprehended had these stolen jewels, so they can't hold any of them. Kotaro orders the two other cops to keep an eye on him. Nezumi smirks as he walks free. At the Lightning Burger, Sarada informs Boruto and Mitsuki the case developments and asks Mitsuki about the kitten. Boruto informs them his mother and Himawari went to visit Hiyashi and won't be home for a few days. Boruto suggests Mitsuki can name the kitten. When Mitsuki intends to buy the kitten a hamburger, Sarada tells him he can't give pets human food. Mitsuki buys what he needs at a pet shop. Arriving at home, Mitsuki looks for the kitten until finding it under his pillow. Thinking about Boruto's suggestion, Mitsuki names the kitten Mikazuki and puts a yellow collar in its neck. Nezumi watches Mitsuki's apartment from the street. Over the next day, Mitsuki plays and bonds with Mikazuki. The following day, Mikazuki is ill, so Mitsuki goes around the village trying to find help. He misses a meeting with Boruto and Sarada, who go looking for him. Nezumi follows Mitsuki from a distance. At the hospital, Nezumi steals Mikazuki while Mitsuki is distracted getting directions to a veterinarian. Nezumi runs past Sarada and Boruto, who join Mitsuki in chasing him. Mitsuki catches up to Nezumi, who tries claiming it's his kitten. Boruto recognizes Nezumi as one of the 4 men the police had to release. Mitsuki recovers Mikazuki and rushes to the vet. Nezumi tries to flee but is blocked by the police, who figured out he had the kitten swallow the stolen jewel. They arrest Nezumi. The veterinarian, who is the same man who advised Mitsuki how to hold Mikazuki, informs the kitten will be fine. At the park, Mikazuki's parent shows up and the two leave together. Boruto and Sarada ask if Mitsuki is fine, and he says he doesn't feel anything, and that Mikazuki will be happier with his parent. Mikazuki visits him at night, so Mitsuki decides to keep his window open from now on so Mikazuki can keep visiting, pointing out its fickleness. Mitsuki visits Orochimaru in Otogakure, saying he's not feeling well. Mitsuki reports he's been having dreams since meeting Onoki of when he first saw Boruto's picture. When they examine Mitsuki, Orochimaru and Log discuss the possibility of the Iwagakure incident having affected Mitsuki emotionally in a way that is only now surfacing. Orochimaru and Log look through Mitsuki's memories, starting with when he met Onoki, and comment on Mitsuki's self-reflection. They ponder the meaning and intent behind Mitsuki's actions as he met the fabrications, and later going on with him to Iwagakure. Log is concerned about the effects of having had to attack Boruto to gain the fabrication's trust out of Mitsuki. The two are concerned when they realize that there's a chance Mitsuki might know that they're the ones who instigated his interest in Boruto. Orochimaru wants to erase Mitsuki's memory, feeling that his rapid psychological development is outpacing his brain's ability to sustain it. They continue to review Mitsuki's memories, now going through his betrayal of Ku and Sekia's death. As they finish reviewing Mitsuki's memories of the Iwagakure incident, Log is unsure if they should erase Mitsuki's memories. Orochimaru leaves the room. When Mitsuki wakes up, Orochimaru tells him he'll continue to hurt, and gives him the choice of making it go away at the cost of his memories. Mitsuki wakes up at home, woken up in Mikazuki, and hears Boruto at his door telling him Sarada wants to see Mikazuki. Log is relieved when they didn't have to erase Mitsuki's memories. Orochimaru says there might come a day when they need to do it, but he thinks Mitsuki will be able to overcome such a need. Steam Ninja Scrolls Arc. Mirai prepares to leave on a mission accompanying Kakashi and Might Guy and says goodbye to her mother and a memorial to her father. On her way, she muses on why her father chose her name. While praying to her grandfather, Boruto, Shikadai, and Shikamaru pass by, Shikamaru having taken them to try new burger. Shikamaru asks if she's using Asuma's chakra blades, which she confirms, but adds she can't use them like Shikamaru does. Shikamaru points out that she shares Asuma's chakra nature, so she shouldn't have difficulty mastering the blades. Mirai offers Shikamaru an answer to a quiz he made her, but it's the wrong one, and Shikamaru points out that she's overthinking it. After the Nara leave, Mirai tells Boruto of her mission. Arriving at the gates, Mirai is disappointed by the casual and leisurely attitudes of Kakashi and Guy. They point out she's supposed to blend into civilian. Mirai mistakes their casual conversation as an advanced form of blending in and continues working herself up, even mistaking an old man on the road for a potential enemy. They arrive at their destination and go to several shops. A pickpocket tries to steal Kakashi's wallet, but Kakashi immobilizes him. The pickpocket throws the wallet to his partner, who Mirai chases and stops with a genjutsu. She hands the pickpockets over to the police. Mirai is upset for letting the pickpockets get so close, but Kakashi was so carefree. Kakashi points out that the wallet he allowed to be stolen was a fake and that there are other ways of dealing with problems of power. They arrive at a tree Kakashi considers to be hallowed ground, as it's where a movie adaptation of Ichu was filmed. Curious about the reaction, Mirai asks them what the books are about, but they refuse to say anything due to their age. They take a photo to remember the occasion. They talk about the vacation when Mirai asks about the mission. She learns there's no actual mission, much to her shock. At night in a hotel, Mirai watches from afar as Guy and Kakashi have dinner. Kakashi notices her and invites her in. She insists on taking her mission seriously, even when he suggests her soaking in the hot springs, and he reveals her awkward attitude reminds him of Asuma. Mirai reveals an uncomfortable feeling due to everyone knowing more about her father than she does, and wonders what the actual purpose of Shinobi in peaceful times. She also stresses over learning the mission will actually be about 20 days instead of 2, having misheard it. With the springs already closed, Kakashi informs her they're crossing into land of hot water the following day. Mirai thinks about entering the village where her father's killer was born. On their way to the hot springs district, Mirai is bothered about not having brought enough clothes for the duration of the mission. Guy and Kakashi disagree on what she should focus on to overcome it. They comment on how she's inherited her mother's traits and genjutsu. Arriving at the town, Guy finds it unusually populated, thinking it was a quieter town. Noticing the people wearing dog and cat masks, Kakashi recalls what the festival is about and explains to Mirai the town's origins, and how different people celebrate the different dog and cat deities, depending on which version of the town's origins they believe, and about a third destruction deity, neither cat nor dog. Cat lovers and dog lovers from various lands come to the festival, culminating in a shrine fight. While going through the crowd, they end up fighting Kiba and Tamaki, leading the dog and cat lovers respectively. They came to the festival on a date and ended up taking sides. Mirai wonders if they should try to reconcile them, but Kakashi and Guy point out that their matter is a private one. They figure that being able to stay in the town depends on making peace between the dog lovers and cat lovers, making the issue part of the mission. Mirai talks to Tamaki, trying to reconcile her and Kiba. She's upset because this was supposed to be a date, and spending time with him is difficult enough because he never gets days off from the police force. Mirai tries talking to Kiba, but he's too caught up with the dog lovers exalting his accomplishments to back down. Mirai tries to pass off a peace offering of her own as Kiba's, but ends up escalating the conflict. At night, the shrine fight begins. When Kakashi muses that they might have to destroy everything before they consider talking, this gives Mirai an idea. She asks Guy for a lighter and uses its flame to use a fire release to fake an appearance as a destruction deity, presenting it as half dog and half cat. The devout worshippers promptly believe it, but Guy attacks the apparition and destroys the wall, separating the dog and cat hot springs. The festival goers take it as a sign that Guy is a messenger of the destruction deity, telling them to stop being divided and celebrate as one. Kiba and Tamaki make up, Mirai gets to take her bath. Kakashi tells that using the lighter for fire release is just like her father, explaining she used both their parents' jutsu to solve the issue. Kakashi leaves to soak in another hot spring, leaving Mirai wishing to learn more about her father. Mirai shares a hot spring with Tenten and thanks her for bringing extra clothes. Tenten says it's no issue as she intended to take a few days off and go to the hot springs anyway. She's concerned that Guy will stir up trouble with his hot-headedness. They hear Guy screaming, claiming he saw a ghost. Mirai gets Guy to sleep, and Tenten warns her to remember putting her clothes on before running out. Kakashi joins them, having returned from buying snacks. Kakashi asks about Guy and then explains he claims to have seen a ghost, but won't know more until he wakes up. Tenten believes Guy saw a ghost, Mirai doesn't believe in ghosts and swept the room. Kakashi says their snacks were gone and thought Guy had eaten them, which is why he left to get more. Tenten takes it as proof that there's a ghost, while Mirai wants to prove that there isn't one. They ask the receptionist, who is shocked someone saw it. The receptionist tells them the story about the hot springs since war times, and how there used to be rumors of a ghost in armor that vanished after a mass exorcism was performed. They speak with several employees who tell them of strange occurrences the past few days. While discussing them, they lean over a statue, moving it a bit, and notice that it has a stone base, while all the others have a wood base. Tenten suggests Mirai cut through the stone with the chocolate blade, but Mirai says she hasn't mastered them yet. Kakashi tells him Guy woke up, but Guy denies seeing a ghost. Kakashi accuses him of eating all the snacks. Guy denies it, challenges Kakashi to a ping pong match, and the two leave. Mirai and Tenten discuss Guy's attitude. Guy and Kakashi return, asking Mirai to be their referee. Mirai thinks about the places the ghost supposedly appeared and notices all of them face the inner garden. Guy continues to try to avoid in places in their hot spring. Kakashi asks Mirai why she's so distracted, and why she's so determined to prove that ghosts don't exist. She says that if they did, she thinks her father would have visited her. Mirai notices the ping pong ball moving because of a breeze. She goes back to the statue ready to find the so-called ghost. Tenten scares Guy, and a girl appears from under the statue after smoke starts coming out from under it. Mirai attacks with the chakra blades and cuts the statue in half. They question the girl named Tatsumi, who apologizes. Mirai explains that she found secret passages from war times for evacuation, found evidence of recent human activity, and all but one of them blocked, and asked the employees to fumigate them, forcing whoever was inside to come out from the only unblocked exit. Tenten explains she was having too much fun watching Guy put on a brave face. Tatsumi explains she was traveling and had no money and chanced upon the secret passage. She begs them not to hand her over to the land of hot water, as the trip she's making is for her deceased mother, visiting the hot springs she never got to see. Mirai offers to take Tatsumi with them and pay for her expenses. Kakashi warns her to be more careful with the chakra blades. They leave the next day, Guy finally explaining what he saw was an armored warrior, which brings to mind what Mirai and Tenten learned about the place's history. Mirai recalls she had removed several tags from her Guy's room, thinking it was trash. Tenten splits from the group while the others go ahead with the trip. Shikamaru thinks back to playing shogi with Asuma, back when he still didn't know who was the king. He believes that Mirai will soon be old enough to realize the answer as well. Mirai, Kakashi, Guy, and Tatsumi travel to the next stop, a supposedly lesser-known hot spring. Conversation turns to parents, and Tatsumi asks Mirai which one of her parents she's most like. They arrive at their destination, but there's a giant boulder in the middle of the village. An old lady explains that it's been a month since the boulder fell from the mountain and crushed part of the village, including the hot spring. Guy ponders if he was 20 years younger, he'd have no problem removing the boulder. Some other villagers invite the group for drinking, where they explain they've done what they can clearing away mud and sand. They haven't had help from Yugakure yet because they've been having issues with young women disappearing, which takes priority. They haven't asked Land of Fire for help because they think they wouldn't bother coming all the way, or that they would send low-ranking individuals with no real authority. Later, Mirai tries moving the boulder herself, but to no avail. The old lady is sorry she came all this way and offers her a Land of Hot Water dish, a roasted potato made in an underground pit. Kakashi talks to Mirai, pointing out the huge debris-related risk in moving the boulder. Mirai wonders if there's anything she can do, and Kakashi explains these are taken steps, and called Choji, who was on a mission nearby. Choji arrives, but is quite hungry and out of potato chips. Mirai brings them the roasted potatoes, which Choji quickly eats, but they don't have enough fat for him to recover his strength. Since they can't get potato chips in the mountain, Mirai decides to make some with Tatsumi's help. Choji comments on potato chips all the way through their making, and makes a comment on advice Asuma used to give to him, which sparks Mirai's curiosity. She asks about her father, and Choji tells her he smoked a lot and was quite vague, but he understands Asuma more now that he has more years on him. He tells him about how Asuma gave his team their earrings. While they're talking, the potato chips become ready. Choji is unsure about their shape, but raves in their flavor when he tries them. Choji grows in size to remove the boulder and is joined by the other Konoha shinobi and the villagers. Choji converts calories to chakra for a final push, removing the boulder. The hot springs begin flowing once again. Choji slims down for having converted so many calories into chakra. The old lady thanks Mirai, who downplays her contributions. Choji explains that Asuma used to encourage him when he had trouble learning jutsu. When he mentions the king, Choji explains it was something Asuma asked them, and refuses to tell the answer as asked by Shikamaru. He says watching Mirai brought back memories of Asuma. Choji leaves, and at night, Tatsumi and Mirai soak in the hot spring. Hearing Mirai talking about her father, Tatsumi confesses she's been lying to them, and that she's actually been looking for a hot spring where one supposedly can talk to the dead. Mirai is skeptical about Tatsumi's claim of a hot spring where one can see the dead. Tatsumi says she came all this way to see her mother, skeptical at first as well, but she had to try. She asks if Mirai doesn't want to see her father. Mirai excuses herself. She thinks herself she has a mission, but ends up changing her mind. She tells Tatsumi she'll go with her, if only to protect her. Tatsumi is glad and informs her that they have to go, as they can only supposedly meet in the dead of night. Mirai hopes to be back by morning. Walking through the village at night, they see how the atmosphere is different when it's empty. On their way, they replenish their water in a spring. Mirai tastes iron in the water. Mirai asks Tatsumi when she wants to stay with her mother, and Tatsumi explains she wants to apologize for a fight they had the day before she died. Mirai wants to ask her father who the king is. Mirai helps Tatsumi crossing difficult spots, impressing her with their shinobi skills. Someone spies on them. They arrive at a fork in the road, and the girl who spied on them approaches them, offering to take them to a hot spring, claiming to have been there herself and to have met with her dead brother. She directs them to a cave behind a waterfall. As they approach the spring, Mirai smells sulfur. They meet several girls, some of them who've been waiting for over a month, and they rejoice when there are now 20 of them, the number required for a ceremony. The attendants tell them they'll begin soon and lead them to a room to meet Ryuki. Mirai asks him how he'll let them see the dead, earning a reproach from the other believers. He tells them of a shinobi who once used a jutsu to reincarnate the dead from the Great Wars, which Mirai recognizes as summoning, impure world reincarnation. Ryuki claims a jutsu disgraced the dead and required a living sacrifice, but through his research was able to learn a jutsu that wouldn't have these consequences and requirements. Ryuki directs one of the women to the spring, having her name in the name of the one she wishes to see. The others here are speaking through the steam. Tatsumi is next and recognizes her mother's voice calling out to her. When Mirai gives her name and that of her father, Ryuki recognizes her family name and directs her to the steam. Ryuki has a Jashin symbol on his ring. Mirai sees a figure in the steam in her father's shape. Mirai recalls reading Shikamaru's report on the mission her father died, which detailed how Hidan used Asuma's blood for his jutsu, forging a link through which he transferred injuries. Ryuki asks the women if they heard the voice of their loved ones calling out to them and gives them water to purify themselves, instructing them not to drink until he tells them so. Mirai wants her father to teach her how to play shogi and expresses concern her father won't recognize her. Ryuki claims to be able to move between worlds and having met Asuma who wanted to meet her. Mirai makes a mention of a shogi player her father supposedly admires and who she's supposedly named after. Ryuki confirms Asuma telling her that, which Mirai takes as proof as lies, as there's no such shogi player and prepares to fight him. Ryuki orders the women to drink the water, but Mirai slightly shocks him with lightning release, which snaps him out of the effects of the hypnotic gases in the spring. Mirai concludes he's the one behind the missing women and confirms that their sacrifices so he can achieve immortality. Ryuki cuts Tatsumi's cheek for some blood and creates a link between her and a puppet, which puts her under his control. He orders Tatsumi to kill Mirai and mocks Mirai for not fighting back against a non-shinobi opponent. Kakashi and Guy arrive at the spring, defeating the elder cultists as they do. Kakashi throws a kunai at Ryuki's hand, causing him to drop the cursed puppet, breaking his hold over Tatsumi. Ryuki creates a diversion with the gases to escape, but Mirai follows him. She reaches the ritual room where Ryuki intended to exchange blood from human sacrifices for immortality. The room contains several spear-throwing trap mechanisms. Mirai asks Ryuki who Hidan is to him. Ryuki considers Hidan a hero and wants to inherit his accomplishments, restoring the way of Jashin. He considers the current peaceful era to be a waste, which mirrors Mirai's concerns that the challenges they face won't allow them to surpass the previous generation. Ryuki seemingly slashes Mirai, acquiring her blood and controlling her. Damaging the puppet, Ryuki appears to use her blood to acquire immortality, but everything fades as Mirai reveals a genjutsu. Ryuki is confused as he tasted her blood, but Mirai reveals it was just iron-rich water from the hot springs. Ryuki is convinced what he now sees is a genjutsu and charges at her. Guy and Kakashi watches Mirai strikes back at him, seeing Asuma in her as she defeats Ryuki. He and his cultists are apprehended, and Mirai explains what happened to Tatsumi. They talk about having memories of their loved ones and looking to the future. Kakashi and Guy exchange words and discuss Mirai's growth. They part ways with Tatsumi and go back to Konohagakure. Mirai is skeptical when they come across such an operation by accident, and they explain their mission was to investigate the missing girls, while Mirai's was to protect them. Kiba, Choji, and Tenten having been sent to gather intel while acting as tourists. As they arrive, Mirai realizes they've been giving her all the details so she can write a mission report. Boruto greets her as she arrives and is shocked when she tells him what happened. Later, Mirai plays Shogu Shikamaru and says she figured out the king is future generations. Shikamaru teases her for not realizing she's named after the answer and points out she lost the match. Shikamaru visits Naruto in his office, asking him about his decision on who to promote to Chunin as the exams have been derailed by the Otsutsuki attack. Naruto finds it difficult to choose and can only promote one Genin. Shikamaru stresses that Chunin are team leaders and should be chosen based on their ability to discern battle situations and make decisions. Naruto and Shikamaru review these sections of the exams and those who pass them, discarding them as they analyze how they fought and strategized their battles. They eventually narrow it down to Sarada, Sumire, and Denki, and Naruto decides to promote Sarada, as while she's on par with Denki and Sumire in terms of strategy, he finds it to have the better fighting skills among them. Sasuke arrives, feeling the need to report in. He says he hasn't been able to find Urashiki, but has discovered evidence that Urashiki had been around several locations before Momoshiki and Kinshiki arrived, and Shikamaru speculates he was gathering intel. Seeing Sarada's photo, he deduces Naruto wants to promote her, but having learned about Sarada's desertion after the exams from Sakura, voices his concerns over who should be promoted. Sasuke leaves and Naruto reconsiders Shikadai, pointing out his contribution in the resolution of the Iwagakure incident. Shikadai is promoted to Chunin. Shikadai admires his Chunin flak jacket. Moegi arrives to give him his first mission as team captain. She claims the mission is easy, but Shikadai is suspicious of her coming all the way to his house, telling him that was the case. Because the mission was sudden, they had to put together a team with the available Genin. Shikadai meets Iubi and Wasabi at the gates who begin arguing with each other. Boruto arrives late and offers some condolences for his team. Their mission is to retrieve a flower that grows on top of a mountain. The Genin question the mission, and Shikadai explains it's a rare flower that blooms only once every 4 years, and due to its medicinal properties, it's sold at a high price, so they should be on the lookout for bandits. Wasabi asks how they'll find the flower, and Shikadai presents them Tonsuke, a pig with a great sense of smell that'll act as their guide, much to their shock. Because the only pig who can find the flower, he's been spoiled rotten, and has to be fed specialty food regularly. Because one of the pigs who was being trained was stolen, they need to carry the pig as extra security, a task that falls to Iwabi. At night, they come across wolves. Wasabi scares them away, but also scares Tonsuke, who flees. Shikadai retrieves him, noticing a snout-shaped birthmark. Boruto attempts to reassure Shikadai while Iwabi and Wasabi argue over whether they should cross the bridge or go on a detour. Shikadai decides they should cross the bridge, but when Wasabi and Iwabi begin arguing again, the bridge starts swaying and it scares Tonsuke, who almost falls if not for Boruto and Shikadai. Shikadai forbids Iwabi and Wasabi from talking to each other for the rest of the mission. They come across bandits, and Iwabi and Wasabi both charge. Boruto warns Shikadai about a trap, but Shikadai injures his leg and Tonsuke escapes. The bandits are defeated, but Boruto recovers Tonsuke. Shikadai decides to finish the mission by himself. Tonsuke suddenly starts eating forest mushrooms, much to Shikadai and Boruto's surprise. Shikadai notices the lack of birthmark and deduces the pig was switched with the stolen one during the skirmish with the bandits. They find the bandits but can't give chase because of Shikadai's leg injury. Wasabi and Iwabi discuss Shikadai's decision, and Iwabi spots Shikadai's blood in the trap. Boruto attempts to make a bridge with the shadow clones across the ravine, but the gap is too big. Shikadai wants to jump the ravine even with his injury, but Iwabi arrives and uses earth release to make a bridge. He and Wasabi apologize for fighting. Boruto wonders how to find Tonsuke, and Shikadai says Tonsuke will signal him. As he hasn't been fed in a while, Tonsuke starts crying, allowing Wasabi to pinpoint him with a cat hearing. They're able to ambush most of the bandits of Boruto and the shadow clones. Shikadai lures Tonsuke with his food, allowing Iwabi to separate it from the bandit leader with earth release, and pins the bandit together with the shadow. They find the flower and succeed with their mission. Back in Konoha, Moegi reveals the mission was also a test to see if Shikadai was a capable leader, assigning him with people other than his usual teammates. Shikadai realizes he still has a long way to go as captain. While walking through Konoha, Sarada spots Boruto, Metal Lee, and Shikadai eagerly opening Extreme Shinobi Picture Scrolls packs. Sarada asks them about it, and they explain about its popularity. Boruto is bummed out to get another repeat card of his father, and Sarada considers all three immature for being so into it. Chocho calls her to try another new dessert, and Boruto considers them the same as well. While comparing new cards, the boys run into Shino, who gets uncomfortable learning Kiba and Akamaru are featured in cards while he isn't. The three know how strong Shino is, and Boruto wants to make him a card, pointing out the Kaminarama company manufactures them. They manage to get an audience with Denki's father, who shows them a list of the next card series, which still has an open slot. Denki's father has such respect for Shinobi, he's had a hard time picking a final one. They advocate for Shino's inclusion, but Metal Lee ends up suggesting his own father, as he's not present on the list. Denki's father can't make up his mind, so Denki suggests they pick another one who will make a bigger profit. The company will make a survey and let the customers decide who'll get the final spot. Boruto and Shikadai campaign for Shino with shadow clones and distributing leaflets. Metal and Denki, who Rock Lee once trained, put advertisements on the trains. Checking on the current tally, Rock Lee is leading the votes. So to raise Shino's profile, Boruto has Iwabi make a Shino stone face near the Hokage Rock with his earth release in exchange for one of the super rare 7th Hokage duplicate cards Boruto has. Metal uses taijutsu to try carving Shino's face into his father's. Boruto creates shadow clones to use wind release Gale Palm to carve Shino's face back. Shikadai thinks it'll all end in trouble and leaves. Boruto and Metal end up carving the giant stone face into a small statue and are stopped by Shino and Rock Lee. They say they don't want to stand out like that but appreciate their effort. They notice a fire nearby and the Genin worry they won't be able to rescue the person in time. Rock Lee kicks the statue into the building's water tank and Shino uses insects to remove the person from the fire. When the second series is released, Boruto calls Shikadai out for just abandoning their efforts. When they open their packs, there are both Rock Lee and Shino cards. Denki explains that their profiles were significantly raised by the fire rescue, increasing both of their demands, leading Denki's father to add an extra spot. However, they keep getting duplicates again. Sarada and Chocho leave for a second round of new desserts. In the Hokage's office building, Sai works on a map. Kakashi arrives and comments on the building being empty save for him. Sai explains that everyone else is out investigating a bomb threat, so all the other work is stopped. Kakashi notices a complaint about Team 25 in the post office and offers to look into it. He dons his Sukiya disguise on the way to the post office. There, Hokibare Tako for not acting according to plan, and Renga for carrying too many boxes at once, who ends up dropping them. A post office employee complains about them, saying he'll request other Genin if their performance doesn't improve. Renga and Hako blame Hoki while leaving, as they end up doing things their way because they can't understand understand his orders. Sukiya asks to speak with Hoki and is impressed when he remembers him from when he interviewed them as academy students. Sukiya asks Hoki about the way he dresses, and Hoki explains his admiration for the 6 Hokage. Hoki informs Sukiya his team is only being assigned D-rank missions and they're having to perform without a supervising Jonin, as theirs is recovering from a mission injury and due to the labor shortage there's no one to fill in. He tried to lead the team, but Hako goes off and does his own things, and Renga only does things through brute strength. Boruto and Sarada suddenly arrive and request to see a certain package as part of the bomb threat investigation. They find the bomb and manage to deactivate it. Several shinobi arrive at the post office to investigate. They explain to Hoki how the investigation revealed the bombers plan to mail bombs, having discovered them through packaging paper found at the culprit's place, and how other Genin are in pursuit. When the superior comes to talk to them, Hako deduces what he'll say from his behavior, that is marital problems from his clothes. Sukiya takes notice. The office stops receiving packages for the day, but will resume the next day. Hoki discusses with Renga and Hako about being left out of the bomb investigation. He later confides his frustration to Sukiya. Sukiya suggests he's not taking his teammates' feelings into consideration and comments on Hako's perceptiveness. Hoki knows about it and that Renga's strength allows him to excel in defense. He realizes they ignored his orders before because Hako had anticipated the clerk's schedule and Renga picked up several boxes at once to make up for lost time. Hoki becomes frustrated with himself. Sukiya tells Hoki how the 6 Hokage made mistakes in the past and lost a friend over it. Sukiya asks him how the Genin knew which package was the bomb. Hoki explains that if the department store had wrapped up the packages, they'd have the store's stickers on it, and the one Boruto and Sarada had no stickers. He recalls 3 other stickerless packages earlier. He gets Hako and Renga to find another bomb. They figure the bomber sent multiple bombs, counting on security being relaxed after the first one was discovered. There's one bomb whose package was already set up, but they can't be sure of where it is because there's no set order of deliveries, so it's up to postal workers when to deliver packages. Hoki confides in his teammates and they go after the remaining bomb package. He asks Hako to take lead as her keen perception should allow her to assign tasks. She asks for who is responsible to deliver in the area, which Hoki has memorized. Based on who it is, Hako decides where he'll make his delivery at a train station, having observed the clerks of the mission. They find the bomb but are unable to deactivate it. With little time until detonation, Renga throws it into the air and creates wall of protection, allowing it to explode harmlessly. Kakashi arrives, claiming Sukiya filled him in. He considers switching leaders in the middle of a mission risky, but Hoki thought about Sukiya's story about him and apologizes to his teammates. They also apologize for leaving everything up to him so they could have it easier. Under Kakashi's recommendation, Team 25 is put under Sai's leadership, who considers their individual abilities suited for intelligence missions. Konohamaru's love arc. Boruto, Sarada, and Chocho watch a movie in the cinema. Boruto finds it to be uninteresting, angering Sarada and Chocho for not getting the romantic aspects of the plot. They want to have him watch the movie again, but Boruto leaves. He tells Konohamaru about it, who thinks he should train more if he has time to watch movies. Boruto asks him if he watches movies like that, but Konohamaru denies it, saying that he can't lose focus of romance if he wants to be Hokage. They notice a young woman being pursued. Boruto and Konohamaru keep track of her as she loses her pursuers, and Konohamaru saves her from falling when she misses a step on the stairs. The woman is astonished by the view while Konohamaru carries her jumping between buildings and thanks him when they land. She introduces herself as Remon Yoimura. Boruto asks her why she was being chased. She claims to have come to Konoha for sightseeing, ran into them when getting lost, and thinks she upset them. Remon insists on thanking them, so Boruto asks her to treat them to lunch. At Lightning Burger, they try the latest item on the menu, a super sour lemon burger. Remon had never eaten a burger before but loves sour foods. She enjoys it so much that she decides to live in Konohagakure. At their suggestion, Konohamaru tries the burger but doesn't like the sourness. Remon offers him a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and she promises to wash it and return it to her. Boruto considers him uncool. They offer to show her around and guard her while sightseeing. Remon shows interest in hair clips from a stand. Konohamaru offers to buy her one, and she has Konohamaru pick one. Boruto comments on the expensive hair accessory she's already wearing. When visiting the Hokage Rock, Konohamaru explains how he was named after the village and about his grandfather, and Remon comments on his verbal tick. They both act shy and blush. Remon trips on a rock and Konohamaru catches her. Boruto notices their awkwardness towards one another. By sundown, the men pursuing Remon find her again, but she tells Konohamaru and Boruto not to worry, revealing they're from her household and were after her because she left without informing anyone. She thanks them both for a good time and tells Konohamaru learning about his grandfather motivated her. She bids him farewell, purposely using his verbal tick. The next day, Konohamaru stares at Remon's handkerchief. Sarada and Chocho comment on his behavior and Chocho surmises he's in love. Boruto is doubtful, but when they remind him he didn't get the plot of the romantic movie, he thinks back to Konohamaru's interaction with Remon. Boruto and Konohamaru go to Remon's home to return the handkerchief, but Boruto also brings more lemon burgers. They arrive at her stately home. She notices them and states that she never wants to see them again, much to their shock. Another member of her household watches her from a balcony with a stern expression. Boruto comments on Remon's different demeanor. The stern household member approaches and tells Remon she must properly thank those who she's beholden to, and introduces himself as Kankitsu Akitsuki, Remon's fiancé. Kankitsu asks them to leave as they're busy with wedding preparations. Konohamaru wants to return the handkerchief, but Kankitsu insists they leave. Konohamaru complies to Boruto's confusion. Boruto asks Konohamaru about the situation, but he says nothing. On their way home, they find a girl from Remon's village who cannot remember her way home, so Konohamaru insists on taking her to the village. Kankitsu questions Remon about her attitude, telling her not to worry about the handkerchief, offering to buy her everything. Remon wants to retreat to her room, but Kankitsu is confined to a new secure building. Remon feels like a prisoner, but seeing how sad other villagers are about it, and Kankitsu reminding her it's for the good of the village, she relents. He also takes her hair clip for safekeeping, and she protests, claiming that they guard her memories from Soma. Unable to get it back, Remon comments that he's changed. Konohamaru and Boruto return Anzu to her mother, and Anzu says she couldn't remember where the village was, startling the villagers, but Konohamaru notices. Boruto argues that they should visit Remon again. An old woman talks to Remon, saying how Kankitsu has changed and informs her of another villager lost her memory and got lost, but travelers brought her back. Remon is concerned as legend never mentioned anything like that, but concludes they must hurry the wedding. Konohamaru and Boruto notice the extra security around Remon's home. Konohamaru stresses that because this is a personal investigation, they must keep their involvement limited. Boruto points out he's the one who wants to talk to Remon. Remon thinks about her experiences in Konoha, and Konohamaru and Boruto arrive at her window. They're concerned for her situation, but she explains that it's the only way to save her village. At Konohamaru's request, she tells the legend of her village. 4 centuries prior, Daidai village was almost destroyed by Soma, a demon who consumes memories, leading them to waste away. She draws him a picture, a horned skull spirit. At the time, a shrine maiden, Kuen, battled Soma, who came close to possessing her, but she managed to seal it in a rock. However, a portion of Soma stayed within her, resulting in a curse that was passed down to her descendants. When bearers of the curse reach age 20, the curse manifests a mark on their hands, signaling that they connect Soma with the outside world and slowly have their memories drained. Ramen explains that she and Kankitsu are both descendants of Kuen through different branch families, and that every 100 years, the seal restricted Soma weakens. Boruto notices Ramen is not losing her memories, and she explains that her hair clip is a tool created by Kuen that protects her against Soma's power, given to the female descendant to inherit the curse. When Soma gets stronger, its horns begin growing from the rock, signaling it's time for the seal to be repaired. At that time, a man and woman who bear the curse are wed and reapply the seal. Boruto questions why the seal can't be applied without them being married. Ramen explains Kankitsu is losing his memories, and the only way to break the curse is through marriage. Boruto says they'll defeat Soma, but she explains it doesn't have a physical form, so it can't be attacked with weapons or ninjutsu. Konohamaru explains the existence of such beings, evidenced by the one his grandfather made a contract with. Kankitsu leaves at night, and the old woman wonders where he goes. Ramen says Kankitsu wasn't this cold when they were younger, but Boruto is still against her marrying someone who will not make her happy. She explains that the story of Konohamaru's grandfather gave her strength to go through with it. He returns her handkerchief, then leaves. As Boruto argues against leaving Ramen in the situation, they're approached by the old woman, Asaki of the Yoimuro family. She confirms Kankitsu's change in personality and asks him to confirm where he goes at night. He visits Ramen, finds she has her handkerchief back, and stays put for the night. Kankitsu goes to see Asaki, who forgets what she wanted to do. Boruto notices she's late to get the report, and Konohamaru becomes suspicious of Asaki's absence. Konohamaru decides that he and Boruto should be looking for Asaki themselves. They see Kankitsu leaving Ramen's home, and Konohamaru decides to tail him, instructing Boruto to find Asaki. Konohamaru follows Kankitsu to a site where he's spotted by Kankitsu's subordinates. Kankitsu informs him only people from the Daidai village are allowed on the site, and that he'll file a complaint about him with Konohagakure. His subordinates escort him out. Boruto spots Kankitsu when he returns, but also Asaki, and goes to talk to her. She doesn't recognize him, but spots Kankitsu with Ramen's hair clip at the distance and advises Boruto to leave. Asaki follows Kankitsu to the ceiling rock, and Boruto follows her. She stops Kankitsu from destroying the hair clip, which ends up with Boruto. Asaki accuses Kankitsu of not being himself. Kankitsu surmises he has to do more than erase her memories and moves in to finish her. Boruto forces a retreat with the Throw-kunai. He refuses to explain his intentions, adding Boruto would only forget them anyway, and produces several will-o'-the-wisps that follow Boruto around. Boruto dodges several of them, and Asaki blocks one with her own body. She grows antlers, which sends 2 wisps back to Kankitsu and passes out. Boruto blocks the next wisp, and while surprised by the hair clip protecting him, he's hit with another one from behind. 2 wisps also leave his body through antlers. Boruto's memory of events since going to the movies are compromised. He flees the site with a hair clip and continues to struggle his memories. He falls into a river, and Kankitsu ceases the search. Due to Kankitsu's complaint, Konohamaru is placed under house arrest. Kankitsu informs Ramen he's pushing up the wedding ritual, claiming Soma is getting stronger. Ramen asks about Asaki's absence. Kankitsu lies about it and says he'll let her know if she sees her. Boruto arrives home and when asked by his mother and his sister, he can't remember how he acquired the hair clip. Konohamaru spends the night researching. Sarada asks what Boruto did, believing Konohamaru's house arrest to be the result of him covering for something Boruto did. Throughout the day, Boruto stumbles upon reminders of his experiences with Ramen, and he finally remembers everything. He rushes back home to retrieve the hair clip and goes to see Konohamaru, who has found something in his research. Boruto reveals to Konohamaru that Kankitsu is the one stealing people's memories. The two move out to return to Daidai village. The wedding ceremony between Kankitsu and Ramen begins. Boruto and Konohamaru rush back to the Daidai village. Kankitsu and Ramen join hands and are instructed to cut the stone's horns to keep Soma sealed. A ghostly aura connects them to the statue, and they're given swords to cut the horns. Kankitsu strikes the rock's binding ropes instead, to everyone's shock. Kankitsu grabs Ramen's hand by force and continues the ritual. Konohamaru and Boruto arrive. Kankitsu proclaimed he fulfilled his duty and passes out. Soma manifests from the remains of the stone. It attacks Ramen and Kankitsu, but Konohamaru pulls him out of the way. Boruto attempts to attack Soma with kunai and wind release, but to no avail. Soma goes through some of the villagers in the cave, eating their memories. Konohamaru instructs Boruto to evacuate them. Konohamaru attempts to fight Soma, but it avoids him and goes for Ramen. Konohamaru gets in his way, creating 2 more shadow clones. Attempts to seal it with one of his grandfather's seals. Immediately restricts Soma's movements for a while. They leave the cave. Kankitsu wakes up, now free of Soma's influence, and recounts how he fell under its control. Boruto stresses that physical attacks and ninjutsu don't work against it, and Konohamaru points out that it seemed to evade him. Ramen says it only fears Kuen's hair clip, which Konohamaru has. Ramen wants to seal Soma inside her body, Kankitsu stressing its risks. They explain how Kuen did the same a long time ago, but lost all their memories as a consequence, being barely able to transfer to the rock, and only managed to cut out one of the manifested horns on herself. The hair clip can't protect one's memories when they have Soma sealed inside. They hear Konohamaru's seal about to break, so he and Boruto go back in. Just as Soma attacks them, Konohamaru summons a monkey, Enra. Konohamaru informs Enra of Soma's abilities, and Enra transforms into a staff at his instruction. Dodging Soma, Boruto covers the cave with several tags. Soma attacks Konohamaru, who blocks his blast with Enra. Konohamaru uses the staff to create a seal with the tags Boruto planted. A spectral monkey grabs Soma, who struggles to break free. Enra comments Konohamaru doesn't have enough chakra, and the seal breaks. Enra's transformation and summoning dispel. Ramen arrives at the hair clip and seals Soma inside herself. She struggles to keep it contained and asks Konohamaru to cut the horns before losing her memories. Thinking back to his experiences with Ramen, Konohamaru cuts the horns, destroying Soma. Ramen wakes up at home with Kankitsu and Asaki at her side. She doesn't remember them or who she is. Konohamaru and Boruto leave Daidai village without saying goodbye to Ramen, despite Boruto's insistence. Kankitsu brings Ramen a lightning burger lemon burger. She enjoys it but cries, finding it somehow nostalgic. Boruto brings one to Konohamaru as well at Hiruzen's head in the Hokage Rock. One tail Escort Arc. At the Lightning Burger, the Konoha Genin discuss their plans for the upcoming days off. While most are excited, Shikadai isn't looking forward to visiting his mother's family in the Land of Wind. Likewise, Boruto isn't excited to go camping with his excessively doted grandfather. Shikadai wishes he could go on a mission, and Boruto wishes he would train with Sasuke. Sasuke told him to get in touch with the Hawk message. Walking through Konoha, Boruto spots Sasuke's hawk delivering a message to the Hokage's office. Konoha Shinobi take his message to be decoded. Intent on knowing the message, Boruto frees Sasuke's hawk. Shikamaru and Yurito discuss Sasuke's update on his search for Urashiki, which is leading to the Land of Wind. Using the freed hawk's commotion as a distraction, Boruto learns Sasuke's location. He comes across Sarada, who notices his enthusiasm, but decides not to tell her about finding Sasuke's location. The next day, as cover, he tells his mother he'll be camping with Team 7 and staying at Mitsuki's house. Boruto misses the train for the Land of Wind with Temari and Shikadai, but manages to sneak onto a freight train that's headed there as well. Boruto makes it to the Land of Wind, but ends up dropping off one station early. He tries walking to the next station, but passes out from the thirst and heat. He's rescued by Hisago and wakes up at her house the next day. She encourages him to spend the night to go to the train station in the morning. Isago's father, Gojo, currently tells him to leave. Isago explains her father dislikes ninja. He refuses Boruto's help with preparing the garden and reveals his village was destroyed by the Fourth Shinobi World War, not by enemies, but by Shinobi on his own side in an attempt to smoke out enemies. He lives in isolation, so Isago never has to go through the same thing. At night, Boruto and Isago play Shinobi bout, but an alarm goes off. Their friends damage again. Gojo explains he's being harassed by people who want to leave the area so they can build a power plant that'll benefit many people. In the morning, Isago tries to make Boruto stay one more night, but he has to leave. He comes across people harassing Isago and Gojo, preparing to use a chemical to kill their greens. They hold Isago hostage to force Gojo to transfer land property, but still intend to kill their greens before harvest time. Boruto arrives and intimidates them into giving up with a Rasengan with a threat of informing Gaara of the situation. In gratitude, Gojo allows him to use the trolley he built to go to the train station. Boruto uses wind release to boost his speed and arrives at the stone pillars marking his destination. He finds remains of Amaterasu burning and goes investigating. Nearby, Sasuke and Gaara fight Urashiki, who has a number of Toneri's puppets under his command. Boruto arrives and Urashiki manages to snatch Sasuke's chakra while he's trying to pick Boruto. Sasuke charges at him, but Urashiki portals him away. After Sasuke was teleported to another dimension, Boruto tries to attack Urashiki, but is stopped by Gaara, who takes him to a safe location. Gaara binds Boruto and explains to him that Urashiki is an Otsutsuki and he has no chance against Urashiki. Urashiki takes advantage of attacking an exhausted Gaara, but he's saved by Shinki and Shukaku. Shinki attacks Urashiki with his iron sand, but Urashiki evades with ease. Shukaku uses his wind release to try to push Urashiki away and grab him with his paws, but Urashiki evades him. Gaara uses his desert-layered Imperial Funeral Seal to seal Urashiki temporarily, with Urashiki stating he will just bide his time patiently. Konkoro, Yoro, and Araya arrive after hearing news that Urashiki plans on targeting Shukaku. Gaara gives the mission to Konkoro, Shinki, and Boruto to take Shukaku, who at first refuses to be sealed in a tea kettle but later goes in willingly to Naruto and Konohagakure to keep him safe. At first, Shinki refuses to go because of Boruto's immaturity and because Shukaku belongs to Tsunagakure, but relents when Boruto is the only one who knows Konohagakure's terrain. Gaara states that Shinki can learn something from Boruto what Boruto has that Shinki does not. Yoro and Araya will take Gaara back to Tsunagakure to be healed. Konkoro, Shinki, and Boruto head out with Shukaku clinging onto Boruto's back for the first portion of the trip. Konkoro, Shinki, and Boruto arrive at an abandoned wind generation building in hopes of finding communications, but instead find a map of routes leading to Konohagakure. Shinki later scolds Boruto for allowing Shukaku to trick him into letting Shukaku wander off to think he needed to urinate when Shukaku just wanted to relax. Shinki takes charge in keeping Shukaku safe within his iron sand armor. As Konkoro, Shinki, and Boruto head out, they're sensed by enemy puppets. Konkoro instructs Shinki and Boruto to go on ahead while he takes down the enemy puppets with his own puppets and the two depart. Konkoro battles Urashiki's puppets to buy Shinki and Boruto more time. As the puppets increase in numbers, Konkoro summons more puppets to battle his foes. He's overwhelmed and decides to self-destruct his puppets to destroy the remaining enemies. Temari and Shikadai arrive in Tsunagakure where Temari dreads something bad has happened. Boruto and Shinki see an explosion where Konkoro is fighting. Boruto fights with Shinki whether they should go back and see if Konkoro is okay and assist him, but Shinki advises against it as he states that the Shinobi from Tsunagakure will do anything to protect one another even after self-destructing their bodies to destroy an enemy for good. Boruto is angry that Shinki is cold about Konkoro's well-being, and Shinki is angry about Boruto not being able to prioritize the mission before lives. Shukaku appears and tells Boruto how Shinki was similar to Gaara until Gaara was saved by Naruto, who gave him a different path, instead of fighting for hatred to fight to protect people, and never giving up on that. This surprises Boruto, who decides to go see if Konkoro is okay. Temari and Shikadai meet up with Yoro and Araya where they inform them that Urashiki teleported Sasuke to another dimension and Shukaku was targeted. Temari orders them to continue escorting Gaara back to Tsunagakure. Temari and Shikadai meet with Boruto, who is also there to find Konkoro. Temari deduces that Shinki and Boruto had an argument. She is touched by Boruto's dedication for Konkoro, but reminds him that a shinobi must not let their emotions get in the better of the mission. Shikadai notices a pile of the destroyed puppets and a hole next to it burrowing down in the sand. Temari, Boruto, and Shikadai go search for Konkoro, but also fear something bad is happening to Shinki as well. Shinki is attacked by one of Urashiki's puppets, where he goes out in full battle. Urashiki escapes from his seal, which Gaara senses. Boruto concedes to Temari that he may not have understood Konkoro's resolve or Shinki's, but he can't accept it and understands that he must protect Shukaku. Shinki begins fighting Urashiki's remaining puppet. It manages to hit Shinki with poison needles. Shinki feigns a hit from a sword with a clone, while the real Shinki anchors the puppet to the ground with iron sand and continues on his way, his arm paralyzed. Shukaku teases him slightly that he may have been able to avenge his uncle if Boruto had been there to aid him in the fight. They arrive at a crevasse and Urashiki's puppet catches up to them, but so does Boruto, who lands a hit on it. Temari and Shikadai also arrive, giving Boruto and Shinki an opportunity to retreat. Boruto apologizes for dismissing Shinki's feelings, but adds his friends are important as well. Shinki berates Boruto for being emotional, and Shukaku laughs, comparing Boruto to Naruto. Boruto goes back to help Temari and Shikadai, and Shukaku sneaks away from Shinki after Boruto as well. The puppet releases poison gas, but Temari blows it away, throwing the puppet into the crevasse. Boruto arrives, and the puppet climbs back up. Shinki berates Shukaku for watching the battle, and Shukaku points out that they have to deal with the pursuers. The three go against the puppet, and while Shinki thinks their fighting is inefficient because of their emotions, Shukaku points out they're able to coordinate just fine, and adds that while he did compare Boruto to Naruto, Shukaku considers Boruto smarter and more skilled than Naruto was. Shinki takes Shukaku and continues to move away from the battle. The puppet pressures the shinobi with multiple arms, chakra blasts, and attacking after burying itself in the sand. Temari unearths the puppet with their wind release, but it's able to dodge her attacks in the air, sending attacks of its own. Temari gets injured, protecting Shikadai from an attack. Temari Temari tells them she'll buy time for them to leave, but they refuse. Boruto creates clones to form a perimeter and manages to land an explosive kunai in the puppet without detonating it, allowing Shikadai to use Temari's fan to unearth the puppet again. In dodging Boruto's Rasengan, the puppet is caught by Shikadai's shadow, allowing Boruto to land his Rasengan, which along with the explosive kunai detonation is enough to destroy the puppet. Temari tells Boruto to catch up with Shinki while she and Shikadai recover and look for Kankuro. Urashiki catches up to Temari and Shikadai, having watched them fight through the puppets, and steals both their chakra. He muses it'll be bad if Shukaku reaches Konoha, but he does want to enjoy himself. Boruto catches up to Shinki and Shukaku, updating them on the puppet's death. Urashiki spots them from afar. Boruto, Shinki, and Shukaku approach the land of fire, noticing more vegetation. Urashiki intercepts them. Shinki is incredulous that Urashiki broke through Gaara's seal and wonders how track Shukaku and the kettle should suppress their chakra. Urashiki explains he watched them through the puppets and revealed his Byakugan. He's pleased with taking Temari and Shikadai's chakra, which riles Boruto. Shinki stresses that they have to keep a cool head as neither Sasuke nor Gaara are there. Shukaku asks Shinki to unseal them so they can fight. Shinki has a plan and asks Boruto to buy some time. Urashiki attacks. Shinki blocks with his iron sand and Boruto counterattacks with shadow clones. Boruto feints an attack disguised as a kunai, which Urashiki also avoids. Boruto signals to Shinki, who attempts to seal him with his puppet and iron sand. Urashiki is bored by another seal. They flee, and Shinki leaves several third eyes behind to keep track of Urashiki, certain that a seal won't hold as long as Gaara's. Boruto is concerned about the Byakugan, and Shinki changes their direction. Urashiki breaks free and continues pursuit. Having put enough distance between them, Urashiki continues on the shortest route to the Land of Fire, unaware that the Genin and Shukaku have changed course. They can't rush to the Land of Fire, afraid that they'll get in the range of Urashiki's Byakugan, so Boruto suggests visiting Gojo as a transmitter. Shinki struggles, having spent a lot of chakra with his puppet technique and third eyes. Boruto helps him. They arrive at Gojo's house, but it's been attacked. Isuko tries to get her father out from under the debris. Shinki is more concerned with knowing if Urashiki is the one who attacked them rather than helping Gojo, earning Boruto's censure. Shinki rescues him. Gojo informs him who attacked them, confirming it was Urashiki looking for them. Their transmitter had been destroyed, so they can't ask for backup. Looking for a map, Shinki sees the only way to the Land of Fire, through a bridge where Urashiki is sure to be on the lookout for them. Gojo says there's a longer path known only to locals, but Shinki is sure Urashiki will fight it if he stays waiting around long enough. Boruto suggests using both routes, one of them carrying a decoy kettle on the route Urashiki is watching, buying time for the other one to use the long route with Shukaku. As Boruto can do shadow clones for decoys, he thinks the logical decision is for him to be the bait for Urashiki. At the bridge, Urashiki attacks Boruto, causing debris to fall into the river. At the longer route, Shinki notices the debris, and Shukaku talks to him about regret. In another dimension, Sasuke's chakra begins to replenish, enough for him to try getting back. Shinki continues towards the Land of Fire while Shukaku wonders how Boruto is doing. Boruto attempts to hide from Urashiki to buy Shinki time, but Urashiki finds him as Byakugan. Shinki arrives at the Land of Fire border, but is stopped by Mirai, who recognizes him as Gaara's son. He doesn't attack, but stresses the urgency of his mission to speak with the Hokage. He can't share the details with anyone lower than Chunin, so Sai offers to hear him, having been sent to investigate Sasuke's lack of communication. Shinki informs of the situation. Sai orders Border Patrol to be on high alert, Mirai and Shinki to stand by, while he takes Shukaku to Naruto. Urashiki attacks Boruto, destroying the clone disguised as Shinki. Using Shikadai's chakra, he pins Boruto with his shadow and discovers the kettle with him as a decoy. Urashiki intends to use Boruto as a hostage to trade him for Shukaku. Boruto manages to land a superficial hit with the clone. Urashiki attempts to steal Boruto's chakra, but is blocked by Shinki's iron sand. Shinki tells Boruto he's guaranteed Shukaku's safety and proceeds to attempt crushing Urashiki. Urashiki breaks free of his iron sand and switches to the Rinnegan and attacks. Boruto sends a lightning release shuriken, which Urashiki blocks, but the charge goes through his fishing rod just the same. He evades their attacks by teleporting. Boruto's eye activates what Urashiki recognizes. He uses Temari's chakra as a distraction to attack Shinki, but Boruto's eye allows him to detect where Urashiki's portal will appear. Using clones as bait for Urashiki to destroy, they manage to corner him and land attacks, managing to break one of his horns. Urashiki strikes to kill, but his attack is blocked by Sasuke, who is able to track Urashiki through his constant use of space-time ninjutsu through the fight. Sasuke attacks, but changing his eyes again, Urashiki disappears, but not through a portal, leaving behind a crane origami of the same red energy that comprises his fishing rod and hook, which disappears shortly after. Sasuke is out of chakra, unable to pursue him, and Boruto and Shinki pass out from exhaustion. Gaara wakes up in a Sunagakure hospital to Yodo and Arai's relief. Kankuro is battered up but alive. A search party finds Temari and Shikadai and informs them of Kankuro's status. Naruto is informed of the situation by Shukaku, wanting to leave immediately, but Sasuke arrives and stays his hand. 3 days later, Naruto discusses the issue with Gaara, who wants to warn the other Kage. Shikadai informs Boruto that Shinki had been discharged, and Boruto rushes to the train station to say bye. Shinki asks Gaara what he meant before, as he feels he has learned nothing from Boruto. Boruto arrives and reprimands Shinki for not saying goodbye to his friend. Shinki acts haughty, but smiles anyway as he leaves. At Konoha, Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru discuss the situation. They're concerned about the other tailed beasts, now that they know Urashiki wants to collect massive quantities of chakra. They wish to convene a 5 Kage summit. Shukaku complains about their situation, and Naruto explains they'll stay with him. Shukaku only agrees because Gaara asked him, feeling uncomfortable sharing a roof with Kurama. Kurama and Shukaku exchange insults. Naruto arrives home with Shukaku, explaining they'll stay with them until an official safe house is picked. Boruto and Shukaku greet each other, and Himawari is instantly taken by how cute she finds Shukaku. Boruto asks Naruto and Shukaku about the tailed beasts. Naruto gives him a brief history of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. He later meets with the tailed beasts in their mental plane, though Matatabi, Kokuo, and Chome decide not to participate. They talk about their protection, and the others comment on Shukaku's absence in the meeting, which Kurama teasingly attributes to their current situation. While talking Himawari in, Naruto and Kurama recall how she knocked them both out while she awakened her Byakugan. Shukaku overhears and becomes intrigued. The next day, they all leave together, Shukaku eager to learn how she knocked out Kurama so they can tease Kurama about it. They spend the next day together and ultimately end up at the Senju Park, where Naruto takes a nap. Shukaku sees nothing unusual about Himawari, so they ask her aside and questions her about it. She doesn't remember any of it, and Shukaku disregards her. Shukaku falls asleep, and the kettle is picked up, being mistaken for trash. Boruto and Himawari ask a park employee who explains the trash is being taken to a scrapyard. As they watch a trash compactor, Himawari blames herself for not watching Shukaku closely. The stress of the situation triggers her Byakugan, allowing her to find Shukaku's kettle. Shukaku awakes from the ruckus and sees Himawari with the Byakugan. When it deactivates, she has no memory of it. Boruto breaks their fall. At night, Shukaku and Konoha actually bond over how the Uzumakis drive them crazy and are never boring. Shukaku figures Konoha actually likes them. The next day, Naruto takes Shukaku away, who waves Himawari and Boruto goodbye with their tail. Naruto and Shikamaru discuss the tailed beast safe houses, and Shikamaru muses at how Shukaku sleeps so carefree, and how he doesn't understand tailed beasts at all. Naruto says they're just like a family. Boruto rushes through breakfast to go train with Sasuke. Hinata compares Boruto's excitement to Naruto's when he go train to Jiraiya. Boruto would like to meet his father's master, but Hinata informs him he passed away and offers to show him photos. She shows him and Himawari photos of Naruto, Jiraiya, and their friends when they were young. Boruto notices Sasuke isn't in any of the photos, and Hinata deflects the issue. While talking about dinner, Sarada complains to her mother that Sasuke is still absent, Sakura saying he left early to go to the Hokage's office. Boruto visits them looking for Sasuke and mentions wanting to ask him about Jiraiya. Sarada recognizes the name as the author from the book her father had read during Family Day. Sarada and Boruto figure that reading the book will help them know about Jiraiya, and since that is Kakashi's favorite book, it contains advice on how to be successful. As it's an old book, they go to a flea market. They witness Shino and Kiba stopping a thief and ask him about the book. They too confirm Jiraiya is the book's author, and Shino explains his background as one of the Sannin. Boruto and Sarada insist on learning about the book, and Sarada's interest is sparked even more when Kiba mentions it's a novel. Kiba and Shino stress they're too young to read it. Believing the book's depth to require more life experience to be understood strengthens their resolve to read it. They come across Choji and Chocho in a stall trying to sell their old clothes. Choji gets flustered when asked about it, and when he mentions the romance novel, Chocho voices interest in reading it as well, and directs him to an old bookstall. Kui and Daure are interested in buying the clothes, but feel insulted when Choji doesn't remember them. Chocho salvages the situation by making a promotion and goes with Boruto and Sarada. At the bookstall, they learn that there's several books in the series, and while there is one available, Choji intervenes, saying they're too young. The discovery of an archaeological relic is mentioned on TV. The two are frustrated about not finding the book. Boruto goes to training, and Sarada asks him to tell Sasuke to come home early if the two meet. Boruto finds Sasuke and asks about Jiraiya. Sasuke explains that the relationship between Naruto and Jiraiya was much deeper than what they have. Boruto asks about Sasuke's absence in the photos when his parents were young, and he doesn't get Sasuke's answer. Sasuke curtly tells him not to read the book when Boruto asks about it. Boruto arrives home frustrated, and seeing the archaeological relic on TV, which is having the Funjutsu on it researched, he vaguely recalls the symbol on it. Hinata tells him more about how Jiraiya influenced Naruto. Boruto finds copies of Jiraiya's books among Naruto's belongings, but Hinata skims through it and declares him too young to read it. Sasuke arrives at home late and sees a meal ready for him with a note from Sarada. Naruto calls Sasuke and informs them that they've received notice from Border Patrol that Urashiki had been indiscriminately stealing chakra. Urashiki comments on human craftiness and having concealed the tailed beasts. Time slip arc. Mirai fights Urashiki, who has already defeated several of her comrades. He asks her about the tailed beast that the Hokage hid, but she defiantly says she wouldn't tell him even if she knew. He takes her chakra, noting the potential usefulness of genjutsu. Someone tries to contact Mirai through her earpiece radio, which sparks Urashiki's curiosity and gives him an idea. Several shinobi patrol the streets in Konoha. Naruto feels this makes the villagers uneasy, but Shikamaru stresses they can't be too careful, as Urashiki has attacked many shinobi and can teleport. Naruto is concerned that Sasuke isn't in top form since having his chakra stolen, and wishes Urashiki would come at him directly. Urashiki muses his actions have drawn too much attention, and decides to use all the chakra he gathered so far, hoping that getting Kurama will even it out. Shikamaru informs Naruto the other villagers are cooperating and that Mirai has gone missing. Naruto wants to send a clone to look for Urashiki, but Shikamaru and Sasuke counsel him against it. Boruto arrives and asks why he was left out when all the other Genin were tasked with finding Urashiki. Naruto says it's too risky to send him out, as Urashiki has a vendetta against him, saying even he was more reasonable at that age. Sasuke suggests forming a two-man team with Boruto, as this should prevent Urashiki from easily going after Boruto, but Naruto restricts their movements to the village, as Sasuke needs to stay nearby in case Urashiki attacks Konoha. Boruto spots his friends, and Denki explains they're helping test new radio technology from the Kaminarimon Company. From Denki and Haganoma's mission control, they hear Urashiki is found moving away from the village. Tenten relays orders through the radio. While 7 shinobi mobilize to corner Urashiki, Sasuke explains to Boruto that Urashiki is likely to have stolen Mirai's chakra, and using it to draw shinobi away from the village with genjutsu. The Konoha shinobi are unable to prevent Korogi and Mirai from attacking each other, each seeing the other as Urashiki because of the genjutsu. Urashiki had used Mirai's radio to gain intel on their movements and prepares to go after Naruto. Boruto and Sasuke rush to the Hokage's office, but Boruto stops. Knowing that Naruto has capable shinobi near him, he deduces Urashiki's after something else. It recalls the artifact that had been on the news that has the same symbol they saw in the Otsutsuki ruin where they fought the White Zetsu. They go to the research facility instead and find shinobi drained of the chakra. Urashiki activates the artifact, Katasuki, a turtle-like device. Boruto and Sasuke arrive and attempt to stop Urashiki from using it. Urashiki steps into the light created by the device. Boruto and Sasuke follow him into it, arriving in an unusual dimension. Boruto and Sasuke attack Urashiki, but he repels them, knocking Boruto into Katasuki, causing him to fall off a ledge. Sasuke uses his Rinnegan to switch them with Urashiki and shields them all with Susanoo. They land on a forest and make their way back to Konoha. However, they notice the Hokage Rock only has 4 faces carved into it, meaning they're in the past. Boruto lists the differences you can see in the village. Sasuke recalls Urashiki's words about harvesting the fox's chakra. Katasuki startles Boruto, reporting having deviated from the temporal shift coordinates set up by Urashiki. Questioned by Sasuke, Katasuki confirms that by being separated from them, Urashiki will arrive in the past a few days later. Katasuki also warns them about the changing in the future by interviewing the past. Sasuke and Boruto change in less conspicuous clothes. Boruto is surprised there is no lightning burger and that Ramen Ichiraku is a small establishment. They come across Sakura, and Sasuke has to stop Boruto from asking where they can find Naruto. Sasuke stresses Katasuki's warning despite Boruto's assertion that they have to meet Naruto eventually anyway. Sasuke wishes to watch Naruto from a distance distance when they find him. Boruto bumps into Naruto. Boruto lets a dad slip, but Naruto is distracted by Jiraiya, who's running away from a crowd who caught him peeping. He throws them off by giving Boruto his binoculars, but he and Naruto are caught up and beaten by Tsunade and made to apologize. She asks Sasuke and Boruto who they are and what they're doing at Konoha, and Sasuke claims they're traveling performers who use basic ninjutsu in their tricks. Tsunade explains they'll have to be watched as a Genin has recently deserted the village, requiring security to be increased. She tasks Naruto and Jiraiya to keep a watch on them. Jiraiya complains, but Boruto changes his mind by using sexy technique. When Tsunade leaves, Jiraiya dumps the task on Naruto, who wanted to train. When the three come across Sakura again, Sasuke retreats, telling Boruto that it's too risky and that he'll maintain surveillance from a distance. Sakura recognizes Boruto from earlier and comments on how similar he and Naruto are to their annoyance. She notices there's only one person Naruto is watching, causing him to dread punishment from Tsunade. Naruto takes Boruto home to keep an eye on him. They have dinner, and Boruto recognizes some mannerisms Naruto kept in adulthood. When Boruto can't sleep, Naruto asks him about his family. Boruto talks to him about it, talking around the fact that Naruto is his father. In the morning, Boruto complains about having ramen for breakfast. Naruto says it's a different flavor from the ones they had the previous night. Boruto decides to switch it up and uses some ingredients from Naruto's fridge to make the ramen spicier, while Sasuke watches them from afar. As Naruto shows Boruto around the village, Boruto asks Naruto to introduce him to his teammates in hopes of finding a young Sasuke. Naruto says it's impossible, talking around the fact that he deserted. Konohamaru arrives, wanting to show Naruto the progress of his sexy technique. Naruto is unimpressed and shows his sexy technique instead, and mentions Boruto's is also better than Konohamaru's. Before Boruto can show it, Sakura arrives and punches Naruto over the jutsu, scaring Konohamaru off. Hinata intervenes on Naruto's behalf, and Boruto finds his parents' interactions embarrassing, but also becomes interested when Neji arrives. Rock Lee also shows up, and Boruto is startled by how much he looks like his son. Neji says Tsunade gave him orders to gather Naruto and all other available genin. As Boruto is under his supervision, he has to accompany Naruto to the meeting. Naruto bumps into another shinobi, and Boruto begins talking about thunder trains. As they walk away, the shinobi he bumped into, Denki's father, muses on the idea. Boruto asks Naruto about the fact that Tsunade's face isn't on the Hokage Rock. Naruto explains she took over recently, so it has yet to be carved, and adds that his face will be added when he's Hokage. Boruto takes note of how serious Naruto was about his goal at such a young age. The genin gathered at a bathhouse, where Shikamaru explains they have to clean it because something pertaining to an acquaintance of Tsunade's. Boruto notices that the Ino Shikucho aren't much different than their future selves. Knowing this is because Jiraiya is peeping, Naruto wants to get the cleaning done immediately. Sakura and Ino are surprised when Hinata talks to Boruto with a trace of nervousness. When the boys consider investigating what the bathhouse owner would have over Tsunade to make her order them clean it, Naruto tries to focus on getting the job done, which Shikamaru finds unusual. He creates shadow clones to speed things up, and Boruto is impressed that Naruto could already make more clones than him. Not wanting to be outdone, Kiba and Akamaru begin using jutsu to get the job done and end up destroying Naruto's clones and the excessive foam it creates before crashing into each other. Lee also overdoes it, and Boruto and Naruto end up spraying water on each other. Choji slips and knocks them over. An employee comes to what the noise is about and recognizes Naruto from the day before, exposing him. At the end of the day, the genin complained about having to deal with problems caused by Naruto, who stresses it was Jiraiya's fault. Shino compliments Boruto's moves but finds flaws in it, unaware that he'll be the one to train Boruto. The genin needle Naruto about Boruto being able to surpass him and suggests he become a shinobi. When Boruto questions their need for personnel, they mention their recent desertion. Naruto and Sakura go silent, and the others change the subject. At night, Boruto meets with Sasuke, who reports not having sensed Urashiki and asks about Katasuki. Boruto reports no change, and asks Sasuke about that tie, having put together that he's the deserter. He asks Sasuke if he can't say anything. Sasuke is adamant that they should only protect Naruto from Urashiki. The next day, Naruto takes Boruto to the training grounds, intending to meet Jiraiya. Sasuke, who rejoined the group, is chewed out by Naruto for not being around. Urashiki appears before Naruto, Boruto, and Sasuke, annoyed at how his plans have gone awry. Urashiki complains about Boruto's consistent interference with his plans. Sasuke attacks him, but before Boruto can get Naruto to flee, Urashiki's line finds his way to Naruto. Urashiki yanks back his line, but he's surprised there's no chakra on his hook. Sasuke speculates to himself it's due to the Fuinjutsu sealing the Nine Tails. Urashiki opts to restrain Naruto instead and dodges Sasuke again with his Rinnegan, noting he's not at full power. Jiraiya arrives just in time to witness Urashiki dodging Boruto's Rasengan. Having secured Naruto, Urashiki traps Boruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya with rocks and leaves to figure out why he can't extract the Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya asks who Urashiki is, and talking around the fact that they're from the future, Sasuke explains that Urashiki is after the Nine Tails and that they're here to stop him. Sasuke mentions a possible connection between Urashiki and Akatsuki to make his story more believable. Satisfied with the explanation but still wanting for details, Jiraiya breaks him out of the rock prison with the summon toad. Urashiki tells Naruto he'll extract the Nine Tails from him. Boruto explains Urashiki's ability to Jiraiya, who, in line with Sasuke's earlier speculation, attributes the failure to the seal keeping the fox in Naruto, and stresses that if Urashiki forcibly breaks the seal, everyone will be in danger and Naruto will die. Urashiki reaches inside Naruto through his seal, getting into his subconscious. He makes his way to Kurama, telling it he's getting his chakra back, but the seal repels Urashiki, burning his hand. The Nine Tails chakra begins leaking, and Urashiki is only able to extract a bit of it, determining it necessary to further weaken the seal. Sasuke senses the Nine Tails chakra. Urashiki heals his hand with the chakra he managed to extract and attempts to continue, but Naruto repels his fishing hook and breaks free of the fishing line. Sasuke, Boruto, and Jiraiya arrive. Sasuke attacks and Urashiki counterattacks, getting his hook into Sasuke. However, he's unable to get any chakra, having had a Fuinjutsu applied to himself. Boruto and Jiraiya go to Naruto, Jiraiya cautioning Boruto against the leaking chakra. The chakra forms a version 1 shroud around Naruto, causing him to rampage against them. Boruto tries talking to him and briefly manages to calm Naruto down before the chakra causes him to attack. Jiraiya applies a sealing tag to suppress the Nine Tails chakra. Fighting Sasuke, Urashiki portals away to reformulate his strategy. While bandaging Boruto's injury, Jiraiya explains the prejudices Naruto faced from the villagers. Knowing Urashiki will be back, Jiraiya offers to train Boruto and Naruto together. Naruto complains about how early they have to train and that Boruto lied about being ninja. Boruto says he's on a secret mission and can't freely share his name and identity. Naruto decides to trust him. Jiraiya wants to train Naruto and Boruto to synchronize their chakra, having noticed their chakras are very similar to the point that it's synchronized in the last battle. However, he doesn't know what kind of cooperation ninjutsu they'll end up developing. They try it but fail, and Jiraiya explains to do it properly. Their chakra nature, power, and flow must be aligned. Since Jiraiya states the chakra nature is already similar, Boruto surmises they need to focus on power and flow, his observation earning praise from Jiraiya. They tried again, but the trauma of being attacked by Naruto when the Nine-Tails chakra made him rampage hinders Boruto's performance. Jiraiya asks them what they'll visualize when trying to sync, and based on Boruto's answer, he confirms that he knows Rasengan, much to Naruto's surprise. Boruto realizes that if they both try to sync visualizing the Rasengan, the power and flow of the chakra will be better aligned. Jiraiya wants them to go back to Rasengan basics and gives them a rubber ball to pop. They're unable to do it, but are in sync enough to expand it a bit. Jiraiya leaves them training to run an errand and observes Sasuke keeping an eye on them from a distance. They keep at it, unable to pop the ball, Boruto's trauma still interfering until Boruto runs out of chakra. Naruto realizes Boruto's uneasiness when he records from his hand and feels guilty. They take a break. Boruto stresses over not being able to talk to anybody and walks around and comes by the Hyuga estate where he watches Hinata and Neji training. When he leaves, Neji approaches Boruto, having noticed him when he sparred with Hinata. He asks Neji why he and Hinata treat each other so formally and informally. Neji briefly explains their history and notices something on Boruto's mind. Boruto tells him about the situation with Naruto. Neji tells Boruto not to pity Naruto and explains how he taught Neji one can determine another's fate. Boruto was encouraged by Neji's words. Jiraiya tasks Sasuke with bringing the boys something to eat. Sasuke talks to Naruto and the two talk about the situations. Naruto was encouraged by Sasuke's words. At Konoha, Sakura bumps into Sasuke, who rushes away, but a paper drops from his clothes into a puddle which she picks up and looks at. Jiraiya meets up with Sasuke and asks him if he's Sasuke. Jiraiya tells Sasuke to dismiss his question but his identity is a joke. Boruto goes back to Naruto and the two get over their awkwardness from before and begin training. Jiraiya is willing to stop investigating Sasuke and Boruto's identities if Sasuke gives him intel on Urashiki. Sasuke agrees to it and thanks Jiraiya for his Funjutsu, which allowed him to counter Urashiki's chakra extraction. He informs Jiraiya of Urashiki's space-time ninjutsu, that he's able to sense when Urashiki uses it, and that he might still have jutsu unbeknownst to them. Sasuke asks how Boruto and Naruto's training is going, and Jiraiya says he doesn't know how it'll turn out, as they're also rather unknown to him. Naruto takes Boruto to have ramen at Ichiraku. Boruto asks Naruto about Sasuke. Naruto tells him about the Uchiha clan downfall and how Sasuke deserted to gain power from the pain of solitude, and went to Orochimaru surprising Boruto. He tells Boruto he's training with Jiraiya to get stronger and bring Sasuke back, as he's someone who is finally able to bond with him. He doesn't know what it's like to have parents or siblings, but he figures his bond with Sasuke is the closest thing he is to a brother. Sasuke tells Jiraiya that while his jutsu prevented Urashiki from stealing his chakra, he still hasn't replenished the chakra that was stolen during a previous fight, and that Urashiki could tell. Jiraiya wants to create an opportunity to steal Urashiki. Urashiki prepares to make his next move. While struggling with the training, Naruto thinks to apply the leaf concentration practice, which greatly improves the results. Sakura arrives and asks Boruto about the paper Sasuke dropped. The note got smudged from being dropped in a puddle, but a few words are still readable, including Sarada's name and Sasuke's name. Boruto is able to deflect the question, saying it's probably just someone else named Sasuke. Sakura wants to ask Sasuke directly. Naruto and Boruto join Team Asuma for barbecue. Urashiki teleports in on Boruto and Naruto training. Sasuke senses him. Urashiki uses Sasuke's chakra to attack with fire release and lightning release. Jiraiya and Sasuke arrive, and Urashiki taunts Sasuke by attacking with his own chakra. Jiraiya attempts a sneak attack, but Urashiki sees through it and impales Jiraiya with his rod. Urashiki claims that his eyes can see the future. Boruto and Naruto continue attacking Urashiki in vain. Sakura watches them from afar. Sasuke tries to buy them some time and tells Boruto to run away with Naruto. Jiraiya summons a toad and flees, grabbing Naruto and Boruto. Sasuke grabs Urashiki and jumps down a cliff into a river, still holding Urashiki. Naruto tends to Jiraiya's injury while Boruto is tied to a tree and wishes to go back and save Sasuke. Urashiki gets out of the river angry at Sasuke's interference and grabbing his sword decides to go after him. Sakura finds an unconscious Sasuke by the river and moves him. Jiraiya, Naruto, and Boruto discuss Urashiki's claim of being able to see the future. Boruto wants to go save Sasuke, but Jiraiya stresses they must figure out Urashiki's jutsu first. Boruto notices Jiraiya's stab wound and realizes something. He wants to test out a theory. Urashiki finds Sakura and Sasuke's trail. Sakura tends to Sasuke, and when Urashiki arrives in their general vicinity without having found them, tells her he'll spare her if she hands Sasuke over. Boruto and Naruto arrive. They attack with an explosive tag kunai and a wired kunai to bind a tree, but he vanishes out of them. Urashiki counters Boruto's attack from a blind spot and gets some of his blood on him. He attacks Jiraiya, who's hidden behind a tree. Jiraiya counters with fire release. Urashiki flies above it. Jiraiya attacks with toad oil, Urashiki simply vanishing through the attacks. Jiraiya and Boruto notice the bloodstains on Urashiki drying as he does. Jiraiya creates an earth wall to allow them to escape. Urashiki pursues them. Boruto and Jiraiya discuss how the blood in Urashiki dried quicker than theirs. They consider the ways the blood could have dried faster, and Jiraiya concludes that Urashiki isn't seeing the future, but rather turning back time for himself. The extra time he experiences accounting for the quicker drying blood. Urashiki finds him as Byakuya Gang attacks. He boasts how his jutsu allows him to experience the same moment many times and picks the best course of action. Jiraiya gets them all inside the toad's stomach, having deduced Urashiki can't turn back time within a few seconds. Naruto and Boruto create shadow clones, many of which attack Urashiki, causing him to keep using his ability to avoid their attacks. Urashiki walks towards them, but suddenly coughs blood. Jiraiya reminds him that they're in a toad's stomach in a highly acidic environment. While he kept turning back time, Urashiki exposed himself to the acid vapors for much longer, which took his toll on him. Jiraiya takes them out of the toad, and Boruto accelerates Naruto, who lands a Rasengan on Urashiki. Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi watch from nearby. Sakura continues tending to Sasuke. Meanwhile, Urashiki stirs in the ground. Urashiki rises up from the ground. Boruto and Naruto are surprised. Jiraiya is wary of him, believing Urashiki to still have something up his sleeve. Urashiki consumes his chakra gourd, and considering it not enough, eats his own Rinnegan. He manifests a new golden Rinnegan on his forehead and transforms, his eyes restored as a golden Byakugan. Jiraiya is concerned by the field of the chakra, and Urashiki claims to kill them. Team Ebisu decide to go back and notify the village. Urashiki lunges at the boys, requiring Jiraiya to pull them out of the way. Boruto and Naruto attempt to attack Urashiki, but he dodges them and counterattacks, throwing them at the ground. Jiraiya catches them and decides to take the lead in the attack. Sasuke wakes up in Sakura's care. Jiraiya sends a fire release at Urashiki, who just eats it, leading Jiraiya to speculate he can't use space-time ninjutsu at the moment. He asks the boys to distract Urashiki while he comes up with a way to stop his movements. Jiraiya tries tapping him with his hair, but Urashiki breaks free and tosses him aside by the hair. When Urashiki comes to the ground, Jiraiya tries sinking him in a swamp, but he manages to break out of it as well. Konohamaru struggles to convince anyone that Naruto is in danger until Shikamaru comes around. Team Asuma, Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino decide to help Naruto. Sasuke tries to get Sakura to conserve the chakra. She warns him he's still not healed and wants to ask him something, but passes out before she can do it. Urashiki pins Naruto down with a black receiver and focuses attacks on Jiraiya and Boruto. He taunts Naruto, wishing for the Nine-Tails chakra to overflow. Urashiki attacks Boruto with no regard for his vassal status, but this attack is blocked by Sasuke, who also cuts Naruto free. Jiraiya lands a Rasengan on Urashiki, who finds it amusing. Sasuke sends a fire Rasengan that barely misses Urashiki. Urashiki attacks with energy blast as it begins to rain. Sasuke gets in close and attempts to burn him with a Matarasu, but Urashiki dodges it. Sasuke applies it to his blade instead, with Urashiki counters his black receiver. Naruto struggles to contain the Nine-Tails chakra. Jiraiya blocks an attack meant for Naruto, causing him to go berserk. Urashiki celebrates the chakra coming out. Naruto creates a Rasengan out of the chakra cloak and sends him at Urashiki. Jiraiya is concerned about Naruto dying and explains to Boruto that the chakra, while powerful, eats away at him. Boruto rushes to Naruto, Jiraiya figuring he's going for his Rasengan, and tells Sasuke that they should save their strength for the right moment. Despite being attacked by Naruto, Boruto is able to reach him and the two manage to combine their jutsu, their cooperation in jutsu finally paying off. While their jutsu clashes with Urashiki's, Jiraiya sneaks in a Rasengan of his own, distracting him, allowing Sasuke to hit him with Kirin, affecting him long enough for the boys' jutsu to connect, defeating him. The Nine-Tails chakra recedes and both Naruto and Boruto collapse from exhaustion. Sasuke and Jiraiya comment on how difficult it is to have idiots for students. Team 10, Kiba, and Shino leave the hospital after Sasuke is admitted and discuss what they believe Konohamaru saw, having missed the battle with Urashiki. Jiraiya and Boruto find Sasuke at the hospital roof, and Jiraiya thanks him for his help protecting Naruto. Boruto and Sasuke intend to return home the day after. Sakura arrives and asks Sasuke about the blurred letter she recovered. Jiraiya lies and says they're fans of his books, the letter actually being a memo with information they'd gathered about him, and since he has a connection to their group, the letter had Sasuke's name and he knew Sakura's name. A mortified Sasuke goes along with the lie. Sakura leaves and Naruto arrives and is told of Boruto and Sasuke's imminent departure. The next day, Katasuki emerges from his shell, ready to work again. Boruto hides it when Naruto arrives to say goodbye. Naruto gives him a farewell gift and tells him not to open it yet. Jiraiya talks to Sasuke and wagers he and Naruto learn things they shouldn't, and confirms Sasuke can erase their memory. Sasuke erases the memory with his Sharingan, along with anyone they met in the past. Hinata and Neji find Naruto and Jiraiya passed out in the forest. While in transit back to the present, Katasuki explains that it is able to go to another era again, having absorbed some of the Nine-Tails chakra when it leaked to recharge. It takes Boruto suggesting doing something at once as a command after they leave. Back in the present, Konohamaru finds them. Sasuke informs Naruto of Urashiki's defeat and credits Boruto with determining Urashiki's real target, which led them to intervene. Naruto tells Sasuke he should remain in the village a bit more, and despite having to still further investigate Kaguya's ruins, Sasuke intends to return to the village more frequently. Sasuke arrives home and thanks Sakura for everything. The next day, Boruto sees a family picture with Hinata and checks on Naruto's farewell gift. Looking for his father in the village, he passes by Denki and his father, who tells him he likes to stroll by the village to get inspiration. Boruto finds Naruto at Jiraiya's grave. Naruto asks what Boruto thought of him. Boruto shows him the gift young Naruto gave to him, a special edition ramen from Ichiraku. The two eat ramen together. Wasabi, Namida, Sarada, and Chocho discuss Sumide's transfer to the Scientific Ninja Weapons team, which has been finalized. Namida and Sarada are sad they won't be able to see her as often, as the new facility Sumide will be at is at the outskirts of the Land of Fire. Sarada wants to throw Sumide a farewell party and plans to invite the academy classmates. On their way to learn about the new teammate from Hanabi, a girl appears on Namida and Wasabi's way, forcing Wasabi to change directions to avoid a collision, and the girl moves in the way that makes Wasabi fall. The girl is unimpressed by Konoha Shinobi and leaves. Naruto and Shikamaru arrive at the appointment of Sumide's replacement, a samurai from the Land of Iron, Mifune's last disciple, something Shikamaru says is unprecedented. Wasabi and Namida meet up with Hanabi, who chastises them for being late, and the girl they met earlier confirms their earlier opinion. Hanabi introduces her as Tsubaki Kurogane, their new teammate, and asks them to show her around while she goes on a mission after being book criminals. Tsubaki rebukes Namida's attempt at conversation and assures the two she's only there because she was ordered by her superiors, deeming there's nothing left for her to learn in Konoha and that she'll return home when the term is up. Wasabi wants to test Tsubaki's skill and prepares to fight. Tsubaki takes position but calls it off, saying that if she had drawn her blade, Wasabi would be dead. Wasabi thinks samurai just talk, and Tsubaki thinks her higher-ups don't realize that Shinobi lack conviction. Sarada and Chocho give the boys invitations for Sumide's farewell party and inform them of her samurai replacement. The new Team 15 arrives and readily antagonizes the others. At the end of the day, Tsubaki thanks Wasabi for showing her around, which she felt proves her assessment of Shinobi's lack of conviction. At night, Wasabi and Namida discuss their situation before spotting one of the criminals from Hanabi's mission. Tsubaki thinks back to when she was told to go to the Land of Fire and spots Namida and Wasabi tailing the criminal. The criminal spots Wasabi and Namida and is joined by his two comrades. The girls and the criminals fight. When the criminals get the upper hand, Tsubaki arrives and concedes that Wasabi standing up for Namida improved her opinion of Shinobi a little bit. She defeats the criminals. When Hanabi arrives, she scolds Namida and Wasabi for getting involved with the clearance. Sumide introduces herself to Tsubaki and thanks her for protecting her friends. Tsubaki admits there's a lot she doesn't know and wishes to learn. The next day, Sumide's farewell party takes place, with all of her academy friends giving gifts and words of encouragement. Checking that she's alone at the park, Tsubaki tries fast food from Lightning Burger and adores it. Hanabi proposes to Hinata throwing their father a birthday party, who she believes has been down due to not seeing his grandchildren lately. By Hanabi's request, Hinata invites her family and suggests that Hiyashi will be happy to get surprise gifts from Boruto and Himawari. Having no idea what to get him, Boruto asks Sarada and Mitsuki for advice. They have no idea, and Boruto enlists Mitsuki to help them. They try sneaking into the Hyuga compound, but are caught by Hanabi, who confesses she also has no idea what her father would like. Gatai from Konohagakure arrives and issues a challenge to Hiyashi, based on renown and claim of strength. Boruto and Mitsuki hide from Hiyashi, who has Hanabi say he's away. Gatai doesn't believe her and concludes Hiyashi must be weak. Hanabi explains Hiyashi always turns away such challengers, which further confuses Boruto. Hanabi reports back to Hiyashi, who clarifies the claim of Hyuga's strength is about force, something he wishes he'd realized sooner, as he looks at a photo of himself, Hinata, Hisashi, and Neji. Boruto discusses Hiyashi with Mitsuki, noting that while he dotes on his grandchildren, everyone else mentions how strict he was in the past. Mitsuki asks if something happened that triggered a change in him. Gatai and his attendant arrive at the Lightning Burger, boasting of having Hiyashi scared of facing him. Fed up with his bad-mouthing of Hiyashi, Boruto challenges Gatai. Boruto easily evades Gatai's attacks and enrages him when saying he wouldn't even be a match for Hanabi. Gatai's attacks cause damage to their surroundings, and when Boruto decides to use her Rasengan, Hiashi stops the battle, having heard the name Hyuga was invoked in a duel. Blaming his own lack of foresight for Boruto's action, he accepts Gatai's challenge. Gatai backs down and leaves. Boruto is impressed with Hiyashi's power, but Hiashi stresses that using power and fear to settle things breeds tragedy and enmity. Boruto doesn't understand why Hiashi allows himself to be mistaken for weak and can't stand others making fun of him. Hiashi admits that he has no standing to lecture Boruto and that he lived a very different life until he learned better, but refuses to elaborate and leaves. Mirai arrives, having heard Shinobi were fighting, and Boruto says it was just a misunderstanding. Learning that Mirai's mother, Kuranai, used to be Hinata's team captain, Mitsuki suggests asking for her insight on Hiashi. Mirai takes him to her mother, who has an idea of what Boruto wants to know, but is unsure if she should speak on internal family matters. Mirai and Mitsuki excuse themselves, and Kuranai tell Boruto of the Hyuga affair and how it shaped Hiashi. Mitsuki asks if Boruto knows what to gift him, and Kuranai points out that his past is why he cherishes time with his grandchildren so much. On his birthday, Himawari gives Hiashi a scarf, much to Hiyashi's surprise, and Boruto wants to take a family photo, as to have a record that they're happy. Hiashi is overcome with emotion. At night, after Hinata and the children are asleep, Hiashi asks Naruto if he gave Boruto the idea while he makes some tea. Naruto says it was all Boruto. Hiashi thanks Naruto for changing Neji, him, and the Hyuga. The next day, Mitsuki and Sarada ask Boruto what he got for Hiashi. Hiashi appears at the Uzumaki home, wanting to spend time with Boruto, much to his embarrassment. Team 40 struggles to retrieve a lost pet for a mission. Enko fails to keep her power in check and goes berserk, asking her teammates to run. She attacks Suru and Doshu. Suru binds Enko with her hair, and Doshu reinforces it with his restraints, but she breaks free, forcing him to knock her out with a blowgun. Team 40 discusses the situation with Team 7, who points out her clan's possession summoning never went out of control when they were in the academy. Because Enko's rampage sent their sensei to the hospital, they're assigned Ibiki Marino as their new team leader. Team 40 is intimidated by his reputation. Ibiki wants to disband Team 40 and uses Enko's abilities at interrogations, as he considers Doshu and Suru incapable of getting over their fear of her, and says that no one overcomes their fears. They think Ibiki's reliance on tranquilizers to subdue Enko when she goes out of control isn't good for her. Ibiki leaves them with Enko, and tells Doshu and Suru that they'll be transferred into teams. Later, Doshu and Suru discuss Enko's willingness to go with Ibiki. Team 7 offers them to help in any way they can. Going through a psychology book, Sarada suggests they turn their fear into interest and try making it fun. They try watching a scary movie, but Sarada is the only one scared during it. The next suggestion by Mitsuki is about getting used to fear until their bodies feel safe in the situation. Team 7 goes to the zoo, where they get permission to get close to the giant maned wolf. Doshu and Suru give it a try without much success. Boruto spent the day bothered by Ibiki's claim that no one overcomes their fear. Suru and Doshu try picking up a stray cat, but it gets scared of them and runs. Ibiki tells Enko that her former team leader informed them that her thoughts and feelings were triggering her episodes. Enko says she first decided to wear gloves to obscure her affected arms after a friend saw her clan jutsu was passed down to her and got scared of her, and that it worked for a while until her teammates saw it. His mention of them being assigned a new team triggers her jutsu when she destroys Ibiki's blowgun before he can tranquilize her and decides to leave the village. While Ibiki mobilizes Shinobi to go after her, wanting to steal her arms and cut them off if necessary, he orders Doshu and Suru to stay behind. They follow him anyway until they find her, and he explains what triggers Enko to go to control isn't fear, it's loneliness. Ibiki shields them from Enko's attacks. Doshu and Suru apologize for making Enko feel lonely, and she manages to regain control. Suru asks Ibiki if he understood Enko because he also feels lonely after being perceived as scary. He doesn't give a conclusive answer. Team 40 finishes their lost pet mission, working together with that issue. The lost pet takes a liking to Ibiki. Team 10 ambushes a criminal at night, Shikadai predicting where they'll run. The criminal is able to take a hostage where he threatens to kill if they advance. With the clouds blocking the moon, Shikadai can't cast a shadow for his jutsu and tells Inojin to use my body switch technique. Inojin hesitates, having a limited success within the past, so Shikadai uses his own jutsu when the moon reappears, pinning the criminal, allowing Chocho to knock him out. The following day, Team 10 discusses the events of Team 7. Inojin and Chocho end up discussing over him letting her eat his fries cold. Later, Chocho asks what's wrong with him, for example, if Shikadai making a tuning before them is bothering him. Inojin denies it. Chocho expresses interest in working with the clan's jutsu, which Inojin finds uncharacteristic of her. At home, Inojin asks for help training his mind body switch technique, which gets Ino excited. The next day, Chocho accompanies Inojin, and the two watches Ino demonstrates the jutsu on a tanuki. Ino has him try it, and Inojin has no issue controlling the tanuki. Next, she has him try it on Chocho, but he can't stop from eating her favorite chips. Ino wants him to try it again, but Inojin doesn't think he can overcome Chocho. So Sai suggests he train his super beast imitating drawing instead. Inojin agrees to it, but Ino and Sai begin discussing how to train him. Ino insisting on him focusing on his willpower, while Sai says he won't get it until she gives him a more logical explanation. Inojin and Chocho watch and comment on them as discussion escalates. Inojin tries stopping their argument in vain. Chocho suggests Inojin take over one of them with his jutsu, but he doubts he can do it if he can't even control her. Chocho asks why he gave up before even trying. Inojin attempts to stop Ino, but she overpowers him anyway. He tries it on his father, who allows him to try speaking to Ino. He apologizes profusely, but the generic nature of his apology angers her more. Inojin leaves Sai's body, and Ino chastises him for bringing this out into the fight. Inojin tries going into Ino again. He admits he hasn't mastered it, messing it up halfway, and tells her how he had heard she'd once saved Sai with the jutsu, which is why he wants to master it so he can protect others. While they talk, Chocho gives Sai advice on what to do to end their fighting. Chocho tells Inojin to leave, and he sees his father hugging his mother. Inojin comes to and is embarrassed by the hug, and changes the subject and praises Inojin's jutsu. At the end of the day, Inojin promises to treat Chocho to burger and fries. The next day, Chocho and Inojin tell Team 7 of Inojin's training, and Inojin treats Chocho. They ask for demonstrations, so while pretending to deny, Inojin weaves the hand seals hidden under the table and takes over Chocho. They see Inojin's taken over, and he eats the fries in Chocho's body. Mujina Bandits Arc. A group of prisoners are taken by boat to Hokage Castle, where they are branded by the warden. Among the prisoners are Boruto and Mitsuki. Mujo explains their new status as prisoners and leaves Banga to give further instructions. One of the prisoners attempts to escape, activating Mujo's jutsu. Boruto and Mitsuki think back to being assigned a mission to infiltrate the prison and collect information on who the leader of the Mujina Bandits is from a former member before the bandits got him killed inside. Boruto and Mitsuki were sent because arrangements to have Kokoro protected inside would take too long, as Kusagakure, who administers the prison, hasn't been targeted by the Mujina's crimes, so they don't feel obligated to prioritize obtaining that information. Konohagakure was able to arrange with the master of the prison to have a fake brand applied to Boruto and Mitsuki. Sarada is to infiltrate the prison by posing as a journalism student conducting research. Boruto and Mitsuki are introduced to the cellmates and claimed to be from the land of water, serving 8 years for robbery. Bango shows Sarada around and answers the questions. He believes Mujo is too soft on the prisoners because he thinks they can be rehabilitated. Arai shows Boruto and Mitsuki that they can smuggle things in for them. They learn that the Mujina's number 2, Tsukio, is in solitary after getting into a fight with Kokiri, the defective they're supposed to protect, who was sent to the medical ward. Arai explains that it's difficult to be sent there, but that eating the poisonous plants that grow in the prison should be enough. Mitsuki manages to grab one with the snake during recreation time. Boruto eats the poisonous fruit and is sent to the medical ward. Boruto wakes up in the medical ward a day later, but is knocked out by Kokiri when he asks for him. Boruto wakes up again, restrained by Kokiri, who thinks he's there to kill him. Boruto explains Konoha got his letter and sent him. Tsukio communicates with somebody from solitary through notes. As Boruto is escorted back to the general population, someone sneaks into the medical ward and stabs Kokiri on Tsukio's orders. Kokiri tells Boruto and the prison doctor his assailant is wearing a prison uniform. The doctor says access to the medical ward is restricted, requiring a special wooden tag to get in. Boruto suggests the doctor lost theirs. A prison guard takes Boruto back to his cell, and Boruto reassures Kokiri to protect him. Back in his cell, Boruto updates Mitsuki on what happened, and they decide to have Kokiri transferred to their cell so they can watch him at all times. Mitsuki sends Sarada a snake with a message, requesting Mujo to place Kokiri in their cell when he's discharged. Despite being in charge, Mujo's request is denied by Bengo, who claims that the empty spot in their cell is for the next prisoner coming in, and is steadfast but following protocol and that prisoners are returned to their original cells. He stresses the danger of making such a precedent. Mujo can't force the issue and takes pills to cope with the pain. Sarada comes out of hiding after Benga leaves, and Mujo apologizes for being unable to help. Benga complains to a guard that Mujo is just a figurehead of the clan and that he's the only one who actually runs the prison. Sarada leaves Boruto and Mitsuki a note explaining Benga's interference with prison management, and investigates Benga's office. Haya delivers Benga a message from Tsukio demanding to see him. Tsukio bribes him to deal with Kokiri. Sarada narrowly avoids Benga and leaves his office. Prisoners are allowed outside for exercise time. Boruto and Mitsuki ask around for information on Benga. Mitsuki tries talking to Kadama, who he determines to be protecting the flowers. Arai agrees to help Boruto and reveals prisoner Dorago might know something. Dorago is interested when Boruto says he wants payback on Benga but can't give away anything for that thing, and proposes a test of willpower. The light from the prison's lighthouse hinders his sleep, so he asks Boruto to get his light bulb. Mitsuki discreetly reminds Boruto not to use ninjutsu as that would blow the cover. The prisoners bet on whether Boruto will be successful, and only Kamada bets on his success, albeit by accident. Boruto avoids guards, traps, and lightning strikes, and gets the light bulb, but triggers an alarm. Dorago knew it would, and declares Boruto to be in prison for life now. Boruto manages to get away by using lightning release and charge light bulb, resulting Flash hiding his escape, and he tells Dorago to hold his end of the deal. Kamada asks the guard to take care of his earnings and mail something for him. Mujo confronts Benga over a handbook detailing his bribe deals with prisoners, and reverses a previous decision, putting Kokiri in Boruto and Mitsuki's cell. One of the doctors reports his wooden tag is missing, which triggers a lockdown and a full prison sweep. Mitsuki determines that the only opportunity a prisoner would have to steal one was when Boruto was taken to the medical ward, and as all prisoners were locked in their cells, Kokiri's assailant had to be one of their cellmates. The prison goes into lockdown. Boruto asks his cellmate to check on their belongings, and he and Mitsuki explain that they deduced about who stole the medical tag and attacked Kokiri. Kamada is suspicious of Boruto's claim not to be Tsukio's accomplice, but Arai believes in him. Benga announces they'll begin searching for the medical tag, and that if found, everyone in the culprit's cell will have their sentences extended and be sent into solitary if they can't determine who in the cell is the culprit. Sarada wants to question Tsukio, and Mujo wants to assign a guard to accompany her. When Boruto discusses the attack on Kokiri with his cellmates, Kamada finds the assailant to be stupid and said he wouldn't have messed it up. Kamada tries to get Kokiri to say why Tsukio wants him dead, but Arai warns him that Kamada is conniving and will use any valuable information he learns, and also calls his bluff when he prepares to fight. Arai also discreetly warns Boruto about Kadama, not to be deceived by the appearance that he doesn't care about anything. Arai voluntarily shows his bunk, and when Kamada refuses to let him search his, Arai points out he frequently talks to the guard Haie, suggesting that he's in touch with Tsukio. Kamada instead mentions how he saw Arai making his way to the medical ward the day before and accuses him. He claims that he went to the cafeteria to see the smuggler and shows the chocolate he got as proof. The lockdown sweep continues. Sarada interviews Tsukio, who sees through her and asks her why she's pretending to be a reporter. Kamada still refuses to let them search his bunk, and Kokiri goes through Kadama's by mistake. When Kadama says he didn't agree to it, Mitsuki finds the medical tag in his sheets to Kadama's surprise. Arai calls Kadama a coward and reveals he used to be respected by all the prisoners, but in reality he spied on them on behalf of the guards, and told them the friend who tried to escape. While Mitsuki and Boruto are willing to hear him out, Arai is adamant not to trust him. When Arai mentions the Mujina gang, Mitsuki points out that none of them had mentioned the Mujina. They accuse him of having hidden the tag in his sheets when he volunteered to show his bunk, and slipping into Kadama's bunk when everyone else was distracted. Arai pushes Boruto aside trying to get to Kokiri, is punched by Kadama and immobilized by Mitsuki. They hand him and the medical tag over to Benga, ending the lockdown. Benga reports to Mujo and asks about Boruto and Kokiri. Mujo tells him not to suspect prisoners for no good reason, as to not incite retaliation. Though Arai was caught, Boruto and Mitsuki still don't know much about Kokiri or his intel about the Mujina. Boruto and Mitsuki discuss Kokiri and ask him about the money he stole from the Mujina. Kamada tries ingratiating himself to Kokiri to know about the money. Benga visits Tsukio, who tries to get him to transfer Kokiri to another Hokage castle, where Tsukio's underlings can kill him. Benga tries getting information on Boruto and Kokiri from Kamada, pressuring about his sick sister and the money he won from Dogaru, and offering him hamburgers. He reveals he got the hamburgers with Kamada's earnings, and has a letter he wrote his sister where he claims to have saved a boy from a rogue ninja in the Land of Lightning. He threatens to reveal her his crimes, and offers to let him see her after her surgery if he can find out what Boruto and Kokiri are up to. Mitsuki sees Kadama looking over the ruined flower bed, and Kadama claims not to remember why he looked after them. Boruto has Sarada put Kokiri under a genjutsu, making him see Tsukio beating Boruto and asking about the money. Kokiri reveals he donated it all. Kamada overhears it. Mitsuki confirms this, seeing in the news that the Medical Foundation recently received a mysterious donation. Kokiri explains he used to be an accountant and regularly moved money around on behalf of the company's clients. One day he learned it was the Mujina's money, putting it together from various newspapers reporting the robberies, and ran away in desperation, not noticing he still had the Mujina's latest earnings. He donated it, but was later spotted by Mujina members, who chased him until he jumped down a waterfall and swam away. Determined to atone, he tried to stop men from pickpocketing a woman, but it turned out the woman was the pickpocket and was charged as her accomplice. Kamada overhears everything and is conflicted, having learned about Kokuri's donation to help his sick sister. Shikamaru inside reports to Naruto that Kusagakure informed him that Kokuri is to be paroled, so they have to inform Team 7 to coordinate with Mujo. Kamada lies to Benga about there being nothing between Boruto and Kokuri, but Benga knows his tells and beats him up. He has Haie send Kamada to solitary and extended sentence. Mujo informs Benga of Kokuri's parole and has him suspended for arbitrarily extending prisoners' sentences. Mujo's condition acts up, and Benga keeps him from taking his medicine. He burns up Kokuri's parole papers, takes control of the prison, and informs Tsukio he'll have Kokuri transferred. At night, Boruto notices Kamada's absence, and everyone is notified that Benga is in charge. Benga informs Kokuri of his upcoming transfer. Boruto decides to break out before Kokuri can be transferred. Mitsuki draws seagulls in with a call while Boruto spreads breadcrumbs around. Boruto, Mitsuki, and Kokuri are ordered to clean the bird droppings. They use the opportunity to go over escape plans to Sarada. Mitsuki uses snakes to discover an escape route, and Boruto has learned from Togata the upcoming schedule of food supply ships. However, they still have to remove the heavenly prison jutsu from Kokuri. Based on Sarada's research, Mitsuki had to tamper with the above-ground drinking water tank, which they can't get Kokuri next to, so the prison employs its spare underground tank, which takes in and filters seawater. The tank is new, but the older unused underground water tank is still in place, and should have minimal security on it. Sarada intends to tamper with the valves on it to be filled up as well. They arrange a signal to let them know when they can move Kokuri. Kadama spots one of Mitsuki's lookout snakes, but assures them he's only there for the bird droppings. Concerned about Kadama's history of snitching, Mitsuki follows him and binds him with snakes, surprising him by being able to use ninjutsu. Mitsuki can tell Kadama is hiding something and sympathizes with him, recalling his own time infiltrating enemies. Kadama reveals how his plan to escape with his friend Kiku resulted in his death. Benga discovered Kiku, and instead of allowing their deaths to make them martyrs to inspire other prisoners to keep defying the staff, he lied and said Kadama reported the escape attempt, turning the inmates against him. Kadama didn't deny it because he felt guilty for being late to escape with Kiku, and assures Mitsuki that he won't tell anyone. Togata, who in reality answers to Benga, reports that Boruto has asked about the food supply ships, and that Sarada has asked Tsukio about his relationship with Benga. Benga has his guards look for Sarada, who creates a distraction to turn the tank valve. Benga intercepts Sarada underground, and when she tries to force him to leave her alone by implying her knowledge and abuse of his power, he attacks her with fire release. She dodges it, but his attacks hit a gas line, and the explosion causes the floor to collapse, and Sarada falls through. Kadama overhears Benga calling off the search for Sarada, and is commanded to stay away from the gas leak in the underground, but makes no mention of it to Boruto and Mitsuki. Despite the lack of signal, Boruto trusts that Sarada managed to carry her part of the plan, so their escape is still on schedule. Boruto and Mitsuki move Kokuri around at night, Mitsuki relying on his snakes to alert them to the guards' movements. As they near the tank, Kokuri is concerned about Sarada's lack of communication, but Boruto is confident she'll pull through. Sarada is unconscious and the water level at her location is rising. Benga goes through Sarada's belongings and finds evidence of her working with Boruto, Mitsuki, and Kokuri. Benga goes over to Boruto's cell where he destroys Boruto's shadow clone with a fire punch. He orders the guards to find them, with orders not to engage them and notify him. The prisoners are riled up by an escape attempt. Benga fails to have Kadama inform on the fugitives. After he leaves, Kadama discovers a hole dug up by Mitsuki. Boruto tells the others that his shadow clone was discovered. Sarada wakes up and is surprised by the presence of seawater underground, before moving to join the others and notices the rising water level. Benga discovers Sarada's notes on using the old water tank. Benga sends a summoning after the fugitives. The two-headed fire-breathing hound attacks them. Mitsuki uses lightning release to collapse the ceiling on it. They arrive at the water tank just in time for it to finish emptying. They need to keep on moving to avoid Benga's hound. Sarada is saved from the rising water by Kadama, who explains the location was part of his failed breakout plan involving the spring tide, and that Benga is aware of theirs. He directs her to the tank, and she moves on ahead to join the others. Boruto and others find barrier tags, which they discover to trigger the heavenly prison. The hound catches up to them, and so does Benga, who explains that the hound is passed down by wardens to hunt down fugitives. The hound dodges Mitsuki's lightning release and knocks him down when he tries to restrain it. Kokuri attempts to flee but triggers the heavenly prison. Sarada arrives and punches a hole in the ground allowing the spring tide to remove Kokuri's heavenly prison and wash away Benga and his hound. Kadama walks around and comes across Togata. He tells Togata he's free to snitch to Benga, and Togata notices Kadama's heavenly prison is undone. Benga prevents Haie from asking for reinforcements from Kusagakure. He tries to claim his reward from Tsukio, but he can tell Benga is lying. He has Benga remove his heavenly prison by promising to take care of Kokuri's accomplices, and kills Benga. Tsukio attacks Kokuri and the Genin by the shore. Tsukio attacks Kokuri with his shadow, which Mitsuki blocks. Sarada compares his jutsu to the Nara clans. Tsukio explains that under a full moon, his jutsu can manifest most of his power, and manifest shadow versions of the Genin, which can also use their jutsu. Since the shadows are evenly matched, they attempt to attack Tsukio himself, but the shadows intercept the Genin. Kokuri despairs. Prison guards discover Benga's body. As they fight, the Genin realize that the shadows are also using their chakra for using jutsu. Kokuri hands Boruto a notebook with information on the Mujina gang he has, in case Tsukio kills him. The guards turn on their searchlights looking for escapees. Kokuri notices the shadows avoid having their connection with the Genin under the searchlights. Tsukio uses his lightning attack to take down the men operating the searchlights. Kokuri protects Boruto from Shadow's attack. Sarada punches the ground and the desk giving them cover. Prison guards find Tsukio, who attacks him with the Genin's shadows. Kokuri informs the Genin of what he discovered about Tsukio's jutsu. The Genin attack their shadows, and Tsukio creating a smoke screen of distraction, giving Kokuri time to get to the searchlight, which dissipates the shadows. Tsukio produces a sword out of his own shadow, which doesn't fade under the searchlight. Mitsuki and Sarada accelerate Boruto at Tsukio, who is thrown off the cliffside. Tsukio pulls Kokuri down from a rock halfway from where he landed, but the rock breaks and both of them fall down to the ocean. Mitsuki stops Boruto from going after them, noting the strong currents. Kokuri manages to get back, reminding them of his swimming aptitude, claiming Tsukio ran out of strength and drowned. Prison guards arrive with Konoha Shinobi, including Sai, who explains that Naruto got concerned after they lost contact with Mujo, so he contacted and coordinated with Kusagakure. Sai also informs him that while bold, their escape attempt was unnecessary, as Kokuri's sentence had been unlawfully extended. Boruto passes Kokure's intel on to Sai. They depart Hoseki Castle once again under Mujo's authority. At the Konoha police, Kokure corroborates his intel on the Mujina Bandits, including their boss and his jutsu, and later leaves under a new identity. He arrives at a Mujina Bandits hideout where he reveals himself as their leader, Shochoji, who had taken Tsukiya's identity to go after Kokure, and then Kokure while the other two were under the water. He laments having his jutsu and identity revealed to Konoha, but his sure luck will favor him again. Boruto dreams of Momoshiki's warnings to him and looks at the mark on his hand when he wakes up, wondering why he dreamt of it after all this time. While on a mission, Boruto thinks back to Sasuke's recommendations about the mark. Team 7 pursues bank robbers, but Boruto knocks out the one who was supposed to get away, leading them to their leader. Sarada scolds him for not following the plan. Kotaro Fuma reports to Naruto that since Tsukiyo's death, there hasn't been any reported activity by the Mujina Bandits. Shikamaru advises Naruto to focus on his meeting with the daimyo. The daimyo, his son, and his butler arrive by train, with Sai welcoming them. Tento, the son, is excited to meet Sai, who he recognizes from his extreme Shinobi Picture Scrolls card collection. Ikkyu leaves Tento under Yamaoka's care, while Sai escorts him to meet with Naruto. Tento wants to buy more cards. Boruto buys a pack but is disappointed in getting another card of his father, which he gives Iwabi. Sarada and Chocho don't get the appeal of the cards. Boruto leaves after failing to get a rare card he's been after. Tento arrives at Yamaoka and wants to buy all the packs at the store. He notices Iwabi with Naruto's rare card and tries to buy it from him. Iwabi refuses, so Tento keeps buying at all the food stores they visit to get Iwabi to agree. Boruto stops Iwabi from hitting Tento and teases him, saying he has 5 7th Hokage cards and telling him to keep trying to buy out all the cards. Boruto and the others leave the shop. The next day, Boruto is assigned to escort and bodyguard Tento. The Mujina Bandits watch the village from afar, aware of Naruto and Ikkyu's meeting, and prepare to make a move. The Mujina Bandits leave to notify Shochoji. Boruto meets Tento at the Konoha mountain villa, which has been entirely rented by Ikkyu. He has Boruto show him jutsu, and Boruto attempts to shock him with the harem technique. Tento just laughs, as he's used to such women's presence. Boruto accuses him of not having friends. On move, Tento shows him his card collection, which stuns Boruto as he has a super rare card Boruto is after. Tento offers him the card in exchange for teaching him ninjutsu. Boruto initially refuses, but Tento continues to annoy him, so he agrees, intent using harsh training to change Tento's attitude. During their meeting, Ikkyu tells Naruto and Shikamaru he wants to cut their defense budget to fund education and social services they never had the opportunity to fund, as living in peaceful times. Naruto says that regardless of budget, it's their job as Shinobi to protect people. Ikkyu tells Naruto of his relationship with his son. Tento struggles with Boruto's shuriken jutsu training. When Boruto suggests they stop, Tento insists they keep trying. Yamaoka finds him and unsuccessfully tries to dissuade Tento from his training. He explains to Boruto that his father gave him the credit card because he had no idea what his son actually liked, so Tento began collecting cards and participating in tournaments. Tento manages to hit a bullseye with a shuriken and celebrates. Yamaoka departs to prepare dinner and is approached by a figure. Tento and Boruto play cards, and Boruto asks him why he wants to be a shinobi. Tento says his father admires shinobi, so he wants to be acknowledged as one. Boruto relates to him as he shares some of his experience. Boruto gives Tento one of his rare 7th Hokage copies as a reward for hitting the target earlier. The two continue training and playing cards for a few days until Tento has to return with his father. The Mujina Bandits contact Shochoji, who has taken Yamaoka's appearance. Tento practices shuriken jutsu, remembering Boruto's words, determined to impress his father. Yamaoka arrives and tells him he's seen a suspicious man pretend to be a bodyguard and fears for Ikkyu's life. Tento wants to resolve the situation himself and decides to investigate. Boruto tells Sarada and Mitsuki about Tento and his escort mission. They find Konohamaru, who tells them they've been assigned a B-rank mission, much to their excitement. He warns them of the dangers associated with a higher rank mission, but the Genin remain enthusiastic. Ikkyu sees Tento's various card purchases, and remembering his talk with Naruto, decides to speak to him himself. Yamaoka takes Tento to a secluded path where a Mujina bandit knocks him out. Ikkyu is informed both Tento and Yamaoka are nowhere to be found. Walking around Mitsuki, Boruto finds that Tento slipped the card he's been after into his jacket, and though he wishes to keep it, Boruto rushes to return it. At the hotel, Boruto notices how many guards have been mobilized. Boruto tries finding Tento's room, but overhears Ikkyu discussing Tento's kidnapping. His captors claim to be the Mujina Bandits, and they threaten to kill Tento if Ikkyu lets the information go public, and the demands include 500 million Ryo and the release of all prisoners from Hoseki Castle. Ikkyu deduces the bandits must have spies infiltrated into either Konohagakure or among his staff, to be able to pull off the kidnapping with no witnesses. After hearing where their exchange is supposed to happen, Boruto rushes out. He informs Sarada he can't go on their mission, and she can tell by his tone that it's something serious. She says that she and Mitsuki will handle things, and he thanks her. Boruto doesn't inform Konoha, keeping in mind the possibility of there being a spy. Tento is confused by his captors, and Shochoji drops his Yamaoka disguise, revealing he devoured the real Yamaoka to take his place. He introduces himself as a shinobi and is displeased when Tento has never heard of him, not being featured in collectible cards, but someone like Orochimaru is. Boruto threatens a Mujina bandit at the exchange point to take him to the hideout. Sarada informs Mitsuki of Boruto's situation. Shochoji mocks Tento's attempt to get away, and tells him he'll take Tento's place, and when he's reunited with his father, he'll take Ikkyu's place as daimyo. Tento sees his shuriken and the Naruto card Boruto gave him, and uses the shuriken to cut himself free. He tries killing himself so Shochoji can't use him against his father, but Shochoji stops him. Shochoji prepares to eat Tento's brain for his jutsu, but is interrupted by Boruto. Shochoji questions Boruto's presence after his escort mission is over. Boruto derides him as a shinobi. Shochoji signals his underlings to deal with Boruto, but he makes short work of them. Shochoji reveals to Boruto their previous encounters, when Shochoji was disguised as Tsukiyo and later as Kokuri. Enraged by the revelation, Boruto attacks Shochoji. He attacks with electrified shuriken and the Rasengan, but Shochoji reflects them with his wind release. Boruto attempts attacks with shadow clones from different directions, but Shochoji reflects them as well. Boruto's following attacks almost land, the previous ones being distractions. Ikkyu manages to gather enough money for the ransom, but doing so draws the attention of Sai, who arrives at the hotel with his team. Boruto uses a smoke bomb and strategizes with Tento. Shojoji clears the smoke and grabs a hold of the real Boruto while destroying the shadow clones, aware of his limit of 4 clones. Boruto suddenly can't mold chakra. Tento hits Shojoji with a shuriken, his surprise at it creating an opening for Boruto to land a Rasengan without Shojoji reflecting it. Shojoji decides to eat Boruto and take his jutsu, and Boruto's seal activates, causing him pain. Shojoji seemingly recognizes the seal and for a moment fears Boruto might be part of a certain organization before realizing Boruto has no idea what he's talking about. Shojoji attempts to attack but is restrained by Mitsuki and knocked out by Sarada. Sarada and Mitsuki notice the seal in his hand. Sarada questions why he kept it hidden, and Boruto explains Sasuke told him to do it. Ikkyu arrives, relieved of Tento's safety. Sai also arrives, having captured the gang's spies. Konohamaru congratulates him on defeating Shojoji, but stresses they abandoned a previously accepted mission, and confirms Kokure's disappearance after leaving Konoha. Team 7 sees Tento and Ikkyu off at the train station, and Boruto returns the card Tento gave to him, wanting to get it himself. Sai and Ibiki prepare to interrogate Shojoji, who claims to only collaborate if they'll offer something as valuable as the intel he can offer. Sasuke arrives, and his reputation is enough to get Shojoji talking. He doesn't know specifics about the seal on Boruto's palm, but knows a group that takes interest in such seals, called Kara. He also diverges that these seals are different than Orochimaru's cursed seals. Team 7 sees a notice regarding medical ninjutsu training. They're taught some in the academy, but this is a more advanced course, and each team has to send a representative. Boruto and Mitsuki aren't interested, so they suggest Sarada, as her mother is the one teaching the class. Sarada hesitantly agrees. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Sakura review the applications. They comment on how it's been difficult to schedule the class with the recent group being involved in so many incidents, and they hope the class uncovers someone with an aptitude for medical ninjutsu. Sarada worries about taking the class, and she doesn't have any aptitude for it when she was taught at the academy. Sarada overhears Shikadai and Inojin talking about how perfect the Hokage is, unaware they're talking about trading cards, and feels compelled to excel and she intends to be Hokage. The next day, she attends the class of Hako, Wasabi, Inojin, Doshu, and Iobi. They all either assume her aptitude or count on her to help lead them if they struggle. Sarada perks up when Sakura explains the beginning of the lecture, followed by a written exam, as she's better at those than in practical application. In the first practical part of the class, Sakura has them mix coffee and milk and then separate them again with delicate chakra control. Doshu and Wasabi end up spilling the mixture, and Sarada panics as she only mixes it up more. Iobi manages to separate the mixture, but the effort makes him thirsty, so he drinks a bit of Sarada's mix by accident, switching the glasses when she has her eyes closed focusing. Sarada is confused to see her mixture separated when she opens her eyes. Next, they practice the mystical palm technique on special dummies. Sarada has trouble doing it and knocks her dummy off the table when Boruto surprises her from outside the window. It helps her use the jutsu. Boruto, Shikadai, and Mitsuki are caught and explain that having finished their assignments, they thought to come by and observe. The next exercise is about applying chakra to a flower bud to make it bloom, simulating an injured comrade. Wasabi and Inojin end up snapping and dropping their flower stems. Doshu's struggle to make his flower bloom works, but it knocks it aside to Sarada's side, causing others to believe she succeeded. Shizune arrives for the final assignment, noting they haven't held the class in a long while and brought Naruto and Shikamaru as guests. Sarada is encouraged to show her skills to Naruto, healing a fish dummy. Her nerves end up causing her to burn the fish instead of healing it. Sarada finally confesses she's no good at medical ninjutsu and has no idea how she succeeded in the previous tasks. She confirms that she felt pressure to perform well because she's Sakura's daughter. Naruto admits he can't use medical ninjutsu, and Boruto lists other things he has trouble doing. The class continues, and Inojin is able to perform the healing, so Sarada asks him for tips. Sakura is called to deal with an emergency, and Shizune reveals to Sarada that Sakura didn't pick up medical ninjutsu quickly, and had to go through a lot of training with Tsunade. At night, Sarada asks her mother why she became a medical ninja, and Sakura explains she wanted to become strong and walk beside Naruto and Sasuke, assuring Sarada she can also learn if she applies herself. Teams 5 and 15 are on a joint mission pursuing bandits. They can't agree on a course of action, so Tsubaki acts on her own, defeating most of them, but her actions allow the leader to escape, requiring Team 5 to continue the chase. Later, her teammates ask her why she didn't use her full power, allowing Team 5 to take full credit for the mission. She claims her secret sword snowstorm beheading hasn't been working well lately. While the two teams meet up again, there's tension between them. Denki tries to defuse the situation and shows them the compiled statistics on his computer, pointing out Tsubaki's are beyond atypical Genins. However, when tracking their stats as a team, Team 15's performance has dropped since Tsubaki joined. Tsubaki takes it upon herself to make her team beat Team 5's scores by competing with the team itself during missions. Having performed ahead of her teammates in the next mission, Tsubaki is treated to a mountain of fries. Hanabi notices their team's increased competitiveness through the next missions. When guarding a merchant, they get so focused on catching the bandits after them, they leave him unprotected, requiring Hanabi to save him from the bandits of the group. Hanabi informs that due to their failure, they won't participate in the next scheduled mission with Team 5. Tsubaki writes to her mother. While eating fries at the Lightning Burger, she is approached by Boruto, who is concerned by her only eating fries, and explains that the strength of the place is the meal deal. He encourages her to try other foods to appreciate how good each of them are. She's taken aback by how each food elevates the other. Tsubaki finds Wasabi and Namida traded by the edge of the forest, and they hear groans coming from it. They find the hunter from the mission they would have shared when Team 5 tied up. The hunter explains he was attacked on the way to Konohagakure, and Team 15 informs police. The man impersonating the hunter for Team 5 is the brother of the bandit they caught in the mission with Team 15. They attack Team 5, but Team 15 arrives to help them, informing them of reinforcements are on the way. During the fight, Tsubaki notices how each member of Team 5 covers up another's weak points, while bringing out some of their strengths, which she likens to how the food combos Boruto showed her. Some of the bandits retreat, so Denki asks Team 15 to give chase. More bandits corner Team 15, and Tsubaki understands they must improve their teamwork. Tsubaki asks Wasabi for a smokescreen, which allows her to get in the middle of the bandits for Kenjutsu. It takes much of her energy, so Namida has to hit the retreating bandit leader with the calling on tears technique, allowing Wasabi to capture him. Tsubaki passes out from chakra exhaustion. Walking around Konohagakure, Himawari passes through several businesses, including Ino's and Tenten's shops. Hinata, Hanabi, and Boruto discuss Himawari's career path. Hanabi thinks Himawari will become a shinobi like the other Hyuga, but Hinata and Boruto thinks the decision rests with Himawari. Himawari offers her a pamphlet showing that the academy is holding a one-day trial, in case Himawari wants to get a feel of what being a shinobi is like. Himawari thinks it might be fun and accepts. The lesson is overseen by Iruka and Shino. During introductions, the other students are surprised that Himawari is the Hokage's daughter. Their first lesson is an obstacle course where Eho and Himawari do their best. Next, Shino demonstrates walking on vertical surfaces, and although none of the students are able to do it, Himawari is almost able to do it, impressing everyone. They move on to target practice with Shuriken Jutsu. Yuina is impressed by Himawari's performance, who explains that she sometimes trains with her brother. Eho wants to be Himawari's rival, and is surprised that she still doesn't know if she wants to be a shinobi. He feels self-conscious about being outperformed by someone who isn't sure if they want to be a shinobi, and becomes standoffish with Himawari. Anko takes the students to a simple mission. Irika and Shino discuss the possibility of Himawari joining the academy. Irika, as principal, bemoans the fact that he doesn't get to interact with students during classes, so Shino invites him to observe with him. The students' mission is to find a lost cat at Senju Park. They're given flares to signal if they think the mission is impossible to continue, at which point Alice will intervene, though that also means they fail the mission. Though the park is vast, Yuina finds tracks. Irika and Shino observe them. Noticing Himawari's hesitation, Eho tells her to leave if she doesn't want to take part of it and throws a rock in frustration. The rock knocks a hornet hive and the hornets chase them. Himawari considers using the flare, but Eho doesn't let her. They manage to get away from the hornets, and he splits from Himawari, taking Yuina with him. Irika and Shino approach her and tell her it's okay for her not to know if she wants to be a shinobi, which motivates her to carry on. Eho and Yuina manage to find the cat, but end up falling down a well. Himawari uses a Byakuya to look for them. Though she finds them, Eho refuses to let her help him. He prepares to use his flare, so Himawari jumps down the well to stop him and motivates him not to give up. The three of them lean on each other to climb out of the well. Eho apologizes for his behavior and tries to get her to hit him as punishment. The teachers watch from a distance, satisfied with the result. At home, Himawari tells her mother and brother that she wants to learn about all kinds of jobs and insists Boruto to help her out. On a rainy day, Mitsuki finds Mikazuki, who leads him to an injured and bleeding man. The man asks if Mikazuki is his before passing out. The man wakes up in Mitsuki's apartment, having been given first aid. He thanks them both and introduces himself as Samidare. He finds it strange that Mitsuki didn't ask why he was bleeding in an alley. Mitsuki says he doesn't care either way, unless Samidare wants him to ask about it. The following day, Samidare's injury is healed, and Mitsuki asks if he has to go somewhere. Samidare explains he's come to visit his little sister, who works at a big company in Konoha. Mitsuki compares his pride in his sister to Boruto's and Himawari. However, Samidare says he's not a good big brother. Samidare wants to thank Mikazuki and buys him a new collar with a bell. Mitsuki notes he has a way with cats, and Samidare says his sister, also named Mikazuki, had one. Samidare leaves as Boruto and Sarada approach Mitsuki, telling him that they've been summoned for a security mission. Kotaro wants them to protect the president of the Kaneki Corporation, a chemicals corporation on par with the Kaminariman Company. He is the next likely target of the Rain Killer, a serial killer who always kills his victims with a thin, sharp tool on a rainy day. All of the victims so far have connections to an accident on a Kaneki chemical plant years prior. At Kaneki's residence, he surprises Kotaro by claiming he remembers nothing of the incident and refuses the security details, believing his own bodyguards will suffice should the need arise. Kotaro has Team 7 guard him secretly from a distance. It begins to rain. They spot someone approaching, but Kaneki's bodyguards fall over before even being attacked. The intruder makes his way to Kaneki. He tries leaving with Kaneki, but Boruto and Sarada engage him. Mitsuki recovers Kaneki and pursues the raid killer. Mitsuki attempts to attack him with snakes, but they kill from a distance. The killer escapes by jumping into a river. Mitsuki meets Samidare the following day and asks if he's able to meet his sister. He says he did, but she yelled at him. Mitsuki notices he's a shinobi, and he claims he used to be, having quit after being an obedient dog for years. Mitsuki asks him about his past as a shinobi, and Samidare evades the questions. He says he quit because he wasn't there for his family when they needed him most, and now it's too late. Kotaro and Team 7 review what they know about the case. Mitsuki notices something in the records of the chemical plant incident. Policemen inform them that Kaneki had been kidnapped, even though it's not raining. Kaneki wakes up with the killer at Mikazuki Yamashi's grave. She was the developer of the project that resulted in the accident because Kaneki pushed it forward to keep ahead of the competition. She died and lost her reputation while Kaneki got wealthy. Mitsuki exposes the killer as Samidare and wonders if he's killing those who ruined his sister's reputation. Samidare says he only wanted the truth at first, knowing Mikazuki wouldn't have gone ahead with the dangerous project. However, they just made excuses and disparaged the dead, so Samidare killed them. He asks Mitsuki not to interfere, but as a Konoha shinobi, he has to. Mitsuki believes Samidare to be in a dilemma, as he knew Mitsuki was a shinobi, having seen his forehead protector, but mentioned his sister's name anyway, something that could lead to someone stopping his revenge. Samidare says he has no problem with his resolve. It begins raining. Samidare uses water release, which Mitsuki blocks, and counterattacks with lightning release. Mitsuki explains how he deduced how Samidare's jutsu worked. Samidare tries killing himself with his jutsu. The next day, the investigation on the plant accident is reopened, and Mitsuki visits a comatose Samidare in the hospital, putting the collar he bought Mikazuki in his wrist. Choji demonstrates their clan's butterfly mode to Chocho, but she's uninterested in training in it. He has to treat her to sweet bean soup to get her to train. She tries it but can't destroy a boulder like her father did. He stresses that as their clan's hidden jutsu, she has to master it. He also notices that between her failing to go full power and a return to a fuller figure, she's not fully releasing her power. Choji wonders about her motivation when she uses the jutsu. He and Chocho go treat themselves and are approached by Anko, who reminds Choji that he's supposed to be Shikamaru. He leaves and Anko joins Chocho as they order more sweet bean foods. The shop owner says they've run out of sweet beans and they haven't been able to resupply because of bandits stealing the deliveries. Bad harvests have increased the demand, so bandits are stealing beans to sell them at a higher price. Other shops are in similar situations. They're supposed to get a delivery the following day, so Anko and Chocho decide to safeguard it. The delivery is attacked, but Anko stresses they must be careful not to damage the beans. Chocho's attack damages the road, causing the cart with the beans to fall, which triggers Chocho's protection instinct, so she successfully uses the butterfly mode. Some of the bandits are amazed by Chocho's jutsu. Anko gets trapped by debris from the road, and Chocho is unable to get into butterfly mode to get through the debris. Anko tells her to use the beans and spare ingredients in the cart to make bean paste to restore calories for her jutsu. The smell of the cooking beans leads the bandits to their location. Chocho avoids them and eats the bean paste she cooked to recover calories. Thinking back to her father's words, Chocho realizes she wants to protect Anko and the beans, and uses the butterfly mode to defeat the bandits and free Anko. Back at Konoha, Chocho's teammates and Team 7 learn of her capture of the bean thieves. Car Actuation Arc. In Namagakure, the Team 25 Genin report to Sai and Sasuke the alleged Kara hideout based on the information Sasuke acquired from Shojoji. The building used to be a sewage treatment facility until it was abandoned due to a toxic gas incident that caused several fatalities. They also hand them a map of the waterways. Sai congratulates them on their intelligence work and requests them to notify the nearest Anbu teams that he and Sasuke will continue alone. Sai notices that rebuilding hasn't progressed in Namagakure. They venture inside the building and are watched by someone. Sai and Sasuke trigger a trap, exposing the one watching them and subduing him. The man accuses them of killing his friends. Sai tells them that they're Konoha Shinobi, and Sasuke asks to hear the man's story, as the ones who killed their friends might be the same ones they're looking for. The man introduces himself as Garashi Tono. He explains that he learned ninjutsu from an old man who raised orphans like him who lost their families through the wars. Garashi isn't sure when Sai asks about Kara, but recognizes the name and shows him a design he copied from them. They investigated them when Kara showed up, glimpsing something like an experiment, but they were spotted, and all but him perished to poison gas. Parts of the building collapsed behind him, but Garashi was sure that there's still a place for the gas. Garashi asks why it took the Land of Fire so long to act if this is something in their interest. Sasuke asks Garashi to take them to Kara's hideout. Garashi asks them to help recover his friend's remains in return. At the hideout, Garashi warns them not to wander in the side paths, and that depending on the airflow, the place of poison gas changes. They arrive at a blocked passage, which Sasuke breaks open Chidori. Garashi rushes in. Sasuke and Sai follow him, and when they find Garashi on the floor, they're caught in a trap as gas begins to fill the room. The real Garashi appears with a gas mask and reveals he killed his friends with the gas because no one would save them, but Kara offered him hope. Garashi leaves them to pass out and considers releasing more poison to deal with their allies. Sasuke and Sai show up, the ones Garashi trapped being clones. Sai explains he was careful avoiding dangerous areas along the way and rushed near the end. And though getting close to his friends would make him emotional, Sasuke notices a strange calm to him. Garashi tries escaping but begins to suffer the effects of the poison gas. Even if Kara wants him to die, he refuses to let Konoha learn anything and kills himself. The building begins to collapse, so Sai draws a bird for them to escape. They spot some of what remain from experiments but can't investigate. They conclude that not only they confirm that Kara actually exists, but also they have sympathizers. Back in Konoha, they report to Naruto and Shikamaru. Sasuke adds that Kara's experiments are likely biological, as he's seen similar equipment while he's with Orochimaru. Sai asks if Naruto saw Ina's report at Katasuke. She was able to determine a third party had been influencing him. Naruto wants to reinstate him as testing without him is slowed down considerably, something they can't afford when their work has been leaked. Kara holds a meeting where its leader reports the destruction of their old facility. A cloaked figure eats a fruit watching it pass before dropping from a stone pillar. Boruto practices Shuriken Jutsu by himself, impressing Sasuke. He heard that Shojoji's intel led to confirmation of the organization's existence and wants to go find out more about them, concerned about the seal in his hand. Sasuke warns that seeking an enemy without enough understanding about them leads to death, and directs him to keep training to carry out his assigned missions. He concedes he can't really talk since he left the village very young and hands Boruto a glove to hide his seal, which draws attention. Team 7 is assigned a missing persons mission in the Land of Valleys. They're joined by a recently returned Mugino who is familiar with the region. Mugino is tense with the Genin, but eventually explains he spent the last few years mediating conflicts between smaller nations. They reach the Land of Valleys and report to Mia, who requests the mission. The missing person is her husband Anato, a researcher for a medical supplies company. He was supposed to have returned after a 1-month work-related trip, but it's been 3 weeks since his intended return date, and the company won't divulge anything due to trade secrets. They go to the company where Anato worked. The receptionist assures Mia she'll be updated, as they have also sent a search party to look for Anato. While the distressed Mia makes a scene, Mitsuki has a snake look for information. He manages to learn where the company's search party was sent to look for Anato, a place he told Mia about. Someone watches from afar. Approaching Anato's destination, the group is surrounded by the Shinobi. Victor tells his underlings to stand down. They surprise the head of the company is involved with the search. Victor explains his motivations. The two groups exchange information and narrow down Anato's possible location by ruling out places they've already investigated. They search a cave, finding tree roots and branches inside before finding Anato on the other side. Anato unexpectedly attacks them. Victor observes the Konoha nin fight Anato. Mugino considers Boruto soft for not wanting to attack Anato over his promise to Mia, so Konohamaru suggests stealing him. Anato is able to break through Konohamaru and Boruto's seals and attacks him. Mitsuki restrains him with stakes, one of them biting through a chunk of his arm, then he also breaks free. Victor subordinates all attack from afar with scientific ninja tools. Victor berates them for failing to restrain Anato and tells him to return to Konoha, while his company will provide care for Anato. Boruto picks up Anato's wedding ring. Boruto is frustrated with the failure. Mitsuki experiences the loss of feeling in his arm. Victor visits the facility where Anato worked at and tells his subordinate a missing item Anato still is missing. They report where they know the events. Victor orders Anato's death and receives a report of a mismatch in the number of search party members and corpses found. Something is spreading over Mitsuki, starting from his arm. Mugino knows of a doctor nearby and takes him to see Yubina. She notices Boruto's injury and painfully grabs his hand, healing it in a short skill. Yubina examines Mitsuki and determines a foreign matter has invaded his system. As Sarada has some experience in medical ninjutsu, Yubina has her assistant removing the matter from Mitsuki while others wait outside. Mugino vouches for Yubina's skill. Yubina extracts a wood chip from Mitsuki. After resting, Yubina comments on the uniqueness of Mitsuki's body, crediting it for his survival. She shows him the wood chip she extracted and reveals it was created with wood release. Mugino finds it unlikely that Anato would have Hashirama cells, but Yubina shows him another patient with similar symptoms. Konohamaru and Mugino explain the dangers of those cells. Yubina wants to use Mitsuki's resistance to treat her patients. She doesn't know her patient's origin, who was just left unconscious on the door. But knowing that Hashirama cells are involved, she connects to a black market rumor she's heard. Mugino and Konohamaru are apprehensive, as the only black market around the area is in the Land of Silence. The group arrives at the Land of Silence, narrowly avoiding a trap of thieves. Because many of the criminals there are hostile to the 5 great Shinobi countries, Konohamaru has them remove their forehead protectors. Konohamaru and Mugino give Boruto and Sarada a brief history lesson on the Land of Silence, and Mugino voices opposition to having them in the mission, considering too much for Genin. Boruto is adamant about not letting others become victims like Mitsuki. Noticing the ruined gates, the Jonin explain that they don't have a proper village to protect. The Shinobi of the Land of Silence follow money and power. Walking through the black market, they notice many Shinobi who are wanted in the bingo book and figure the rumors about the Hashirama cells spread far. They take note of the many things sold and stolen in the market. They ask for information at the shop, but the proprietor has no interest in them if they're not buying anything. Boruto gets separated, defeats the shopkeeper's subordinates, and threatens them into giving information. He shows them a company ID from Victor's company, claiming the man in the white coat sold in the Hashirama cell. He directs him to the ladies for more information. At the bar, Mujina recognizes Kirisaki, a former medical nin from Kirigakure. Boruto approaches Kirisaki disguised with his sexy technique and convinces him to dismiss the other women around him. Sarada and Mujina comment on Boruto's performance. While trying to get him alone, Kirisaki's briefcase gets stolen. Boruto stops Kirisaki from beating up the thieves and defeats him. Their fight attracts attention, so the group takes him away. They threaten to hand him over to Kirigakure, so he reveals he's only in the land of silence because he has intel in the Hashirama cell and he's supposed to meet someone the day after about it. They plan for the meeting. Konohamaru goes disguised as Kirisaki. They meet with the butler of the interested party who wishes to test if Kirisaki really is who he says he is. The butler is infected with the cell, and if Kirisaki is the real deal, he should be able to treat it. Konohamaru uses Mitsuki's antibodies to heal the butler. Satisfied with Konohamaru and willing to die for his employer, the butler is ready to take him to the meet. Konohamaru insists on learning the employer's identity before meeting and threatens to walk away. The butler relents and reveals that his employer is Sakuya. He also reveals that her castle is protected by a barrier that requires his presence to get through. 4 purple-haired men watch them from afar. Yubina transfers Mitsuki's antibodies to her patient. The butler explains that Sakuya can't fight time, so she wants to use the Hashirama cell to restore her youth. The butler arrives at the castle with Konohamaru and Boruto and discovers someone who tried to break in, the barrier killing them. The butler orders the body to be disposed of outside the village. The butler takes him inside and Boruto notices all the mirrors are shattered. The butler explains that Sakuya doesn't want to see her own reflection. Before meeting Sakuya, the butler activates one of the castle's traps, restraining Boruto. He wants Konohamaru to test his procedure on Boruto. Konohamaru claims to want a drink to steady his hands. As the butler leaves, he explains he wants to buy Boruto time to retrieve the Hashirama cells, so Boruto leaves to continue on the mission as Shadow clone the one in the trap. The purple-haired man follow Boruto's clone in the castle. Victor informs Deepa of the whereabouts of the Hashirama cell, who departs to retrieve it. Yubina's patient recovers. Before having his drink, Konohamaru asks for the provenance of the Hashirama cell. The butler explains they bought it from a rogue medical perfume researcher. They were doubtful at first, but were convinced after testing it on a girl whose whereabouts they don't know or care. Boruto knows the smell of perfume and takes down Sakuya's guards inside her chamber. Boruto looks for the Hashirama cell, but discovers Sakuya is dead with a kunai on her back. He notices 2 of the 4 purple-haired men on the chandelier. A third one, disguised as a staff member, informs the butler of Boruto's invasion. Boruto recognizes one of the men's earrings as the woman he saw with Kirisaki. They have the Hashirama cell and frame Boruto for killing Sakuya. The butler alerts the castle, and one of the purple-haired men kills him. They also kill the other castle staff, taking down the barrier. Konohamaru notices the assailants' kunai are poisoned. One of the purple-haired men shouts that Konoha Shinobi have killed Sakuya, and there's a reward for whoever captures them. Boruto warns Konohamaru the castle is completely surrounded. The 2 escape the castle and manage to lose the mob, reuniting with Sarada and Mugino. The perfume bomb Boruto was hit with makes him easy to track. Boruto goes with Mugino to check the perfume off him, while Konohamaru and Sarada track the brothers who stole the Hashirama cell. The brothers discuss their plans. Mugino tries getting rid of the perfume by getting Boruto to fall into a drainage ditch. They instead use it to move around unnoticed. Konohamaru and Sarada decide to check on the shop owner they previously interviewed, so Konohamaru disguises himself as Kirisaki. Boruto manages to get the perfume off him, but he and Mugino are still being tracked with dogs. As Kirisaki, Konohamaru promises good money for information on the Shinobi brothers. Unable to completely throw out the pursuers, Boruto and Mugino decide to leave the village instead of joining up with Sarada and Konohamaru. Boruto climbs to the roofs, having found the shortest route out of the village. The shopkeeper knows the real Kirisaki has been found, so his subordinates prepare to attack. Sarada breaks through the ceiling and allows Konohamaru to escape. They're surrounded but are rescued by Boruto and Mugino who have stolen an unmanned airship. This way, Boruto's smell is irrelevant and they can more easily search for the thieves. However, the pursuers shoot the airship down. They're surrounded, but Katara, the black market child who Boruto protected from Kirisaki, shows them an escape route out of the village. They meet up with Mitsuki underground, who came back with Konoha, Katara's sister. Mitsuki comments on Boruto's smell. Boruto shares what he learned about the earring, a lookalike Shinobi who stole the Hashirama cell. Mitsuki reveals Yubina determined the Hashirama cell to be unstable, so it can't be rushed out, which is why they're afraid from killing Sakuya. Katara gives them intel on the earring Shinobi he acquires through his underground friends. They intend to gain to them through the underground routes. Deepa kills everyone at the establishments he's eating at. The Konoha Shinobi split up to find the earring Shinobi. The Genin attacked with lightning release. Omoi and his teammates approach the Genin to question them about recent events. Konohamaru and Mugino arrive before a fight breaks out. Omoi and Konohamaru compare intel. Omoi recognizes the poison and murder weapon used in Sakuya as belonging from a Shinobi from the land of Haze. He spirals thinking worst case scenarios. Knowing that Hashirama cells are unstable, they determine the route of the Haze Shinobi are most likely to take. The Haze Shinobi go on the way, checking for pursuers. Deepa kills various looters at Fushu Castle as he investigates the whereabouts of the Hashirama cell. The Haze Shinobi alternate carrying the Hashirama cell and think about Yoruga. Deepa catches up to the Konoha and Kumo Shinobi and finds that they don't have the cells. The Kumo Shinobi stay behind to fight Deepa, while the Konoha Shinobi continue after the Haze Shinobi. Asuka notices the approaching pursuers, so Jūgo offers to stay behind to stall them. The Kumo Shinobi manage to talk Deepa with clones, but he fakes being paralyzed, managing to defeat Maruhi and Kakui when they approach. The Konoha Shinobi find the Haze Shinobi's tracks. Deepa has no problems blocking or evading all of Omoi's attacks. The Konoha Shinobi find it strange the Kumo Shinobi have not yet joined them and wonder about who Deepa is. Yuga intercepts them. After exchanging brief words, Yuga activates Kinjutsu, calling on a creature from another world. The jutsu consumes him, releasing a creature and creating a barrier all around them. Hiruga and Asuka notice the use of Kinjutsu, mourn their brother, and carry on. The creature attacks the Konoha Shinobi, being both strong and fast. When it blocks Boruto's attack, it begins draining his chakra. Konohamaru breaks the creature's arm with his Rasengan and grabs Boruto and retreats. The creature then drains the chakra of a nearby deer and begins regenerating its arm. Konohamaru recalls Yuga's words and compares the creature to Shinigami and Soma. They evaluate what they know about the creature. Boruto continues attacking the creature again as Konohamaru's Rasengan damaged before, but Mugino wants to destroy the barrier, reminding them that the mission is to retrieve Hashirama's cells. Mugino accuses Konohamaru of spoiling his Genin. Konohamaru understands Mugino, but assures him his Genin are dependable. Mitsuki is warned by his snake that the creature is coming their way, having absorbed chakra from the wildlife inside the barrier. They move closer to the barrier. Konohamaru and Mujina attempt to break it while the Genin guard them. Despite accepting his decision, Boruto is disappointed that Mujina trusts him so little. Mitsuki warns when the creature is closing in. Using clones and snakes, Boruto and Mitsuki hold the creature in place, allowing Sarada to hit it. Their attacks crack a jewel within the creature, but otherwise appears not to have done significant damage. The creature notices cracks in the barrier and ignores the Genin, rushing to the edge of the barrier. It attacks Konohamaru and Mujina. Mitsuki arrives and distracts the creature with the snakes. Seeing the situation has changed, Mujina wants Boruto and Konohamaru to prepare their Rasengan and asks Sarada to back him up. Mujina holds the creature up, allowing Boruto and Konohamaru to strike it. They destroy its jewel, defeating the creature and breaking the barrier. Mujina collapses, having had a lot of his chakra drained. Mujina criticizes Boruto for not thinking ahead, but Boruto criticizes his communication skills, which Konohamaru supports. They resume the pursuit of the Hei's Shinobi. Omoi refuses to tell Deepa where Hashirama's cells are, but his subordinates cave in and tell him the Hei's Shinobi. Deepa kills Kakuya Marui and leaves. Omoi passes out. The Konoha Shinobi resume the pursuit and worry about the lengths the Hei's Shinobi will go to complete the mission. As Deepa also resumes his pursuit, Omoi passes out trying to reach his teammates. Asuka and Hiruga discuss their past, their brothers, and the debt to the land of Hei's for taking them as orphans. Asuka notices the Konoha Shinobi approaches, so they prepare for it. The Konoha Shinobi strike first, but only hit clones, which obscure the set upon destruction. They dodge explosive tag kunai, stepping on tar-like sludge on the ground. Hiruga appears, already activating another jutsu. The sludge restricts their movement, stopping them from forming hand seals. Asuka leaves the Hashirama cell. Everything in the range of the sludge begins to sink in. Sarada notices that when things are closer to Hiruga, the faster they sink, and Mitsuki determines that Hiruga will also perish. They question his willingness to sacrifice his life, but he retorts he's saving one. Hiruga thinks back about his brothers and how Yoruga sacrificed his life so they could infiltrate Fushu Castle. Boruto questions the orders the quadruplets received, but Hiruga tells him how they were taken in, calling Boruto out for not knowing what it's like to starve, having lived in a great nation. Mujina determines that as Hiruga is the one sinking the fastest, if he dies, the jutsu will give out. They realize Hiruga is just buying time for Asuka to cross the land of Hei's. Hiruga's jutsu begins to break, and Boruto tries saving him. Hiruga and Boruto both accuse each other, making assumptions about them. Omoi arrives and informs them all of Deepa killing his subordinates, and they realize he will intersect with Asuka. Boruto convinces Hiruga to check on Asuka himself, so he releases his jutsu. Hiruga rushes to Asuka with the Konoha Shinobi right behind him. Omoi stays behind after warning Mujina and Konohamaru Deepa's abilities. Deepa arrives at the border of the land of Hei's. Sarada wonders how strong the third party after the Hashirama cell must be if they defeated the Kumagakure Jonin. Boruto tries to reassure Hiruga but says he won't join forces with them, only wishing to warn his brother. The Konoha Shinobi fall back and let Hiruga warn Asuka. Asuka attacks Hiruga, believing Hiruga to have died fighting and the person in front of him something transformed in Hiruga. Boruto intervenes, allowing Hiruga to confirm his identity. Hiruga calls a temporary truce with the Konoha Shinobi until they defeat the third party. Hiruga and Asuka are suddenly attacked. Deepa announces his presence and blocks Boruto's kunai. They notice it didn't leave a scratch, and Deepa mentions that he manipulates the carbon to make himself impervious. Konohamaru attempts a fire release, no avail. The Genin put themselves between Deepa and the Hei's Shinobi. Deepa refuses to say why he wants the Hashirama cells, saying it would take too long to explain. Victor appears talking down to Deepa. He asks for them to return the cells, but they refuse. Victor rushes near them and creates a twister, separating the Jonin from the group. Victor goes to deal with them and tells Deepa to deal with the Genin. Deepa attacks them with various carbon cubes. Victor fights Mujina, who holds in place for Konohamaru's attack from above. Victor manifests 2 extra arms to weave hand seals and calls down lightning. Konohamaru asks Mujina to act as support since he can't fight with his injury. The Genin can't focus on attacking Deepa when he dodges his cubes. Boruto manages to land a Rasengan from above, but it does nothing. Asuka tries to reach out to Hiruga, who is dead. Deepa implies he'll eat the Genin. Boruto wants to land another Rasengan on Deepa. Mitsuki lands a surprise lightning release, which does nothing. He attacks with snakes while Sarada analyzes Deepa's movements with a Sharingan for an opening. She manages to dodge and deflect his cubes and moves out of the way at the last minute as she runs out of chakra, revealing Boruto right behind her. Deepa feigns pain from Boruto's attack for a moment and laughs at his attempt. Deepa carbons up his finger and flicks Boruto aside. Deepa prepares to crush Boruto with his foot, but Asuka draws his attention with the Hashirama cell and sets off an explosion with his kinjutsu. Deepa has no scratch on him, but is irritated that the Hashirama cell is in danger. Boruto passes out and Deepa punches him down with an armored fist. He hits nothing, Mitsuki having saved Boruto with his Sage Mode. Mitsuki attacks Deepa with Senjutsu Lightning and flees carrying the unconscious Boruto and Sarada. The attack merely pushes Deepa back a bit, and he shifts his focus to the Hashirama cell still with him. Mujina rescues Konohamaru from being strangled by Victor. An explosion from the fight between Deepa and the Genin draws their attention, and Victor decides to check why Deepa is taking so long. Konohamaru and Mujina are too injured and tired to chase him. Victor finds Deepa, who has recovered the Hashirama cell while letting the Genin escape. Still in Sage Mode, Mitsuki vows not to let Boruto and Sarada die, even if he engages himself. Mitsuki carries the injured Boruto and Sarada and passes out just after arriving at Yumina's clinic. Sometime later, Konohamaru and Mujina arrive back at Konoha, carrying Boruto and Sarada, who would only get first aid at Yumina's. They're handed over to Sakura, who treats him with Shizune's help. Hinata and Himori are concerned about Boruto, but Naruto assures them he'll be okay as Sakura is treating him. Konohamaru blames himself for their injuries as he was part of the mission. He confirms he left Mitsuki under Orochimaru's care as the situation was beyond Yumina's ability to help. Log notices Orochimaru's concern for Mitsuki, who claims to be concerned for Mitsuki as a sample. Konohamaru, Sai, Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Naruto confer and review what they know about Victor and Deepa. Konohamaru wants to investigate Victor's company, but the Land of Valleys is an independent nation, so they can't force the issue. Shikamaru has a contact with influence in the country, but it will take 3 days for arrangements to be made. Victor handles the Hashirama cell with care, concerned they might never have another chance if they mishandle this one. Deepa mentions a previous plan that didn't work, which led them to their current situation. Deepa and Victor argue about the roles in Kara. Victor dispatches Deepa to retrieve another item. Boruto wakes up and Shizune tells him what happened. He asks for Mitsuki and she explains it with Orochimaru. Sakura examines Sarada and is grateful for Yubina's work on her. Boruto and Sarada wait for tests and brood over how their jutsu are useless against Deepa. Shizune shares her concerns about Boruto and Sarada with Sakura. Team 5 visits Boruto and Team 15 visits Sarada. Shikamaru manages to get permission for Konohamaru to observe Victor's company. An old lady who owns a pet shop foretells the death of a close friend of Mugino. Teams 5 and 15 discuss Boruto and Sarada, finding their cheerful attitude forced and grow concerned about them. They visit the hospital again, but Boruto and Sarada are left on their own. They believe that they want to avenge Mitsuki. Mugino gets permission to join Konohamaru in his mission. Konohamaru wants to leave without telling Boruto and Sarada, but they arrive. The Jonin believe they want to join them, but instead they just want to inform them that they want to train to get stronger. Boruto wanted to train with Sasuke, but Sarada is already training with him. He doesn't want to ask his father, who is working hard on Kara intel, so Sasuke directs him to Kakashi, as he's the only other person in the village who can use Rasengan. Boruto approaches Kakashi, asking him for help making his Rasengan into a Big Ball Rasengan. He promises not to play during training, but Kakashi considers it possible for Boruto to use a Big Ball Rasengan, as he doesn't have the 9 tails to account for the chakra necessary for the jutsu. Boruto insists that Kakashi help him train, and demonstrates his Rasengan. Boruto isn't satisfied with the damage it inflicts on the rocks and is pressed by Kakashi's. He's determined not to lose like he did to Deepa again. Kakashi compares Boruto's attitude to Naruto's and agrees to oversee his training. He checks Boruto to see how much he knows about nature transformation. He explains that jutsu are made stronger by combining nature transformation and shape transformation, and that the Rasengan only uses shape transformation. Kakashi has Boruto demonstrate his vanishing Rasengan and explains to Boruto that it employs lightning chakra. He considers it an incomplete jutsu and suggests that Boruto try to use wind nature chakra. Boruto's Rasengan behaves erratically at first, so Boruto focuses on increasing his control over it. Sarada asks Sasuke to teach her Chidori. Sasuke explains that using Chidori makes one vulnerable to counterattacks and demonstrates by countering Sarada. He adds that with only one Tomoe, her Sharingan doesn't give enough perception to read her opponent's moves. The Chidori requiring at least 2 Tomoe Sharingan to be used. Sarada wants to train to awaken more Tomoe, but Sasuke reveals that it doesn't work like that. Only heightened emotions from extreme situations can awaken more Tomoe. Sasuke proposes helping Sarada master her 1 Tomoe Sharingan first. Knowing what Sarada struggled with during her last mission, he has her dodge a barrage of projectiles. She fails but isn't disheartened by it and asks to keep going. Konohamaru and Mugino investigate Victor's company but are only shown more legitimate labs. The discussion gets more aggressive when they ask about the Hashirama cell, but Konoha can't force the issue without escalating it into a diplomatic incident. Himawari misses her brother during dinner, and Hinata explains Boruto's determination for getting stronger. When Boruto asks for advice on his training, Kakashi refuses it, but instead tells him what Naruto learned when training wind nature transformation. Boruto feels frustrated, blaming himself for Mitsuki's injury, and envying how strong Kakashi was at his age. Kakashi points out the hardships he had to endure, and it envies Boruto for growing up in an era of peace. He hands Boruto a lunchbox Himawari dropped for him, telling him he's not alone, which gives Boruto an idea. Sarada fails to dodge another barrage, and Sasuke tells him not to focus on all targets, and instead focus on the area of the attacks. Sarada also thinks back to Mitsuki's injury and asks for another barrage. Boruto manages to add wind nature to his Rasengan with the aid of a shadow clone and passes out from exhaustion. Sakura watches Sarada training. Victor's secretary reports having escorted Konohamaru and Mugino to the border, but in reality they've infiltrated the company to find the truth about Victor. Boruto continues practicing his wind release Rasengan, but Kakashi thinks it's as far as he can push at the moment, disheartening Boruto. Konohamaru and Mugino observe patients going into a restricted treatment area where they don't come out. Among the doctors, Konohamaru recognizes the doctor who helped the Iwagakure-ku. The only area they have yet to search is the underground area accessed through the elevator. Shikadai greets Boruto and tells him not to overdo it with his training. Boruto shares Kakashi's conclusions with him. Chocho observes Sarada's training with Sasuke. Team 10 is assigned a mission by request of the Land of Wind to recover the missing puppet Urashiki used against them. The fact that they haven't been able to recover it concerns them that somebody else may have acquired it. They discuss Boruto and Sarada's training. Deepa eats a meal at the Land of Wind. Chocho wants to eat at a place her father told her about, but they reach it just as Deepa departs. They find the place trashed and everyone inside dead. The next day they meet up with Team Shinki and inform them of the restaurant incident. They arrive at the general area where Shikadai defeated the puppet, and they have Araya quickly canvass the area with his Sanshua puppet. Araya finds the puppet. Deepa arrives at the scene and Shikadai warns Team Shinki that he was present at the restaurant incident. From Deepa's words, Shikadai deduces that he's the one who defeated Team 7. Deepa attacks with cubes and Shinki blocks his iron sand wall. Deepa manages to break through, hitting Araya and Yodo. Chocho and Inojin make separate attacks from 2 different directions, allowing Shikadai to pin Deepa with a shadow. Shinki attacks him, but his black iron fist has no effect. Deepa breaks through Shikadai's shadow and shatters Shinki's iron sand wall with a single cube. Deepa collects the puppet and turns to leave, noticing his hand steaming. Shinki makes a final effort to destroy the puppet rather than let Deepa have it and passes out. Back at Konoha, Shikadai reports to his father and Naruto. Boruto continues practicing. Boruto is frustrated he can't make his Rasengan more powerful. Shikadai tells him he fought Deepa during his mission and only survived because of Shinki. He figures Boruto is training to fight Deepa and threatens to stop him by force if necessary to prevent him from being so reckless. Shikadai thinks Boruto wants to get stronger because he hates Deepa, but Boruto denies it and explains that fighting Deepa made him realize how inexperienced and lacking in power he is. Shikadai offers to help him train. Hinata arrives to give Boruto a lunchbox and considers making an extra one for Shikadai. Sarada continues practicing with Sasuke, now dodging kunai. She almost dodges them all, and Sasuke notices Problem's endurance as she couldn't keep her Sharingan active during all of it. He congratulates her on improving her perception. During a break, Sasuke asks her how her eyes are taking the strain. Sarada says they're fine, and having researched about it and not found much, she asks him about the Mangekyo Sharingan. She asks if he thinks she can awaken it, but Sasuke postpones the conversation. Sakura arrives, and Sarada tells of her process. Sakura is concerned with the strain she's putting on herself, and Sasuke assures her he's making sure Sarada doesn't overdo it. Sakura gets agitated when Sarada mentions wanting to develop her Sharingan like Sasuke's. Sarada feels frustrated, believing her mother is being overprotective, and leaves. Sakura and Sasuke discuss Sarada and her Sharingan getting stronger. Hinata overhears their conversation. Shikadai has Inojin and Chocho help him with Boruto's training. Shikadai believes that with the nature transformation Boruto is capable of, he can't sustain it for long, and thinking back to his battle with Deepa, he's just training to focus all his power into a single spot. He tries several forms of target practice and increasing how much chakra he can infuse into his Rasengan. At sundown, Inojin and Chocho return home, while Shikadai saves Boruto, and the two discuss his training. Their talk turns to durability, and thinking back to Kakashi's advice, Boruto realizes a way to focus his Rasengan. Kakashi watches from afar. He goes to ask a favor from Ibiki. Hinata and Ino ask Sakura out for a girls' night and they discuss their lives and children. The next day, when Chocho and Inojin arrive, the boulder Boruto was practicing on is completely crushed. Boruto goes to tell Kakashi about his progress, and wanting to see it on a worthwhile target, Kakashi arranges for him to go fight an imprisoned Chochoji. Shojoji confirms to Kakashi that his sentence will be reduced if he defeats Boruto. They're both determined to defeat one another. Kakashi releases Shojoji's restraints and he and Boruto begin fighting. Boruto begins his wind release Rasengan, but Shojoji repels it with his own wind release shield with wind count. Shojoji taunts Boruto over it and notices Boruto's jutsu is stronger than last time they fought. He believes that if this is all that Boruto has to offer, he won't win, but Boruto remains confident. The fight switches to taijutsu, with Boruto being able to repel Shojoji's attacks and attempts to consume him. Boruto attacks with his new Rasengan, which is able to break through Shojoji's windshield. Kakashi believes that if Shojoji hadn't been using his shield, Boruto's attack would have killed him. He surmises that instead of trying to make his Rasengan bigger, Boruto went the other way, condensing it as much as he could. Boruto notices that the Rasengan damages his bandages, exposing his seal, and he passes out from exhaustion. Sarada practices dodging kunai with her father, but always has to have one of them deflected to avoid getting hit. Sasuke suggests a break, but Sarada wants to keep going. Sakura arrives and tells Sarada to fight her to test her resolve. Sasuke grieves that Sakura has insight that he lacks. Sarada attacks Sakura, but none of them hit. She can't even follow her with the Sharingan. Sakura demonstrates her strength and attacks. Sarada dodging it in the last moment with the Sharingan. Sakura fells a big tree, impressing Sarada. Sakura points out that her chakra control is lacking, which combined with the Sharingan use causes her chakra to be completely depleted. They resume fighting, but Sarada stumbles trying to dodge all of Sakura's attacks. Sasuke and Sakura feel they pushed enough, but Sarada has one last thing she wants to try. Sarada copies her mother's moves and their attacks collide. By copying her movements, she was able to improve her own chakra control, making her attack more powerful. Sasuke and Sakura wanted to keep training. Log reports to Orochimaru that the Hashirama cell involved in Mitsuki's mission is one stolen from him, from one of his old labs. Orochimaru has no idea who could have done it. Mitsuki wakes up and Orochimaru prepares to replace his damaged organs. Team 5 visits a hospitalized Boruto, Iubi trying to wake him up with his favorite lightning burger. Denki heard he had exhausted himself trying his new jutsu against Shojoji, and Medley heard that Sarada had been getting special training from her father. They also wonder about Mitsuki and recall who his parent is. They investigate a scream from another room, and Iubi is hit with a ketchup by another patient. The patient pleads, a nurse apologizes for Nato's attitude. Iubi finds Nato, who has his snack privileges revoked. Nato claims he's actually training to be a shinobi, and noticing that their shinobi tries to have him take his Orochimaru card to be autographed. They refuse at first, but change their mind after the nurse explains he's acting out due to an upcoming surgery that he doesn't come to terms with and doesn't want to have. Denki and Metal are apprehensive given Orochimaru's history, but they agree to go as Iubi is determined to do it, besides wanting to visit Mitsuki. Team 5 goes to the village records where Denki manages to access Orochimaru's files to discover his location. They meet up with the Jonin keeping surveillance on Orochimaru while Yamato is gone to make his report to Naruto. The Jonin allows him to go forward, but his attitude makes him even more nervous. They find Suigetsu, who tries to dismiss him when they say they want to see Orochimaru. Suigetsu shrugs off their attacks, but they manage to trick him into attacking a damaged power line. The shock isn't enough to paralyze Suigetsu, only annoying him, but Orochimaru interrupts the fight before Suigetsu can hurt anyone. Orochimaru asks what they want, they manage to say that they want an autograph, much to Orochimaru's shock. Orochimaru signs the card, and they ask about Mitsuki. Orochimaru says Mitsuki is undergoing critical treatment, but will be fine. Leaving, Orochimaru is pleased that Mitsuki made friends other than Boruto. Team 5 gives Nato the autographed card, and admit they were scared to do it. Boruto wakes up and finds Kakashi, who warns him that the more he compresses the Rasengan, the greater the recoil on his arms, so he shouldn't use it often. Sarada meets Boruto at the hospital, and they exchange how the training is gone. Boruto shows her Nato's ring, so they decide to return it to Miya. Konohamaru and Mujina watch as Deepa arrives at Victor's company. Victor asks about the puppet, but Deepa says he had interference that he couldn't bring it. Victor mentions an upcoming inspection by the Land of Valley's daimyo, and they discuss the final stages of certain experiments. Konohamaru and Mujina want to take advantage of the inspection to interfere. The Land of Valley's daimyo arrives at Victor's company and is greeted with Victor. Boruto and Sarada arrive at the Land of Valleys. They discuss Konohamaru's mission, Mitsuki's injury, and their failure to get Nato back to Miya. They meet with Miya. At Otogakure, Mitsuki is concerned about his friends, but Orochimaru warns him that his new organs are still 1 month away from being viable for transplant, so his condition is still precarious. Orochimaru is proud that Mitsuki acted on his own free will, but chastises him for overusing stage transformation. Knowing that Mitsuki would be concerned for his friends, they sent Suigetsu to check on them. Suigetsu reports the rest of Team 7 is at Land of Valleys, which concerns Mitsuki. Orochimaru takes Suigetsu aside to avoid a speculation pursuing Mitsuki into action. Mitsuki wants to join his team, so Log sedates him. At Victor's company, he and the daimyo discuss Konoha's attempts to interfere with their affairs of the Hashirama cell. Victor takes the daimyo's retinue into the company's restricted area. He has his secretary take him through decontamination areas, which has an effect on him. Miya tells Boruto and Sarada that she was told that Nato was attacked by people who were after his research and killed. Boruto tells her that the company was responsible for it over something that they're researching. Victor shows the daimyo his research, claiming that with the Hashirama cell they're on the verge of curing previously incurable diseases and making aging a thing of the past. The daimyo commits to protect his research from interference, but one of his guards snaps him to the genjutsu, allowing him to see the human subjects of Victor's experiments. His guards are actually Konohamaru and Mujina, who disguise themselves as guards before they arrived at the company. They notice the daimyo had been placed under genjutsu during decontamination. Mujina cuts off Victor's right arm. Konohamaru apologizes for infiltrating the daimyo's group and explains that they knew about Victor's experiments. Victor's severed right arm moves on its own and activates countermeasures before returning to Victor. Victor repels Mujina with wind release. Victor's employees attack the Konoha Jonin. A god tree sapling begins to grow in the lab. Konohamaru protects the daimyo from it. Victor abandons the Iwa doctor to serve as nourishment for the god tree. Victor's secretary arranged for company employees together in a room to serve as nourishment as well. Miya wants to meet Victor in person to know what happened to Nato, but Boruto and Sarada tell her it's dangerous and that Konohamaru and Mujina are already investigating. The ground begins to shake, so the Genin tell her to go somewhere safe while they decide to help the Jonin. Victor and his secretary watch with interest as the god tree bud begins to bloom. Victor and his secretary observe the god tree. Mujina and Konohamaru fend off against the tendrils. The god tree absorbs the valley's daimyo's chakra, causing him to pass out. Mujina also has his chakra absorbed. Boruto and Sarada continue to make their way to Victor's company. Behind the tree's tendrils, Konohamaru and Mujina also have to fight Victor's employees. Mujina gets stabbed, protecting Konohamaru from one of them. Konohamaru destroys part of the tree with his Rasengan, earning time for the daimyo to get to safety. The tree continues to grow, much to Victor's excitement. The god tree begins absorbing the chakra of Victor's gathered employees on the ground floor. Konohamaru asks Mujina to leave with the daimyo and notify Konoha. The daimyo is their only witness, without whom the entire incident will be covered up. Konohamaru finds the captured employees and begins fighting the tree again. Victor sends his secretary to take care of things. Boruto and Sarada arrive to help Konohamaru. They explain why they've come. Konohamaru fills them in on the situation, which they link to the previous fight against Zetsu in the ruins. The Land of Valley's citizens begin evacuating, but Mia decides to go to the company. Victor attacks the Konoha Shinobi. Victor reveals he cultivated this tree from a splinter of the god tree he recovered from the battlefield during the 4 Shinobi World War. He collapses the floor beneath them, separating Sarada and Boruto from Konohamaru. Sarada breaks their fall and they notice the people Victor experimented on. Before they can do anything, Deepa arrives. Deepa laughs and they decide to fight him again. Victor's secretary prevents Mujina from leaving with the daimyo. The secretary attacks but is blocked by a hooded figure who makes her disappear. The figure is revealed to be Orochimaru, surprising Mugino. Another hooded figure helps Mugino stand his feet. Orochimaru observes the situation with interest. Deepa belittles Boruto and Sarada when they think he wants more power from the tree's fruit. He reveals he just wants to eat and experience more tastes and textures. His rationale enrages Boruto and Sarada, who vow to take him down. Boruto attacks Deepa with a barrage of clones, which Deepa easily pelts a carbon. Sarada attacks from above, blocking the cubes in her way, but Deepa deflects her kunai with a ring of carbon cubes. Boruto and Sarada note the versatility of Deepa's jutsu. Deepa proclaims it's time to hunt. Sarada's explosive tag kunai and Boruto's electrified shuriken have no effect on Deepa. Boruto asks Sarada to buy in time to prepare his new Rasengan to push through Deepa's defense. Deepa reiterates his wish to know the flavor of the chakra fruit. Konohamaru fights Victor, who rationalizes his goal as not wasting the sacrifice employees made. He compares regular humans as nourishment and stepping stones for superior humans to the relationship between smaller and great nations. Konohamaru attacks him with fire release, which Victor blocks water release. Sarada's fire release has no effect on Deepa, who sends a ring at Boruto, preventing him from building up his Rasengan. Sarada comments on the limited capabilities of a 2-person team. Deepa boasts of his jutsu. Victor attacks with earth release and fire release, impressing Konohamaru, who only ever saw his grandfather using all changes in chakra nature. Victor prepares to strike him with lightning release but is blocked by Orochimaru's snakes. Orochimaru makes it clear he's not there to save Konohamaru but to reclaim his stolen Hashirama cells. Orochimaru blocks Victor's fire release with a summoned snake, which strikes and decapitates Victor. Victor regenerates his head and counterattacks with lightning release, severing Orochimaru's arm, who also regenerates it. Orochimaru attacks with wind release, severing both of Victor's arms, who also regenerates, and breaking his peg leg. Orochimaru considers Victor's body interesting, but his regeneration to be imperfect, and surmises that Victor wants to eat the chakra fruit to regain his lost body parts. Victor steadies himself with his extra arms. Deepa continues to overpower Sarada and Boruto. He almost lands a solid hit on Boruto, who is rescued at the last moment by Mitsuki, who joins the fight. Deepa shrugs off Mitsuki's wind release and blocks Boruto's advance, and breaks Sarada's kunai when she gets close. Deepa attacks him with carbon whips. Sarada is incredulous Deepa has yet to use his full strength. Deepa aims a big cube at Boruto, which Sarada blocks. Stressing her goal to become Hokage, Sarada's Sharingan gains a second Tomoe. Deepa is angry at Team 7's lack of hopelessness. Mia arrives at the company and witnesses Victor's true form. The god tree buds begin to open, so Victor approaches it, ignoring Mia and Konohamaru's censure. The flower sends tendrils to pull Victor in, and Orochimaru explains that it's just a copy and that mere humans can't handle the fruit. Deepa blocks Mitsuki's lightning release, dodges Sarada's taijutsu, and blocks Mitsuki's wind release before striking through him, who is actually a snake clone. Deepa grabs the real Mitsuki and kicks him aside before dodging and blocking Sarada's taijutsu. Sarada's punch manages to chip Deepa's armor before he punches her aside. Boruto manages to attack with his compression Rasengan. More cracks appear in Deepa's armor, who decides to fully cover himself in black and white armor and kicks Boruto aside. Orochimaru and his clones burn Victor's imitation god tree with a barrier and tell Konohamaru to leave. Boruto refuses to back down, and Deepa grows angry when he sees bits of the burned god tree falling down and decides to kill the Genin. Boruto prepares to attack again, and Sarada warns him about his arm. Deepa turns his gauntlet into diamond. Deepa and Boruto clash, Deepa's armor growing more cracks. Mitsuki supports Boruto, wrapping his arm around Boruto's and adding his senjutsu chakra to the attack. Sarada also adds her chakra to it. Together they overpower Deepa, breaking his armor and body. Deepa considers how close he got to taste the world through the god tree's fruit. He gets buried by the falling debris. They leave the building with Konohamaru. Mitsuki dismisses Boruto's concern for his injuries, saying he'll heal fast. Mia is willing to testify on their behalf about the incident. Orochimaru leaves, telling Konohamaru that he already notified Naruto. Konohamaru is glad Mitsuki was able to recover. Team 7 is glad to be together again. Namida learns how to play Extreme Shinobi Picture Scrolls Inojin. Tsubaki Kurogane asks Boruto about his arm. Teams 7, 10, and 15 catch up with one another. Denki walks by them, lost in thought, and doesn't hear when they call him. At the Hokage's office, Konohamaru and Mugino report to the higher-ups, including the 5th and 6th Hokage. They explain they fought Victor and Deepa, who wished to cultivate a new god tree and eat its chakra fruit. At Naruto's request, Sai further investigated Victor's facility, and uncovered research on symbols that match the ones they learned about from Shoujoji, deducing that Victor and Deepa were members of Kara. Sai's investigation also indicates that they were aware of Naruto's role in defeating Momoshiki, which is classified information. Naruto sent messages to warn the other Kage. Victor's employees were unable to shed light into Victor's personal research, where the word vessel was consistently mentioned. They're surprised to learn that the doctor responsible for the fabrications was involved in Victor's project. Kurotsuchi mentioned they didn't find his body at the time and wonders if her grandfather was also involved. Hanabi finds it more likely the doctor used him to acquire experimental data. Konoha leadership is concerned that such a wide-reaching organization has been unknown so far. When Konohamaru recalls Victor's subordinates who were aware of his plan called themselves Outers, Sai recalls his mission with Sasuke and Amagakure and considers that Kara has remained hidden by using outsider collaborators scattered across the nations. They consider the possibility of spies in the village. They weigh the protection of villagers against their freedom of movement. Denki has Team 7 help him take a balloon to the Hokage Rock, where they meet Metal Lee and Iubi to help set it up. Naruto takes a day to decide whether to blockade the village gates. He learns that nowadays, identity checking isn't as thorough as it used to be due to the high amount of people coming and going. Kotaro supports restricting movement in and out of the village, citing the Byakuya Gang and the Mujina Bandits as examples. Iubi and Metal Lee go up in Denki's balloon, drawing Naruto's attention. Denki explains it's an experiment to improve the range of wireless transmissions. Metal loses the instructions Denki gave him, but Iubi soldiers on. Denki manages to speak with his friend in another village close to the border. Denki's friends celebrate his success, even if the balloon isn't able to maintain altitude to keep communications working for long. The following day, Naruto decides not to blockade the gate and instead decides to overhaul the sensing system on the village. Victor reports to Jigen, placing blame of the incident on Deepa, and assuring him that none of their secrets were exposed as he recovered Deepa's body. Jigen considers the God Tree plan foolish. Victor decides to claim Jigen's vessel. The Konoha barrier team run a successful trial of the new sensing system, using it to detect a disguised thigh. Several young shinobi are impressed, but Inojin is uninterested. Ino lectures them on the history of the barrier team and how the new system has been improved and automated with the help of scientific ninja weapons. She explains that since the system can only detect unregistered chakra signatures once an intruder actually crosses the barrier, a swift response team is necessary. Ino has gathered shinobi with sensory skills to run an operational test and collect additional data. There will be organized infiltration teams, and their job will be to apprehend them. Boruto and Shikadai meet up with Inojin. Inojin explains he was asked to join because he scored good grades in sensing, having learned the basics from his mother a long time ago. Boruto and Shikadai were asked to be part of the infiltration team, and as a chunin, Shikadai was asked to memorize the newest additions to the bingo book. Fellow Yamanaka clansman Kohan introduces himself as Inojin's partner for the trial and thanks him for the contribution. Kohan didn't know Ino had a grown son and warns he won't pull any punches. Inojin says he's not his mother and is surprised she's so well regarded, as he only ever saw her work at the flower shop. Inojin and Kohan receive a breach notification and depart. Inojin isn't able to apprehend a single target that morning, and Kohan is surprised than he actually has never sensed before. Ino is excited about the trial, but apologizes for making Inojin participate when he has little interest in the subject, and says he doesn't have to be part of the afternoon test. Inojin confesses to Sai that he thinks Ino is disappointed in him. Sai explains that beyond being a Yamanaka, the reason Ino takes such interest and pride in sensing is because of her father, who died in the war. She was inspired by him and doesn't force Inojin because she wants to inspire him as well. Inojin asks Kohan to help him hone his sensing. During the afternoon test, Inojin is able to find Shikadai, but actually detected someone else near him. Kohan checks in with the team, but the chakra signature Inojin sensed was registered. Inojin is still concerned about it, and Shikadai, knowing Inojin, convinces Kohan to pursue the matter, arguing that as a trial, this data should be significant. They meet up with Boruto and go investigate. The person whose chakra he detected, Mokame Arai, was not even in the village, having left the day before on the train for a friend's wedding. They discuss the possibilities, and Shikadai recalls something from reading the bingo book. Hiyō Yorishiro has the ability to mimic others' chakra, so he's capable of crossing the barrier without reading as an unrecognized signature. They report their findings and suspicions. They arrive at an area filled with people, and based on his earlier performance, Inojin doesn't think he can cover such a wide area. Instead, he draws several birds with a super beast imitating drawing. As they're made with his chakra, he can use them as a medium to extend the scope of the sensing. They find and apprehend Hiyō. Kohan reports to Ino, who agrees Inojin isn't cut for sensing, but adds he doesn't have to be, and that's not for her. She tells Inojin they'll make changes to the barrier to account for imposters. Inojin is worried she'll close the flower shop, but she says she treasures both, and tells him to do what he wants and not to worry. Out Arc. In the Nara household, Shikadai is surprised to see his father home. His parents remind him that today is a day of remembrance for those who died in the Four Shinobi World War. Many Konoha citizens gather at the cemetery where Tsunade acts as a speaker. She stresses how the peace they have today is due to those who had lost their lives in the war, and that while the new generations don't know war, they should be told of what those who do learn from it. Ao goes to Katasuke's lab to ask for maintenance on his prosthetic arm, but Katasuke isn't in today. Mugino sees Ao and approaches him. Tsunade continues to address the crowd, who takes turns offering flowers to the deceased. Ino and Shikamaru think back and talk about the last transmission they got from the fathers during the war, their last words. They wonder if someday they'll have to set the example and entrust the next generation to carry on. Later, Mugino takes Ao to the cemetery and learns about his relationship to Katasuke. At Mugino's suggestion, Ao honors the deceased and recalls his own survival. He spent years in a coma, and upon waking up, learned about the deaths of so many friends and went through arduous rehabilitation with Katasuke. He laments the fact that he isn't as strong as he used to be because of his injuries, and he's retired from being shinobi. He thanks Mugino for bringing him there to grieve. Shikamaru and Ino recognize and approach Ao, greeting him. Mugino is surprised to learn specifically who Ao is. Shikamaru asks Ao if his father truly believed his strategy would stop the Ten Tails' work. Ao confesses he had his doubts and asks Shikaku and Ino to do the same. They said they were proud of their children and had faith in them. Shikamaru and Ino are moved. At Tamari's behest, Shikadai goes looking for his father. Shikamaru decides to take Shikadai out to eat, like they used to after training. He wonders if Shikadai is learning from looking at him as well. At night, Ao catches a leaf blowing in the wind with his prosthetic hand. Victor finishes preparing an airship equipped with the latest stealth technology and worries about his failing body, which can't handle the stress of his regeneration techniques. He crosses a space-time gate. Amato runs diagnostics on him and reports his regeneration is declining. He offers to make him replacement body parts, but Victor refuses, being his guinea pig again. He accuses Amato of being a mad scientist, who assures him all he does is for the advancement of Kara. He adds that Victor's health is being eroded by the curse seal he used to extend his life. Replacing body parts won't solve the root of his problem. Amato is surprised Victor came to see him, as he hates him. Victor is agitated by how long Kara's plans are taking to advance, worried his body will give out before Kara's goals can be used to advance his own ambitions. Victor falls down in pain. Amato treats him before being called by Delta. Victor wakes up, having drugged himself beforehand to slip into a coma. He releases a spy drone to covertly copy data about the vessel, a focal part of Kara's plan, which he also plans to steal. Amato finds Delta making a ruckus. She complains about despite having him calibrate her right leg's reaction time is off. She wants him to do it again, but he explains that Victor's in the infirmary, having had a seizure. Delta is surprised by his presence and wishes he had died alongside Deepa. She also voices her hatred of him, Code, and Bora before leaving. Amato is called by Jigen, while Victor finishes copying the vessel's data. Victor is surprised by Phase 3 of the plans of the vessel. Jigen asks Amato if the vessel has reached Phase 3, and why he wasn't notified immediately. Amato says he wanted to gather enough data to make sure of it as to not give Jigen false hope. Jigen wishes to test the vessel on the surface, much to Amato's surprise, who thought tests were out of the question until the next phase. Jigen knows moving the vessel will be noticed by the shinobi, but it's a risk they'll have to take. Victor arrives, and having heard of their plans, suggests they use his airship. Amato is suspect of his willingness to collaborate, but Victor plays up his worsening condition. Jigen approves, but Amato requires certain conditions, such as Victor not being aboard the ship and being in charge of loading the vessel and selecting the fight plan. Jigen watches as Victor leaves to begin preparations. In Konoha, Team 7 gets an official commendation for their role in resolving the issues in the Land of Valleys. Boruto asks his father to spar with him, which Naruto considers. The vessel is loaded into the airship, and Delta is suspicious of Victor. Amato assures her that it's impossible to change his path from autopilot. Delta says she'd love to slice them up should they fail. The airship takes off in stealth mode. At the Hokage Rock, Boruto Naruto removes his bandages and recalls Momoshiki's words as he looks at the seal in his hand. Victor attempts to change the airship's path with a hidden mechanism, but something goes wrong and it crashes. Victor wonders if his plan was discovered, but considers that if it were so, they wouldn't have actually loaded the vessel. At Kara's lair, Jigen is pensive. Himawari makes and decorates a flower vase for her mother's upcoming birthday. Boruto has yet to decide what to give her and intends to buy her something when he gets paid for his missions later that day. Team 7 discusses Konohamaru's sudden departure for an urgent mission, so the Genin have to go on missions without him. Sarada intends to take leadership in his absence. Walking through the village, Boruto sees a woman with a flower bouquet and considers it as a gift for his mother. Boruto sees Mujina running by, and upon catching up with him, he discovers he's running from restaurant owners who want him to pay the money he owes them. They know today's payday, so Mujina offers him his wallet, which barely has enough coin in it. Mujina claims he gave this month's earnings to a kid with a sick sister. Boruto ends up having to pay for Mugino's debt, and is doubtful when Mugino says he'll pay him back next month. Mugino asks Boruto to take him to eat, spending the last of his money. Boruto questions why he didn't ask Konohamaru for money, as they've been friends for a long time, and is incredulous when Mugino says he considers it unethical, pointing out how he avoided paying the restaurant. Boruto is surprised that Mugino is like this, having previously found him to be serious and reliable from how he acted during missions. Mugino invites Boruto to his place and asks him for a favor. Mugino's apartment is poorly kept and sparsely furnished. Mugino explains he doesn't like the feeling of needing anything, or feeling like he doesn't want to lose things, and wants to live as he was born without any possessions. The apartment does have a nice view of the Hokage Rock, and Mugino explains he looks up to the third Hokage, who looked after him when his parents died in a war. Boruto asks him to tell about it. When he was a child, Mugino had been tasked with assassinating the Hokage when he visited a refugee camp. At night, Mugino tried to give Hiruzen flowers he picked and opened his window. Mugino tried stabbing him when he looked for a flower vase, but Hiruzen blocked it, having figured out he was an assassin by the way he moved, like he was being watched. Hiruzen noticed he had a cursed seal on him that could kill him at any moment. He allowed himself to be stabbed so Mugino's handlers would lower their guard, and he used the Shadow Clone to defeat them. Mugino was shocked by it and cried as Hiruzen apologized for creating a world where children use disposable weapons as he has. Hiruzen gave him a signed letter so that Konoha would welcome him, and wishes he would be his grandson, who is of similar age to him. By the time Mugino went to Konoha, Hiruzen had died, but was able to enroll at the academy. Mugino says not even Konohamaru knows the story. Boruto notices Mugino is a turtle, which Mugino explains he got roped into by a fortune teller. He says the fortune hasn't come to pass, and the favor he has to ask for Boruto is to feed the turtle while he's away on a mission with Konohamaru, investigating a crash near the border. Mugino is sorry that Boruto can't buy his mother a gift. The kid from Mugino's story comes by and thanks him for giving him money, which he used to buy medicine for his sister, and gives him a basket of flowers. Mugino gives Boruto the flowers, as they'll wilt if he's gone. He also gives him a key to his apartment so he can feed his turtle. Boruto tells him to look after Konohamaru. Katasuke provides Naruto with his latest prosthetic hand, and is excited to hear what Naruto thinks about it. Naruto and Shikamaru discuss Katasuke's disposition and muse over still not knowing who put him under Genjutsu. Naruto intends to test the prosthetic sparring with Boruto. Boruto arrives home and shows Himawari the flowers, saying her mother will have plenty of flowers to put in the vase Himawari made her. Jigen informs the other inners of the vessel's loss. They argue about the delay that causes their plans, and who's to blame for the incident. Most of them blame Victor, who tries to deflect it to Amato, whose absence in the meeting in questions. Jigen says that Amato is busy with matters that no longer concern Victor. Koji Kashin offers to retrieve the vessel as the airship carrying it did so in an area under his jurisdiction. The rest of the other inners present agree to let him handle it, and Koji says he will contact the outer agent to assist. After the meeting is over, Victor considers retrieving the vessel himself and is glad the theft of the vessel's data hasn't been discovered. He disparages Koji, who answers back, revealing he was in the same room as Victor since the beginning of the meeting. Victor moves to attack him, but Koji strikes first. Victor maintains someone tampered with his airship, but Koji incinerates him. His jutsu is strong enough to overcome Victor's regeneration. Koji also destroys the drone with stolen data. Amato has informed Jigen of what Deepa knew, having regenerated his head and brain enough for him to report back. Having no further use for Deepa, Jigen has Amato dispose of his head. Koji reports having dealt with Victor to Jigen, who in turn informs everyone of the precise coordinates of the airship crash, and orders him to kill anyone who has seen the airship. Konohamaru and Mugino approach the crash site. Several Genin gather to watch the sparring between Boruto and Naruto. Mitsuki helps Boruto prepare. Boruto is happy his father managed to keep a promise, and is glad to have an opportunity to make up for past mistakes and show him that his growth in his training. Shikamaru confirms to Naruto that he hasn't told Boruto he'll be testing a new prosthetic hand. The sparring begins, and Boruto using shadow clones as decoys to protect Naruto from behind. He throws a Rasengan, which Naruto extinguishes. Boruto uses electrified shuriken to blind him, so he only spots the Rasengan when it's near him, but Naruto extinguishes it again. Boruto wants to clash the Rasengan and uses shadow clones to propel himself with Naruto. The Boruto who has the Rasengan is a shadow clone, and the real one attacks from afar with a water release and lightning release combo. Naruto blocks it with an earth release wall. He punches through the wall and absorbs Boruto's jutsu. Boruto heads to the wall, and Naruto kicks him from behind, knocking him down, ending the match. Naruto acknowledges Boruto's growth. Later, Naruto confirms to Boruto his prosthetic hand was a scientific ninja weapon, explaining that Katasuke developed it based on Momoshiki's ability, though it isn't capable of releasing the jutsu it absorbs. Boruto admonishes Naruto for using it when he chastised Boruto for using it before. Sasuke arrives and points at the differences at how they're used. Sarada asks when he came back, and he says he just returned from investigating Kara. Konohamaru and Mugino enter the crashed airship and find an empty container. Something approaches them from outside the airship. Konohamaru is suspicious of the empty container and copies data from it. Mugino recognizes one of his assailants as a subordinate of Victor's and is attacked by an automaton. Mugino urges Konohamaru to run as more automatons appear. In Konoha, Sasuke reveals he hasn't discovered any worthwhile information about Kara, much to everyone's surprise. They speculate their headquarters must be underground and recall that Kara also has ties to the seal in Boruto's hand. Katasuke arrives, further stoking Boruto's disdain for scientific ninja tools. Naruto affirms their and Katasuke's worth as supports for the Hokage and assigns Team 7 to escort Katasuke and the prosthetic to another lab. Boruto walks away and Naruto requests Sarada and Mitsuki to keep an eye on Boruto's seal. Despite Shikamaru's concern, Sasuke is certain that Boruto will come around about the mission. Sarada understands Boruto's feelings about scientific ninja tools, but wants to live up to the expectations of receiving a mission straight from the Hokage. Mitsuki explains that while he's always tied his choices to Boruto, he'll be part of the mission even if Boruto isn't, and that this isn't any tool, it's Naruto's hand, which plays a part in protecting the village and everyone in it. He adds that with Kara making moves, he can't afford to let Sarada face danger alone. Boruto is convinced, as Mitsuki thought he would be. Amato does maintenance on Jigen, who is still concerned about uncovering the traitor responsible for the crash. Amato is confused, so Jigen explains that while Victor did try to steal the vessel, somebody else had the ship crash. His agreement to an unnecessary move was bait to drive him into action. Amato asks how he knows it wasn't Victor. Jigen felt the vessel being moved through the Kawa before the ship crash, something that Victor couldn't have done. Ever since discovering the vessel, Jigen had been worried this thing would happen. Amato takes Jigen's words as an order to investigate the other inners, which he confesses will be troublesome. Team 7 and Katasuke take the Thunder Train for their mission, where they find Ao. Katasuke introduces Ao as one of his patients, though neither can remember the last time they met. Sarada notices Boruto's diligence in carrying the prosthetic, but Boruto reaffirms his disdain for scientific ninja tools. Sarada points out the games and computers he enjoys are also fruit of scientific development. Katasuke adds that while scientific ninja tools are the launchpad, most of the technology developed ends up with civilian applications. Katasuke offers to adjust the wrist of Ao's prosthetic arm. Ao says that old habits from the active service die hard. Boruto is surprised to learn that Ao is a shinobi, and Mitsuki asks what village he's from. Ao answers he's from Kiri, and is likewise surprised to hear that Boruto has visited as part of a school trip, noting how much has changed. Ao credits him being alive to scientific ninja tools, and when Boruto is still lukewarm about them, he takes a screwdriver Katasuke is using on him and comes close to stabbing Boruto. He points out that they're not inherently good or bad, it all depends on how they're used. Team 7 and Katasuke depart, having arrived at the station. From the bench behind him, Koji Kashina addresses Ao. As an outer, he expected Victor to be the one to reach out to him, only to learn he's dead. Koji asks why he went to see Katasuke. Ao says he'd kill Katasuke if he remembered anything, Koji praising the skill with which Ao placed him under genjutsu and extracted information about the scientific ninja tools from him. Koji tasks him with retrieving the vessel and killing anyone he interacted with. Ao warns it's likely to get dramatic. Konohamaru helps Mugino, who tells him to abandon him. Konohamaru refuses and says the help should be on the way. Koji notices a box with intel and weapons, though he believes Ao might not need them. Sarada notices Boruto's more positive disposition, which he credits to Ao, who he wants to meet again. Ao considers seeing combat again for the first time in 16 years. Delta is called by Code, who is leisurely waiting alone. They trade barbs about the vessel's retrieval before Amato arrives. He reveals Victor's treachery and death to them. Katasuke and Team 7 arrive at the research facility, which is headed by one of his juniors. They find Nue running around, but he is paralyzed by Akita Inuzuka using the shadow imitation technique through a Shinobi gauntlet. Team 7 are surprised to see Nue and Sumire there. Sumire explains some of her efforts to learn to coexist with Nue as part of the research team. Akita is excited to have Katasuke's latest prototype to test. Despite their enthusiasm and Katasuke's insistence that how they're used matters, Boruto remains unconvinced of scientific ninja tools' value. As part of the mission, Team 7 helps test other tools, some of which Boruto even has fun testing. Tending to an injury Boruto sustained testing one of the tools, Sumire explains that she wants to develop a tool to keep Nue from getting out of control so she can support the village, and lets him know that she'll be relocating back to Konoha to act as Katasuke's assistant. Boruto notices a plaque with Katasuke's creative science being used to support others. Akita's Ninkan Chamaru befriends Boruto, who notices he has a prosthetic leg. Akita explains she became Katasuke's assistant after he helped the Ninkan. Katasuke shows Boruto a prototype chakra blade, but it tires him quickly due to high chakra expenditure. Boruto concedes the tools have a role in supporting the village. Boruto has a call from his father. At Kara's headquarters, Amato does maintenance on Delta and Code, who continue to trade insults. They consider Boro might have stolen the vessel before he checks in. Naruto informs Boruto they've lost contact with Konohamaru and Mugino, and has his team check in on them as they're the closest. Naruto's concerned that despite being too capable Jonin, they have been able to get in contact, and wonders if Kara might be responsible. Sai and Shikamaru share his concern. Amato shows Jigen the scans he had made of the other inners to identify the traitor among them. Code spies on them. A boy looks at the sunset. Akita provides Team 7 with manuals and the scientific ninja tools as they leave. She attributes her concern with Chamaru and Katasuke joining them. Katasuke wishes to test a prototype mechanical suit made for caregiving that was modified for combat. Sarada finishes packing and they say goodbye to Sumire. Arriving at the airship crash site, they notice several scattered puppets. Boruto wonders if Konohamaru defeated them, and Sarada looks for signs of a puppet user. Katasuke gets carried away examining the airship and notices the open empty container. One of the puppets moves on its own and attacks Boruto, who defeats it with lightning release. The other puppets begin to activate and surround the Genin. Sarada attacks with taijutsu and fire release, Mitsuki with wind release. The puppets get up again and begin using fire release against them. From their firing rate and lack of hand seals, Sarada and Katasuke surmise that they're autonomous scientific ninja tools. Katasuke believes they were there to guard the container they found. He steps forward using his own scientific ninja tools to absorb their attacks until they overheat from continuous firing. Katasuke instructs them to destroy the puppet's power supplies to prevent it from reactivating once they cool down, and takes one for later examination. Sarada is surprised as she believes such tools were still a field exclusive to Konoha. Katasuke recalls being told by Ibiki that he may have leaked intel without a genjutsu and feels guilty. Chamaru brings them one of Konohamaru's kunai and leads them, having caught his scent. At Kara's headquarters, Jigen deflects an attack from Code, who wishes to handle the traitor. Jigen points out he has another important task. Code leaves, crosses past Delta, and they insult each other. In a cave, Konohamaru tends to Mugino's injuries. Team 7 finds them and they catch each other up on what happened. Konohamaru means for Katasuke to analyze the data he acquired, but they're interrupted by Ao. He points a weapon at them and asks the contents of the container. Konohamaru refuses to share intel from a mission, so Ao opens fire against them. Sarada recognizes it as the same attack the puppets use. Katasuke absorbs Ao's attacks, allowing Konohamaru to break his weapon with a Rasengan. He asks about the container and about Kara. Ao shoots Konohamaru in the face with a hidden prosthetic in his chest. Them knowing about Kara is a greater mess than he anticipated, so he removes one of Katasuke's jutsu absorption arms and uses it to absorb Boruto's Rasengan before kicking him aside. Sarada considers using a smoke flash bomb, but Konohamaru and Mugino don't know the signal for her plan. Mugino grabs Ao and asks him about what he said when they met during the memorial. Ao pierces him with a hidden tool in his arm. Mugino holds Ao in place and collapses the cave around them, telling the others to run. Ao begins emerging from the rebels, so Konohamaru hastens their escape. Free from the rebel, Ao intends to kill all of them. Hiding in an abandoned structure, Sarada applies the healing foam to Konohamaru's injuries. He thanks Katasuke for developing the technology. Mitsuki believes Ao isn't pursuing them at the moment. Sarada wants to retreat as soon as Konohamaru is healed. Boruto is frustrated by Mugino's death, so Konohamaru assures him of Mugino's intentions. They discuss how someone like Ao would align with Kara and how dangerous he is. Knowing that Ao wants to eliminate them for investigating the empty container, Konohamaru prioritizes getting the information to Konoha, and offers himself as a decoy to stall Ao. The Genin argue against it, pointing out he's exhausted. Katasuke offers himself as bait instead, revealing that while under Genjutsu, he leaked information on the scientific ninja tools. He feels responsible for what the enemy has done to this technology, including Ao's murder of Mugino. Boruto confesses he used to agree that scientific ninja tools shouldn't exist, but seeing their positive influence on the lab changes his mind. He wants to stop Ao from misusing the tools so others won't hate them without knowing them like he did. Konohamaru is convinced to deal with Ao instead of the decoy strategy. At Kara's headquarters, while trading insults, Code tells Delta that Jigen believes it's a traitor among the inners. Each accuses the other of being the traitor. Amato interrupts them and explains the steps he's taken so far to uncover who the traitor is. Code and Delta point out Boris skipped maintenance, as did Koji, and wonder where Koji is. Koji meets with Ao and questions his commitment. Ao assures him of his loyalty to Kara. The Konoha Shinobi strategize, wanting to make use of the jutsu absorption tool Ao stole. They intend to make him absorb their attacks to create an opening for a surprise attack from a blind spot. Now that Ao no longer has a Byakugan, Boruto activates the chakra blade he intends to use, but passes up from chakra use. When he wakes up, Katasuke has finished adjusting the remaining jutsu absorption arm for Boruto's use. They prepare to defeat Ao with the proper use of scientific ninja tools. The Konoha Shinobi wait for Ao's attack, Mitsuki's snake acting as a scout. They discuss Ao's prowess and plan to defeat him as Shinobi. Mitsuki warns him of Ao's approach. Ao sees where they're hiding and attacks Mitsuki, whose lightning release to counterattack Ao absorbs. Mitsuki retreats and Konohamaru attacks with fire release. Ao notices their disregard for conserving chakra and deduces they have a strategy. Mitsuki attacks while Ao is absorbing Konohamaru's attack, forcing him to dodge, allowing Sarada to land taijutsu hits. Ao's Shinobi wear is resilient, so he counterattacks Sarada. The three continue attacking with a ninjutsu for him to absorb and dodge. Ao creates a greater absorption sphere to absorb all their attacks at once. Ao notices Boruto's absence and determines him to be vital to their strategy. Boruto strikes from above with a chakra blade, which Ao blocks with his own. Before Boruto can retrieve his blade, Ao collects it and stabs him with it. Ao boasts of seeing through the strategy, but Boruto mocks him. He grips Ao's hands on the blade handle. Mitsuki wraps an arm around it so he can't let go, and the Boruto Ao stab disperses a shadow clone. The chakra blade drains Ao's chakra, who uses his own tools to force Mitsuki to release him. The real Boruto attacks with the Rasengan and uses the jutsu absorption arm so his absorption sphere cancels out Ao's, allowing him to land the Rasengan. Boruto throws Ao's words about how to use tools back at him. Ao removes the absorption arm, destroyed by Boruto's attack. Konohamaru detects Ao's attack from above and pushes Boruto out of the way, being hit himself and knocked unconscious. They notice the drones in the sky under Ao's control. Katasuke surmises they respond to Ao's chakra. Boruto comments on how un-shinobi Ao has become, and Ao is steadfast that Kara saved him and allowed him to transcend to a new existence. He denounces that not all shinobi can be powerful, which necessitated the tools for new powers like he has. Boruto asks Sarada and Mitsuki to protect Katasuke and Konohamaru and prepares to face Ao's drone strikes. He uses the arm to absorb some of their attacks. The drone strikes block the attacks he throws at Ao. Boruto throws himself at the drones, hopping between them, planting explosive tags to take them out. Some he destroys with electrified shuriken. Still in the air, Boruto strikes water release, but Ao's drones evaporate the water. Boruto asks Ao why he didn't return to Kirigakure, and Ao answers he was waiting for death as a shinobi. He couldn't stand no longer being a shinobi. Ao commends Boruto for pushing him so far, and the two resume fighting. Boruto attacks the shadow clones, but Ao is able to discern the originals, since the jutsu can't replicate complex machinery out of scientific ninja tools. Sarada tries intervening, but Mitsuki has to pull it out of the way of the drone attacks. Ao prepares to stab Boruto, who disperses the shadow clone arm with the absorption arm. Boruto emerges from the rebel, dodging Ao's attack and landing a Rasengan on his weaponized arm, destroying it and setting him against the abandoned building. Ao's drones crash down. Ao admits defeat, and when Boruto pulls out the screwdriver, Ao tries goading into killing him. Ao thinks him naive for showing mercy. Boruto once again voices Ao's how it's used rationale, so even the tools Ao uses should be used for good. He tells Ao to live with the tools Katasuke gave him. Konohamaru regains consciousness and wants to take Ao back to Konoha when they get reinforcements. Katasuke looks forward for the future of the Genin. Ao notices and calls out to Koji, who summons a toad. The abandoned building collapses under the toad's weight. Ao uses water release to push Boruto out of the debris' way, and is crushed by the toad. Koji wonders what motivated Ao to use ninjutsu at the very end and introduces himself after releasing his summon. He congratulates them for the battle, having quite enjoyed it, and aggravates Boruto by belittling Ao's emotions. Konohamaru probes him for more information on Kara, but Koji reveals nothing. Koji seals their movements and readies himself to incinerate them. Konohamaru breaks free of the seal with one of his own. The two begin to fight, Koji countering and avoiding Konohamaru's taijutsu and fire release. Koji counters Konohamaru's Rasengan with of his own, to everyone's surprise. He detonates a toad he planted on Konohamaru, who catches on fire. The seal on Boruto's hand activates and spreads, absorbing the seal and the flames in Konohamaru, who collapses. Koji recognizes it as Kama, surprised that Boruto was the one chosen by Momoshiki. Boruto sees the seal spread all over his arm before passing out. Koji retreats as thanks for showing him something interesting. Sarada wants to force answers out of him, but Mitsuki holds her back, not wanting to risk her teammates' lives. Koji approves of the judgment, where his parent is Orochimaru. Later, after having recovered, the group makes a grave for Ao and wonders about Kara. Amato reviews the files on Code and recalls that Koji and Boru have not yet been cleared as traitors. He leaves his station for a moment, and Delta sneaks in to check the files on Code. Considering him and Boru clean, she considers Koji to be the traitor. Elsewhere in the hideout, Code is frustrated with another member. Konohamaru wants to return to the village because they have a lot to report on. Boruto asks about Chamaru, but Katasuke assures him that if anything happens, he'll return to the lab on his own. They find the remains of a battle with more autonomous puppets and investigate. They're far more damaged than the ones that Team 7 defeated. Chamaru draws their attention to a passed out boy who they believe to be the one who defeated the puppets. Despite Konohamaru's warning, Boruto approaches him and notices that he has the same mark as him. Kawaki Arc. In the basic Kara, Jigen and Delta eat a meal where Delta expressed her exasperation at Koji's lack of progress and kicked the meal table hard enough to destroy it completely. Jigen simply manifested another meal and calmly allowed her to shadow Koji's mission, provided she does not interfere with his methods. Delta requests the help of Garo, an inner of Kara, and rendezvous with Koji. As Boruto and the rest of Konohamaru's team observed the unconscious Kawaki, suddenly Boruto's seal hurt, also irritated Kawaki, who after being furiously reminded of his adoption of Jigen's hands, unleashed a repelling shockwave before engaging in an uncooperative discussion with the Konoha ninja, unaware that Koji and Delta are watching. When Garo arrives, Kawaki fought him and after being overpowered activated his seal and effortlessly killed him and nearly killed Boruto and the others had Boruto not activated his own seal. Although Kawaki made it clear he saw them as Kara members, he collapsed due to overexerting himself, and after Katasuke inspected Kawaki, he revealed that Kawaki's body had been significantly modified by microscopic scientific ninja tools that have altered his body down to the level of his nervous and circulatory systems, and that his level of advanced shinobi wear was even greater than Naruto's own prosthetic. Team 7 and Katasuke decided to take him back to Konohagakure, with Koji allowing it much to Delta's angry surprise. Back in Konoha, having decided to allow Kawaki to experience normal life, Naruto tried to befriend him, but Kawaki remained guarded and hostile, trying to escape before he reached Naruto's house until Naruto foiled it, and dismissing his value to Naruto as he couldn't provide much intel on Kara. And once he broke the vase Himawari had given to Hinata, he tried to escape his home. Naruto finally snapped and unleashed his power, terrifying Kawaki, who believed he may be even more powerful than Jigen. Soon, Boruto came home and was furious over Kawaki having broken the vase Himawari made. Kawaki coldly told him off and hardly apologized to Himawari, which only made Boruto angrier, and after Kawaki introduced himself vulgarly, Boruto responded in kind. Although Hinata and Himawari were fine with the vase broken, as the most important thing was their feelings conveyed to Hinata, Boruto and Kawaki soon had a violent altercation when they wanted to go to the toilet only to go outside the house, only being stopped by Naruto. Eventually, Kawaki revealed his past to Boruto and how he obtained Kama. He had obtained it from Jigen, who experimented on many other children, causing their deaths before succeeding with him. Boruto, who could not help but feel somewhat sorry and impressed by Kawaki's harsh treatment, that he himself even noted was worse than death and still he survived for so long, agreed to consider working with Kawaki, but still insisted that he repair Himawari's vase before leaving for a mission. Naruto offered to help as he couldn't let Kawaki still minded to buy another vase, and the two went out. Kawaki's little regard for social manners and lack of knowledge of simple joys quickly showed themselves as he rudely ignored Sarada's advice on buying the custard snack and expressed quick infatuation with it and refused to share Sarada his snack, annoying Sarada. Even Naruto's tolerance was soon pushed to the limits when Kawaki ruthlessly attacked a child just because he bumped into him, which could have certainly killed the boy had Naruto not stopped him, and openly showed a lack of remorse for it. When he went to Ino's shop to buy a vase to replace the original, however, Kawaki displayed his vulnerable and traumatized side as just seeing the flowers caused him to remember Jigen, which Naruto comforted him for, and Sarada softened up to Kawaki and offered to help him any time, but Kawaki did not acknowledge her as a friend. However, Boruto coldly refused it and told him to repair the original, frustrating Kawaki. Meanwhile, Koji entered Konoha undetected while leaving Delta behind, angering her so she could no longer watch him. When Naruto sparred with Boruto, effortlessly overpowering him, Kawaki activated his seal to make Boruto use his own to begin studying Kama, at which Boruto quickly became significantly stronger but was easily defeated. Nevertheless, Naruto applauded Boruto and the two mutually shared a seal of reconciliation, which surprised Kawaki, who remembered how harsh Jigen was with him whenever training him. He could never remember being praised and was only ridiculed for his lack of appreciation for the combat and physically beaten whenever he questioned Jigen. Naruto then offered to have Kawaki spar with Boruto, but Kawaki declined as he couldn't use chakra, and unmoved by Naruto's explanation of chakra being a power that connects you to others, which is the key to happiness, only expressed interest in the shadow clone technique just because he could use it to beat himself up in a melancholic and self-bitter tone, which Naruto advised against as he said that self-hatred would be nothing and that with friends he could change for the better, which affected Kawaki enough that he bitterly decided to repair the vase despite struggling, unaware that Koji had found him but decided not to capture him as he could not win against Naruto and chose to watch him and Boruto to gather information, which caused Boruto to open up to Kawaki and offer to train with him to use the Kama. During the spar, Kawaki easily handled Boruto's attacks before proceeding to unleash a blast that Boruto could not observe and was injured in the process. When the two made a seal of reconciliation, suddenly Boruto's hand healed as he and Kawaki felt the reaction from their seals, which worried Koji as he felt that meant Boruto could have the same power as Jigen. Meanwhile, the livid Delta had found Kawaki using a drone and proceeded to enter Konoha to bring him back herself. A fierce fight quickly ensued between Naruto and Delta, with Naruto successfully overwhelming and wearing down his opponent while holding back as to not harm the watching children as Kawaki noted how far Naruto surpassed Delta, and that it was obvious as a dance that Naruto was leading the fight. However, when Delta revealed her trump card, that of a destructive beam that not even Naruto could heal from, Naruto began to be pressured enough that Boruto tried to help only to make Delta attack Himawari, causing Naruto to shield her only for Kawaki to take the attack, infuriating Delta and Naruto, with Delta being angered that Kawaki had damaged his valuable body and Naruto being infuriated with their tactics. Now angered, Naruto decisively pummeled Delta and soon overloaded her absorbing eyes and defeated her. However, the drone Delta had used exploded Delta's body and fled as Koji expressed that Naruto's power, while terrifying, still could not defeat Jigen and only the Kama could do it. At the base of Kara, Delta raged at her defeat as the other inners mocked and made it clear that the next time they try to receive Kawaki, they will send someone stronger than her. Jigen swiftly silenced the argument, noticing how Delta had defied his orders and questioning about Koji's whereabouts. As Boruto is perplexed by how Koji is disobeying the order of retrieving Kawaki before Konoha came in, Jigen, interested when Delta said Koji was gathering information, asked Delta about it, and Delta told the other inners about Boruto having Kama, surprising all of them. Even Jigen, as Code noted that he had searched Naruto and Sasuke but found neither of them had the seal, along with noting that Boruto wields a real Kama and could increase his strength with Kawaki's upon resonating, which caused Jigen to smirk as he knew Momoshiki chose Boruto as a vessel. Meanwhile, Kawaki, inspired by Naruto giving him a prosthetic hand, despite it inhibiting his chakra, asked the ninjutsu from him and gradually opened up to others. He was eventually moved to tears when Kurama reveals just how similar Naruto's childhood was to his own when he was searching for the last piece of the vase and confronted by Kurama. However, as Boruto and Mitsuki left to ask Tsunade about the similarities of the strength of 100 seal to that of the Kama, Sasuke, in his investigation of a location from the coordinates retrieved from Kara, discovered two terrifying revelations. Kage had come to Earth with a partner, and that another 10 Tails was imprisoned in the location. To further his concern, he saw Jigen come and absorb chakra from the Ten Tails to transform into Kage's partner. The power of the resulting form is such that it caused Sasuke to retreat and warn Naruto rather than face him. After gaining a significant amount of chakra, Jigen decided to personally retrieve Kawaki and forcibly synchronize Kawaki's Kama to make it open a portal for him, a process that alerted Boruto and arrived on Konoha himself right in front of Kawaki as Naruto was just worried about him. Koji, who had been watching all along and had been anticipating Jigen making a move, was astonished and perplexed at Jigen's ability to just so easily appear before Kawaki, as he wouldn't have needed to order the vessel retrieval mission, only to be soon caught by Jigen, forcing him to stop watching the events as he came to the realization Jigen was never fooled by him and had merely been baiting him to know his motives. His immense power being instantly sensed by Ino, terrified by the level of darkness she sensed from him, Ino immediately contacted Naruto, who had her stationed the police force as backup but not to intervene. Jigen voiced his lack of interest in fighting the 7th Hokage and even apologized for his rude arrival, and when Naruto coldly rebuked his civility and attacked him, Jigen easily overpowered and subdued him with a kick and several black rods impaling his person. Jigen then turned his sights on Kawaki and commanded him to prepare to return and effortlessly restrained his adopted son when he tried to punch him, expressing disgust and exasperation at his prosthetic arm and how Kawaki favored it over the Kama he gave him, noting that it was just a tracking device no different than a Kama, and Kawaki's defiance only caused Jigen to tighten his grip on his hand, twisting it as he continued to degrade Naruto and Konoha as a whole, berating Kawaki for believing that he wasn't anything more than bait for Kara, and dismissing the Hokage as being a mere peace-obsessed foolish coward who only cares for peace of his village. Kawaki resisted him, and in his anger, his Kama progressed to the point where a horn came out of it, shocking Jigen on how much Kawaki progressed. Naruto, now freed, kicked Jigen aside, and Jigen, seeing Naruto won't stop interfering, finally decided to engage the 7th Hokage and activated his Kama. Before they could begin fighting, Kawaki decided to surrender to Jigen, fearing Jigen could kill Naruto in their battle in exchange for no fights between him and the 7th Hokage. Although Jigen agreed to the terms, Naruto refused to cooperate, so Jigen teleported him to another dimension but was stopped from leaving by Sasuke, who along with Naruto decided to face Jigen there as they could fight fully, which merely caused Jigen to laugh at them. While Sarada arrived at Naruto's house to find the despondent Kawaki, who believed that Jigen would defeat and kill Naruto, who was powerless to stop it, Boruto and Mitsuki closed in with Boruto's Kama receding. Naruto and Sasuke fought Jigen only to be quickly pressured by the Kara leader's overwhelming might, as they were not only unable to land any meaningful hits due to Jigen's Kama easily handling their attacks that did connect with both sheer physical prowess and the ability to absorb jutsu, but was also unable to anticipate the pattern of his attacks as he somehow caused black rods to appear in their person to stab them and vanish whenever they were about to be attacked to dodge their attacks before swiftly retaliating with their rods. Eventually, Sasuke realized that Jigen's true ability was to manipulate matter on a molecular level, to shrink objects in himself down to a microscopic level, and just as easily return to normal, which caused Jigen to deem Sasuke a more dangerous foe and declare him as the first one he will kill. With Jigen's ability revealed, Naruto and Sasuke managed to anticipate his patterns and began cornering him, with Naruto distracting Jigen while Sasuke attacked him with his sword, and though Jigen repelled the attack and escaped using a shrinking technique, Naruto managed to trick him into revealing himself by having to absorb his jutsu for Sasuke to attack him, but Jigen managed to escape using his space-time ninjutsu, and after praising them for their abilities and having revealed to him his weakness, calmly activated the transformed state he was in when he absorbed the Ten Tails chakra, leaving even Naruto and Sasuke nervous at the power of the form. As Sasuke revealed his knowledge of Jigen's mysterious form, earning him Jigen's ire, who angrily questioned how he was able to find the dimension he trapped his Ten Tails in, and deduced Jigen's goals, he and Naruto activated complete body Susanoo and tailed beast mode to only be swiftly outmatched by Jigen's drastically greater power as he easily dodged their attacks and plunged through their avatar forms, even when Sasuke managed to catch him off guard with his Rinnegan's Amane Tojikara. This allowed Naruto to attack him, but he easily dodged and countered with large black stakes to impale Kurama's tails for him to punch Naruto out of the form. And even Sasuke's attempt to switch places with Naruto and Jigen tried to absorb his Rasengan didn't work as he simply summoned rods around his neck to block it, and downed Sasuke with a single kick and soon overpowered Naruto and downed him as well. However, despite Jigen's dominance, he soon found that he was at his limits and his body couldn't keep pace with his power, and to end things quickly, he restrained them using black rods and intended to seal Naruto while killing Sasuke. Realizing they were outmatched, Naruto ordered Sasuke to flee, and with a heavy heart, Sasuke teleported back to Konoha at his home, surprising Sakura who had just arrived, as he could only weakly pray that Naruto would survive. Jigen, having no interest in killing Naruto, ignored his insults, revealing that he was only after Boruto for his Kama, and as he sealed him in a large coffin, Jigen promised to kill Naruto if he escaped, which Naruto swore to return back to Jigen. As Jigen shrunk the coffin to its normal size, he collapsed from the strain using the form, even shedding a tear of pain. It is revealed that Ishiki Otsutsuki has been possessing him all along, and the mysterious enemy cursed Jigen's limits before teleporting away. The Kara leader, heavily weakened, was forced to return back to base and rest for 2 days, but Jigen is unconcerned as Kawaki and Boruto have both grown tremendously, and he could now see that they will become a perfect Otsutsuki. Meanwhile, Koji, realizing that Jigen had been weakened enough, returned to the base to kill Jigen himself. As Kawaki was left to realize in horror that Naruto had lost Jigen, Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki came in, and soon Shikamaru and Konoha Shinobi arrived as Kawaki let them in on the situation. Shikamaru was left perplexed by the situation, as if Jigen had only planned to strand Naruto into the dimension, he could easily come back for Kawaki and hasn't. The only possibilities are that either Jigen had defeated Naruto but had been left weakened so he couldn't keep back or they're still fighting. The best possibility would be that Naruto had defeated Jigen but cannot come back on his own without Sasuke. They have no choice but to wait for his return, and Shikamaru allowed Kawaki to remain free but refused to let him wander around as he never trusted him while they wait for Sasuke to retrieve Naruto. Eventually, Kawaki was able to open a portal to Naruto's location along with Boruto and easily absorbing Shikamaru's attempt to paralyze him, he left Team 7 to rescue Naruto. The worried Shikamaru was soon left even more concerned when it turned out that Sasuke had returned with severe injuries and a massive loss of chakra that effectively meant Konoha won't be able to retrieve Naruto or Team 7 anytime soon, leaving the Hokage advisor only able to pray that Boruto and the others survive until they rescue him. Once arriving, they meet Boro, who Kawaki described as being in some ways even worse than Jigen. As Boro and Kawaki bantered on Kawaki's change and Kawaki's question on Naruto's situation, Boro revealed that Naruto had been sealed inside the coffin. and then he threw it down at Team 7 before cautioning that they don't go and break it, as it would only kill Naruto and only Jigen could undo the seal. Team 7 soon got attacked by Boro, who nearly killed Naruto with his lava release planet branding blast before he managed to easily shrug off Boruto and Kawaki's attacks with his self-healing technique, and soon paralyzed him with Dark Cloud, expressing joy in how he could bring them both back. And even Mitsuki's intervention proved to be ineffective, as Boro's Dark Mist wasn't blown away by Mitsuki's wind release, and he swiftly overpowered his efforts, purging the snake's venom with his regeneration technique. Only Sarada's intervention kept them from being defeated as they fell back. They were able to figure out that the origins of the mist were physical matter, and with substance inside Mitsuki's snake, Sarada managed to figure out that they were viruses, and Boro used scientific ninja tools to project them. After Sarada was made the leader of the new Team 7, she confronted Boro alone, though no match for him. Sarada was able to trick him into getting close enough to use her fireball technique to damage him before Boruto and Kawaki unleashed their Rasengan unison on him. However, Boro was still able to recover even after his body was blown apart with his healing technique and proceeded to attack Naruto to break their teamwork. Despite the virus being neutralized, Boro quickly compensated for this by using gunpowder to detonate them, managing to injure Kawaki, who was shielding Naruto, as he voiced his desire to take them back as soon as possible along with Boruto to train them from scratch. Even with the virus neutralized, Boro's regeneration technique swiftly overwhelmed Team 7 as he regenerated all damage and landed punishing blows on them. Kawaki revealed that all members of Car had been modified with Shinobi or by Amato, but even Amato's genius skills have limits, and that there must be a giant core with Boro's abnormal regeneration before he had started to search for it and joined Boruto and Mitsuki. Although their attacks failed to have any effect on Boro, Sarada was able to deduce Boro's core location, and that he could move it with hand seals and managed to blitz him with Chidori. However, when succeeding in destroying the core, Team 7 was faced with new trouble as Boro lost control of the scientific ninja tools inside his body and began mutating in a wild rampage. Unable to handle Boro in their exhausted state, Team 7 free Naruto using Boruto and Kawaki's collaborative space-time ninjutsu in hopes he may kill Boro once and for all, and only to find Naruto unconscious. As Boro attacked and overpowered them all, Boruto was overtaken by Momoshiki and easily killed Boro before returning control, stating that the time where Boruto will lose everything is still far away. Koji returned to Kara's base intent on killing Jigen. Amato was revealed to be a conspirator, informing Koji that Jigen only accumulated 10% of his power. After Amato prepared himself sufficiently, Koji used reverse summoning to teleport Amato to Konoha, and he heads to battle Jigen. Delta attempts to stop the duo, though she was immediately shut down by Amato's voice command. At Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke both recovered from Jigen's assault. Sasuke found out about Boruto's brief manifestation of Momoshiki's will from Sarada, and recognized it from a talk with Mitsuki, realized that Jigen too was a vessel of another being. As Inojin, Chocho, and Shikadai trained, they were attacked by Amato, who easily defeated Shikadai and held him hostage with an explosive collar. After the Konoha nin reluctantly agreed to negotiate with him, Amato reveals that he wants to defect to Konoha, and in exchange will tell them all he knows about Kara, Jigen, the Ten Tails, and the Otsutsuki. Forced to accept Amato's terms, Naruto allowed Amato to enter Konoha bound, and Amato kept his word, revealing that Kara's goal is to use the Ten Tails they had to create a new god tree to make a chakra fruit, and that Jigen was originally a human but became an Otsutsuki via Kama. Meanwhile, Koji confronted Jigen, who questioned the former's reasoning for betraying Kara. The exchange was simultaneously relayed to Konoha via Amato's glasses, which were connected to Koji's spying toad. Koji suddenly attacked Jigen, but his shadow clone was quickly defeated. As Koji and Jigen continued to battle, Jigen easily countering all of Koji's attacks, Amato revealed that Jigen's true form was Ishiki Otsutsuki. He had once partnered with Kaguya and came to Earth to harvest a chakra fruit from it, killing all life on the planet, as the Otsutsuki clan had been doing for decades to evolve. However, Kaguya mysteriously betrayed Ishiki, catching him off guard and nearly killing him. However, he managed to take over Jigen as a vessel first by using his special ability Sukuna Hikono to shrink himself down and enter Jigen through his ear until he regained the energy to bestow upon Jigen his Kama. Ishiki eventually learned that Jigen's body was not strong enough to bear his power, with the reincarnated body lasting only a few days. Amato furthermore revealed that the Kama is a seal that compresses the biological profile of an Otsutsuki, and once implanted on a target would allow the Otsutsuki to resurrect in time upon completely overriding the host personality. As such, Boruto would eventually cease to exist and Momoshiki would revive. Amato knew no method to stop Boruto's aside from killing him, and confirmed that Ishiki's power was at its full form. Should he take over Kawaki, it would be too immense for anyone to stop him. Koji finally managed to catch Jigen off guard by trapping him inside a massive wall of unabsorbable natural flames. Although Jigen temporarily resisted by shrinking the flames, he did not have enough power to do so for long and soon burned to death. Amato disclosed that because Kawaki's Kama had not been completely extracted with the Otsutsuki data, Ishiki would have no choice but to be reborn in Jigen's body, as the latter was fully ready. To prevent duplicates, Kawaki's Kama vanished while Ishiki was reborn and easily shrunk all the flames around them. He quickly began assaulting Koji, shrinking everything he saw, as Amato revealed that Ishiki was far too strong for Koji to defeat, and he was only used as a tool to lure him out. Noticing Koji's fighting style was reminiscent of his former masters, Naruto felt concerned for him. Ishiki destroyed Koji's mask, revealing him to be a clone of Jiraiya created by Amato. Ishiki acknowledged that Jiraiya bore a mighty fate, but in the same vein as his genetic template, Koji's predestined fate was a sacrificial death. Koji attempted to assault Ishiki but found himself vastly outmatched by the Otsutsuki, whose powers were on a completely different level than before. Despite Ishiki's condescending remarks, Koji entered Sage Mode and went on the offensive. Meanwhile, Amato's defection rights were granted and recognized, though only around Konoha, and he would only leave if Naruto and Shikamaru were to allow it, and he wasn't allowed to work in the village's lab without Katasuke. Amato then revealed that he never planted a bomb collar on Shikadai, and it was just a sophisticated trick, as he knew that Shikamaru wouldn't be able to think otherwise, as he had seen a real bomb collar go off. Getting serious, Amato told him that Ishiki would soon be coming, as Koji would eventually be defeated, and that only the combined strength of Naruto and Sasuke could challenge him. He also revealed that sending backup to Koji would only lead to Kawaki being left unguarded, as Ishiki would have no reason to engage Naruto and Sasuke or any other backup they sent if they challenged him so soon, and would instead prioritize branding Kawaki once more and thus attack Konoha. Knowing full well that Ishiki could destroy Konoha with his power, Amato advised the civilians be evacuated, which Shikamaru immediately had sight range, and Kawaki to be put somewhere safe with Naruto and Sasuke around to guard him against Ishiki. As Koji, now in Sage Mode, attacked Ishiki, the increase in power allowing him to become more of a challenge to the Otsutsuki but still being outclassed in straight combat, his attacks being casually repelled and outmatched in physical combat, he eventually attempted to catch Ishiki off guard by using Sage Ard 5 Fire God's Fan of Flames to temporarily cloud his vision and then attacking with an Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, only for Ishiki to reveal his Daikokuten and summon the pillars he had shrunk earlier down to pin Koji, decisively ending the battle. As Ishiki explained the technique and gave an example by summoning his original clothes and a glass of wine to drink, he commented on how Koji should have known the fight would have ended with him dead, and that it may look like he was trying to die as a proud shinobi, but he knew that he didn't want to acknowledge Amato's betrayal, and admitting that Amato had outwitted him, asked Koji for any message to Amato, which he would deliver as a favor to him as a former comrade before killing the old man. Koji instead summoned his toad to swallow him and escape, but Ishiki couldn't care if Koji lived or died, choosing to teleport to Konoha immediately to retrieve Kawaki. Meanwhile, Naruto and Boruto were arguing as Boruto wanted to help, but Naruto refused as Ishiki is a complete monster and only he and Sasuke could fight against. But Boruto pointed out how Ishiki, while weakened, had defeated Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke told Boruto that he and Naruto would gladly die at Ishiki's hands to protect Konoha, and told him if he had the same will, just as Ishiki finally appeared in Konoha and Ino notified Naruto. As the shinobi quickly evaluated the civilians, with the order not to engage Ishiki, Ishiki soon approached the two shinobi and easily neutralized thrown shuriken and used them to kill the other before getting the information that they weren't given any info on Kawaki and proceeding to find those who were. Quickly rushing to battle Ishiki after ordering Boruto not to get in the way, Naruto soon ran into him, with Ishiki being surprised that Naruto had broken out of his seal. While Naruto engaged Ishiki, Sasuke and Boruto then talked about how dire the situation was, as Sasuke freely admitted that his and Naruto's fight with Ishiki could end badly, as the last time they fought him as Jigen, they could barely stand up to him. Sasuke then questioned Boruto's comment, and Boruto admits that he's scared of losing control and rampaging the village. Ishiki and Naruto conversed tensely on how Naruto had escaped, and Boro was defeated, and that Naruto had intended to kill Ishiki once and for all. They quickly fought, with Ishiki effortlessly overpowering Naruto with simple kicks, sending him flying through buildings as it inflicted considerable damage on their surroundings, injuring Naruto himself. Before Ishiki could deliver a lethal blow, Sasuke saved him, and after indiscriminately throwing shuriken, which Ishiki easily shrunk, threw his katana, which was actually Boruto in disguise, and had him teleport Ishiki away to another dimension with him, and Naruto following suit. Now free to use all their power, the three prepared to battle Ishiki, who, while surprised that Boruto could wield Momoshiki's powers that well, were still confident they could defeat him, promising they'll regret it. Ishiki blitzed the trio and grabbed Boruto floating in the air. He inspected Boruto and determined the decompression on Momoshiki's kame to be about 80% complete. Sasuke switched position with Boruto and attempted a Chidori, but Ishiki swiftly neutralized the attack, and then after downing Sasuke, declared that while he could easily teleport back to Konoha, they would just follow him there, so he would defeat and kill Naruto and Sasuke, and then present their corpses to Konoha to intimidate the villagers into surrendering as Naruto activated his 6-path stage mode. Back in Konoha, Kawaki dreamt of Jigen's words before waking up next to a hidden location with Amato, Shikamaru, Katasuke, and Sumide. Kawaki noticed his kame had disappeared, and Amato updated him what had happened since he passed out. Kawaki was worried that Ishiki, even more of a monster than when he was Jigen, could defeat Naruto, Sasuke, and Boruto, a concern that the others also shared, but Amato assured them that as long as they could hold on to Ishiki long enough for his lifespan to run out, they would win and eventually realize that Boruto had something that could potentially allow them to achieve victory. On the battlefield, Naruto attacked Ishiki, but he easily shrank Naruto's Rasengan and withstood being pummeled by his chakra arms unfazed before escaping and swiftly kicking Naruto down. Even when Naruto attempted to hold Ishiki in place with chakra arms for Sasuke to land a Chidori, Ishiki retaliated by manifesting several large cubes, trapping Naruto in the debris. Ishiki assaulted Sasuke with a black staff, with the latter blocking the former's attacks with a sword. Ishiki shrank the katana out of his grasp, knocking him down, and enlarged the sword to kill him. Boruto noticed Sasuke's dire situation and rushed to his side. Ishiki froze when Boruto put himself between him and Sasuke, allowing Boruto to take him safely and determined that Ishiki can't kill him. Boruto shared with Boruto let slip about Ishiki's plan, causing Sasuke to realize Ishiki intended to use Boruto in his plan for a new god tree. Boruto threatened to kill himself to stop Ishiki's plan, but Ishiki incapacitated him and continued to assault Sasuke. Boruto passed out from the injury. Amato further explained that an Otsutsuki must be sacrificed to make the tree bloom, and the changing circumstances of Otsutsuki availability from Kage's betrayal to Boruto becoming Momoshiki's vessel. Noticing Naruto's determination, Kurama proposed utilizing Baryon mode, a secret power that grants Naruto enhanced strength and the ability to reduce the enemy's life force in exchange for the old user's life. Realizing his dire circumstances, Naruto accepts Kurama's proposal and undergoes his new transformation, shocking everyone present on the battlefield. Naruto and Ishiki continue to clash, with the latter shocked by the drastic improvement of his opponent's strength. With his new power, Naruto is able to diminish Ishiki's lifespan from 20 hours to just 5 minutes. Running out of options, Ishiki senses Kawaki's location from the chakra Naruto uses to power Kawaki's prosthetic hand, and thereby transports Kawaki to the battlefield. Ishiki immediately captures Kawaki, though Sasuke switches places with him and provides him with the smokescreen to hide from the enemy. After neutralizing Sasuke and enraged, Ishiki threatens to kill Naruto should Kawaki not reveal his location. Kawaki offers himself to a gleeful Ishiki, who implants the kama onto his vessel. However, as Ishiki's body begins to disintegrate, Kawaki reveals that he previously used a shadow clone, thus preventing Ishiki's revival. Out of options, Ishiki perishes as Kawaki finally relishes in the death of his persistent tormentor. After Ishiki's defeat, Sasuke and Kawaki inquired about Naruto's health after using such tremendously powerful transformation. Before Naruto could explain his condition, Sasuke's left eye was suddenly stabbed by a Momoshiki-controlled Boruto. With Sasuke's Rinnegan destroyed and Ishiki dead, Momoshiki's vessel gloated that the remaining combatants were the only thing standing in his way of achieving salvation. Momoshiki reveals that due to the kama's accelerated extraction previously ingrained in Kawaki, the boy's DNA was almost entirely Otsutsuki. Therefore, Momoshiki determines that Kawaki is a worthy sacrifice to feed Ishiki's hidden tentails, thereby cultivating a healthy god tree. An irritated Kawaki attacks Momoshiki's vessel, but is quickly defeated and saved by Sasuke. The two battle against Momoshiki while Naruto passes out due to the side effects of the Baryon mode. During the fight, Sasuke notices that Momoshiki does not use Boruto's kama to absorb chakra-based attacks, and postulates that forcing Momoshiki to absorb chakra may allow Boruto to regain consciousness. Before he can formulate an offensive, Momoshiki neutralizes Sasuke with Boruto's vanishing Rasengan. Understanding Sasuke's plan, Kawaki begins to self-immolate, forcing Momoshiki to absorb the fire so as to not lose his only sacrifice. Momoshiki attempts to teleport with Kawaki, but Boruto awakens and breaks Momoshiki's horn off, leading the kama to recede. With the Otsutsuki threat diminished, Sasuke turned his attention towards an unconscious Naruto, showing great great concern for his friend's condition. Inside his subconscious, Naruto had a final conversation with Kurama. He told the Kitsune that he had no ill will to Kurama despite the loss of his parents. As Naruto was prepared to die, Kurama revealed that Naruto would awaken soon and be fine, as it was Kurama's life that was gambled by using Baryon mode, knowing that Naruto would not agree to the plan if he knew the truth. As Kurama's life began to fade, he warned Naruto that he would lose all access to Kurama's chakra and abilities, meaning that he'd have to be more careful from now on. Naruto desperately reached out for Kurama before waking up to see Boruto, Sasuke, and Kawaki standing over him. With Sasuke's Rinnegan and Kawaki's Kama gone, it was up to Boruto to use his mark to bring everyone back to Konoha. With encouragement from Kawaki, the group was able to return safely to the village. Elsewhere, Code awakens from a nap and checks in on the Ten Tails. Code solemnly looks at a defective Kama on his palm and laments his failure as a vessel to Ishiki. Suddenly, his Kama activates, manifesting Ishiki's spirit. Ishiki explains the events that resulted in his permanent death to Code, who vows to avenge his fallen master. Ishiki declares that the White Kama is his legacy and that Code will inherit his Otsutsuki will as well. Unwilling to let that die, Ishiki instructs him to do as the Otsutsuki have done for thousands of years, consuming the life of planets, and specifically to cultivate a god tree by feeding either Boruto or Kawaki to the Ten Tails. By consuming a new tree's chakra fruit, Code will become a new Otsutsuki and attain the power of a god. As Ishiki fades from the land of the living, Code recites the names of those he will seek vengeance upon. Post-Kawaki Arc. While Boruto Uzumaki is interviewed in Konohagakure for his role in saving the village from Ishiki Otsutsuki, a model performs maintenance on Kawaki's restored arm, during which Katasuke Tono explains why Sumune Kake is assisting. As she talks about Boruto, Kawaki embarrasses her by asking if she likes the Genin. Elsewhere, Sarada Uchiha, Mitsuki, and Team 10 discuss the restrictions placed on Boruto and his team. Being joined on top of the Hokage Rock by Kawaki, Kawaki hypothesizes to Boruto that he can make his own Kama vessel by branding someone else in order to resurrect himself in the event of Momoshiki Otsutsuki resurrects in his. Objecting to the idea, Kawaki suggests Code. Amato informs Naruto Uzumaki about Code being the last active inner who also guarded Kara's Ten Tails. The conversation with the pair and Shikamaru and Nara concludes them deciding to go deal with Code. And that is that, folks. Boruto up to the latest plot point as quickly as humanly possible. Of course, this is not a complete speedrun because there is more Boruto going to be released any day now. But for now, that is the complete Boruto speedrun. If you want to beat my time, go right ahead. Did you enjoy your video? Be sure to check out these other great videos from the Amagi and make sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.